Chapter 1. Awakening. In the repository of the mind, esteemed readers, please take heed. This novel belongs to the realm of the Douluo system, having discarded certain established conventions, and draws inspiration from a particular online game. Morning dawned. An urgent announcement. Last night, a transformation occurred nationwide, resulting in a collision between the dimensions of the Douluo continent game and the reality, causing all elements to manifest in the physical world. All individuals above the age of 6 have awakened their martial souls, and soul beasts are now rampant across various regions. We advise the public to exercise caution while traveling. This concludes our broadcast. Lay stared contemplatively at the news report on the television when suddenly a chime resonated in his mind. System awakening in progress. System awakening successful. A system. Indeed, it is a system akin to those found in novels. I am the chosen one. Yilei exclaimed in astonishment. As a seasoned aficionado of online novels, Yilei had longed for the possession of a system, never anticipating that his dream would materialize today. Now presenting the host with an awakening gift package. Given the current fusion of game dimensions with reality and with soul beasts rampant, the host will be endowed with the entirety of their strength in the Douluo continent. Soul. Master Duel Game. Yilei was astonished. He knew precisely how formidable his strength was within the game, having ranked among the top 5 players on that server. However, the subsequent statement from the system nearly provoked him to exclaim in frustration. However, the host must complete a series of tasks to unlock their full strength. Yilei, speechless, but the host can be granted the full power of blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, Yilei's previously despondent spirits soared instantaneously. After all, blue silvergrass was versatile, capable of offense, control, and defense. It was extraordinarily potent. Esteemed system, what is the task, system? Are you not going to change your expression at all? The first task is to hunt soul rings for 10 ordinary individuals. This is a game dimension. The age of the soul rings is not restricted, but it is advisable not to exceed 1,000 years. So simple, indeed. The first task was but a trifling matter for Yilei. The only concern lay in the uncertainty of the ages of the soul rings. He feared that if he hunted rings of excessive age, the beneficiaries might not withstand the backlash and perish, thereby rendering his efforts futile. Rest assured, the host I will provide you with a soul beast detector, which can pinpoint the locations of soul beasts and the ages of their soul rings, ensuring that the host does not err. Why did you not mention this earlier? You did not inquire. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. Is there a time limit for the task? There is none. By the way, what martial souls do the others possess? Are they random? These are indeed random, but all individuals will be at level 10. However, they may awaken multiple martial souls. Yilei contemplated for a moment the others were all at level 10, which meant he could easily find 10 individuals on the street to accomplish his task. However, the question remained, would they believe him? Wait, she should trust me, right? Dear system, are you there? What's the matter? Can you grant me the blue silvergrass? Without it, how am I to complete my task? The soul power infusion ceremony is commencing. Please prepare yourself. The countdown begins. 1098765. Yilei, what? It's starting already? Couldn't you have informed me sooner? System, well, you didn't ask. Yilei, Cpicus. 4321. Time's up. Commencing infusion. A blue light erupted alongside a piercing scream. P.S. A preliminary declaration. Let me clarify. This novel is my first endeavor. Should you find any shortcomings in my writing, feel free to comment on those sections. I shall promptly revise upon seeing your feedback. This being my inaugural attempt at writing, I crave the insights of my readers. Crafting a novel is indeed a strenuous endeavor. As a student engaging for the first time with narrative creation, if you encounter any elements in the plot, settings, or character portrayals that are unsatisfactory, please voice your concerns, and I will certainly amend them. If one revision is insufficient, I shall revise twice, thrice, until the readers are content. I am Suyin sincerely. I hope for your support, and I assure you that I shall improve continuously. The same applies to the novel and to you all. Chapter 2. Han 1. 10 minutes later, the blue light in the room gradually dissipated, revealing a figure in a grand stance. Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a flash of blue light sparkled within his gaze. Gingerly rising, Yilei extended his arms, marveling at the surge of power coursing through him. With a mere thought, a slender blue blade of grass appeared in his palm, simultaneously accompanied by 6 flickering black lights. At the same moment, in a room within the Mignon garden, a young girl lying on the bed opened her jade-like eyes, listening to the chorus of voices outside. Frowning, she rose and pushed the door open, calling out in confusion, "Mom, Dad?" Upon seeing the scene before her, she nearly fainted. Before her stood 2 figures, one red and one black, rendered speechless, and weakly uttered, "Dad, Mom? Xian Wan, you're awake. What's going on?" The girl, named Han Wan, aged 18, was enjoying her summer vacation at home, intending to engage in an epic chess battle with the Sandman for 300 rounds, only to be roused by her parents. She looked at them with a resigned expression. "I'm sorry, Xian Wan, we didn't mean to wake you." The speaker was Han Kachin, gazing at his beloved daughter. "I'm not sure either, I just woke up to find this happening. The television station also reported it your mother, and I just tried it out, and then it turned out like this," Han Kachin explained. Han Wan looked perplexed as she tilted her head to glance at her esteemed father, the supreme old lord, her eyes filled with questions. Only after he nodded did she accept her father's words. She then remarked, "I will step out momentarily to inquire with my classmates and ascertain what is happening. Mother, is there breakfast? I am quite hungry." Upon finishing her statement, she made her way towards the dining area, with Mrs. Han closely trailing behind. Yilei observed the blue silvergrass in his hand and subsequently inquired, "Esteemed system, is there anything else I should be mindful of?" "Well, due to the merging of the two worlds, certain elements have been altered. For instance, the RMB has become obsolete, replaced by the golden soul coin." "Is that so?" Yilei pondered. "Esteemed system, how many golden soul coins do I possess?" 1,000,000. "Quite satisfactory. Indeed, I have become a modest tycoon. By the way, host, the soul beast detector has been installed on your left hand. Please take note." At this, Yilei raised his left hand, revealing a sophisticated device before his eyes. This detector can sense soul beasts within a 100-meter radius. Should any soul beasts appear, it will emit an alarm and calculate the age of the soul rings. Listening to the system's explanation, Yilei gazed at the instrument in his hand and could not help but exclaim, "This is truly remarkable. With this device, completing tasks will be a breeze." As he spoke, a ringing interrupted the tranquility at why Yilei retrieved his phone, glancing at the flashing characters on the screen, then turned to head in his room to change clothes, all the while answering the call. Meanwhile, in a bustling military conference room in Rongqing, a commanding voice resonated. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Instantly, the previously noisy room fell into silence. As Yilei made his way, his mind wandered. He had not intentionally nurtured the blue silver grass in the game, resulting in lower soul ring ages that it seemed he needed to begin cultivating it earnestly. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of a luxurious apartment complex. Yilei looked up and sent a message from his phone to in one of the upper rooms. A girl glanced at her parents and then at her phone. Rising, she informed her parents and stepped out. Chapter 3, Meeting the Parents. The girl peered out the window and spotted a familiar figure below, smiling to herself before turning to enter the elevator. Yilei. Hearing his name, he looked up to see an alluring silhouette approaching with a smile. Nwaner. The girl before him was indeed Han Wan. That he reached out, intending to pinch her cheek, but she swiftly swatted his hand away. "Don't be silly." Foiled, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "What is it that you needed me for so early in the morning?" Yilei asked. "Have you seen the news?" "Yes, I have." "What's the matter?" "Let's discuss it upstairs. My parents are present too." "All right. Wait, can we not go upstairs?" "Absolutely not." The girl shot him a glare, prompting him to begrudgingly follow her into the elevator. With a resounding click, the door swung open. Inside, Han Kachin and his wife rose to their feet, gazing at the two figures entering. Behind their daughter stood a tall figure, who, like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head and instinctively called out, "Dad, Mom." Feeling the scrutiny of the family trio, Yilei hurriedly corrected himself, "Uncle, Auntie." Han Kachin glanced at his daughter and inquired, "Who is this?" "My boyfriend," Han Wan replied. Named directly, Yilei nodded, only to be pinched by Han Wan at his waist. "Try to act normal, will you?" All right, Yilei responded, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Observing Yilei, who was being scolded by his daughter, Han Kachin felt a twinge of sympathy. "All right, let's get down to business. Mom and Dad, release it," Han Wan stated. Han Kachin exchanged a glance with his wife, and then, with a thought, two beams of light, one black and one red, illuminated the room. Yilei exclaimed, "The fire attribute martial soul, Firehorn Rhino, and the dark attribute martial soul, Phantom Leopard 2, exceptional specimens." "What does that mean?" Han Kachin, standing behind the fiery red rhino, looked at Yilei quizzically. "Uncle, your martial soul is the fire attribute Firehorn Rhino. Renowned for its formidable defense, it can both attack and protect, truly a rare gem." After saying this, he turned to Han Wan's mother, and Auntie, your martial soul is the dark attribute Phantom Leopard, known for its incredible speed. Seeing Han Kachin and his wife nod in understanding, they turned to Han Wan, asking, "Waner, what is your martial soul?" Suddenly called upon, Han Wan hesitated before replying, I don't know." Give it a try. Okay. With that, Han Wan focused her thoughts, and a shimmering ice blue light erupted. A chill surged through the air, and an ice blue bird materialized upon her shoulder. Ice Phoenix, the pinnacle among beast martial souls, Yilei blurted out. The Ice Phoenix sounds formidable. Oh, by the way, what about you, Yilei? Han Wan inquired. My martial soul is the plant type blue silvergrass. Yilei replied. That moment, the system chimed in. Host, please be advised, you have tasks pending. Do not engage in idle chat. Yilei muttered under his breath. Can't you see I'm conversing with my future in-laws? Just leave me be. System, you're quite self-righteous. Oh, right. Later it'll take you all to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. Soul beasts? Soul rings? Where are those? They asked. They're for enhancing martial souls. You can just watch from the sidelines, Yilei explained. After contemplating, Yilei noted that Han Kikin's martial soul was fire attribute, but at level 10 was too weak thus. He required a defensive soul skill for protection. As for Han Wan's mother, with her phantom leopard emphasizing agility, they would need a soul beast with strong cutting power and swift speed. For Han Wan, an ice attribute avian soul beast would suffice. After sharing his thoughts, they unanimously decided to embark on a hunt for soul beasts. System, finally, you're going. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. Chapter 4. The Hunt for Soul Beasts. 10 minutes later, beneath the Mingyuan garden, Yilei gazed at the three individuals behind him and inquired, Are you prepared? Indeed, the trio responded in unison. Very well, let us proceed, Yilei declared. An hour and a half later, they arrived at Riverside Forest. We have arrived. Nwaner, it would be prudent for you all to activate your martial souls just in case. As he spoke, three beams of light red, blue, and black illuminated from behind him. As the four ventured deeper into the forest, a sudden cacophony broke the stillness. A monster! Run for your lives! Upon hearing this exclamation, Yilei felt a surge of interest and urged the others to follow him in haste. When they were still over 100 meters away, the detector in Yilei's hand emitted a signal. Ding! Soul beast detected ahead. A 500-year-old scale armor beast. This is fortuitous timing. My esteemed father-in-law is in need of a defensive soul ring. Yilei mused silently, refraining from voicing this thought aloud. Upon arrival, they beheld a soul beast, roughly the size of a small car, wreaking havoc ahead. Its body was predominantly yellow, adorned with a multitude of green spikes, and scales the size of fingernails indeed. It was the scale armor beast. Yilei turned to Uncle Han and said, Uncle, prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, he strode toward the soul beast before him. Under the astonished gazes of Han Wan and her companions, a small blue grass appeared in Yilei's hand, while 6 black rings rose from beneath his feet, subsequently hovering around his waist. The armored beast, upon catching sight of Yilei, flickered with a hint of panic in its eyes and attempted to flee. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Yilei. Calmly, Yilei uttered, thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Blue silvergrass, entwine. As the words fell, a robust strand of blue silver grass emerged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the beast's waist. Blue silver spike array. Before the beast could struggle, it was pierced relentlessly by numerous blue silver spikes that shot up from the earth, leaving it riddled with wounds. Uncle, you may come over now. Slowly regaining composure from the earlier overwhelming battle, Uncle Han approached, glancing at the nearly lifeless armored beast, and instinctively inquired, Is it truly time, Xiaolei? Rest assured, Uncle. Just give it one more strike. Yilei reassured him. Hearing this, Uncle Han took the military dagger offered by Yilei and thrust it decisively into the beast's neck. Moments later, a golden ring materialized above the soul beast. Uncle, you must guide the soul ring with your mind. Upon hearing this, Uncle Han promptly followed the instruction. And in an instant, the soul ring floated gently toward him, settling at his waist. Under Yilei's guidance, he began to absorb the soul ring while seated on the ground. Noticing Uncle Han absorbing the soul ring, Yilei called over Han Wan and her companions. What's the matter, Yilei? My dad, Han Wan asked anxiously. Everything is fine, Nwaner. Uncle is simply absorbing the soul ring. He will be all right. Yilei reassured her. Upon hearing this, Han Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. I called you over to urge you to practice diligently so that you may absorb the soul rings later. Understood, Han Wan and her companion replied. Observing the scene, Yilei settled down to protect the trio. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yilei's mind. Task 1 complete. Please continue your efforts. And may you accomplish your task swiftly. Chapter 5, Beast Soul, revised. In the Riverside Forest, a beam of sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating the heads of the 4 individuals. Yilei, seated in meditation, was roused by the sunlight's intrusion. He opened his phoenix-like eyes, shook his head, and rose to his feet. Yilei cast a glance at the three individuals meditating on the ground, then turned his attention to the enormous carcass of the scaled beast. Roughly the size of a small car, lying in the distance. He approached the creature, observing the torso that he had pierced with his blue-silver grass. The ground was already soaked with the blood of the soul beast. As he reached the head of the scaled beast, he drew a dagger from his waist and aimed it at the creature's skull. Unbeknownst to him, every action he had taken since slaying the scaled beast was being meticulously recorded by an individual clad in uniform. In a military office in Rong City, an elderly man with white hair sat at his desk, taking a sip of tea before placing his tablet down. He addressed the doorman, instructing, "Please send for the individual from the video. I wish to meet him." The doorman nodded slightly and stepped forward, taking the tablet as he exited. The protagonist of the video was currently engaged in battle within the forest. 10 minutes later, Yilei gazed at the three individuals before him, who seemed to open their eyes in unison, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible for a family to be so in sync? His eyes fixated on the young girl beside him. The girl appeared to notice someone staring at her. "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing on my face." "Hiki." Yilei scratched his head and smiled. "By the way, uncle, this is for you." As he spoke, Yilei extended his hand, revealing a vibrant green orb that captured the attention of the three. "What is this?" Mr. Han inquired, puzzled. "This is a beast soul, utilized to enhance the strength of soul rings. This is merely the most basic level. In the future, defeating more formidable soul beasts will yield greater rewards," Yilei explained. Mr. Han nodded, accepting the beast soul and placing it in his pocket. Have you all rested well?" Yilei asked. The other three nodded in unison once more. "Yilei, how is it that you can be so perfectly in sync?" "Woo-woo. System, please do not lose heart, dear host. Perhaps it will be possible in the future." "Yilei, I am aware without your prompting, the dog system." System. Returning to reality, Yilei constantly monitored the detector in his hand. Suddenly, a small head emerged from beneath his left armpit. Instinctively, Yilei retracted his hand, only to hear a cry of pain from under his arm. "Ouch. You hurt me. You clumsy oaf." Yilei observed the small head emerging from beneath his armpit and chuckled helplessly, pinching Han Wan's delicate face. Behind him, a certain someone, holding his wife's hand, watched the playful antics of the two with a sense of unease. Feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash his martial spirit and confront the pig that was encroaching upon his prized possession. However, the thought of the scaled beast quelled this impulse. The scaled beast. How could you still remember me? Beside them, Han's mother seemed to perceive her husband's thoughts. She gently squeezed Han's father's hand. He cast a resigned glance at their daughter before turning to his wife with a smile. Throughout the afternoon, as Yilei hunted down a soul beast for his mother-in-law, he inadvertently assisted 4 bystanders in acquiring soul rings, thus completing the system's task with a score of 610. Now, he merely needed to aid Han Wan and the 3 strangers. "Host, there is an important matter to discuss. As today marks the first day of National Awakening, you have attained the strength of a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. However, due to a bug in the system, you can only activate the first 4 of your 6 soul skills from the blue-silver grass. Furthermore, your body has yet to assimilate the corresponding physical attributes of a 6-ringed Soul Emperor, leaving you with the physical condition of an 18-year-old high school student." Yilei understood the system's words. Currently, he could only utilize 4 of the blue-silver grass's 1,000-year soul skills, and his physical prowess remained unchanged, requiring an additional night for proper integration. After escorting Han Wan and her family to the Mingyuan community, Yilei pondered a peculiar feeling of being watched that had lingered throughout the day. Lost in thought, he arrived at his doorstep. Unbeknownst to him, the entire corridor was suffused with a peculiar medicinal aroma, which he attributed to the herbal concoctions brewed by the elderly neighbor next door, dismissing it without further contemplation. At the moment Yilei inserted his key into the lock, he abruptly discovered that the key would not fit. As he exerted force to push it in, a surge of electricity erupted from the door, instantly paralyzing his body. At that moment, a long needle pierced the nape of Yilei's neck, rendering him weak and sapping his strength gradually. "This is bad. Someone is behind me." Yilei gritted his teeth. And forcefully extended his hand, extracting the long needle from his neck. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the needle's tip was fashioned into a 5-pointed star, emanating the same medicinal aroma he had previously detected. It was evident that this was a tranquilizer needle that did not exist in the realm of the ordinary. 5 individuals clad in dark uniforms leisurely descended the staircase, with the leader brandishing a gleaming firearm. It was this very weapon that had discharged the tranquilizer that struck Yilei's neck moments ago. "Who are you? Why have you targeted me?" Yilei articulated through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with precision. In that fleeting moment, he suspected these 5 men were adversaries of the Yi family. Yet his assumption was swiftly dismissed upon hearing the dark-clad leader's words. "We act under the orders of the elder. We kindly invite you to return as our guest," the leader declared. "Elder?" Yilei was engulfed in confusion when the leader of the dark-clad figures approached him and struck him with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. He was then carried down the stairs by 5 men in black and unceremoniously tossed into the vehicle they had arrived in. A night passed in silence. The following day. P.S. This chapter has been revised. Feel free to read on. P.S. In this chapter, the reason the male protagonist was incapacitated by a soul master of only level 10 with a single strike will be explained later. Readers are kindly urged not to dwell on this matter. Respectfully presented by Lao Tzu, Chapter 6, The 10 Elders and the 7th Elder. The next day, in a dimly lit room, a young man was bound tightly to a chair. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, illuminating the young man's face as a dozen armed individuals entered. It was Yilei. Noticing Yilei's lack of response, the leader signaled to one of his companions, who understood the cue, and turned to fetch water from the faucet in the corner of the room. "Sujio." The man returned with a bucket of water and, upon receiving a nod from the leader, approached Yilei. Without hesitation, he poured the contents of the bucket over Yilei's head. Coughing, Yilei shook his head and opened his striking phoenix-like eyes. Upon grasping the situation before him, he demanded loudly, "Who are you? Where am I? Why have you captured me?" In response to Yilei's barrage of inquiries, the leader replied with an impassive demeanor. "Our elders wish to see you." As Yilei heard the leader mention the term elder, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He contemplated making a dash for it. But upon glancing at the dozen or so fully armed soldiers, he could only smile wryly to himself. The thought of fleeing crossed his mind. Yet the last thing he desired was to be reduced to a perforated mess. "System, host, have you perhaps forgotten my presence?" "Yilei, damn it. Why did it have to appear now after such a long time? Can you enlighten me on what exactly has transpired and who they truly are?" "System, well, the situation is rather intricate." Subsequently, Yilei began to listen attentively to the system's explanation. Meanwhile, in the Mingyuan garden, Han Wan awoke in her room. Upon stepping out, she noticed her parents, who had risen early to cultivate their skills. With a smile, she approached her mother and sweetly said, "Mom, I'm hungry." Brought back to reality, Han's mother looked at her daughter, a resigned smile gracing her lips. All right, I'll prepare something for you." "Thank you, Mom," Han Wan said, playfully nuzzling her mother's shoulder. "Enough of that. No more coaxing your mother. If you wish to be pampered, go seek Yilei," her mother replied. "Mom, how could you? You're already trying to push your own daughter away. Besides, Yilei is as wooden as a log." In a certain room in Rongqing, a voice exclaimed, "Achoo! Who the hell just cursed me?" "Military." Yilei gazed at the multitude of individuals within the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After an indeterminate passage of time, a figure entered from outside and whispered something to the leader. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from outside. "Elder Xiao Xiong has arrived." Yilei was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Xiong, elder? Could it be that you are the 7th elder among the top 10 elders in the nation? But why do you wish to meet with me?" At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair entered the room. The 7th elder regarded the tightly bound Yilei and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed his subordinates, "I instructed you to bring him here, not to restrain him." Turning to Yilei, he inquired, "Now, why have you summoned me?" The 7th elder then produced a tablet from his subordinate and held it up before Yilei. Yilei gazed at the tablet, startled to witness the scene of himself hunting the armored beast. "Are you surveilling me?" he exclaimed, seething with anger. "Enough. This is serious. Someone, untie the young man. Honestly, I requested your assistance, not your restraints." Chapter 7, Accompanying Burial, revised, as the leader began to release Yilei from his bonds. The 7th elder interjected, "I summoned you here to inquire about a matter." "What matter?" Yilei asked. "What is your perspective on the global phenomenon of Douluo transformation?" The 7th elder inquired. Well, to be honest, I am uncertain how to respond," Yilei admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Pray, enlighten us. When you vanquished that creature, What was the black circular ring that dangled at your waist? And why did that monster seem intent on fleeing upon seeing you? The seventh elder unleashed a barrage of questions, akin to the relentless fire of a machine gun. Yi lay, speechless. Does this old man not need to catch his breath while speaking? He articulates more fluently than I, a young man. Elder 7, please. I am the esteemed elder ranked 7th, you know. 5 minutes later, as Yi lay concluded his narrative, he observed the expressions of the 7th elder and the others, which conveyed an understanding of his words. He sighed in relief, having managed to finish his explanation without revealing his connection to the system. System, I truly thank you. Ding. Host, there is one more matter I must discuss with you. The system's voice intrusively echoed in Yi lay's mind. Speak quickly and be concise. Certainly. In the game, each soul master can only utilize the first 4 soul skills, while the subsequent skills are passive. However, with the current fusion of the game in the real world, every martial soul can actively employ its soul skills. Upon hearing this, Yi lay exclaimed, nice. This means I am as formidable as Tang San, if not more so. By binding with the Douluo game system, he possessed access to all the martial souls already present in the game, far surpassing others in strength. By the way, Elder Xiao, I am yet unaware of your martial soul. Might you indulge me with a glimpse? Yi lay suddenly inquired of the 7th elder, recalling something. Very well. I shall show you. The 7th elder replied generously. With that, a brilliant red light erupted from his being. Yi lay's brow furrowed instantly as the red glow dissipated, revealing a long staff in the 7th elder's hand, adorned with a coiled dragon, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The 7th elder's martial soul was indeed the coiling dragon staff. It appeared his assumptions were correct. Among the 10 elders, the 6th and 7th elders were twins. Now that he knew the 7th elder's martial soul was the coiling dragon staff, the 6th elder must possess a similar one. Young man, there is a matter that requires your attention. Are you willing? The 7th elder's tone shifted, and Yi lay felt a sense of foreboding. What is it? Please, speak plainly. Join our elder hall as an advisor. We can offer you honor and boundless wealth. The 7th elder regarded Yi lay intently. What if I decline? I prefer to live my life as I choose and have no desire to join any elder hall. Besides, I am still a student. If there is nothing else, I request that Elder Xiao allow me to return. Since you refuse our offer, you are of no further use to us. Oh, and your little girlfriend and her family will soon vanish from this world. Will you reconsider? The 7th elder chuckled darkly. You dare. If you harm them, I will ensure you pay dearly. Ah, that is uncertain, for your time is running short. Seize him. Eliminate him. You leave me no choice. Yi lay observed as the individuals in the room raised their weapons, aiming at him. Fire. In that instant, he activated his 4th soul skill, blue-silver, cage. A massive cage enveloped Yi lay, rendering the bullets ineffective as they clattered harmlessly to the ground. Now, it is my turn. 5th soul skill, blue-silver, overlord spear. Yi lay's voice resonated with a chilling intensity as a glimmer of cold light swept across the room. In an instant, blood splattered. The scalding liquid startled the 7th elder when it struck his visage. Without hesitation, he summoned his dragon staff martial soul, desperately attempting to fend off the frenzied Yi lay. Yet, the dragon staff, devoid of any soul rings, paled in comparison to a mere rolling pin. Yi lay thrust his blue-silver emperor's spear with ferocity, piercing through the 7th elder's left chest. As he withdrew the spear, it was grotesquely adorned with a still bleeding heart, while the 7th elder's chest erupted with crimson, causing him to collapse to the ground, his fate sealed. Yi lay stepped forward to confirm that the 7th elder had indeed lost all signs of life. And then he burst through the door. However, after Yi lay exited, the lifeless body of the 7th elder began to tremble ominously, and the gaping wound in his chest astonishingly began to heal. A strange red light flickered at the center of his chest. After a while, the 7th elder miraculously rose to his feet. Aside from his clothes being drenched in his own blood and his pallid complexion, he appeared unchanged from moments before. Yi lay, I shall remember you. I am eager to see how long you can thrash about on my territory. The 7th elder exuded an eerie black and red glow, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and hatred. Chapter 8. My bottom line, you cannot transgress. If it were not for the fact that this is my territory, and I still possess hidden cards, you might have truly met your end at my hands. The 7th elder wiped the blood from his face, and the sinister aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Had he not set up the secret technique bestowed by that esteemed figure within this room, he might have indeed become the first among the 10 elders to be slain by a mere fledgling. The seventh elder's expression softened after a moment. He retrieved an unfamiliar mobile phone from his pocket, located a number, and dialed. After 2 beeps, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. "What is it, my brother?" While searching for an exit, Yilei encountered several soldiers. Before they could approach, he swiftly incapacitated them with his blue-silver grass. Upon reaching the doorway, the guards dared not impede his progress, having received the captain's warning, "Do not obstruct a man wielding a blue spear, unless you wish to be cleaved in 2. Upon bursting out of the military compound, Yilei glanced back at the elder's residence, muttering under his breath, "I shall surely dismantle your so-called elder hall, rendering you incapable of reigning unchecked in Huaxia any longer." With that, Yilei harnessed his soul power and took flight towards the city. Meanwhile, in Shuqing, the sixth elder, upon hearing his brother's words, displayed a grim expression. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the seventh elder. "For now, do not provoke him. I will speak with the grand elder shortly, and we will devise a strategy. For now, focus on your cultivation." Before the seventh elder could reply, he hung up the call. The seventh elder stared at the now blackened screen of his phone before turning and exiting the room, summoning others to clean up the aftermath. The individuals who entered next were left speechless at the scene before them. At noon, in the city center, a sudden influx of soul beasts wreaked havoc upon the urban landscape, accompanied by the anguished screams and cries for help from the populace. As Yilei approached the city center, the soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Confused, he raised his hand, only to frown upon seeing a red exclamation mark flashing on the device, accompanied by a message. "Beast tide detected ahead. Numbers and year unknown." A chime echoed, signaling, "Host has triggered a side quest. Please confront the beast tide alone." Completion rewards. Tang Sect's secret techniques. Upon hearing the words Tang Sect's secret techniques, Yilei sprang into action, racing towards the source of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Han Yuan and her family were leisurely shopping in the mall, utterly oblivious to the impending chaos outside. Suddenly, disturbances erupted at the entrance, punctuated by intermittent screams. "What is happening?" Han Yuan and her companions ventured outside, only to be met with shock. "Why are soul beasts appearing in the city, and in such numbers?" Han Yuan gaped in disbelief. As the soul beasts surged in, the mall's entrance was violently breached. At that moment, a massive Earth King unleashed a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter towards Han Yuan. As the fireball hurtled closer, those behind her could not evade it, murmuring in despair. Just then, a voice rang out. "First soul skill, Fire Rhinoceros Shield." A crimson shield appeared before a man, intercepting the fireball. It was Han Yuan's father, who, after blocking the Earth King's attack, was soon joined by her mother. First soul skill, Netherblade. Han Yuan's mother thrust both hands forward, unleashing 10 razor-sharp blades aimed directly at the Earth King's head. A crack resounded as the head shattered, gushing forth a torrent of dark green blood. The Earth King fell, and Han Yuan's mother claimed the first blood. Witnessing her parents engage in battle ignited a fierce determination within Han Yuan. She resolved to seek Yilei's assistance in obtaining a soul ring. Just then, a horde of soul beasts charged towards them. The leading beasts unleashed their respective skills, and in an instant, 5 or 6 different soul techniques hurtled toward Han Yuan. Her father, witnessing the imminent threat, activated his first soul skill once more. He managed to block the attack, but the Fire Rhinoceros shield shattered under the pressure. More soul beasts surged forward, launching their assaults. Chapter 9. Facing alone at the moment Han Yuan's father's Fire Rhinoceros shield broke, his body, still weakened from merging with a soul ring only the night before, was caught off guard by an unblocked soul beast attack that injured his insides. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. "Dad! Honey!" Both Han Yuan and her mother shouted in unison, rushing to support him. Her mother, anxious, asked, "Darling, are you all right?" He pressed his hand against his chest and shook his head, signaling that he was fine. A chorus of roars echoed around them as Han Yuan, her mother, and father looked ahead to see a throng of soul beasts eagerly preparing to tear them apart. Han Yuan's beautiful eyes dimmed with despair as she softly murmured, "Yilei, where are you?" At that moment, the spirit beast stirred, and Han Yuan helplessly closed her eyes. Just as she believed her end was imminent, a haunting voice resonated. Fourth soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. Following this proclamation, a cacophony of clashes and the anguished cries of the spirit beasts erupted, soon accompanied by the sound of frictions. Han Yuan opened her eyes in astonishment, for she recognized that voice. It was his. Not far away stood a tall young man. It was Yilei. At this moment, Yilei raised his right hand, His expression impassive, yet a tempest of fury raged within him. How dare they harm his family? They were courting death. Indeed. Yilei had already embraced Han Yuan's parents as his own. You wretched beasts deserve nothing less than death, he declared. And with a firm grip of his right hand, the spirit beasts confined within the blue-silver cage were pierced by the sharp tips of the blue-silver grass. Their lives extinguished as the light in their eyes slowly faded, leaving them to meet the king of hell. Aside from Han Yuan and her companions, everyone else stared wide-eyed. Pondering, is this still a human? Yilei glanced around, confirming that no living soul beasts remained, before approaching Han's father. Noticing the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, he inquired, Uncle, are you all right? Han's father shook his head and replied, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. That's a relief, Yilei responded. Since you're well, Uncle and Aunt, please accept this. With a flourish, he produced 2 yellow chrysanthemums and handed them to Han's parents. This is the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, known for its remarkable ability to strengthen meridians and enhance physical constitution. Simply consume the leaves to absorb its essence. Han's father and mother accepted the precious herbs without hesitation, sitting down on the ground to begin their cultivation. At that moment, however, a certain individual grew indignant. Approaching Yilei, she extended her small hand and asked, What about mine? My parents have theirs. Why don't I have one? Gazing fondly at the adorable Han Yuan, Yilei smiled affectionately and replied, How could I possibly overlook my little princess? It's just. Before he could finish, Han Yuan interrupted him. Just what? Because you lack a soul ring. Absorbing the celestial herb would only bring detriment, not benefit. However, today you shall acquire a soul ring. There are plenty around here. Let me find one for you. Oh, this one seems quite suitable. As he spoke, he dragged over a feeble, large bird ensnared by his blue-silver grass. Its deep blue feathers were adorned with steel-gray armor. This is a steel-winged blue-headed eagle, with a cultivation level just reaching a millennium perfect for you. Although Yilei had previously dealt a decisive blow, he refrained from annihilating the distant group of soul beasts entirely, as he still had system tasks to fulfill, aiming to complete them swiftly to restore his full strength. Yilei drew forth a dagger and presented it to Han Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the blade into the skull of the steel-winged, blue-headed eagle and sat down, channeling the soul ring to commence its absorption. During this interval, Yilei assisted the majority of those present in acquiring their own soul rings, thereby exceeding the expectations of the system's task and amassing a substantial collection of beast souls, encompassing various qualities. As for the celestial herbs, they were obtained by his own hand after vanquishing 2 10,000-year soul beasts, rewarded by the system. The soul rings, too, were gathered using the soul ring collector provided by the system, an essential tool for enhancing soul rings. Naturally, all the soul beasts and soul rings present at the scene were stored within Yilei's system space. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 1 and the side quest. The system rewards have been deposited into your system space. Please check. After hearing this, Yilei smiled softly. Then, with a mere thought, an ancient tome and a fiery red orb materialized in his hand. The ancient text boldly displayed the 4 characters, Tangmen Supreme Arts. Chapter 10, Tangmen Supreme Arts, The Violet Extreme Demon Eye. Upon witnessing the unparalleled mastery of the Tang sect, Yilei became overwhelmingly exhilarated, inadvertently shattering the porcelain tiles beneath his feet. The onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle, collectively shivered, hesitant to meet Yilei's gaze, fearful that he might next turn his attention towards them. Yilei was oblivious to his subconscious gesture that instilled fear in others, as his focus remained entirely on the Tang sect's unparalleled skill in his grasp. Suddenly, Yilei recalled the fiery red orb in his hand, roughly the size of his palm, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was brimming with elemental fire. Yilei found himself at a loss for words and could only inquire of the system, esteemed system, what is this peculiar item and what purpose does it serve? Host. This is a fire element elixir. Consuming it will awaken a random fire attribute martial spirit. Such a remarkable treasure. I'm fortunate indeed. But what fire attribute martial spirits are available? Ah, never mind, let fate decide. With that, Yilei promptly ingested the elixir. No sooner had he seated himself than the fiery essence within the elixir surged throughout his being, radiating outward. Those nearby were taken aback by the spectacle. What is happening? What trickery is this monster up to? Never mind, our lives are at stake. We must flee. Indeed, Yilei had been labeled a monster by them. Half an hour later, Han Yuan and her companions, having concluded their cultivation, exchanged glances. Excitedly, Han Wan rushed to her parents, exclaiming, "Father, mother, I have acquired a soul ring." She then summoned her martial spirit. Feeling a chill rising from their feet, Han's parents witnessed an ice phoenix soaring behind her, flapping its wings as a pale purple soul ring ascended from her feet, eventually resting at her waist. Her father, astonished, questioned, "What is this?" Yulei interjected, "This is a steel-winged, blue-headed eagle, recently awakened and perfectly suited to me," Han Wan proudly declared. At that moment, a wave of heat surged forth, completely overshadowing the chill emanating from Han Wan. The trio turned to see Yilei seated not far away, at the very epicenter of the heat. Suddenly, Yilei sprang to his feet, and the ground beneath him split open, revealing a gargantuan, fiery rock-like hand that emerged from the fissure, grasping the earth beside it. To the astonishment of Han Wan and her companions, a colossal rock giant ascended, hovering behind Yilei. Indeed, it floated, for the giant possessed no legs. Yilei opened his eyes and spotted 3 individuals not far away. He smiled and walked over. Mr. Han instinctively inquired, "Xiaolei, what is the situation here?" Yilei turned to glance behind him, and then addressed the 3 individuals. "This is my second martial soul, the Lord of Flames." After a brief pause, he continued, "Ah, but wait, a second martial soul? Indeed, is there a problem?" He reminded them, "Let us not forget that we are now intertwined with the realm of gaming." "Quite so," he concluded. "Now let us return. Nwaner, make haste in your training. Here, take these beast souls. You may use them alongside your uncle and aunt." As he spoke, Yilei handed the beast souls he had just collected to Han Wan, while placing a pearl of celestial essence in her other hand, saying, "This is the dew of longing. Simply consume it all." After Yilei and Han Wan parted ways at the entrance of the shopping mall, they returned home. Upon returning home, Yilei did not neglect to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of his surroundings, as he certainly wished to avoid repeating past mistakes. Once he had confirmed the area was secure, he promptly entered. Upon reaching his room, Yilei initiated the exploration of the system space, as the awakening of his second martial soul necessitated the acquisition of spirit rings. Gazing at the hundreds of spirit rings within the system space, Yilei fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han's father and mother exchanged a knowing glance upon entering. At that moment, Han Wan remained oblivious to the danger that had also crossed the threshold. Yilei resolved to delve into the profound secrets of the Tang sect this very night. Subsequently, he retrieved an ancient tome from the confines of the system space. As he turned to the first page, 4 gilded characters captured his attention. Upon seeing these illustrious words, Yilei found himself unable to remain still. For the gilded characters read, "Purple Extreme Demon Eye." Chapter 11. My parents no longer want me. After Yilei regained his composure, he began to read attentively, murmuring the words aloud. The method of honing one's vision, the purple extreme demon eye, utilizes the fleeting moment when the sun rises and the purple aura emerges from the east for cultivation, significantly enhancing one's eyesight. Possessing an extraordinary power of observation, it can inflict mental harm upon adversaries. One can see for thousands of miles, perceiving even the minutest details. The purple extreme broad eye is divided into 4 levels: the panoramic realm, the subtle realm, the mustard seed realm, and the vast realm. The effects of each are as follows. Panoramic realm. This greatly enhances vision, allowing one to clearly grasp every existing detail. Subtle realm. Vision becomes even clearer, with a richer grasp of details. Everything in front appears to slow down, enabling the mind to react in the shortest possible time. Mustard seed realm. From an external perspective, one's eyes emit a purple golden glow. From one's own viewpoint, everything around becomes extraordinarily clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can reveal faint dust particles. Upon finishing, Yilei continued to flip through the pages. He thoroughly examined the shadowy steps and the mystic jade hands, ultimately deciding to study these Tang sect secrets on another day. He placed the ancient texts into the system space and fell into contemplation. In the Mingyuan garden, while preparing for a shower, Han's father suddenly called out to Han Wan, who was watching television in the living room. "Xiao Wan, I have a package at the door. Could you please fetch it for me?" "Okay," Han Wan replied. Han's father exchanged a glance with Han's mother, and she quickly sprang into action. Just as Han Wan reached the door and opened it, she was unexpectedly pushed from behind, thrust outside. Turning around, she found her mother shoving a package and her phone into her arms before shutting the door without a word. At that moment, Han Wan was still in a daze. Then, her phone buzzed, and she slowly opened it to find a message quietly resting in the chat box. "Tonight, you are going to Yilei's house. Your mother and I are going to enjoy some alone time together. If all goes well, we might just create a little brother or sister for you. After a brief moment, Han Wan began to knock on the door. After a while, her father's voice finally drifted out. What is it? Stop knocking. Your mother and I are busy making babies. Oh my, what are you saying? Han Wan is still so young, came her mother's shy voice. At this moment, Han Wan finally understood. Her parents no longer needed her. Yi Lei pondered that, having awakened the second martial soul, the Flame Lord, it was imperative to absorb soul rings. Today, he had slain two 10,000-year soul beasts, a 40,000-year armored beetle king and a 45,000-year crimson scorpion king, both of which were quite suitable. Moments later, Yi Lei retrieved a soul ring from the system space, and a deep roar resonated as the silhouette of the armored beetle king materialized, subsequently transforming into a black soul ring. Yi Lei sat upon the ground, drawing it in to commence absorption. Han Ai descended to the residential building below, glanced upward, and shook her head in resignation. With her martial soul manifested, a pair of ice-blue wings unfurled from her back, lifting her off the ground as she soared towards Yi Lei's residence. Within a room, the upper garment of Yi Lei was consumed by the flames inherent to the Flame Lord, revealing a physique adorned with robust muscles, glistening with a sheen of sweat, rendering him even more enticing. 5 minutes later, after Yi Lei absorbed the soul ring of the heavy armored beetle king, he did not entertain the thought of rest. Instead, he retrieved the soul ring of the Crimson Scorpion King from the system space. A massive, fiery red scorpion materialized, subsequently transforming into a soul ring darker than that of the heavy armored beetle king, suspended in the air. Yi Lei adjusted his breathing and continued to absorb the soul ring. 10 minutes later, Han Wan soared down to the residential building where Yi Lei resided. Folding her wings, she entered and approached Yi Lei's door, preparing to unlock it with the key he had given her. Suddenly, she noticed a faint red glow seeping through the crack of the door. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Upon glimpsing the flickering red light, Han Wan's heart raced, and she hurriedly used the key to unlock the door. The red glow emanated from the innermost room, occasionally flickering, with shadows of black light appearing intermittently. Fearing for Yi Lei's safety, she ventured further inside, only to discover that the temperature increased with each step, accompanied by an invisible pressure that rendered her every movement arduous. Activating her martial spirit, she shielded herself with her wings, yet beads of sweat cascaded down her cherubic face. Just as she was about to open the door, she found the doorknob unbearably hot. Resorting to her ice elemental power, she cooled the doorknob, and after some time, the temperature finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, Han Wan opened the door, only to witness a scene that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Half an hour later, Yi Lei slowly opened his eyes and cast a glance at his hands. As he rose to his feet, a series of cracking sounds echoed from his body, bringing an instant sensation of delightful relief. He stood up, preparing to take a shower, and stepped out of the room with his upper body bare. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Wan, seated on the sofa, instinctively looked up. As Yi Lei just opened the door, he found himself locking eyes with someone. The air became thick with tension as three dark figures slowly drifted across the sky. "Oh, what are you doing? How could you come out without any clothes on?" Han Wan was the first to speak. Yi Lei chuckled softly. "I haven't even asked you yet. So, when did you arrive?" My parents no longer want me, so they kicked me out. They told me to spend the night at your place." As she spoke, Han Wan's voice gradually dwindled, her shyness causing her head to nearly bury itself in the snowy mountain. Yi Lei gazed at the petite figure curled up on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips. He approached slowly, crouching before Han Wan, gently caressing her little head. "All right. Lift your head up," he advised, "or your spine might suffer." As Han Wan raised her head, her eyes were met with the flawless contours of well-defined abdominal muscles and a robust chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson that reached her ears. Yi Lei gazed at the blushing face of the adorable figure before him, uttering not a word as he gently ruffled Han Wan's hair before turning away towards the restroom. Han Wan, observing Yi Lei's retreating silhouette, instinctively swallowed hard, pondering to herself, how captivating his muscles are, and that alluring V-shape is simply enchanting. Oh dear, why am I entertaining such thoughts? It's rather vexing. With her face flushed and burning with embarrassment, Han Wan buried herself into the cushions of the sofa. Yi Lei observed the subtle movements of his girlfriend and chuckled softly. He then retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, for otherwise, he would truly be a dry twig meeting an inferno. 5 minutes later, clad in a bathrobe, Yi Lei prepared to exit the bathroom when he heard a faint sound. Upon noticing a small dark figure by the door, he smiled and treaded lightly towards it. Yilei gently twisted the doorknob, and the shadow at the entrance swiftly fled, only to be ensnared the very next moment. Yilei gazed at the figure ensnared by his blue silver grass, stepping closer. He gently rested his head upon her shoulder. Han Nuan, caught in the act of stealing glances, instinctively sought to flee, only to find her waist ensnared by a tendril of blue silver grass. In the next moment, she felt the weight on her shoulder and exclaimed with a flustered tone, What are you doing?" A deep voice resonated by her ear. "What is this? You spy on me and refuse to admit it?" A warm breath brushed against Han Nuan's ear, causing her to shudder slightly as she stammered, "I never spied on you. Please don't say such things." As Yulei felt the delicate form of his petite girlfriend tremble in his embrace, he was enveloped in a wave of affection upon hearing her words. With a tender smile in his eyes, he gently turned her around, lifting her chin with his finger. Gazing at Han Nuan's blush-laden cheeks, he affectionately remarked, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tonight, you shall sleep in my room while I take the floor." Listening to Han Nuan, Yilei's heart nearly melted. He scooped her up in a princess carry and escorted her to the bathroom to freshen up. The moment Han Nuan was cradled in his arms, her shyness intensified. Chapter 13. The second task after washing up, Han Nuan sat bashfully on Yilei's bed, watching him with a serious demeanor as he prepared a makeshift bed on the floor beside her. She instinctively inquired, "Why not sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Han Nuan raised her gaze to his face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "The sofa is rather firm, and the air conditioning in the living room is out of order, making the atmosphere quite stifling at night." Acknowledging his statement with a nod, Han Nuan resigned herself to lying on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, her slender legs unconsciously swaying. After Yilei laid the ground, he lifted his gaze and beheld two swaying white legs, swallowing hard and murmuring softly, "Short little legs." Although Han Nuan's height of 1.65 meters is considered average for a female, standing before the towering Yilei, who measures 1.90 meters, she appeared diminutive, rendering her legs seemingly short indeed. After Yilei reclined, he noticed Han Nuan still lying on the bed, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, which left him feeling exasperated. He summoned his spiritual energy. Han Nuan, completely absorbed in her mobile phone, was rolling around on the bed when, in an instant, several strands of blue-silver grass secured her to the mattress. Snatching the phone from her hand, as she reached out her small hand to reclaim her device, Yilei's voice resonated from beneath the bed. "It's quite late. Why are you still awake? Your phone is confiscated. Hurry and sleep." Resigned, Han Nuan ceased her struggles and reluctantly closed her eyes to sleep. However, unbeknownst to her, the restless Han Nuan could not remain still even in slumber, tossing and turning until she ultimately rolled off the bed, landing directly onto Yilei. In his dreams, Yilei let out a muffled groan but did not awaken. As dawn broke, with his back aching from sleeping on the floor, Yilei was the first to rouse, feeling a weight pressing on his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the source of the pressure was none other than Han Nuan. Yilei pondered to himself, "Why is this little fellow so restless even in sleep?" Yilei let out a helpless smile, slowly closing his eyes. How could he possibly wake the girl resting upon him? After all, they were in his home, and moreover, she was his girlfriend. Alas, sleep eluded him, and he felt utterly vexed. "System, are you there?" Yilei, unable to find slumber, resorted to conversing with the system. "I am here, host. I have always been." The system replied. "Is the second task ready to be issued?" Yilei inquired. Ding. Task released. Currently, there are two malevolent soul beasts residing in the riverside forest. Both 10,000 years old, species unspecified. Please explore at your discretion. The soul beasts can be detected by the detector, rest assured, host. Upon hearing this, Yilei sighed in relief. This made things easier. He planned to wait until Han Nuan awakened and then venture forth with her. An hour passed, and Han Nuan stirred, sensing something unusual beneath her. As she reached out to touch, a voice emanated from below her. "Awake now? What are you touching?" Upon hearing this, Han Nuan's drowsiness vanished, and she opened her eyes wide, staring at the boy before her. What have you done while I was asleep?" Han Nuan shouted at Yilei. "I haven't done anything. Perhaps you should ponder what you have done to me," Yilei replied, exasperated. At that moment, Han Nuan realized her awkward position. She lifted her head to glance at the bed and her face instantly flushed crimson. Attempting to flee, she found Yilei quicker, executing a sudden wall push. This left Han Nuan even more embarrassed. Yilei gazed at her blushing visage, a smile gracing his lips as he bent down, bringing his head close to Han Wan's ear. With a slow, teasing tone, he remarked, "The deeds you have performed today, I shall reclaim in the future. By the way, are your abdominal muscles delightful to touch?" With that, he playfully flicked Han Wan's nose before heading off to the bathroom to freshen up. Han Wan shook her head and followed suit, murmuring softly to herself, "As if I would let you touch my abs." 10 minutes later, Yilei shared his itinerary for the day with Han Wan, and as he anticipated, she insisted on accompanying him, declaring her unwavering desire to stay by his side. Yilei smiled helplessly, gently ruffling Han Wan's little head. After all, one must cherish their own girlfriend. "System, since your awakening, I have never known hunger." "Yilei, you are a system and have no need for sustenance." "System, you think highly of yourself." 10 minutes later, Yilei and Han Wan stepped outside. Chapter 14. The Face of the Demon Spider. The blazing sun shone brightly. The July sunlight was exceedingly scorching. Yilei and Han Wan chatted and laughed along the way, the sunlight casting a warm glow on them, accentuating their remarkable compatibility. Han Wan, intrigued, gazed at Yilei's left hand and couldn't help but inquire, "Yilei, what is that on your left hand? When did you get it?" Yilei listened to Han Wan's sweet voice, his heart melting at her charm. With a gaze filled with affection, he remarked, "What you are referring to is a soul beast detector." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, adding, "Once we reach the riverside forest, you will truly appreciate its benefits." Indeed, Yilei found himself utterly disarmed by Han Wan's sweet, youthful voice. Had he not just reached adulthood and was only in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Han Wan, with their parents yet to meet, he would have already savored the softness of her crimson lips. Now, let us return to the main topic. Yilei pondered for a moment before addressing the system. "Esteemed system, is the soul beast detector still available?" The system, momentarily taken aback while indulging in fresh dog food, took a few seconds to respond. "Host. The production cost of the soul beast detector is rather steep." "How steep?" Yilei inquired. "It costs 1 million, the system replied. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Yilei nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. 1 million, how long would it take to save that amount? However, upon reflection, given his current standing, this sum seemed merely trivial. It was as if the system had sensed Yilei's thoughts and slowly articulated, "There is no need for concern, dear host. With the merging of the two worlds, the renminbi has become obsolete, supplanted by the Jinhun currency, which exchanges at a rate of 1,000,000. 1 Jinhun coin is equivalent to 1 million renminbi." Suddenly, he realized that he could easily accomplish several minor goals. But wait. It appeared he was not particularly in need of those trivial pursuits. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a life of leisure and enjoyment. Yilei shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. A bus came to a halt, and Yilei and Han Wan disembarked. The reason for their descent was the unbearable heat, which rendered walking a daunting task. 10 minutes later, they stood before the riverside forest. Han Wan looked up at Yilei, signaling her desire to refrain from walking and requesting him to carry her. Yilei chuckled helplessly and remarked, "Aren't you capable of flight?" Yet, in the next moment, he unleashed his martial spirit. The ground behind Yilei fissured, and the Flame Lord emerged from within, hovering ominously behind him. Han Wan gazed in astonishment at the Flame Lord, now larger than the day before, and exclaimed, "Yilei, what is happening? Why has it grown even larger?" In the next moment, Yilei's actions provided her with the answer. As she beheld the 2 black soul rings rising from his feet, Han Wan instantly comprehended the situation. It was no surprise that he had absorbed 2 10,000-year soul rings without any noticeable change. With a powerful leap, Yilei ascended directly onto the head of the Flame Lord. Subsequently, he exerted control over the creature, placing his hand upon the ground, signaling for Han Wan to step onto the Flame Lord's palm. Cautiously, Han Wan complied, and thus, the duo ventured into the riverside forest. Deep within the woods, a colossal spider wielded its forelegs to decapitate a soul beast, causing the lifeless body to plummet, saturating the earth with blood. In the distance, the dismembered remains of several soul beasts lay scattered about. After Yilei and Han Wan altered their mode of travel, their pace quickened considerably. It wasn't long before they ventured deep into the forest. However, 10 minutes later, Yilei sensed something amiss. Numerous trees before him had been severed, and the flowers and grasses on the ground appeared to be corroded by some unknown entity, emitting a noxious black-purple smoke. Yilei propelled Han Wan into the air, separating them. Suspended in the sky, Han Wan seemed to have made a discovery, addressing Yilei before unleashing her soul skill for the first time. The first soul skill. Frost Feather. She enveloped herself with her wings, spinning rapidly before halting abruptly, transforming the feathers into icy blades that scattered forward. At that moment, the detector on Yilei's left hand began to emit frantic beeps. Raising his hand, he observed the display flashing. Target detected, target detected. Suddenly, the surrounding forest began to sway, revealing 8 glimmering purple dots. Gradually, an enormous spider emerged, its body exceeding 2 meters in diameter, with long legs akin to spears, each surpassing 3 meters. Its entire form was encased in a glossy black exoskeleton, the slender tips of its legs piercing the ground soundlessly, showcasing their sharpness. On its underbelly, intricate white patterns starkly contrasted with its dark body, forming a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple light, were affixed to its abdomen as it emerged from the forest, coming to a halt before Yilei, fixating upon him with an intense gaze. Before Yilei stood the Face Spider Demon. Chapter 15. 80,000 years, Face Spider Monarch. Gazing at the Face Spider Demon before him, Yilei furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered such a colossal specimen. The age of this creature was evidently significant. Just then, the Soul Beast detector emitted a sound. Scanning complete. Soul Beast age, 80,000 years. 80,000 years, no wonder it is so immense. It is indeed the Face Spider Monarch. Allow me to engage you. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. In the next instant, Yilei knelt upon one knee, striking the ground with a fist. The Flame Lord behind him mimicked the motion, and the earth before Yilei erupted with magma, a colossal column of lava spewing forth beneath the Face Spider Monarch. However, the creature was not to be trifled with. It swiftly rolled aside, evading the attack. Yet, the power of a 40,000-year soul ring skill was formidable. Even though the Face Spider Monarch narrowly escaped, several of its legs were scorched by the lava column, turning a charred black and emitting wisps of white smoke. The Face Spider Monarch howled in pain, charging directly at Yilei while unleashing several purple energy blades from its front legs. Yilei, undaunted, clasped his hands over his chest and bellowed. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, stone walls erupted from the ground, encircling Yilei and shielding him from the purple light blades of the Spider King. In the next moment, the Spider King swiftly teleported above Yilei, having realized that there was no defense above him. It unleashed a barrage of dozens of light blades upon Yilei. Yilei seemed to anticipate the moment, abruptly lifting his upper body and delivering a powerful punch. Slowly uttering the words, "Taste this move." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged towards the faceless Spider Monarch. This strike was none other than Yilei's first soul skill, the mutated card, Infernal Lava Burst. At that moment, the faceless Spider Monarch, suspended in the sky, had no means of evasion and could only brace itself against Yilei's assault, raising its 8 long legs in a futile defense. However, the faceless Spider Monarch underestimated the situation. Han Wan, who had been searching for an opportunity in midair, seized the moment and swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, summoning a vast array of ice blades that darted towards the faceless Spider Monarch. With a series of piercing sounds, the ice blades struck the creature's back, leaving no trace behind. Undeterred, Han Wan continued to employ her first soul skill, unleashing yet another barrage of ice blades upon the faceless Spider Monarch's back. Yilei, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, shouted fiercely at Han Wan and unleashed a greater force, sending the Spider Queen hurtling through the air. The Flame Lord vanished, and the blue-silver grass emerged. Yilei spoke slowly, 6th spirit skill, blue-silver binding ring. Instantly, tendrils of blue-silver grass emerged from all directions, ensnaring the man-faced Spider Emperor with unwavering strength. With a mere thought, Yilei commanded the blue-silver grass to pull the man-faced spider down, simultaneously employing his 5th spirit skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear, hurling it towards the abdomen of the man-faced Spider Emperor with deft precision. Sensing the imminent danger, the man-faced Spider Emperor struggled to break free. However, Yilei's 6th spirit skill was not so easily escaped. This spirit ring, derived from the formidable 80,000-year-old Spine Snake King, had significantly enhanced its power under Yilei's tutelage. With a piercing thrust, the blue-silver Overlord Spear penetrated the abdomen of the man-faced Spider Emperor, causing purple blood to splatter forth. Severely weakened, the man-faced Spider Emperor shifted its focus to Han Wan in midair, unleashing a torrent of purple webs towards her, a testament to the formidable strength of its 80,000-year-old spirit beast ability. Upon witnessing the scene, Yilei swiftly cast a strand of blue-silver grass to pull Han Wan down. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Second soul skill, parasitism." Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver grass enveloped the Face Spider Emperor, binding it tightly. With a thunderous crash, the Face Spider Emperor plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth. In an instant, Yilei switched his martial soul and unleashed a devastating infernal lava strike that enveloped the Face Spider Emperor. As the soul skill concluded, Yilei soared into the sky, gathering energy. He unleashed an enormous crimson beam, even more formidable than the last, which struck the Face Spider Emperor with relentless force for a full minute. Only after that did Yilei descend slowly to the ground, approaching the crater before him, where he discovered the Face Spider Emperor charred and lifeless, its 8 long legs shattered around it. The once mighty 80,000-year-old Face Spider Emperor had met its demise. Chapter 16. Soul Bone. At that moment, Han Wan, who had previously been cast aside by Yilei, flew over. Upon landing beside him and witnessing the scene before them, she incredulously remarked, "Yilei, your strength is simply extraordinary." Yilei chuckled softly, which served as his response. At that moment, the body of the Spider King began to emit black particles that coalesced in the air, transforming into a dark soul ring suspended above. Upon witnessing this, Yilei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and stored it away. Just as Yilei and Han Wan were about to depart, the previously dim corpse of the faceless spider monarch began to glow once more. A bizarre, purplish-black bone detached itself from the corpse, slowly rising and hovering in midair, radiating a violet luminescence. The bone was approximately the length of a human calf, yet its shape resembled the elongated legs of the faceless spider monarch. With a purple liquid coursing through it, Yilei could no longer contain his excitement, for what lay before him was a soul bone. Specifically the soul bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor, aged a staggering 80,000 years. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the soul bone, dated 80,000 years, the left leg bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor, with the soul skill, Spider Emperor's Purple Slash, accompanied by a domain skill, Mental Hunting Ground. You can, centered on yourself, lock onto all enemies within an 800-meter radius, including spirit beasts." Upon hearing these words, Yilei nearly leaped 3 feet into the air. What thrilled him was not merely the soul skill but the domain skill. Once absorbed, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. In the next instant, Yilei deftly summoned the blue-silver grass, retrieving the soul bone, and as he held it, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Beside him, Han Wan curiously glanced at Yilei, whose eyes sparkled with fervor as he held the oddly shaped, purplish-black bone. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered why he was so exhilarated over a mere bone, and gently shook him while inquiring, "Yilei, what is that bone you are holding?" Yilei turned his gaze towards the inquisitive Han Wan, tenderly ruffling her hair as he spoke. "This is a soul bone, produced by soul beasts of considerable age. Of course, even soul beasts of a millennium can yield them. Each soul bone possesses unique abilities, varying in strength and weakness. So, what is the skill of this soul bone?" Han Wan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Yilei. Yilei's heart was enchanted by her gaze, and he responded instantly, "Well, I am not quite certain either. I will inform you after I have absorbed it." "Indeed. Then please assist me in protecting my spirit." With that, Yilei seated himself on the ground, pressing the soul bone directly against his left leg. A deep purple-black radiance surged relentlessly against his body, causing a slight perspiration to bead on his forehead. Half an hour later, Yilei opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and flexed his left leg, sensing an unprecedented strength coursing through it. Instinctively, he activated his soul bone domain, and in an instant, an invisible web radiated outward from him in all directions. Before long, all living beings within an 800-meter radius materialized in Yilei's mind. At that moment, Han Wan approached, noticing Yilei's commendable condition, and inquired, "How do you feel, Yilei?" Yilei smiled and remarked, "Quite well. The soul bone skill, Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash, is accompanied by a domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground. In a moment, I shall show you its effects." After speaking, Yilei summoned the Flame Lord and continued on the journey with Han Wan. Throughout their travels, Yilei maintained the activation of the soulbone domain, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Yilei toyed with the beast soul he had just extracted from the mind of the face spider sovereign. This beast soul was larger than any he had previously collected, brimming with immense energy. Yilei resolved to absorb it into the third spirit ring of his blue-silver grass, certain that it would significantly enhance the spirit ring, as they belonged to the same lineage. At that moment, however, Yilei's soul bone domain sensed an anomaly. A colossal soul beast manifested within his mind. Yilei furrowed his brow in silence, quickening his pace. 5 minutes later, the soul beast detector in his hand emitted a frantic alarm. Raising his hand to take a glance, he saw 4 prominent characters flashing. Target acquired. Chapter 17, Mutation. As the detector blared, Yilei cast a glance at Han Nuan, who nodded and swiftly summoned her martial soul, ascending into the air. Once he confirmed through the spirit hunting grounds that his target lay directly ahead, he moved with alacrity. The skill, Spider Monarch's Leg Bone, unleashed the Spider Monarch's Purple Slash. Yilei lifted his left leg, and a 2-meter-long purple slash surged forward, severing the trees in its path. Yet, Yilei did not pause. He continued to unleash further slashes, cleaving through vast swathes of timber. It was only at this juncture that the full form of their target came into view. The soul beast, approximately 3 meters in length, was enveloped in a layer of dark golden armor, supported by 6 robust limbs. Upon its head rested 6 eyes, emitting an eerie green glow. This soul beast was none other than the 1,000-pound ant. At that moment, the soul beast detector completed its scan, the emperor of the 1,000-pound ant. Age 85,000 years. It surpassed even the cultivation of the spider emperor, signaling that a grueling battle lay ahead. Yilei chuckled. Why does this accursed system always present me with such formidable soul beasts? If you weren't merely a figment of the imagination, I would have thoroughly vented my frustrations on you by now. System, how ungrateful. I kindly assist you in completing your tasks, and yet you wish to strike me? Love is lost. Love is lost. I'm leaving. Yilei and the queen ant of 1,000 Junes locked eyes, and in that instant, Han Nuan, suspended in midair, grasped Yilei's intentions. She unleashed her first soul skill upon the ground surrounding the queen ant, with a series of sharp sounds. A multitude of ice blades descended upon the queen ant, some striking its back, yet failing to inflict any harm. Enraged, the queen ant lifted its gaze. Its 6 powerful eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixed upon Han Nuan above. In the next moment, its robust legs propelled it toward her. But Yilei was resolute in thwarting its advance. With his first soul skill, he summoned numerous strands of blue-silver grass from the earth, ensnaring the queen ant and anchoring it firmly in place. Subsequently, he transformed his martial spirit into the Flame Lord, unleashing both the first and second soul skills upon the queen ant. The second skill encircled it, sealing its head, and in the next heartbeat, a torrent of magma erupted forth, subjecting the queen ant to a baptism of molten rock. Yilei understood that the queen ant was protected by a layer of dark golden armor, exceptionally resilient. Without shattering this defense, any attack would be futile. 5 seconds later, he leaped high into the air, and with a mere thought, the rocky barrier above the queen ant slowly retracted. He then executed a devastating infernal magma strike directly upon it. Just as the strike connected, the queen ant broke free from its bindings, unleashing a wave of searing heat that sent both Yilei and Han Nuan hurtling through the air, a testament to its formidable power. Upon their descent, Yilei furrowed his brow, sensing that the intense surge of heat was not a result of his previous assault. Rather, it seemed to be infused with an unsettling aura. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the formidable figure of the 1,000-kun ant emperor slowly emerged. Yilei's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the transformation of the 1,000-June ant emperor. Its once entirely ebony body was now adorned with vibrant crimson patterns, emanating waves of heat. A pair of colossal forelimbs was intricately etched with designs reminiscent of flowing magma. The 1,000-June ant emperor gazed at the human before it, and its originally emerald green eyes flickered faintly with a scarlet gleam before it opened its mouth and unleashed several fireballs towards Yilei. Upon witnessing the situation, Yilei clasped his hands against his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Instantly, stone walls rose up, enveloping both Yilei and Han Nuan. Several fireballs struck the stone barriers, causing them to fracture. It was inconceivable. How had their strength surged so dramatically? Wait, could it be that my attacks have induced a mutation? Chapter 18. A grueling battle. Gazing at the mutated ant king before him, Yilei's expression darkened. This is troublesome. It has mutated. This complicates matters. As he pondered, Yilei suddenly remembered that there was another person behind him. At this moment, Han Nuan poked Yilei's shoulder and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Yilei? Yilei adjusted his breathing and turned to Han Nuan, saying, "In a moment, I will buy some time. You must seize the opportunity to escape." Run as far as you can. The scope of this battle is vast, and you cannot bear the consequences. However, there is no room for hesitation. Prepare yourself. When I count to 1, you must immediately run in the opposite direction without looking back. Han Yuan gazed at Yi Lei's serious expression. Understanding that now was not the time for further discussion, she gently ruffled Yi Lei's hair and nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Lei continued to harness his soul power to sustain his second soul skill. After 30 seconds had elapsed, Yi Lei swiftly discarded his second soul skill and charged towards the Thousand Jun and Emperor, simultaneously shouting, Han Yuan, run. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan unfurled her phoenix wings and took flight in the opposite direction, frequently glancing back at Yi Lei. Yi Lei gazed intently at the mutated and Emperor before him, his eyes glinting with ferocity. The skeletal leg of the Spider Monarch manifested upon his left leg, with the invocation of the Spider Monarch's leg bone skill. The Violet Emperor slash, he swiftly executed a powerful kick. 2 immense purple slashes surged toward the Ant Emperor. In response, the Ant Emperor merely raised its colossal pincers, effortlessly deflecting Yi Lei's assault. As a counter, it retaliated by unleashing several fireballs towards Yi Lei. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei swiftly evaded. He switched his martial soul, employing blue-silver grass to frantically exert control over the Thousand-Arm Ant Emperor. At that moment, the soul beast detector on his left hand emitted an inappropriate sound. Scanning complete. The Thousand-Arm Ant Emperor has undergone a mutation, now possessing the Earth Fire, its defensive capabilities enhanced, with the offensive skill known as Thousand-Arm Breaking Flame and the defensive skill termed Armor of Flame. If that is the case, then you shall become the third soul ring of the Flame Lord. Yi Lei contemplated that his Flame Lord martial soul possessed both fire and earth attributes, while the mutated Thousandfold and Emperor had no inherent attributes, making it a quintessentially powerful soul beast. Slaying it would primarily yield defensive soul skills. However, with the mutation, the Thousandfold Ant Emperor had acquired a fire attribute enhancement. Its soul ring not only fortified his martial soul, but also bestowed an offensive fire attribute soul skill. The Thousandfold Ant Emperor relentlessly launched attacks against Yi Lei, who, in contrast, refrained from rushing to retaliate and instead focused on evasion. Yi Lei discerned the fleeting vulnerability in the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor's assault and promptly ensnared it with blue-silver grass, anchoring it steadfastly to the ground. With remarkable agility, he leapt into the air, gathering strength. Fifth soul skill, blue-silver Overlord Lance. In that moment, Yi Lei's hand shimmered with a brilliant blue light as a long spear of azure silver formed in his grasp. He tightened his right hand around it, executed a swift rotation midair, and, utilizing the momentum, hurled it towards the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor. Without pausing, he clenched his left hand and bellowed, fourth soul skill, blue-silver piercing array. Instantly, the ground surrounding the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor erupted with a multitude of blue-silver grass spikes, all aimed directly at it. In response, the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor let out a thunderous roar, and gradually, crimson carapaces emerged, adhering to its form, culminating in a formidable armor. Yi Lei instantly comprehended the formidable defensive skill of the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor, known as the Armor of Flames. The blue-silver Overlord spear he had previously hurled continued to spin at high speed upon the Armor of Flames, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the tips of the blue-silver grass shattered upon contact with the armor, vividly illustrating the immense strength of its defenses. This promised to be a grueling battle. Chapter 19. The kill. As Yi Lei descended, he beheld the crimson-clad Emperor Ant, its demeanor chillingly fierce. The Armor of Flames enveloped the Emperor Ant, leaving only its 6 eyes and its mouth, which was poised to unleash fireballs, exposed. At that moment, the temperature of the Armor of Flames began to rise gradually, causing the blue-silver grass that had initially bound it to release wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lei furrowed his brow, for the once robust blue-silver grass was now scorched and cracked by the intense heat, rendering it feeble. Yi Lei could only continue to manipulate the blue-silver grass to control the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor. However, all of this proved futile, as the Emperor swiftly broke free from Yi Lei's grasp. After shaking off the blue-silver grass, the Thousand Jun Ant Emperor let out a thunderous roar directed at Yi Lei and charged forward, not forgetting to unleash the devastating Qian Jun Piyin from its mandibles. Yi Lei was left with no choice but to evade frantically. After all, the Emperor was still enveloped in the Armor of Flame, rendering all of Yi Lei's attacks utterly ineffective. Following its mutation, the once 3-meter-long Thousand Jun Ant Emperor had grown to an impressive 5 meters, yet it remained remarkably agile. Continuing in this manner would lead to no resolution. A breakthrough was essential. Yulei contemplated. At that moment, the voice of the system gradually resonated in Yilei's mind. Due to the negligence of this system, the host has found himself in dire straits. Next, a strategy will be provided for the host. You are aware of your oversight, yet I am at a loss on how to deal with this formidable ant-emperor. A poor review is in order. It is absolutely warranted. At this moment, the pent-up fury within Yulei found its outlet as he vented his frustrations towards the system. Initially, the system had not regarded Yulei with much significance. However, upon hearing the phrase poor review, it immediately responded, no, no, no. A poor review is one thing. But host, the Achilles heel of the 1,000-pound ant emperor lies in its underbelly, where its defenses are most vulnerable. Yulei, you are quite perceptive. I shall refrain from leaving a negative review for now. System, as long as you refrain from a negative review, my performance remains intact. Returning to reality, Yulei gazed at the imposing ant emperor before him, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimming. Yulei slowly raised his right hand, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Third soul skill, web binding. As his words echoed in the air, the blue silver grass swiftly transformed into a colossal spider web, descending upon the 1,000-June ant emperor. Upon witnessing this, the 1,000-June ant emperor hastily attempted to evade, yet every escape was thwarted by Yilei's blue silver grass. Left with no other recourse, the ant resorted to using its formidable pincers to burrow into the ground, unwittingly leaping into Yilei's carefully laid trap. Yilei slowly uttered, "Even if you burrow underground, I shall still find you." The skill of the spider queen's left leg bone, mental hunting ground. Yulei closed his eyes and gently moved his left foot, causing the positions of all life within a radius of 400 meters to surge into his mind. Moments later, in an instant, the 1,000-Gene ant emperor emerged from behind Yulei, leaping into the air, its enormous pincers aimed menacingly at him. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Yilei's lips. "I found you. Prepare to meet your demise." The spider emperor's left leg bone skill, the purple radiance slash. As the words left his mouth, Yulei swiftly pivoted, unleashing two beams of purple light with his left foot, while his right hand glimmered with blue energy. The 1,000-Gene ant emperor, unfazed, blocked the attack with its massive pincers, yet its abdomen lay exposed. "I've been waiting for this moment," he declared, activating his fifth soul skill. The blue-silver overlord spear. Yulei swung his right hand, and a flash of azure light surged forth, striking directly at the abdomen of the 1,000-June ant emperor. Yulei's charged strike completely shattered the defenses of the 1,000-Gene ant emperor. The blue-silver royal spear pierced through its abdomen with relentless force. In an instant, the brilliance in the 1,000-Gene ant emperor's eyes dimmed. Yulei leaped with great effort, transitioning his martial soul midair and unleashing a devastating infernal lava strike, which ultimately claimed the life of the formidable ant emperor. Upon landing, Yulei's legs buckled, and he sank directly to the ground, breathing heavily. After resting for a moment, Yulei summoned the Flame Lord and commenced the absorption of the Soul Ring. As time swiftly elapsed, half an hour had passed. This was Yulei's inaugural experience in absorbing an 85,000 your Soul Ring, thus the duration required was considerably longer than in the previous two instances. Yulei slowly opened his eyes. A surge of immense energy instantaneously flooded his entire being, overwhelming him with a wave of heat. Chapter 20. The Second Method. Just after absorbing the Soul Ring, Yulei suddenly felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. Yulei found himself perplexed and could only inquire of the system. "Esteemed system, what is the situation I am in?" The system remained silent. After a brief moment, it slowly responded, "Host, your current predicament is rather intricate. The 1,000-June ant emperor you vanquished harbored immense resentment and a lingering unwillingness to accept its fate. Concurrently, your excessive expenditure of soul power in defeating it has rendered your body somewhat fragile, allowing it to exploit this weakness. It shall soon be resolved." A sense of relief washed over Yulei as the weight on his heart lifted. Adjusting his posture, he closed his eyes once more, gradually assimilating the agitated soul power of the 1,000-June ant emperor within himself. Meanwhile, Han Wan, having flown for an indeterminate duration, halted at a certain location and cast a glance back towards Yilei's direction. In the next instant, she was astonished by a breathtaking sight. A pillar of crimson light erupted from the area where Yulei was situated. Alarmed, Han Wan instinctively summoned her martial spirit and dashed toward Yulei's location with fervent urgency. In a swift flight, Han Wan quickly returned to the place where she had parted ways with Yulei. In the expansive clearing, two figures stood out, one large and one small. One of them had already succumbed to the absence of life, while the other was Yilei. Upon landing, Han Wan hurriedly approached Yilei, who was seated on the ground, his bangs slightly damp, his back soaked with perspiration, and several beads of sweat glistening on his sharply defined face. Although Han Wan was unaware of the events that had transpired, the sight of the lifeless Thousand June Ant Emperor nearby made her comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, Yilei remained unconscious, so Han Wan gently wiped the sweat from his brow before sitting down in front of him. As she gazed at the young man before her, Han Wan felt a wave of infatuation wash over her. Despite having seen this face countless times, it remained strikingly handsome. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she rose and approached the corpse of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, recalling that after each of Yilei's battles with spirit beasts, he would excavate a palm-sized orb from the creature's cranium, referred to as a beast soul. Observing the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, she noticed it bore no signs of such an excavation. Desiring to assist Yilei, Han Wan pondered for a while, but remained uncertain about how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She stepped back a few paces, and a pair of ice-blue wings unfurled from her back. In a measured tone, she declared, "First soul skill. Ice feather." As her wings fluttered, a flurry of ice-blue feathers shot forth, aimed directly at the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. For 2 minutes, she unleashed this attack, yet the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor remained utterly unresponsive. Filled with confusion, Han Wan felt the chilly breeze generated by her wings send shivers through her companions behind her. In the midst of his meditation, Yilei sensed a chilling breeze pass by, evoking the sensation of plummeting into an ancient ice cellar. Gradually, he opened his eyes and beheld a figure before him, where a pair of ice-blue wings gently fluttered behind. Yilei rose and walked over. At that moment, Han Wan was oblivious to the movements behind her and unleashed her first soul skill upon the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. However, before the icy feathers could even graze its head, a wave of searing energy emanated from the Ant Emperor, radiating outward. Caught off guard, Han Wan stumbled, losing her footing and falling backward, only to instinctively shield her head. She landed in a warm embrace. When she looked up, she found herself gazing into Yilei's profound eyes and instinctively inquired, "Yilei, when did you awaken?" Just now, Yilei's steady voice resonated. Subsequently, both of them raised their gazes in unison to behold the source of the turbulent energy. There, on the back of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, a crimson light flickered, growing ever more brilliant. A possibility flickered through Yilei's mind. Could it be that this situation? Yilei gently set Han Wan aside and hastened to stand before the monarch of the thousand-weighted ants. The back of the monarch began to shatter, as a bone predominantly black with hints of red emerged from within, suspended in midair. This soul bone was obsidian in hue, its form resembling that of the monarch, with a pair of formidable pincers extending from the shoulder region, while 3 additional pairs of limbs fanned out like ribs. At the center of the soul bone, 6 crimson dots glimmered, reminiscent of the monarch's 6 eyes, adorned with patterns akin to flowing magma. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a soul bone known as the Thousand-Weighted Ant Monarch's torso bone, aged 85,000 years, with the skill named Thousand-Weighted Meteoric Flame Break." Yilei joyfully retrieved the soul bone, and just as he was about to absorb it, a thought crossed his mind. If he were to absorb this particular soul bone now, he would have one less position available for future absorption. After all, he was certain to encounter and defeat soul beasts aged 10,000 years, and the corresponding soul bones would be plentiful. What would he do then? Yilei could only summon the system in his mind. "Esteemed system, is there a way to resolve this issue?" The system replied, "Host, there are 2 approaches to this matter. The first, as you are aware, involves direct absorption, resulting in the loss of 1 soul bone position." "And what is the second method?" Yilei inquired eagerly. "The second method is to allow your second martial soul, the Flame Lord, to absorb this soul bone. However, if you do not utilize the Flame Lord martial soul afterward, the skills of the soul bone will remain inaccessible to you," the system concluded. Yilei suddenly realized the truth. Thus, he promptly decided to adopt the second approach. Chapter 21. Essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Upon making his decision, Yilei promptly summoned the Flame Lord. 3 black soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and the temperature in the vicinity surged instantaneously, causing the Flame Lord's form to swell even larger. Yilei turned to face the Flame Lord and sat down. The body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor floated before the Flame Lord's chest. Under Yilei's gentle guidance, the body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor slowly melded into the Flame Lord's torso. Moments later, The once absorbed body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor gradually reappeared on Yi Lei's chest, leaving Han Nuan beside him in stunned disbelief. This object was absorbed by the Flame Lord. How is it now manifesting on Yi Lei's chest? What is happening? Time flowed slowly as the body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor fully adhered to Yi Lei's chest, resembling a suit of armor. Subsequently, Yi Lei slowly opened his eyes, and the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, and your soul power level has broken through to level 63. Now, as a reward for your second task, you receive the essence of the blue-silver bloodline, the purpose of which the host is aware. Due to a system oversight that led the host into a predicament, an additional reward of a 50,000-year mimetic soul ring is granted. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Lei nearly leapt from his seat, overwhelmed with joy, not merely because of the 50,000-year mimetic soul ring, but rather due to the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Once consumed, his martial soul would transcend from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver emperor is the sovereign of plant-type martial souls, capable of suppressing all others in its category, thereby enhancing all his soul skills. Yi Lei refrained from disclosing the essence of the blue-silver bloodline bestowed upon him by the system to Han Nuan. Instead, he presented her with the 50,000-year mimic soul ring. Han Nuan gazed at the black circular ring in Yi Lei's hand and inquired, Yi Lei, what is this? This is a 50,000-year mimic soul ring, intended for your breakthrough to the third or fourth ring. He replied, Isn't this rather precious? Perhaps you should keep it. Before Han Nuan could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yi Lei swiftly switch his martial spirit, and as the 9 black soul rings illuminated in succession, the words she had yet to utter were swallowed back. The system observed Yi Lei's display of affection in silence. The system remarked, Splendid. This dog food is truly delectable. It seems I can forego dinner once more today. Yi Lei, I am here, quietly observing your performance. Upon witnessing Han Nuan stow away her mimicry soul ring, Yi Lei inquired, Nuaner, at what level is your soul power currently? Well, I have reached level 22, which is comparable to my parents, she replied. Very well, the day after tomorrow, I shall take you both to hunt for your second soul ring. Han Nuan nodded in affirmation. Thereafter, Yi Lei approached the beast soul of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, only to encounter a significant dilemma. No matter how he adjusted the angle of his dagger, he simply could not penetrate the brain of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Yi Lei and Han Nuan exchanged glances, utterly astounded that, even after the death of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, its carcass remained so remarkably resilient. Thousand Jin Ant Emperor, no matter how sturdy my body may be, I was still slain by you. With a sense of helplessness, Yi Lei could only summon the blue-silver grass. The 5th spirit ring illuminated, and the blue-silver emperor's spear materialized in Yi Lei's right hand. A soft sound echoed. Yi Lei thrust his spear downward with great force, directly lifting the skull of the Thousand Jin Ant Emperor. Revealed was a crimson-black beast soul, which Yi Lei grasped and toyed with for a moment before stowing it away in the system's space. After Yi Lei and Han Nuan departed, a group of individuals clad in black approached the lifeless form of the Ant Emperor. The leader retrieved a satellite phone from his waist and dialed a number. Within 5 seconds, the call was connected. Elder, the individual you instructed us to monitor has slain 2 soul beasts in the riverside forest. He is now left with his young girlfriend. How shall we dispose of the bodies? Understood. Bring the corpses back for now, and do so swiftly. Continue to keep an eye on that individual and await my command. Yes, Elder. Chapter 22. You are one of the 6th Elder's people. Yi Lei held Han Nuan's hand as they emerged from the depths of Riverside Forest. Suddenly, he halted and turned to her, inquiring, Nuaner, will you come to my house tonight, or return to your own? Han Nuan was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten about this matter. She then took out her phone and said to Yi Lei, Let me ask my parents right now. Please wait a moment. Yi Lei nodded, gazing at Han Nuan's profile. His eyes filled with profound infatuation. In the next moment, his expression transformed into one of sharp intensity as he abandoned Han Nuan and swiftly darted into the woods behind him. Once amidst the trees, Yi Lei surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. With a slight movement of his left leg, he then closed his eyes. Above him, a shadow, assured that Yi Lei was oblivious to his presence, drew a dagger from behind and leapt down. Just as the dagger was about to graze Yi Lei's neck, he deftly sidestepped the attack. Swiftly grasping the assailant's throat with a powerful grip, Yi Lei gradually lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the individual before him. He spoke slowly. Speak. Who sent you? Noticing the person showed no inclination to respond, Yilei exerted his strength with one hand, effortlessly lifting the individual off the ground. At that moment, he discerned the attire of the person before him. On the left breast pocket, there was an emblem featuring a character for Hall along with a small numeral 6. Yilei furrowed his brow and spoke. Are you one of the sixth elder's people? The individual remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his intentions. Speak, what is your purpose? Seeing this, Xiaohei could only respond. Indeed, it is true. I was sent by the sixth elder to assess your strength and, if the opportunity arises, to eliminate you. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent. Upon noticing this, Xiaohei swiftly raised his hands to shield himself and quickly broke free from Yilei's grasp. Once liberated, 2 spirit rings illuminated beneath Xiaohei's feet, with 2 yellow rings hovering at his waist. Upon witnessing this, Yilei pondered. This elder Hall possesses considerable merit. Just a few days have passed, and already there is a grand soul master. The resources are indeed abundant. A large dark red bird materialized behind the little black creature, which gradually ascended into the air. Its claws elongated at a visible pace, and 2 pairs of dark red wings sprouted from its back. The soul beast detector in Yilei's left hand emitted a sound. Soul power level 25, martial soul, blood phantom falcon. Xiaohei's eyes widened in astonishment. He could actually discern his own martial soul and its rank. The instrument in his hand possessed remarkable capabilities. He must devise a way to return and report to Elder Lu. The first soul skill, Bloodstorm. Xiaohei flapped the wings on his back, unleashing a crimson wind, laced with blood-red feathers, hurtling towards Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly moved his left leg, unleashing a series of violet blades of light directed towards the assault of Little Black. The sound of piercing echoed as Little Black's attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Observing this, Little Black hastily descended to the ground, placing both hands on the earth, and bellowed once more. First soul skill, Bloody Tempest. This time, the essence of the soul skill was even more expansive than before, as the crimson winds rapidly enveloped Yilei. At the corner of Yilei's mouth, he gently stamped his right foot, causing the ground behind him to swiftly crack open. The Flame Lord emerged, and a wave of intense heat rapidly spread, instantly evaporating the soul skill of the Little Black figure. Little Black watched helplessly as his soul skill dissipated, while Yilei stood before him unscathed, the 3 soul rings at his waist gleaming brilliantly. Realizing the dire situation, Little Black turned and fled into the sky. Yilei spoke slowly. Now that you have arrived, do not depart. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. A colossal column of magma erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the sky at Xiaohei. Caught off guard, Xiaohei swiftly turned and employed his own second soul skill, Spectral Spike. With a powerful flap of his wings, a multitude of feathers transformed into black, deadly spikes and surged towards Yilei. Alas, Xiaohei's second soul skill was unable to penetrate the infernal magma burst. Soon, he found himself engulfed by Yilei's assault. His entire form charred as he soared into the distance. Yilei gazed thoughtfully in that direction. Chapter 23, The Blue-Silver Emperor, the anomaly of the soul ring. After Han Wan hung up the phone, her father did not mention the matter again. Han Wan turned around, intending to find Yilei, only to discover that he had vanished. Just as she was about to call out, she saw Yilei leisurely emerging from the nearby woods. Upon noticing this, Han Wan hurriedly approached and playfully tugged at Yilei's ear, inquiring loudly, "Where have you been? What were you doing in the woods?" Yilei grimaced in pain and quickly spoke. Nwaner, could you please release me? First, tell me what you were doing in the woods, and then I shall let go. Upon hearing this, Yilei could only recount the sequence of events to Han Wan. When Han Wan learned that Yilei had discovered a soul beast in their vicinity, fearing it might pose a threat to their safety, she promptly released her grip, gently massaging Yilei's ear while gazing at him with a look of sincere apology. Yilei observed Han Wan gazing at him with a look of heartfelt apology, her eyes brimming with affection. He gently tousled her hair and said, "All right, let us be on our way. It is unwise to linger here." With that, he took her hand and departed. Meanwhile, the small black creature, referred to by Yilei as a soul beast, lay smoldering in a certain location, its gaze vacant. A team executing a mission from the 7th Elder happened to pass by, and the leader halted upon noticing the corpse in the center of the intersection. Raising his left hand, he signaled to his team, who promptly advanced to the body. Upon closer inspection, the team member recoiled in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. The leader, perplexed, shouted, "What is going on here? What is this madness?" Regaining his composure, The team member turned to the leader and exclaimed, "Captain, this is one of the sixth elder's men." Half an hour later, Yilei swiftly escorted Han Wan out of the riverside forest. Upon reaching her home, he conveyed his plans to her parents, personally assessing their cultivation progress, and, of course, Han Wan's as well. Upon returning to his own residence, Yilei retrieved the beast souls of the faceless spider monarch and the thousand-arm ant monarch from the system space, gazing at the beast souls in his hands, roughly the size of solid spheres. He resolved to absorb these two souls before consuming the blue-silver bloodline essence provided by the system to evolve the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor. He cleared a space in the living room, seated himself upon the floor, and summoned the blue-silver grass, which manifested alongside 6 dark soul rings. Yilei grasped the beast soul belonging to the spider emperor. With a mere thought, the third soul ring illuminated, slowly ascending into the air. As Yilei closed his eyes, the purple beast soul began to grow transparent, with the violet soul power gradually flowing into the third soul ring and a considerable amount also infusing into his left leg. After a brief moment, Yilei slowly opened his eyes, feeling the enhancement of his third soul skill associated with the blue-silver grass. The range of the soul skill expanded. The resilience of the blue-silver grass increased, and the toxicity within it intensified once more. At that moment, Yilei discovered an additional offensive capability in the bones of his left leg, the ability to manifest the leg of the Spider Emperor, thus augmenting his close combat prowess. Yilei remarked, "In this manner, I could emulate the Rider kick of Kamen Rider. Just thinking about it feels incredibly cool." Kamen Rider responded, "Please don't come any closer. Let us return to reality." Yilei switched his martial soul, and the Flame Lord manifested behind him. 3 soul rings emerged in succession, causing the temperature in the previously cool room to rise abruptly. Yilei grasped the beast soul of the 1,000-gene Ant Emperor, and at that moment, a realization struck him. He had yet to absorb the beast souls of the Armored Beetle King and the Crimson Scorpion King that he had previously vanquished. Thus, Yilei retrieved those 2 beast souls from the system space. The 3 beast souls hovered quietly around him. As Yilei closed his eyes, he commenced the absorption of their spiritual power. Thus, half an hour elapsed. Yilei gradually opened his eyes. After a moment of self-reflection, he rose to quench his thirst with a sip of water. Having absorbed the essence of 4 beast souls, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. After his brief respite, Yilei returned to his original position and seated himself upon the ground once more. Yilei retrieved the essence of the blue-silver bloodline from the system space, a test tube containing approximately 100 milliliters of a resplendent blue-golden liquid. Yilei directly removed the stopper from the test tube and, with a swift motion, ingested the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Instantly, a potent energy surged within him, radiating throughout his being. The blue-silver grass began to proliferate wildly within the confines of the room, as Yilei's body emanated a resplendent blue-golden light, so brilliant that it made the entire floor of his residence conspicuous amidst the community. Onlookers gathered below, engaging in hushed speculation. What on earth is happening in that household? I have no idea. Could they be involved in something dangerous? Perhaps. I don't care. I've already called the police. With that, the concerned resident raised their phone. Gesturing towards those nearby, not far away, a woman turned to her husband, saying, "Darling, it seems like that's our home." The man followed his wife's pointing finger and, upon realizing the truth, exclaimed, "Goodness, it really is our house. What trouble is that scoundrel Yilei up to this time?" With that, he hastily grabbed his luggage and, alongside his wife, made his way towards the residential building. In Yilei's household, the transformation of his martial spirit into the blue-silver emperor has brought about a remarkable change in his appearance. His once ebony hair has now taken on a delicate shade of azure, and one of his pupils has similarly shifted to a light blue hue, only to revert to its original form in the next instant. 6 soul rings emerged beneath Yilei's feet. And to his astonishment, he discovered that the 5th soul ring was marred by numerous cracks, pulsating with a flickering red light. This signifies a mutation of the soul ring. Chapter 24. Ye's father and mother. As time elapsed, the fissures on Yilei's Millennium 5th ring multiplied increasingly, and even the exterior of the black soul ring began to peel away in large patches, revealing the vibrant red beneath. As Yilei's mind whirled, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Tang San's 5th soul skill, awakened during the emergence of the blue-silver emperor, manifested a soul ring akin to the divine bestowed soul rings, determined by the soul master's capacity to endure the age limit of the soul ring. His blue-silver emperor, even before its awakening, had already reached the threshold of 6 realms, and his own limit for soul rings was swiftly approaching the standard of 100,000 years. Therefore, upon the awakening of his blue-silver emperor lineage, his 5th ring, much like Tang San's in the later stages, would elevate the age of the soul ring to the 100,000 year realm. Just as Yilei was deep in contemplation, a sound at the entrance captured his attention. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Yilei warily observed the doorway, assuming a defensive stance. As the door swung open, a man and a woman entered. Upon recognizing the newcomers, he relaxed his guard. The arrivals were none other than his father, Yi Junqing, and his mother, Tang Yunqing. "You little rascal," his mother exclaimed. "We've only been away on a brief trip, and what on earth have you been up to at home? What was that bizarre blue-golden radiance we just witnessed?" As Yilei was about to call out to his parents, he was abruptly silenced by his father's thunderous roar. "What are you shouting for at this late hour? Do you wish to kneel on a washboard?" Before Yilei could utter a word of explanation, his mother had already raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his father's head. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. "My dear, I was wrong, utterly wrong. The scrubbing board was enough, wasn't it? It was this wretched child who caused it all. I thought he was up to some mischief late at night. Yilei, why has it come back to me again? It's merely the second awakening of the martial soul. After all." Yilei, truly speechless. System, front row, enjoying the spectacle. Yilei, get out of the way. System, all right. Reality, speak up, you little rascal. What mischief are you up to at this late hour? Dad, Mom, it's like this. The world has undergone a transformation, and everyone has awakened their martial souls. I am experiencing a second awakening of my martial soul. By the way, what are your martial souls? Would you grant me the honor of taking a glance? Yes, father and mother exchanged a glance, each silently acknowledging the truth of the matter. Subsequently, their thoughts aligned, and their martial spirits began to manifest. A colossal wolf of icy blue hue materialized behind Yi Junqing, distinguished by the presence of 9 elongated tails. At that moment, Yi Junqing initiated her martial spirit embodiment. Her pupils transformed into a frosty blue, and 9 azure tails sprouted from her back, exuding an aura of chilling cold that caused the temperature of the room to plummet precipitously. "Yilei, what on earth is my father's martial spirit? I have never encountered anything like it. I can recognize the ice attribute wolf, but what does the 9 tails signify? Is it a fusion of a wolf and a 9-tailed fox?" At this moment, Tang Yunqing's martial spirit also revealed itself. A great fish leapt from the ground behind her, hovering in the air. Like Yi Junqing's martial spirit, it was also an icy blue hue. Upon the emergence of the great fish, the temperature in the room plummeted abruptly, dropping from a comfortable 20 degrees to around 10 degrees. Yilei, my heavens, why have I never encountered my parents' martial souls? Both are of the ice attribute, which is quite advantageous. It will save us some electricity during the summer. Wait, isn't that the same for Nwaner? At that moment, the soul beast detector in my left hand chimed. Name, Yi Junqing martial soul, 9-tailed mystic ice wolf soul power level, 15 name. Tang Yunqing martial soul, ice thorn sawfish soul power level, 14 what? 9-tailed mystic Erica? Yilei questioned his own hearing, and after a moment's reflection, he realized it was the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. Both parents possess martial souls of the ice attribute, and as a married couple, their martial souls exhibit a remarkable compatibility. Once their soul power ascends to the soul sage rank, it is likely they will unlock a martial soul fusion technique. Yilei, what is your martial soul? Yi Junqing inquired at that moment. Father, mother, I have currently awakened 2 martial souls, the blue-silver emperor and the flame lord. Behold, with that, under the astonished gazes of his parents, Yilei unleashed the blue-silver emperor. At this juncture, the 5th soul ring had undergone complete evolution, and the configuration of 5 black and 1 red soul rings left Yilei's parents utterly astonished. Chapter 25. Absorbing the soul ring, Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing gazed contemplatively at the blue and golden little grass in their son's hand, as well as the 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, beneath his feet. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing. This son is raised in such an extraordinary manner. His capabilities are truly beyond the heavens. Yi Junqing paused for a moment before speaking. My son, surely your 6 soul skills of the blue-silver emperor are not all the same as Tang San's, are they? Except for the 6th soul skill, the others are identical. Yi Junqing nodded, signaling Yilei to proceed. Yilei retracted the blue-silver emperor and summoned the flame lord. The emergence of the flame lord infused the previously chilly room with warmth. As he gazed at the Flame Lord behind him and the 3 black soul rings at his feet, he fell into contemplation. By the way, Mom and Dad, your soul power levels have both reached level 15, allowing you to absorb soul rings. I have a few reserves here. Feel free to choose. With that, Yilei directly poured out several hundred soul rings acquired during the last beast tide from the system space. In an instant, hundreds of yellow and purple soul rings appeared in the room as if by magic. These are all from you, my son. How did you acquire so many soul rings? Yi Junqing stared wide-eyed at the multitude of soul rings before her. As a devoted fan of Douluo like Yilei, she was undoubtedly aware of the significance of these soul rings. Although Yilei could effortlessly hunt 100-year soul beasts, and 1,000-year ones were no exception, it was improbable to acquire such a plethora of soul rings merely 3 days after the convergence of the 2 worlds. Father, do you recall the soul beast tide that occurred in our city yesterday? Yes, I remember. There was a sudden surge of soul beasts near Taiha Plaza, resulting in numerous injuries. A photograph was captured by a young man who... Yi Junqing had not finished her words when she suddenly raised her head to gaze at her son. Could it be that the young man was her son? Yilei smiled at Yi Junqing, nodding in affirmation. No wonder, this reassured me. After all, this was the soul ring obtained by his own son, allowing him to absorb it with peace of mind. With this thought in mind, Yi Junqing crouched down and began to sift through the pile of soul rings in search of one that would suit her. As a devoted fan of Douluo, Yi Junqing naturally understands how to select the soul rings that best suit her. However, Tang Yunqing finds herself in a different predicament, having never watched Douluo. She is utterly unaware of which soul ring to choose from the myriad before her. Squatting on the ground, she contemplates her options, observing Su Jiao, and ultimately extends her hand towards a yellow soul ring. With an inadvertent glance, Yilei hastily interjected upon noticing his mother's intention to seize the soul ring. Mother, you mustn't. This soul ring originates from the fire attribute of the flame leopard, which stands in stark contrast to your ice attribute martial soul, the ice thorn sawfish. They are fundamentally incompatible. Please, hold on a moment while I assist you. This one seems quite suitable. Yilei searched through the pile of soul rings for a while, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a pale purple soul ring, which he retrieved with the tendrils of the blue silver emperor. Mother, this soul ring is derived from the Frostwind illusion dragon, aged 1,200 years, and perfectly aligns with the attributes of your martial soul. It is undoubtedly the most suitable soul ring for you. Having spoken, Yilei handed the soul ring to Tang Yunqing, before turning his attention to Yi Junqing. At that moment, Ye's father had already extracted a purple soul ring from the pile. Yilei fixed his gaze. The Shua Snow Leopard, dated 1200, was indeed a fitting match for his father's 9-tailed mystical ice wolf martial soul. Chapter 26. The Stubborn Spirit. After Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing selected their respective soul rings, Yilei promptly stored the remaining soul rings on the ground into the system's space. In an instant, the room was left immaculate. Yi Junqing, observing Yilei's series of actions, couldn't help but smirk. Had it not been for the knowledge of the soul-guiding storage device, he might have questioned whether his son possessed a third martial soul. Yilei, father, if you truly feel that way, it's not impossible, after all. I have the system at my disposal. System? So, I am merely a tool, am I? Yilei, is it not so? System? Speechless, I am quite vexed. Life is arduous, the system sighs. Returning to reality, upon seeing his parents seated on the ground, he hurriedly sat beside them, keenly attuned to their physical condition, ready to utilize his soul power to alleviate the influence of the soul rings if necessary. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing forcefully shattered the Millennium soul rings they had chosen. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and 2 purple soul rings floated gracefully beside Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing, while the ethereal phantoms of the soul beasts gradually emerged within the chamber. Behind Yi Junqing emerged a feline spirit beast, adorned in a shimmering coat of silvery gray. Upon its arrival, the room, in the midst of July, was suddenly graced with delicate flurries of snow. The ethereal presence of Yi Junqing's martial spirit, the 9-tailed profound ice wolf, materialized before him, its fierce gaze fixated upon the frost snow leopard lurking behind him. In an instant, the wolf and the leopard engaged in a fierce tussle, their snarls echoing in the air. Meanwhile, beads of perspiration began to form on Yi Junqing's forehead. Beside him, Tang Yunqing was equally distressed, her martial spirit, the ice thorn soray, hovered nearby, while the Frostwind illusory dragon flapped its wings above her, a 4-limbed dragon of deep azure hue. Its piercing gaze fell upon the ice-thorn soiree beside Tang Yunqing, its claws slightly unfurled, as if intent on devouring the soiree whole. Yi Leifeng cast a fleeting glance, shaking his head in resignation. One soared through the skies while the other swam in the depths. It seemed he had unwittingly entangled his mother in a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, the blue-silver emperor materialized before Yi Lei, 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, manifesting at his waist. Yi Lei slowly spoke, blue-silver domain. A radiant blue light emanated from Yi Lei, enveloping both He Junqing and Tang Yijixian in an instant. Yi Lei raised his gaze to glare at the Frostwind Phantom Dragon hovering above Tang Yunqing. Upon encountering Yi Lei's azure gaze, the ethereal dragon's eyes quivered, instantly recalling the moment of its demise at his hands, suspended in midair on the street, mouth agape. It had barely a moment to unleash its skill before Yi Lei pierced through its form with a single shot. In the following instant, the Frostwind Phantom Dragon's apparition transformed into a cascade of deep blue light, swiftly flowing into Tang Yunqing's being. Observing this, Yi Lei nodded in satisfaction, extending a hand to direct a surge of soul power towards her before turning his attention to Yi Junqing. Meanwhile, the Shuangxue leopard, still engaged in a fierce struggle with the nine-tailed ice wolf, was suddenly rendered motionless by a crushing force, only to be decapitated by the wolf's fangs in the next breath. In a flash, the Shuangxue leopard dissipated into a silvery gray luminescence, merging into Yi Junqing's form. Similarly, Yi Lei directed a pulse of soul power into Yi Junqing, guiding the soul rings to absorb within their bodies. At that very moment, the distant sound of sirens grew increasingly near. A police vehicle entered the community, trailed by a black military truck bearing an emblem emblazoned with the character Chong. As Yi Junqing and Tang Yusen each manifested a faint purple soul ring around their waists, it gradually grew more substantial. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks interrupted Yi Lei's meditation. "Who is it at this late hour?" he muttered, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the sight of 5 or 6 uniformed police officers, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in indistinguishable black attire. The leading officer displayed his badge and spoke. "We have received reports from the public regarding 2 instances of blue and gold light emanating from your residence. May I inquire what you were doing at the time? Please cooperate with our investigation." Yi Lei responded, "It was merely my martial soul's second awakening. If there is nothing amiss, I would appreciate your departure. Farewell." After Yi Lei answered the officer's question, he prepared to close the door. "Wait. Please cooperate with our military investigation," suddenly spoke a figure clad in black. "Military? I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I comply with you? I have already stated that there are no issues in my home. Kindly leave and do not disturb our rest." Yi Lei's expression instantly turned frosty. "The military, humph. Who knows what ill intentions you harbor? Only a fool would comply with you. Go find somewhere else to linger." Yi Lei pondered to himself. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad men produced an investigative warrant and addressed Yi Lei, stating, "Please cooperate with our inquiry. Otherwise, we shall resort to forceful measures." Yi Lei raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What if I decline?" The leader, now losing his patience, gestured to his companions, commanding, "Brothers, take him away." In an instant, they understood the cue and unleashed their respective martial spirits. Observing the leader, Yi Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, the 6th elder, you truly are obstinately unyielding." The leader's martial spirit was none other than the bloodthirsty falcon. Chapter 27. It is you who compel me. Yi Lei gazed at the leading figure among the cloaked men and offered a faint smile before speaking. "You belong to the 6th elder, do you not?" The 5 cloaked figures involuntarily shuddered, their identities so easily discerned by this seemingly inexperienced youth. It appeared that the 6th elder's words were indeed accurate. This insolent boy could not be allowed to live, as he must not be permitted to disrupt the plans of our elder hall. The leader's gaze turned icy as he pivoted and proclaimed, "Brothers, the elder has issued a decree. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with promotion and increased pay. Now, let us advance." With that, the 5 cloaked men disregarded the police surrounding them and prepared to strike at Yi Lei. Yi Lei raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment, it would not be wise to engage in combat here. After all, you surely do not wish to harm any innocents, do you? Let us descend to the lower floor to settle our differences, shall we?" The 5 individuals clad in black exchanged glances, and the leader cast a malevolent gaze towards Yi Lei. However, in the next moment, he nodded slightly and turned to lead his companions downstairs. Every subtle maneuver they made was noted by Yi Lei, a faint smile gracing his lips as he followed them down. Since they had come They should not expect to leave unscathed. As Yilei seized the opportunity when the 5 individuals were distracted, he cast a soul power seal upon his home. A flash of azure and gold shimmering swiftly through the air. Downstairs, in the small square, the residents were fervently discussing the incident that had warranted both the police and the military's presence. For these elderly gentlemen and ladies, it provided ample fodder for their conversations for quite some time, and it wouldn't be long before various interpretations of the event began to circulate. Moments later, a voice cried out, "They are coming out." Instantly, the attention of all the residents in the square was drawn in that direction. Who could possibly command such significant attention from the authorities? I dare say this person is certainly no saint. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figures of 5 individuals clad in black emerged, and a familiar face appeared among them. Isn't that the young lad from the Yi family? I recall him to be quite well behaved. After a brief pause, an elderly gentleman stepped forward to engage the 5 figures, esteemed leaders. Yi's child is usually very well-mannered and of excellent character. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you might conduct a further inquiry. Who does this old hag think she is? Get lost. Before the elderly woman could finish her plea, the nearest black-clad man bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent her hurtling away. In the stunned silence of the crowd, a blue-silver vine wrapped around her waist, drawing her to Yilei's side. The azure and gold radiance flickered in his hands, and in the next moment, a gentle surge of soul power began to flow into the old woman's body. Witnessing this, several youthful men felt an intense fury welling up within them, their gazes burning with the desire to incinerate the 5 black-clad figures. With determined strides, they advanced, unleashing a torrent of traditional martial arts exclamations upon the assailant. "How dare you? Is this how you treat the elderly as a soldier?" After receiving such courteous remarks, the assailant exuded a heavy aura, and a massive purple gorilla materialized behind him. In the next instant, he swung his fist, generating sparks in the air. The young men barely had time to react, instinctively raising their hands to shield their heads. Yet, to their astonishment, the anticipated punch did not land. As they looked up, they found a crimson stone wall standing before them. Turning their gaze, they beheld Yilei, supporting the elderly woman, with a giant red figure emerging behind him. Those familiar with the world of Douluo continent immediately recognized it as Yilei's martial spirit. Under Yilei's deliberate control, the assailant's fist was firmly lodged against the stone wall. Yilei gently placed the elderly woman onto the nearby recliner before turning to approach the 5 individuals. Yilei's gaze gradually turned frigid as a searing current of air emanated, causing the temperature of the night to rise swiftly. Observing the figures clad in black, Yilei spoke slowly. "I had no intention of resorting to lethal force, but now you have compelled me. Accompanying you is not out of the question, provided that you can best me in combat. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive." His icy voice resonated in the ears of all present in the square. The leader of the black-clad figures chuckled dismissively, retorting, "Kid, perhaps you should draft your thoughts before speaking. Do you truly believe that 5 of us cannot contend with a mere child like you? Spare us the jest." Just as the leader reveled in his misplaced confidence, Yilei's next utterance caused his expression to shift dramatically. "If my conjecture is correct, you must have a twin brother, am I right? So what? Unfortunately, you shall never see him again. But rest assured, I shall soon send you down to reunite with him." What did you say? Chapter 28. No harm with smoke. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the black-clad leader could no longer maintain his confidence, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What have you done to him? Where is he?" The leader's voice trembled with fear. Upon witnessing the black-clad leader's profound distraction, Yilei discerned that his suspicions were indeed correct. He spoke slowly. "It was Elder 6 who sent him to assassinate me, but unfortunately for him, he could not withstand even a minute in my presence. By now, he has likely been discovered and taken away by Elder 7's men." Upon hearing Yilei's words, the black-clad leader lost all semblance of control. A pair of dark crimson wings unfurled from his back, and his fingernails elongated, transforming into a sinister black hue. While one of his pupils morphed into a half-black, half-red state, he gradually ascended into the air, 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet. Hovering at his waist, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The other black-clad figures, witnessing their leader manifest his martial spirit, hesitated not for a moment. Instantly, the small square was illuminated by a myriad of soul rings, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Several individuals, who possessed knowledge of the situation, stammered, This. 2 great soul masters and 3 soul venerables. In just a few days, has the military strength become this formidable?" All 5 of them possessed the optimal soul ring configurations. That young man from the Yi family is doomed. Yilei smiled and spoke. This is rather interesting. Let me witness the prowess of your elders' hall. Brothers, let us attack together and subdue him. With that, 5 individuals swiftly charged towards Yilei, the leader clad in black sword above him, unleashing his first soul skill, Phantom of the Ghost Falcon. In an instant, 5 spectral manifestations of his martial soul erupted from behind him, encircling Yilei's head. The first soul skill, Thunder Fist. The second soul skill, Bull Charge. The first soul skill, Wind Blade Moon Shadow. The first soul skill, Rock Dragon Roar. In a heartbeat, 4 soul skills hurtled towards Yilei. In the sky, the leader in black waved his hands dramatically and bellowed. Second soul skill, Bloody Storm. The leader and his martial soul phantoms unleashed 6 swirling black-red tempests towards Yilei, engulfing the entire square in a suffocating stench of blood. What is that foul odor? It's overwhelmingly pungent. Why isn't that boy from the Yi family dodging? Is he paralyzed with fear? I have long found him intolerable. Perhaps his demise would be for the best, some onlookers murmured, their faces contorted as they were overwhelmed by the nauseating scent. However, a few peers seized the opportunity to curse Yilei, for he was often regarded by most parents in the neighborhood as the pinnacle among his contemporaries, a child excelling in academics, possessing striking looks, a commendable character, and impeccable morals surely garners admiration. As the soul skills descended, a cloud of dust erupted. The 5 individuals regrouped, and the leader chuckled, "You little brat. In this day and age, want it not to jest. Look, you're being humiliated. Come, brothers, let us take him away. I'll treat you to drinks." A splendid idea, boss. With that, 2 of the black-clad men stepped forward, preparing to drag Yilei's body from the smoke. At that moment, a voice resonated. "Is this truly the extent of your abilities?" With that declaration, a stone sphere the size of a football and a beam of violet light surged from the haze towards them. In an instant, 2 black-clad men were sent flying, one of them meeting an untimely end. Fourth brother. The remaining 4 stared in horror at the bisected figure of their comrade. The first law of the world. Attack causes damage when there is no smoke. Conversely, smoke signifies no harm. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. The 3 black soul rings encircling the boy's waist caught the attention of everyone present in the square. Chapter 29. The Evil Soul Master. My heavens, this is utterly astonishing. A soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Such power is beyond comprehension. The 4 figures cloaked in black gazed incredulously at Yilei before them. How could this be? Merely a few days had passed, and our elder from the 6th pavilion had painstakingly nurtured only a little over 50 soul masters, expending immense human resources to hunt for century and millennium soul rings. How could you possibly possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Yilei's eyes glinted with coldness, emanating a palpable intent to kill. Brothers, charge. Avenge our 4th comrade and my brother. With that, the leader in black surged forward, simultaneously conjuring 5 spectral manifestations of martial spirits to assault Yilei. Yilei's lips curled into a smile as the flame lord behind him conjured a sphere of magma, hurling it directly at the cloaked leader. With a resounding crash, the magma ball collided with the figure, sending the black-clad leader flying to the ground, where he landed heavily. A charred hole burned into his chest, and the stone floor beneath him cracked under the impact. "Big brother, I'm fine, you all carry on." Upon hearing their leader's words, the others turned and charged at Yilei. 3rd soul skill, Rock Dragon Cannon. The 3rd black-clad man, henceforth referred to as Black 3, raised his right hand and unleashed a beam of earthy yellow light towards Yilei. "Oh, this could be interesting. Let us see how you fare against this." 1st soul skill, Infernal Magma Break. The 1st soul ring at Yilei's waist ignited, and a crimson beam erupted from his right hand. The collision of the yellow and red beams produced a tremendous shockwave, momentarily engulfing the yellow beam in the fiery embrace of the red one. As Black 3 attempted to flee, Yilei swiftly erected 3 stone walls behind him. Realizing he could not escape, Black 3 gritted his teeth and declared, 2nd soul skill, Dragon Scales. In an instant, earthy yellow scales enveloped Black 3's body as he braced himself to withstand Yilei's assault. How amusing that you think a mere century-old 2nd soul skill can withstand my infernal magma break. If that is your wish, I shall send you straight to the afterlife. With that, Yilei exerted force with his right hand, amplifying the power of his soul skill. Boom! The sound of collision echoed as Black 3's dragon scales shattered upon contact with the infernal magma break, unable to withstand even a second. He was consumed by the attack without uttering a single cry of pain, his life force extinguished. Now, it is your turn. Prepare to face my wrath. After Black 3's essence faded, Yilei turned his gaze upon the remaining 3. Damn it, we've lost another soul master. If this continues, we'll have no choice but to resort to that technique. The black-clad leader turned, his eyes locking onto the frightened police officers nearby. Third soul skill, blood armor protection. His third soul ring illuminated, and 3 spectral blood hawks surged forth from his back, darting towards the 3 officers. Thud, thud, thud. The officers were impaled by the hawks' razor-sharp beaks, their lifeblood swiftly drained. The spectral hawks then surged towards the remaining 3 black-clad men, merging into their bodies. Instantly, 3 crimson beams erupted from the chest of the remaining figures, blood-red armor manifesting upon them. Unbeknownst to me, the black-clad leader's third soul skill requires the lifeblood of others to activate. He is, without a doubt, an evil soul master. It seems the Elders' Council harbors this dark secret. He must be eradicated today, for he shall not be permitted to live and bring calamity to the world. Yilei pondered, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Chapter 30, The Self-Created Soul Technique, for Flames of the Celestial Domain. Today, I shall avenge those harmed by your Elder Hall. Every second you linger in this world is a profound disrespect to their spirits in the afterlife. Now, accept the judgment from the earthly refinement, the self-created soul technique, for flames of the celestial domain. In an instant, 4 towering crimson pillars, each 5 meters high, erupted from the ground, encircling Yilei and the 3 figures in black. The earth cracked, fissures connecting the pillars as torrents of magma surged forth, engulfing the ground beneath them. In the next moment, the stone orbs atop the pillars began to radiate a brilliant light, unleashing 4 beams of red energy. As the beams intersected, a fiery energy shield began to form, swiftly isolating the 4 from the outside world. The 4 flames of the celestial domain, composed of Yilei's first and second soul techniques, suppressed all soul masters within its confines, particularly affecting those with ice and wind attributes the most severely. The leader in black and his companions were taken aback, inquiring with alarm, "What is happening? What have you done? What do you intend?" Yilei gazed at the face of the cloaked leader, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he slowly spoke. "What do I desire? Merely to avenge the elderly woman you harmed and the 3 policemen you drained of their life force. Additionally, I seek to purify your wicked souls with flames." The second and fifth subordinates exchanged glances, their resolve solidified as they nodded in affirmation to their leader. To survive, we must engage him in a fierce struggle, ensuring he does not interfere with the plans of our Elder Council. Upon hearing Yilei's words, a palpable aura of malice enveloped the black-clad leader, who turned to his remaining companions. Simultaneously, they unleashed their abilities. Second soul skill, Wind God Stab. Second soul skill, Bloody Storm. First soul skill, Thunder Fist. As the 3 launched their attacks toward Yilei, he smiled broadly at the incoming assault and remarked, "Is this all you can muster?" First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Beneath the feet of the cloaked leader and his companions, lava churned violently, erupting in an instant. The trio swiftly ascended to evade the onslaught, thus interrupting their own techniques. The third soul skill of the black-clad leader, Blood Armor as Protection, offered more than just a mere shield. It bestowed upon its wielder a fleeting ability to soar through the air. Oh, I did not foresee such an effect. While airborne, let us see how you fare against this move. Suddenly, a piece of armor materialized on Yilei's chest. Its center adorned with 6 pulsating red dots that shot beams of crimson light into the sky. What could this be? What were those 6 beams of light? The Black Boss sensed an ominous turn upon seeing the armor on Yilei's chest. Thousand Gene Ant Emperor's Soul Bone Skill. Thousand Gene Meteoric Flame. Break. Instantly, the sky above the 4-fire celestial domain was illuminated with points of red light, rapidly descending towards the ground. As the Black Boss, possessing a bird-like martial spirit, discerned the nature of the incoming objects, he urgently addressed his companions. "Defend. Quickly, take cover." The second and fifth brothers exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Brother, shall we use that technique to counter these objects?" There was no choice left. They invoked their triune martial spirit combination technique, Blood Wind Lightning Storm. Their soul rings flared to life, hovering above their heads. A bird and a monkey fused in the sky, merging with a gust of vibrant green wind to confront the multitude of meteors raining down. "Quite intriguing," Yilei remarked coldly, "yet your soul rings are far too immature. Had you possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings, you might have been able to withstand my soul bone skill to some extent. Alas, this soul bone is derived from the mutated 1000-gene ant emperor, aged 85,000 years, far beyond the capabilities of mere soul masters like you. The night has fallen. It is time to send you on your way. His icy voice echoed ominously in the ears of the Black Boss and his companions. Yile stood at a distance, observing the scene unfolding in the sky. Raising his right hand, he gradually clenched his fist and proclaimed, "First soul skill, infernal magma surge." Instantly, magma erupted beneath the three figures of the Black Boss, who, unable to evade the onslaught, found themselves ensnared under a deluge of fiery meteorites above, while colossal columns of magma rose from below. With their soul energy depleted, they were ultimately consumed by the molten flow, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31. That esteemed individual. As the energy shield dissipated, a silhouette emerged. Why is Yile the only one left? What happened to the three from the military? I have no idea. Could it be that Yile has slain them? It seems likely. Did you not witness their actions moments ago? They kicked an elderly woman without cause and mercilessly took the lives of 3 police officers. They deserve their fate. Indeed. Yile turned and approached the elderly woman, who was still in a state of unconsciousness. The Flame Lord had vanished, and a shimmering blue-gold light radiated from Yilei's hand as he gently placed it on the woman's abdomen. The blue-gold glow gradually permeated her, mending the meridians and bones that had been injured by the kick from the 5th Elder in black. A powerful Soul Master's strike could render even the most resilient lifeless or severely incapacitated. What more could be said of an elderly woman who was already teetering on the brink of death? After a brief moment, having ensured that her internal structure was intact, he entrusted her to the old couple who had accompanied her. With that, Yile strode determinedly towards the relatively intact body of the 4th Elder in black. He glanced at it, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Still too inexperienced. But it makes sense. Only 3 days have elapsed since the integration of the Douluo world, and for the Elder Hall to elevate their individuals to this level is quite formidable. Yet, what exactly is the task that the Black Leader mentioned?" With a surge of fire elements swirling in his hand, a blaze erupted, incinerating the body of the 4th Elder in black, cleaving it in two. Moments later, the air was filled with a faint aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Ugh, this scent is truly foul. Yile grimaced slightly, pinching his nose with his left hand while regulating the temperature of the flames with his right. 2 minutes later, the 4th Elder in black was reduced to ash, dissipating into the atmosphere. He then turned and strode purposefully towards the group of young individuals who had nearly lost their lives beneath the fist of the 5th Elder in black. Because you were undeterred by danger and bravely sought justice for the elderly woman, these soul rings are for you. Each of you shall receive 5, sufficient for self-defense. Remember, do not become a scourge upon the world like them. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of the 5 just now. With a sweeping gesture, Yile summoned dozens of soul rings that materialized out of thin air, each individual presented with a meticulously arranged sequence of 5 rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, the perfect combination. Accept these as tokens of your bravery. I have matters to attend to, he declared, his gaze shifting toward the distant black military vehicle. A flicker of blue-golden light danced in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, numerous blue-silver emperor vines emerged beneath the vehicle, entwining it tightly. With a firm grip, Yile constricted the vines, resulting in the vehicle being crushed into a massive scrap metal. Simultaneously, within the Elder 6 residence in Shuchen, a middle-aged man clad in black approached a door at the end of the corridor and knocked. "Enter," a voice resonated, aged yet authoritative. The man pushed the door open and, standing 2 meters from the desk, knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together as he spoke. "Elder 6. The individuals you instructed me to send on the mission have all perished. One was discovered by your brother, Elder 7. The body is currently en route back. The remaining 5 have had their life forces extinguished, and no bodies or severed limbs have been found." "Oh, is that so? What were their code names?" "Instruct the others to locate their families and eliminate them without leaving a trace." "Understood?" Elder 6 inquired. "I comprehend. Their code names are as follows. Codename Falcon. Wuhuan Blood Demon Falcon. Soul Power, Level 32. Codename Ghost Falcon. Wuhuan Blood Demon Falcon. Soul Power, Level 29. Codename Wind God. Wuhuan Wind Spirit Body. Soul Power, Level 31. Codename Dragon Roar. Wuhuan Rock Dragon. Soul Power, Level 31. Codename Wild Bull. Wuhuan Iron Armored Water Buffalo. Soul Power, Level 28. Codename Lightning. Wuhuan Thunder Ape. Soul Power Level 28. Very well, I understand. You may withdraw, Elder 6 replied, rubbing his temples and gesturing for the middle-aged man to leave. By the way, Elder 6, that esteemed individual has initiated a virtual video conference specifically requesting your presence. The middle-aged man spoke with an unhurried demeanor. The sixth elder paused momentarily, pondering why the esteemed individual had chosen to convene a virtual video conference at this juncture. Chapter 32, The Elders' Council Plan in Shuqing, within the chamber of the sixth elder. A dark corridor stretched ahead. The sixth elder strode purposefully towards the grand door at the corridor's end. From the inner pocket of his attire, he retrieved a black card. A crimson glow flickered in his hand, and in the next instant, the luminescence surged into the card, which seemed to come alive, breaking free from the sixth elder's grasp and soaring directly into the card slot at the center of the door. With a hiss, the mechanism of the door was activated, and a blood-red liquid flowed from around the card slot, tracing the intricate patterns upon the door, a colossal dragon coiled around a long staff, its eyes exuding a chilling aura of menace. With a soft beep, the door swung open, illuminating the interior of the conference room, revealing its arrangement, an elongated table accompanied by 11 chairs. Apart from the opulent golden Nanmu chair at the head, the other chairs bore large, engraved Chinese numerals, each adorned with unique patterns. The sixth elder approached the chair marked with the number 6, pulled it out, and seated himself. With a gesture of his left hand, the earlier card flew back to him, landing in the apparatus before him. A hum resonated as the device activated, casting 10 beams of azure light upon the remaining chairs. In the blink of an eye, 10 AI avatars materialized within the conference room. The sixth elder exchanged a glance with the seventh elder, both nodding in silent accord before turning their attention to the head chair. A shadowy figure appeared upon the luxurious golden Nanmu seat, lacking discernible features. Following its emergence, all 10 individuals rose in respect towards the shadow. The figure raised its right hand and spoke. Be seated. Let us conclude this swiftly. Xiaozhe, Xiaoxiong. Present the files of that individual and the 6 who fell. Upon hearing their names, the 6th and 7th elders swiftly operated their respective devices. Before long, the information regarding Yi Lei and the fallen 6 was projected into the air. This individual emerged in Xiaoxiong's territory and has significantly affected us. In the span of 3 days, he has already slain 6 of Xiaozhe's personnel, with Xiaoxiong's men also being eliminated the following day. I propose 2 courses of action. First, each of you dispatch your subordinates to encircle him and eradicate everyone around him. Second, let us refrain from immediate action. I trust that those 6 individuals have not divulged the secrets of our Elders' Hall. Thus, their impact on us is not substantial. However, given his prowess, facing 3 Soul Lords and 2 Grand Soul Masters alone, and managing to confront them one by one, dispatching further troops would prove futile. Therefore, I have resolved to retract our station surveillance and begin secretly cultivating our own talents, with the aim of eliminating him in due time. The deep, resonant voice of the shadow echoed in the conference room. After a brief moment, the elder seated to the left of the shadow spoke up. I believe the gentleman is correct. Our priority should be to strengthen the Council of Elders rather than fixate on a mere insignificant insect. With that, the elder turned to glance at the remaining 9, who responded with unwavering gazes. I possess a new technology to share with you. We shall implement it in major universities and publicly proclaim its benefits to the populace. No one will dare to question its merit. As the shadow paused, his dark hands seemed to be manipulating some device. In the next instant, all instruments before the 10 elders emitted a beep, revealing a document icon before each of them. Xiaoxiong, please provide me with a copy of your list. We need to assign someone to covertly follow him and report on his every move. The shadow's gaze suddenly shifted to the 7th elder, who quickly complied, handing over a copy of the list. The shadow nodded approvingly and stated, Very well, it is getting late. This meeting is adjourned. You may all leave now. With those words, the shadow vanished, leaving the 10 elders alone. After exchanging glances, they all logged off, removing the card. The 6th elder leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply before exiting the room. At this moment, unaware that his actions had prompted an emergency video meeting of the council, Yi Lei had just returned home, observing his parents, who were still adjusting their spiritual meridians. Yi Lei felt perplexed. He had been gone for quite some time, yet his parents had not completed their absorption? That seemed improbable, even with a millennium-level soul ring. The assistance of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul power should have ensured a smooth process. Yi Lei anxiously paced behind his parents, oblivious to the fact that the two individuals before him had quietly opened their eyes. Just as he was about to tap his father's shoulder, a sudden chill surged forth, startling Yi Lei into retreat. However, as he attempted to withdraw, he discovered that his legs were firmly frozen in place. The two figures before him abruptly rose, their martial spirits manifesting, and turned to face him. With her hair transformed into a striking ice blue, Yi Junqing fixed her gaze upon her son, who was immobilized by her power, and spoke. Now, tell me, where have you been? Why is the community group buzzing with the video from earlier? Standing beside Yi Junqing, Tang Yuqing chimed in. Little Lei, do share with your mother where you went just now. As long as you speak the truth, your father and I assure you, we shall not resort to severe punishment. Tang Yuqing's gentle voice resonated in Yi Lei's ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It was over. His mother was furious, and he could not escape another round of reprimand today. The system remarked, indeed, the host's mother epitomizes the art of delivering the harshest words in the most mundane tone. Yi Lei, you system, do you think you can just make sarcastic remarks about my feelings? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I don't make you cry, I won't bear the surname Yi. System, I've assisted you so much, and yet you wish to fight me? There's no love left. Woe is me. In reality, observing the icy demeanor of his parents, Yi Lei trembled and promptly spoke up. Father, mother, before your return, my martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, evolved into Blue Silver Emperor. Perhaps the brilliance of the evolution was too dazzling, causing those resting downstairs to suspect I was dealing with dangerous items. They reported it to the police, and that's when you arrived. Just as you were absorbing your spirit rings, alongside 5 elders from the hall. After revealing the truth, Yi Lei gazed at his parents with a hopeful expression, yearning for his father to dispel the ice encasing his legs. Although he could easily free himself from the icy shackles, he refrained from doing so, believing he had committed no wrongdoing. It was sufficient to share the truth. Moreover, removing the ice would be disrespectful to his parents. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Upon hearing their son's account, Yi Lei's parents appeared even more frigid. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You went down to fight without even informing us, making it impossible for us to feel at ease. Do you realize you nearly frightened your mother to death? You mischievous brat, you've caused her distress. You deserve to be punished today. Huh? Yi Lei found himself utterly bewildered, questioning how he had ended up bullying his mother once again, completely unaware of it. Heavens, Dad, are you truly going to strike? He exclaimed, turning to his mother for assistance with a pleading gaze. However, the words of Tang Yukong left Yi Lei utterly speechless. Indeed, you deserve it. When did we ever assign you the task of engaging in group fights? You rascal, don't you dare run. Stand there. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yi Lei felt a sense of resignation. With a determined push of his legs, he broke free from his restraints and commenced a frantic escape around the room. Life was not easy, Yi Lei sighed. Chapter 34, Departure. After enduring a relentless half-hour of combined verbal onslaught from Yi Junqing and Tang Yukong, Yi Lei now lay sprawled on the floor of his room, a few icy fragments still clinging to his hair. It seemed that allowing his parents to absorb millennium-old soul rings was not such a bad idea. Their strength was sufficient to dominate opponents of the same rank. Achoo. Oh mother, I'm freezing to death. I must take a hot shower. With the agility of a fish, Yi Lei sprang up and made his way to the bathroom for a warm bath. A night without conversation. After a day of recuperation. On a serene morning, Yi Lei and Han Wan had agreed upon a meeting place. He proceeded to awaken their respective parents from their slumber, each bearing different costs for their efforts. Yi Lei narrowly escaped another beating, while Han Wan was in a different situation. After all, Yi Lei had informed Han's parents in advance about this matter. Yi Lei, I am at a loss for words. How could I have forgotten this matter? Indeed, one reaps what one sows. System, haha. Yi Lei, dog system, come out and face the consequences. System, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Yi Lei, esteemed system, I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you, please do not depart, if it pleases you. After absorbing the soul ring and undergoing a day of rigorous training, both Yi Junqing and Tang Yuqing have finally ascended to the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master, reaching level 20, albeit still lacking a soul ring. This is precisely why Yi Lei roused them from their slumber at dawn, urging them to accompany him in the pursuit of soul rings. At the entrance of the Rongzhang Grand Hotel, the 6 individuals gathered to elucidate. My parents have also recently achieved level 20, hence I have brought them along for this endeavor. Is there any dissent among you? No. The 3 responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, let us depart. Our destination is the martial world. Yilei spoke up. All right, but why don't we consider the riverside forest? Surely, there are spirit beasts there as well. Han Yuan gazed at Yilei with an inquisitive expression. This, without a doubt. Yilei was momentarily taken aback by Han Yuan's question. Hearing this, Han's parents turned to look at Yilei, for after all, it was their future son-in-law who had hunted their first spirit ring in the riverside forest. The idea of venturing to the martial forest on the other side of Rong City to hunt for spirit rings left them quite perplexed. Feeling the scrutiny of his girlfriend's family, Yilei scratched his head and replied, "Yesterday afternoon. I made a trip to the riverside forest myself and spent quite some time wandering about, yet I could not find any suitable spirit beasts for you. Hence, I thought it prudent to visit the martial forest to assist in locating the appropriate spirit beasts." As soon as Yilei's words fell, a resounding slap echoed against the back of his head, accompanied by Yi Juanqing's voice piercing through the crowd. "I told you, you mischievous rascal. Where on earth did you vanish yesterday afternoon? You didn't even bother to inform us, leaving your mother in a state of worry." With that, Yi Juanqing turned to Tang Yongqing, her expression one of eager anticipation for praise. When has Tang Yongqing ever been concerned about that rascal Yilei, given his current prowess? He hardly warrants my concern. Tang Yongqing shot her husband a disapproving glance and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yilei looked at his parents with a sense of helplessness. It was one thing to display affection at home, but to do so in public was beyond him. Resolving to ignore it, he swiftly made his way to Han Yuan, disregarding the stares of onlookers, and buried his head in the crook of her neck. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair, Han Kachin thought to himself, "Damn it, what should I do? I feel like hitting something. My little cabbage is being doted on by a pig." "Boo-hoo." The pig lamented, "I've been scolded by my future father-in-law. I seek comfort from my wife." Han Yuan retorted, "At your age, how can you still be so childish?" In reality, Yilei declared, "Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, let us set off." The two cars proceeded in tandem towards Wulin. Chapter 35. This tree I have planted, this road I have paved. If you wish to pass, then leave a toll behind. The two sedans traveled in succession along the highway, and after an hour, they arrived at a vast and magnificent forested area. Yilei alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the grand entrance of the expansive forest scenic area. Turning to address the five companions, he articulated his plan. "Here is my thought, Uncle. Your first soul ring grants you a defensive soul skill. Today, I propose we seek an offensive soul beast to serve as your second soul ring. And, as a soul master, your selection of soul rings should lean towards those that enhance both attack and speed. Therefore, our objective today is to find a soul beast that excels in both attributes. As for you, Dad and Mom, along with Han Yuan, locating suitable soul rings for the three of you will prove challenging, given that your martial souls are all ice type. Our coastal Rong City has a high temperature, which suggests that we may not find appropriate soul beasts here. Dad, your martial soul is the nine-tailed mystic ice wolf. Thus, we only need to find a wolf or a soul beast akin to a tiger or leopard. However, it must not possess any other attributes, as that would place an immense burden on your body." Yi Juanqing gazed at her son and nodded silently. "Well, let us enter first, Mother and Yuan. I shall find a suitable spirit beast for you both," she said. Han Yuan, her face flushed with embarrassment, looked at Yilei. It was one thing for him to call her that casually, but before his parents today, how could he address her so? Oh, how mortifying. Yilei cast a glance at the blushing Han Yuan, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. He pondered silently, wondering why this young girl was once again enveloped in shyness. Had she recalled something? Perhaps something inappropriate? Sighing, he decided to dismiss the thought. Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the four adults exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts filled with unspoken thoughts as they observed the interaction between Yilei and Han Yuan. Ye's father and mother remarked, "This girl, Han Yuan, is truly a perfect match for our son. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law." Han's father and mother responded, "This rascal grows more appealing with each glance. It is a pity to let go of our cherished daughter, whom we have nurtured for 18 years. That would be a bargain for him." The system interjected, "Prepare your seats and enjoy the spectacle." Yilei approached Han Yuan, gently ruffling her fluffy hair as he inquired, "What troubles you, Yuan? Come, let us seek out your spirit beast." With that, disregarding the gazes of those around, he took Han Yuan's small hand and led her into the scenic area. Observing this, the other four promptly followed suit. In Yongchang, at the residence of Elder Seven, a middle-aged secretary knocked on the door. "Come in." came the voice of Elder Seven from behind the door. The secretary quickly entered, approached the desk, and respectfully saluted the elder, stating, "Elder, that esteemed individual has replied. He has chosen this person." With these words, the secretary unfolded the documents cradled in his arms and presented them before Elder Seven. Elder Seven glanced down, leaned back in his chair, and sipped his tea before addressing the secretary. "I understand. Let him proceed. By the way, where is he currently located?" The he referred to by Elder Seven was Yi Lei. According to information relayed by their informants, he and his girlfriend, along with their families, totaling 6 individuals, were presently at the Wulin scenic area. Elder Seven, growing impatient, waved his hand and commanded, "I understand. Immediately instruct him to connect with his surveillance and inform him to report any developments at once." "Yes," the secretary replied with a bow and exited the office. Carrying the documents, Yi Lei held Han Wan's hand as they walked ahead, their parents trailing behind, engaging in light conversation. Half an hour passed without a single soul beast in sight. It was not that Yi Lei and his companions were unfortunate. Rather, upon entering the forest, Yi Lei had activated the skill of the spirit hunter using the left leg bone of the spider queen, sensing the surrounding soul beasts, which were deterred from attacking by the aura emanating from him. At that moment, Yi Lei detected a presence ahead, several humans. Without further thought, he continued forward. 5 minutes later, Yi Lei found himself at a loss for words, as the humans he had sensed earlier were now standing before them, declaring with righteous authority, "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll." Yi Lei and his companions raised their eyebrows, casting them an incredulous gaze. "Hey, I ask you, did you not hear my words or see my martial spirit? If you wish to pass, pay the toll, otherwise. Do not blame us for being too harsh." The man in the center shouted, "Indeed, did you not hear our leader? If you wish to move forward, hurry and pay the fee," a subordinate echoed. Yi Junqing and the other 4 turned in unison to gaze at Yi Lei, each silently pondering the humor of the situation, wondering who would be the most vociferous in their lamentations later on. Yi Lei took a step forward. Observing this, the man thought to himself that Yi Lei must have been intimidated by the martial spirit behind him and was now reluctantly coming to pay the toll. After all, he had extorted several tens of thousands with this method. There is still a hint of color in his face. "Are you afraid? With 6 of you. That amounts to 60,000. That girl is rather attractive. I shall keep her for my own amusement." Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot from above the man's head, striking the grand tree behind him, which fell with a resounding crash, leaving the man's hair in a state reminiscent of a balding man. Yi Lei cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly remarked, "What, are you not going to leave quickly? Or do you wish to experience a separation of your head from your body?" The words of Yi Lei reached the ears of the individual, and his calm voice instilled a sudden terror that caused the man to lose control of his bladder. Chapter 36. The Slap Descends. Upon detecting the unmistakable scent of urine in the air, Yi Lei waved his hand in exasperation and declared, "Oh dear, for someone of your stature. How could you so easily soil your trousers? Truly embarrassing." The terrified individual responded, "I had no choice." Upon hearing his voice, it felt as though I could see my great-grandmother beckoning to me. He is no ordinary person, he is a living demon. The other subordinates gasped, "Goodness. This is too frightening. Forget about the boss. We must flee." In the next moment, the remaining subordinates exchanged glances, turned on their heels, and ran, leaving their horrified leaders shouting after them, "Don't leave me behind. Wait for me." As soon as he uttered those words, the leader turned and joined his subordinates in their hasty retreat. Yi Lei broke into a grin as his right hand surged with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air. The few individuals who had just dashed out stumbled into the stone wall, clutching their heads and collapsing onto the ground. In an instant, the sound of footsteps approached, causing the leader's body to stiffen. He slowly turned his head, his eyes wide with terror. Yi Lei spoke slowly. "I have told you to leave, but they refused to comply." With that, he gestured behind him, where Han Wan and her family approached, their expressions filled with fury. Han Kachin stepped forward, his left hand seizing the eldest son with a firm grip. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Han Kachin, consumed by rage, delivered a series of stinging blows to the young man's ears, ultimately sending him flying several meters away. "How dare he speak so insolently and slander my daughter? Anyone who dares to bully her, regardless of their identity, shall face my wrath." "Achu." Yi Lei was summoned and glanced at Han Kachin's silhouette. The next moment, Han Kachin turned around and shot Yi Lei a glare. Yilei was startled, quickly retreating behind Han Yuan, too afraid to cast another glance at her father. A father-in-law observing his son-in-law exudes an imposing presence, radiating authority without uttering a word. Yilei, I am filled with trepidation. I have never feared the seventh elder among the 10 elders. Yet today, my uncle appears unusually fierce, his gaze resembling that of someone intent on delivering a sound thrashing. Han father, indeed, I am intent on administering such a beating. In reality, after enduring a coordinated onslaught from Han father and Han mother, the 5 individuals emerged with bruised faces and tattered garments. The eldest among them curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his expression one of serene acceptance. Following a brutal beating, he thought it was over, only to have his vital points mercilessly stomped upon, sending excruciating pain coursing through him until he lost consciousness. An hour passed, and a couple happened upon this scene. They exchanged glances and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 5 individuals. Ultimately, the woman, still unsatisfied, landed 2 decisive strikes to the vital points of the one in the center before departing with her boyfriend. Yama, what on earth is happening today? Why is there a half-collapsed body blocking the doorway? In the depths of the martial world, how are you holding up, my dear? Have you found your satisfaction? If not, we can always revisit the matter later. Yilei addressed Han Yuan, saying, Boss, please do not approach. Suddenly, Yilei sensed something through the spiritual hunting field and quickly exclaimed to the others, prepare for battle. 30 seconds later, the soul beast detector on Yilei's left hand began to emit frantic beeping sounds. Beep, beep, beep. 3 soul beasts were detected nearby, 2 of 10,000 years and 1 of 1,000 years. Before Yilei could utter a word, the other 5 individuals activated their martial souls. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunxin simultaneously transformed into a striking ice blue, with 9 ice blue tails emerging from Yi Junqing's waist and swaying behind him. Tang Yunxin manifested serrated ice blue spikes at her hips, and a wolf and a fish illusion appeared behind them. 2 purple soul rings floated at their waists, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Ice blue wings sprouted from Han Yuan's back, stirring up gusts of frigid wind. Behind Han Fu loomed a gigantic crimson rhinoceros illusion, and his pupils turned a fiery red. Behind Han Mu appeared a massive Black Panther illusion. All 6 individuals maintained a combat stance, while onlookers regarded them with disdain. What are these people doing in broad daylight? Insane. The bystanders began to mock Yilei and his companions. Chapter 37. The azure blue white-headed tiger. As the derisive voices faded, 3 tiger roars echoed from deep within the forest. Roar. X3. Accompanying this were powerful gusts of wind, which sent Han Yuan, who was not sheltered by Yilei's released soul power, tumbling through the air. Those who had just mocked them fared no better, being swept away by the wind and losing their bearings. Beep. The target scan was complete. 3 azure blue white-headed tigers. One with a cultivation of 50,000 years, one with 10,000 years, and one with 1,500 years. The soul beast detector had finished scanning and reported the results. Upon hearing that they were azure blue white-headed tigers, Yilei excitedly turned to Yi Junqing and said, Dad, the soul ring suitable for you has arrived. Among these 3 azure blue white-headed tigers, one possesses a cultivation of 1,500 years, which would be perfect as your second soul ring. Yi Junqing nodded. Yet a flicker of concern danced in her gaze as she looked at Yilei. But my martial soul is of the ice attribute. Is this soul beast truly suitable for me? Rest assured, my dear, her father replied. Although the Beijing Bai tiger is a wind attribute soul beast, the elements of wind and ice do not interfere with one another, nor will they clash. Moreover, it will enhance your speed and strengthen your physical constitution. You may leave that Millennium Soul Beast to you, while I shall take care of the remaining 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Yilei addressed Yu Junqing, inquiring, Can you handle 2 ancient soul beasts? After a day of intense tutoring with Yilei, Tang Yunk grasped the gravity of the situation. A 50,000-year soul beast and a 10,000-year soul beast could effortlessly decimate 100 individuals without inflicting any harm upon themselves. This illustrates the formidable nature of ancient soul beasts, which is why Tang Yunk felt such apprehension for Yilei. Rest assured, Mother, I have already single-handedly slain 2 soul beasts over 80,000 years in age. Why should I fear these 2 tigers? Trust me, I possess the confidence to tackle these soul beasts, especially since I have yet to reveal my trump card. Yilei glanced at the worry etched on Tang Yunqing's face and spoke soothingly. He then turned his attention towards the trio of soul beasts. A radiant purple light emanated from his left side, as a blackish purple bone materialized on his left calf. The skill, Human-Faced Leg Bone, Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash. Yilei swiftly swung his left leg, unleashing a cascade of violet brilliance that surged forth, cleaving numerous trees in twain in an instant. After executing this maneuver several times, the area before him lay barren, revealing 3 spirit beasts before Yilei and his companions. At the forefront stood a resplendent white tiger, its coat shimmering like freshly fallen snow, adorned with 2 verdant bone spikes on its shoulders, radiating an emerald glow. Its body was embellished with intricate green patterns, and a regal emerald crest upon its brow exuded an aura of nobility. To its left, another white tiger mirrored its appearance, albeit with shorter bone spikes and lacking the royal markings on its forehead. To its right, a noticeably different figure bore a single bone spike on its shoulder, and its royal crest was yet to fully manifest. This trio appeared to be a familial unit. Yilei instructed the others to await his command, observing their nods. His expression turned grave as he addressed Han Nuan. Nuan, distract them from above. Upon hearing this, Han Nuan ascended into the air. Her first soul skill, Frost Feather, was invoked as the purple ring at her waist glowed. In an instant, a flurry of ice blue feathers cascaded towards the 3 white tigers. While her first soul skill inflicted no harm upon the 2 ancient azure white tigers, the smaller white tiger was not so fortunate. A significant number of those ice blue feathers struck its form, leaving it with numerous minute wounds, causing it to wail in agony as it pursued Han Nuan. The other 2 white tigers, instinctively following their offspring's chase of a human, reacted accordingly. Seizing the moment, Yilei swiftly positioned himself before the 2 azure white tigers, declaring, "Your adversary is I." 6 soul rings materialized beneath him, hovering at his waist, and the pressure of his released soul force compelled the 2 spirit beasts to retreat several paces. Chapter 38, Third Soul Skill. The 2 spirit beasts gaped in astonishment at the human standing before them, their eyes widening upon discerning his soul ring configuration. After all, encountering a soul emperor with 5 black and 1 red ring was a rare sight. Your child may not survive much longer. If you wish to save it, you must first pass through me. Yilei spoke to himself, indifferent to whether they could comprehend his words. The male white tiger seemed to understand something. Its eyes suddenly filled with rage as it glared at Yilei. In the next moment, it raised its powerful paw, unleashing a torrent of emerald green claws aimed directly at him. With a fierce roar directed at the female white tiger, the male conveyed its intent, and she promptly raised her paw, mirroring the attack towards Yilei. Yilei smiled as he spoke, his voice resonating. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. As he activated his soul skill, he raised his hand to summon the Blue-Silver Emperor, which rose before him to form a barrier, shielding him from the oncoming claws. In an instant, 2 blue-silver cages ensnared the 2 white tigers. However, the tigers were not foolish. They launched their attacks to shatter the cages. The male white tiger leaped into the air, raising its paw to strike Yilei, while the female white tiger utilized its wind attribute, swiftly appearing behind him. With its bony spikes charged with elemental power, it opened its mouth, unleashing a verdant light orb aimed directly at Yilei's back. First soul skill, Bind. Yilei swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, commanding the Blue-Silver Emperor to ensnare the nearby trees, allowing himself to evade the onslaught of 2 tigers. A resounding crash echoed as a tiger's paw struck the ground where Yilei had once stood, causing the earth to sink several centimeters. The terrain of the martial world, predominantly composed of hard soil, bore witness to the staggering power of the white tiger. The energy orb expelled by the female white tiger landed in the distant woods, obliterating the surrounding trees, which were reduced to splinters by the tempestuous winds of the elemental force. It was astonishing to realize that the damage inflicted by the ancient blue-green white tiger was so immense. Regrettably, his father's soul power was too low to harness a 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, the skills acquired would surely have been even more formidable. The collision of ice and wind elements would yield a significantly greater devastation. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern, for Yilei possessed a soul ring collector. He resolved to preserve the essence of the female white tiger for his father, intending to absorb it once he reached the 4th ring. There would be ample time for that. With this thought, Yilei could no longer contain his elation. The tension on his face relaxed as joy washed over him. Thus, he decided to assist his father by enhancing the quality of the soul ring. He prepared to invoke his 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. Yilei's right hand shimmered with a purple light as he hurled it towards the mother white tiger, instantly transforming into a spider web that ensnared her. The thorns of the Blue-Silver Emperor pierced into the mother white tiger's body, infusing her with a potent mental toxin. In an instant, The radiance in her eyes began to fade. Observing this, the male white tiger swept his tail, unleashing a jade-green wind blade that severed the blue-silver emperor from the mother white tiger's form. However, the mother white tiger struggled to maintain her balance, her body wavering. After all, the nerve toxin of the 10,000-year-old faceless spider was no trivial matter. Were she not a 10,000-year-old soul beast? A mere 1,000-year-old soul beast would likely have succumbed to nervous poisoning and perished. The two white tigers ascended into the air, harnessing the wind element. Their shoulder spines began to coalesce the wind elements from the surrounding atmosphere. One could sense the frantic depletion of air's wind elements at night, all converging towards the two white tigers. Meanwhile, on Han Wan's side, with the collective effort of 5 individuals, they successfully vanquished the juvenile azure white forehead tiger and began dragging its carcass towards Yilei, hovering in the air. Han Wan was the first to notice the situation unfolding with Yilei. She landed and briefed the others before abandoning the soul beast's carcass to hasten to Yilei's side. As Yilei gazed up at the increasingly large emerald energy orb above him, his movements began to slow. The two white tigers were furiously gathering the surrounding wind elements. At that moment, the energy within the orb had reached its zenith, teetering on the brink of explosion. This could not be allowed to happen. The annihilation of all life within 100 meters was imminent. Thus, he resolved to employ this technique. The third soul skill, 1,000-ton flame armor. The 6 soul rings belonging to the blue-silver emperor vanished, and the flame lord materialized behind Yilei, while 3 soul rings appeared around his waist, the third of which began to glow with brilliance. Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with tremendous force. In that instant, the earth around him shattered, and fragments of stone ascended into the air, transforming into crimson armor that enveloped him completely. Chapter 39, Slaughter. Once encased in the fiery red armor, Yilei resembled a valiant knight. He spoke slowly. The defensive power of my third soul skill, the 1,000-June flame armor, is extraordinarily formidable. I can withstand the combined assault of you two without a doubt, but I cannot allow other lives in the vicinity to be endangered. Thus, I shall unleash my self-created soul skill, the domain of 4 flames reaching the heavens. As Yilei's first and second soul rings glowed at his waist, the ground around him was swiftly engulfed by molten lava. The soul skill he had devised and unleashed against the Elder Hall reemerged, albeit this time with a far greater radius, rapidly ensnaring 2 soul beasts within its confines. However, Yilei was oblivious to the 5 individuals rushing toward him, inadvertently dragging them into the field as well. What is happening? Han Wan, suspended in the air, gazed in astonishment at the suddenly vanished sky, replaced by a crimson barrier. My soul power is depleting rapidly. With those words, Han Wan could no longer maintain her flight, plummeting to the ground. A similar fate befell Yi Junqing and Tang Yongqing. Han Mu also experienced a gradual loss of soul power, while Han Kachin remained unaffected. At that moment, the 2 white tigers had completed their charge, launching energy orbs toward Yilei, while simultaneously unleashing wind attribute energy attacks with their claws and tails. First soul skill, Hellfire Lava Break. Yilei, witnessing the impending assault, raised his right hand skyward, unleashing a crimson light cannon that collided with the combined attack of the 2 white tigers, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. The shockwave, infused with wind and fire elements, spread throughout the field. Among the 5, only Han Mu, unaffected, released his first soul skill to shield the others. First soul skill, Flame Rhino's Guard. The red shield expanded to withstand the clash of wind and fire elements. However, how could a soul skill endowed by a century-old soul ring possibly withstand the shockwave generated by a 10,000-year soul skill? The outcome was inevitable. Han Mu's shield began to crumble. At that moment, Yilei noticed the anomaly, turning his head sharply with a solemn expression. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a lift of his left hand, 3 towering crimson stone walls erupted before the 5, taking the place of Han Mu's shield and absorbing the collision of wind and fire elements. Simultaneously, Yilei diminished the energy within that segment of the field, causing Han Wan and the couple, Yi Junqing, to feel their soul power no longer depleting. Observing the 2 white tigers grounded before him, both appeared in poor condition, particularly the female, who had previously been afflicted by Yilei's mental toxin and had expended considerable energy in conjunction with the male tiger to unleash the azure wind pill. Her azure fur now appeared dull and lackluster. The male white tiger showed a slight reduction in vigor, yet remained unscathed. Gazing at the 50,000-year-old azure blue-white forehead tiger, Yilei mused, The recovery ability of a 50,000-year-old beast is remarkable. If it were to become a soul ring, its age would suffice. Yet its attributes do not align with my desired soul skill effects. I shall reserve these two azure blue white forehead tigers as my father's 4th and 5th soul rings. Now, it is time for you to become soul rings. 1,000 body soul bone skill, 1,000 falling flame break. As the words fell, the formidable body of the 1,000-weighted ant emperor manifested prominently upon Yi Lei's chest. A flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings as the fire and earth elements in the air began to coalesce. In an instant, a colossal fire meteor took shape in the sky. At that moment, Yi Lei had removed the stone wall that had shielded Chaowan and the others, allowing them to witness the spectacle of Yi Lei unleashing his soul bone skill. Yu Juqing could not help but exclaim, "What number soul skill is this for Yi Lei? Its power is astonishing. Uncle, this is likely Yi Lei's 3rd soul skill or his soul bone skill, all derived from the 85,000-year 1,000-weighted ant emperor." Han Yuan remarked, revealing everything Yi Lei had confided in her. Yu Juqing was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. There was simply no way to contend with the extraordinary abilities of her son. Yi Lei was unaware that his father was taken aback by his abilities, as he swiftly manipulated the meteorite to strike at the 2 white tigers. The colossal meteorite split in midair, each fragment pursuing one of the white tigers. The 2 tigers could only flee within Yi Lei's domain, occasionally launching gusts of wind towards the meteorite, but to no avail. The mother white tiger, in the most dire state, was the first to succumb to the meteorite's assault. As the meteorite approached, it shattered into countless pieces, descending upon her. In response, the mother tiger conjured a wind elemental shield before her. Yet within Yi Lei's domain, the wind and ice elements were severely suppressed. Consequently, the shield she formed could only withstand a handful of small meteorites before it shattered, engulfing her immense form in an avalanche of debris. Her life force gradually waned beneath the relentless onslaught of the meteorites. Meanwhile, the male white tiger, sensing the extinguishing of his mate's life force, erupted with fury, letting out a thunderous roar that caused the very barriers of Yi Lei's domain to fracture. With a furious lash of his tail, he unleashed 2 massive blades of wind energy that cleaved the pursuing meteorites into quarters. Soaring into the air, the white tiger charged towards the apex of the barrier, launching a sphere of wind energy that struck the most vulnerable point of the shield. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Yi Lei furrowed his brow. His domain had been breached. Should the creature return to the outside world, its power would surely augment, making it far more challenging to vanquish. In Yi Lei's eyes, a shimmering blue and golden light flickered as the 4 fire sky domain gradually faded away. The 3 soul rings at his waist also vanished, only to be replaced by 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul skill, blue-silver binding rain, illuminated the 6th soul ring. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor's vines surged from all directions, entwining the azure white tiger in the sky. Upon witnessing this, the azure white tiger prepared to unleash a gust of wind element blades with its tail, but someone was swifter. The 2nd soul skill, parasitism. As Yi Lei observed the azure-eyed white tiger prepare to unleash a blade of wind, he promptly activated the 2nd soul skill of the blue-silver emperor. Earlier, during the confrontation with the mother white tiger, Yi Lei had prudently sown several blue-silver emperor seeds while she struggled against the restraints. He had planted these seeds on both white tigers as a precaution, ensuring they could not escape his domain. However, with the demise of the dancing white tiger, the seeds on its body had become utterly futile. Instantly, the blue-silver emperor sprouted around the remaining white tiger, binding it tightly, while Yi Lei's 6th soul skill immobilized it in midair. He then invoked his 5th soul skill, the blue-silver overlord spear. The 5th soul ring on Yi Lei's waist shimmered, and a radiant blue-gold light flickered in his right hand. In an instant, a long spear materialized within his grasp, which he hurled forth with determination. A mournful roar echoed, a cry of anguish from a tiger that had just escaped its oppressive domain. Still reeling from the grief of losing its mate, it beheld the lifeless body of its offspring in the distance, lying on the ground, its once bright eyes now dull, gazing in the direction of its parent. In that heart-wrenching moment, all of its dearest kin perished before its very eyes, and the world it once knew collapsed in an instant, utterly shattered. Another roar erupted, this time infused with rage. The bony spikes on its shoulders began to gleam with fervor, while the elemental winds around it grew restless, coalescing into a protective vortex. Within this tempest, blades of wind formed, swiftly slicing through the bindings of the blue-silver emperor. With a thunderous crash, the blue-silver Emperor spear collided with the wind vortex, producing a tremendous sound. Observing this, Yilei swiftly crouched, placing his hands upon the ground, and silently chanted, "Fourth soul skill, blue-silver piercing formation." Instantly, numerous blue-silver spikes erupted from the earth, piercing towards the suspended body of the azure blue-white crown tiger. Human-faced leg bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple slash. He executed a rapid kick with his left leg, unleashing a torrent of purple slashes that soared into the air, many striking the base of the blue-silver Emperor's spear, while the remainder fell upon the wind vortex. Ultimately, the vortex, forged from the essence of a 50,000-year-old azure blue-white crown tiger, could not withstand the might of the evolved 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor spear. After enduring the spear's assault for over 30 seconds, the wind vortex shattered explosively, and the chest of the azure blue-white crown tiger was pierced, leaving a gaping wound that gushed forth blood in a frenzy. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the azure blue-white crown tiger fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Time seemed to slow as its life force waned, the light in its eyes gradually dimming. Yilei manipulated the blue-silver Emperor, gathering the remains of the 3 family members and drawing them together. From the system space, he retrieved the soul ring collector and extracted the soul rings from 2 10,000-year soul beasts. The soul ring of the 1,000-year blue-green white-eyed tiger captivated Yi Junqing, who began to absorb it gradually. Chapter 40, The Third Soul Bone. A purple soul ring encircled Yi Junqing's waist, its energy merging slowly into his being. Yilei remained as usual, extracting the soul of the 3-headed spirit beast with his blue-silver Emperor spear. As he held the soul of the 50,000-year-old blue-qing white forehead tiger, a formidable burst of wind elements erupted from it. The quality of this soul could be deemed exceptional among wind attribute souls, and the soul skill granted by its soul ring would undoubtedly be overwhelming. This soul ring could be fully absorbed when his father's soul power reached level 40, simultaneously enhancing the potency of the second soul skill. With a crack, the right front leg of the 50,000-year-old blue-qing white forehead tiger shattered, and a claw-shaped, emerald green bone rose from within, suspended in the air, surrounded by a rich aura of wind elements. At this moment, Yilei's mouth gaped wide open, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Initially, he had merely intended to assist his father in hunting a soul beast to obtain a soul ring. However, out of sheer necessity, he had ended up slaying the entire family of 3. Little did he anticipate that this would lead to the acquisition of his third soul bone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained your third soul bone. The system's hidden achievement has reached 60. Only 40 remains until the achievement is completed. 40? 2 soul bones. Among the 3 soul bones he had gathered, 2 had already been absorbed by him. Yet, the attributes of this particular soul bone did not align with those of his 2 martial souls, rendering it of little use to him. Contemplating this, Yilei turned his gaze towards Yi Junqing, who was nearby, attracting the soul rings. His father's second soul ring had also been acquired from the blue-white tiger. But since his father's martial soul possessed ice attributes, the optimal configuration of soul bones should be entirely derived from ice-type soul beasts to maximize his strength. Yilei harbored the ambition of transforming his parents and Han Wan into the most formidable trio of ice warriors the world has ever known. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards Han's mother, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with his own mother. Grasping the soul bones in his hands, he approached her. "Excuse me, Auntie. Please accept these 2 items," Yilei declared, extending his hands towards her. Upon realizing what he was offering, Han's mother was taken aback and hastily declined. "Oh dear. Xiaolei, there is no need for me to accept such precious items. Please, keep them for yourself. Auntie, it's quite all right. You truly should accept them. These items are perfectly suited for you." No, I cannot." At that moment, Han's father, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes and approached. "What is it, my dear?" Han's mother shook her head, indicating she was fine, and recounted the situation to him. After listening, Han's father found himself at a loss for how to refuse. "Auntie, this soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the Azure Gale. As a soul master, your prowess in both attack and speed is unparalleled. This bone will enhance your speed and bestow upon you a wind attribute attack soul skill, significantly augmenting your strength." With that, Yilei pressed the soul ring and soul bone into Han's mother's hands. Faced with such insistence, she could no longer refuse and reluctantly accepted them. Under Yilei's protective guidance, Han's mother began the process of absorbing the soul bone. Blue-silver domain. Yilei activated the blue-silver domain, subsequently encouraging the other three to commence their training. As the five engaged in their cultivation, Yilei intermittently infused gentle soul power into their bodies, facilitating the smooth flow of their meridians. Meanwhile, 10 individuals clad in black arrived at the site where Han's parents had previously dealt a severe beating to 5 unruly youths. Upon witnessing the tattered and bruised figures on the ground, the 10 black-clad individuals wasted no time. In pairs, they lifted the 5 individuals and removed them from the martial world, depositing them into an inconspicuous, dilapidated van. Shortly after, the group swiftly boarded a black vehicle, with the 2 cars departing in tandem. Chapter 41. The effects of soul skills. The earliest to absorb the soul rings, Yi Junqing, was the first to awaken. She immediately sensed her soul power surge from level 20 to over halfway to level 24, while also noticing a significant improvement in the flow of her meridians. With a mere thought, 2 purple soul rings materialized, hovering gracefully at her waist. Yi Junqing glanced around, then walked to a corner, ensuring she was sufficiently distanced from Yilei and the others before speaking. Second soul skill, Shambing Storm. The second soul ring at her waist illuminated, and with a flourish of her hands, a swirling ice-blue tornado intertwined with icy blades surged forward, striking the trees ahead. As the soul skill dissipated, the aftermath revealed the trees, ruthlessly cleaved by the icy blades, in a state of utter devastation. Awakened from his meditative state by the sound of the soul skill, Yilei gazed at his father in bewilderment. "Dad, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his son's voice, Yi Junqing turned to Yilei and replied, "Nothing much. I was merely testing my second soul skill to observe its efficacy. Did I disturb you?" After Yi Junqing's response, Yilei exerted himself to stand up and approached his father, looking at the ravaged trees. "Dad, it seems that allowing you to absorb the soul ring of the azure blue-white striped tiger was indeed a wise decision. The effectiveness of this soul skill is quite impressive, being a range-type destructive skill. By the way, son, I now feel that the meridians within my body have been greatly unblocked, and my speed has increased significantly. That is because you absorbed the soul ring of the azure blue-white striped tiger, which is a wind attribute soul beast. The wind attribute is inherently linked to speed. Hence, upon absorbing the wind attribute soul ring, your speed would naturally enhance. As for the unblocking of your meridians, that was facilitated by my soul power when you absorbed the soul ring." Yilei responded. Yi Junqing nodded, glanced at the remaining 4 individuals, and inquired, "What about them? Are they also cultivating?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Just a moment ago, we extracted a soul bone from the 50,000-year-old beaching white forehead tiger, known as the beaching gale right arm bone. The attributes of this soul bone resonate harmoniously with your aunt's martial spirit, which is why I suggested that she absorb it while you were in the process of assimilating the soul ring." Yilei recounted in detail the events that transpired when Yi Junqing absorbed her soul ring. Yi Junqing nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the participants gradually concluded their meditation and began to awaken one by one. Yilei approached Han's mother and inquired about her absorption progress. "How is your absorption coming along? How does the soul skill feel?" "I feel quite good about it. I have named the soul skill from the soul bone shadow gale / very well, Auntie. Please use the soul bone skill to attack me. Is that truly advisable?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Han's mother furrowed her brow slightly. However, upon seeing Yilei nod in affirmation, she refrained from further protest. After creating a suitable distance from Yilei, the soul bone manifested on her right arm. After signaling Yilei that she was ready, she launched her attack. Azure Gale right arm soul bone skill, Shadow Gale / a green light coalesced between her fingers. And then Han's mother swung her right hand. In an instant, 5 dark green slashes hurtled toward Yilei, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with force, causing 5 crimson stone walls to rise abruptly before him. As the 5 dark green energy blades made contact with Yilei's second soul skill, they pierced through effortlessly, leaving 5 gashes in their wake. A fate shared by the subsequent 4 stone walls. Yilei swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the luminous slashes. The 5 beams of light pierced through a multitude of trees before ultimately vanishing into the ether. Yi Junqing stepped forward. "My son, how is it that your second soul skill cannot withstand this soul bone ability?" "Father, my second soul skill as the Flame Lord draws upon 45,000 years from the Crimson Scorpion King, while this soul bone boasts an age of 50,000 years. The difference between the 2 skills is a full 5,000 years, making it only natural that it falters." Yilei responded. Chapter 42. The Bullied Girl. Yilei stepped forward to stand before Aunt Han. Aunt, the power of your soul bone skill is remarkably potent. The cutting force of the wind element is exceptionally strong, rendering any defensive soul skills below 50,000 years ineffective. Aunt Han, upon hearing this, was taken aback, finding Yilei's assertion implausible. Oh dear, Xiaolei, you mustn't jest. How could my soul skill possibly be that formidable? Please, do not make such jokes. Witnessing Aunt Han's exaggerated reaction, Yilei could only chuckle helplessly. Aunt, I'm not jesting. I speak the truth. The second soul ring of my second martial spirit, the Flame Lord, is derived from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King, which is a full 5,000 years older than your soul bone. It could not withstand even a single strike from you. Do you truly believe I am joking? After hearing Yilei's explanation, Aunt Han finally felt reassured. Once everyone had rested, they resumed their search for soul beasts. At this moment, Yilei was consumed by frantic thoughts. The soul rings to be hunted for uncle and aunt must reach at least 1,300 years in age, which posed no issue. However, their first soul rings were only 500 years old, and Yilei pondered how to elevate their age to the 1,000-year level. It would be inconceivable to strip them of their first soul rings. What difference would that make to murder? Dear system, do you possess any solutions to this dilemma? Lacking any alternatives, Yilei sought the system's assistance. Well, there is a solution, which is... What is it? Speak quickly. The system replied, Hold on. I had not finished my explanation yet. Why interrupt me? Yilei, I am anxious. What else can I do? Thus, I must locate a soul beast whose age corresponds with the first soul rings of both of them, allowing them to absorb and merge the two rings. This fusion will elevate the soul rings to the Millennium Realm. Furthermore, it is crucial that the combined ages of the two soul rings must exceed 1,000 years or precisely reach that threshold. The system concluded its explanation in one breath and then fell into a dormant state once more. Yilei pondered the conditions articulated by the system, finding them rather undemanding, even excessively simple for his capabilities. Thus, throughout the ensuing journey, he remained vigilant for soul beasts that shared the same lineage as the first soul rings of Han's parents and met the requisite age criteria. The vastness of the martial world, teeming with countless soul beasts, rendered Yilei's search relatively effortless, and he soon located one that matched his specifications. With the assistance of his blue-silver domain, the originally yellow soul rings of Han's parents transformed into a delicate shade of purple. After they had taken a moment to recuperate, they resumed their expedition. However, fortune did not favor Yilei this time. After traveling for a considerable distance, he found no suitable soul beasts. Either the age was insufficient or the attributes incompatible, prompting him to chase them away. At that moment, a large bird soared overhead with remarkable speed, and Yilei's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the bird's neck and drawing it down to the ground. The impact was thunderous as the bird crashed, sending several blue-silver emperors bursting forth from the earth, securing the creature firmly in place. Extending his left arm, the soul beast detector began scanning the fallen avian. Beep. Scanning complete. Magic Eye Ice Kite, age 1,300 years. After relaying the results, the detector's screen went dark. At last, after such a long search, I have finally found a suitable soul beast. How arduous this journey has been, he exclaimed. Nwaner, come here and slay it to absorb its soul ring. Obediently, Han Nwan approached, gazing at the dark ice-colored bird. Suddenly, the Magic Eye Ice Kite lifted its head, locking eyes with Han Nwan. A flash of its dark ice-colored pupils sent a wave of dizziness through her, leaving her feeling increasingly cold, her will to avoid its gaze faltering as her body seemed to act of its own accord, fixating on the bird's eyes. In an instant, darkness enveloped her vision, replaced by a comforting warmth and the pleasant scent of a nearby boy. All her distress vanished, and control over her body returned to normal. Nwaner, do not make eye contact. Its primary attack method is to control through eye contact, inducing a state worse than death. Upon hearing this, the four adults who had briefly leaned in to observe quickly turned their heads away from the bird, as none wished to experience the torment of being controlled. With a rustle, several blue-silver emperors burst forth again, tightly binding the head of the Magic Eye Ice Kite, leaving no room for escape. Yilei finally withdrew his hand from Han Nwan's face. At that moment, Yilei felt an intense itch in the palm of his hand, and the cause was none other than the brush of Han Nwan's long eyelashes. It wasn't until he playfully pinched her cheeks a few times that the itch subsided. The transition was stark. The once vibrant gaze of the Demon Eye Ice Kite began to dull, its dark, icy pupils losing their luster. Violet energy coalesced in the air, forming a soul ring that, guided by Han Yuan, gradually fused with it. As time flowed gently by, once Han Yuan completed the absorption of the soul ring, Yilei retrieved some food from the system space to share with the group. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the 6 companions resumed their journey. Yilei and his companions had not walked far when they heard voices ahead. Upon listening intently, he discerned that the discourse was laced with insults. As they approached, peering through the thicket, they beheld several girls of similar age, mercilessly assaulting another girl who was seated on the ground, their mouths spewing vile epithets. In the distance, a couple of vans lingered, with several men standing by, yet they remained indifferent to the cruel antics unfolding before them, allowing the girls to bully the one on the ground without intervention. Chapter 43. Cowards relying on power. The taunts hurled by the girls were truly unbearable. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Yilei forcefully parted the bushes and strode forward. "You lot, cease this at once. What kind of prowess is it to bully the weak in numbers?" Yilei's voice suddenly resonated behind the group of girls, startling them. One of them, poised to kick, lost her balance upon hearing his voice and tumbled directly onto the girl on the ground. The girl on the ground, unfazed, shifted her position slightly to the side. The fallen girl landed awkwardly, her face muddy, and upon rising, she raised her hand to slap the other girl, indignantly exclaiming, "You wretched creature! You witnessed me fall and didn't offer yourself as my cushion. Do you wish for your demise?" Unfortunately for her, the slap missed its intended target and landed on a red stone instead. The sharp crack echoed, and she winced, hopping up while clutching her hand, shouting, "Ouch! You've broken my finger. It's all your fault, you vile harlot. Why don't you just perish?" Yet, fate was not on her side. Her foot collided with another stone. The force of her kick was evident. Now at a loss, both her right hand and foot ached, leaving her rolling on the ground in agony. The other girls, regaining their senses, ignored the plight of their fallen companion and began to interrogate Yilei. "What do you intend to do? Are you out of your mind? I suspect he must be that harlot's boyfriend." "Indeed, now that you mention it, it does seem so, haha." Listening to their crude remarks, Yilei felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "You pompous bullies, leveraging your family's wealth to terrorize others. Do you not feel a shred of shame?" After a moment of silence, one of them retorted, "Shame? Are you joking? We are indeed proud of our wealth, and what can you possibly do about it? To be frank, my boyfriend's father is the general manager of Yi Corporation, Qinhausa, immensely wealthy. Do you believe I could have him eliminate you? Are you familiar with Yi Corporation, you worthless cur?" Nearby, the bushes rustled. Yi Junqing, filled with indignation, swiftly retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Before the first ring could echo for 3 seconds, it was answered. "Hello, is there someone named Qinhausa at our company?" "Yes, Chairman." "May I inquire what the matter is?" "Inform him not to come to work tomorrow. Do not process his salary for this month either." "And the reason?" "Let him ask his precious son." With that, Yi Junqing hung up the call, disregarding any response from the other end. The chairman of the Yi Group is none other than Yi Junqing, relying on her position as the head of the Yi Group. Her son has been bullying the weak outside. Such employees are better off dismissed. At this moment, apart from Han Yuan, no one around Yi Junqing reacted in the slightest. They had already learned about each other's occupations during their earlier chatter, except for Han Yuan. Thus, they were not at all surprised when Yi Junqing made the phone call. Only Han Yuan, with her mouth agape, gazed in shock at Yi Junqing, unable to fathom that Yi Junqing, the future mother-in-law she never expected, was the chairman of the illustrious Yi Group, a leading corporation in Rong City. Although the Han family is not an ordinary one and possesses its own assets, they pale in comparison to even the smallest fractions of the Yi Group's wealth. Observing the young gentlemen and ladies before him, Yilei's anger surged as he stepped forward, exuding a fiery aura. The girls sensed the impending trouble, and one of them urgently called out to the person beside the business vehicle, "Qin Song, hurry over. Someone is trying to bully me." Upon hearing the girl's plea, the young man, who had been blowing smoke rings, rushed over and positioned himself in front of Yilei. "You think you can bully my girlfriend? You!" Qin Song exclaimed as he launched a punch towards Yilei, his movements unceasing. Yilei sidestepped and delivered a powerful knee strike directly to Qin Song's vital area. Racked with pain, Qin Song doubled over, clutching his injury. As he raised his head, intending to curse, he was abruptly met with a crisp slap. The sound resonated sharply as Qin Song was sent reeling, crashing into a nearby business vehicle, his face swelling rapidly on one side. In an instant, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 44. Not a single one escapes upon witnessing Qinsong being flung away by a single slap, lying motionless on the ground. The female onlookers were utterly panicked. The sheer force that could propel a living being with such ease revealed the incredible strength possessed by Yi Lei. He was nothing short of a monster. Yi Lei strolled forward, his eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld the group of girls. Throughout my life, I, Yi Lei, have held a profound disdain for bullying. Thus, during my middle school years, I established a resolute principle: anyone discovered to be bullying others, regardless of their background, shall be condemned to a lifetime of hardship. Today, I have witnessed every one of your actions, and by tomorrow, no, this very evening, you shall receive a legal notice from the Yi Corporation. I shall ensure that you forfeit all your family assets, and you bullies will come to know the bitter taste of being victimized. Upon hearing these words, the girls regarded Yi Lei with the same dread one might reserve for a monster, recoiling in fear. Qinsong's girlfriend shouted towards the luxury vehicle, urging, "You lot, stop dawdling. Beat him to a pulp." The bodyguards, clad in black suits, were momentarily stunned by the earlier display of Qinsong's prowess. They rushed over to assess their young master's vital signs, completely oblivious to the girls. However, upon hearing Qinsong's girlfriend's call, the bodyguards lifted their gazes. Recognizing the peril faced by their future mistress, they hastily confirmed that Qinsong's condition was stable before swiftly moving to shield Yi Lei, obstructing his advance. "Bodyguards, is it? Then let you be the first to receive retribution." A radiant white light emanated from beneath the feet of several bodyguards, and a white soul ring materialized at their waists. A decade-old soul ring, such a rarity post the merging of two worlds. I had previously overlooked this, yet their soul ring abilities could not inflict a scratch upon me. The first soul skill, high-pressure surge. One bodyguard clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of water, thick as a thigh, directed at Yi Lei. With a casual lift of his left hand, that very stream evaporated upon contact with his arm, producing a series of hissing sounds that left the bodyguard in astonishment. Exchanging glances, the suited bodyguards coordinated their movements and lunged toward Yi Lei. Their attempts to strike him, each punch and kick, were effortlessly deflected by Yi Lei's nonchalant gestures. As he blocked their attacks with ease, Yi Lei's patience was gradually depleted, and at last, as the bodyguards retreated to gather strength for their assault, he raised his right hand slightly. A block of crimson stone coalesced in his grasp. With a resounding crack, the stone instantaneously shattered into numerous fragments. With a swift motion of his right hand, the shards were propelled forward, and in an instant, the bodyguards were struck down, their foreheads marked with distinct burn injuries. Only one bodyguard, having fallen, managed to rise again, for his martial spirit was that of the Bishi, renowned for its formidable defense. Yet even he could not evade the burn that marred his forehead. Yi Lei remained oblivious to his predicament and continued towards the group of girls, completely unaware that he had risen once again. The bodyguard, clutching his head with both hands, shook his head in disbelief and cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lei before stumbling into the intact luxury vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the bodyguard pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling directly towards Yi Lei. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yi Lei did not look back, resolutely advancing towards the girls. Just as the luxury car was a mere 5 meters away, a flash of violet light emanated from Yi Lei's left leg as he executed a swift spinning kick. A beam of purple radiance piercing through the center of the vehicle. In the astonished gazes of the bodyguard and the girls, the luxury car split apart, careening in opposite directions. White smoke billowed as the airbags deployed, causing the bodyguard to lose consciousness instantly. Witnessing that the bodyguards could not impede Yi Lei's advance, the girls were thrown into a state of panic, turning to flee only to fall unceremoniously into a gaping chasm that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 45, The Return Journey. Yi Lei approached the edge of the pit, gazing down upon the several girls with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. His fingers twitched slightly, and from atop the pit, several stone pillars emerged, transforming the chasm into a veritable cage. The girls looked up at Yi Lei, their expressions pleading for mercy. "Let us out. We will pay you anything. Just name your price. Please, we beg you to release us." "Is that possible? Money?" "The Yi family is never in want of it." Yi Lei remained silent, as a voice emerged from behind him. Yi Junqing approached slowly and paused before the pit. Yi Junqing gently patted Yi Lei's shoulder and spoke. "Son, let us depart. Father has already alerted the authorities. The rest shall be managed by the police." With that, Yi Lei and Yi Junqing turned to leave, paying no heed to the cries of the girls trapped in the pit. As they passed by the bodyguards, Yi Lei ensured to secure them firmly to the ground, leaving no chance for escape. Upon Yilei's return, Han Nuan and her family wisely refrained from asking further questions. Having just learned from Tang Yunqing about Yilei's difficult middle school years, Han Nuan approached Yilei's side and noticed his eyes were closed, his demeanor somewhat askew. Silently, she slipped her hand into his. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Yilei slowly opened his phoenix-like eyes. The anger that had previously lingered in his gaze dissipated, replaced by a tenderness that filled his eyes. He raised his hand to gently tousle Han Nuan's fluffy hair. Han Nuan looked up into Yilei's eyes and realized that the anger he had felt earlier had vanished. "Are you feeling better?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I am quite well," he responded. After Yilei finished speaking, he raised his hand and playfully ruffled Han Nuan's hair a few times. "Oh dear, you've completely messed up my hair," Han Nuan exclaimed, pushing Yilei's hand away, covering her head with both hands, and casting an indignant glare at him. Yilei gazed at Han Nuan with eyes brimming with affection, lifting his hands to gently pinch her petite face, stretching it playfully. Han Nuan, momentarily stunned, soon sprang into action, chasing after Yilei through the forest. Noticing her pursuit, Yilei did not slow his pace. Ultimately, Han Nuan unfurled her wings and soared into the air, catching up with Yilei and promptly settling atop his shoulders, tugging at his ears with a faint pout of annoyance. As she mounted him, Yilei instinctively supported her legs, concerned she might lose her balance and tumble. The four adults looked on with amused smiles, reveling in their playful antics. Before long, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as several squad cars sped into the martial arts community, guided by the previously bullied girl. They arrived at the scene of the incident. What they witnessed was unforgettable: a business vehicle cleaved in two, a suited man firmly anchored to the ground by stones, a young man crushed against another vehicle, and several girls trapped in a deep pit. After gathering information from the bullied girl, the officers swiftly took action, apprehending all involved and escorting them back to the police station. The legal department of the Yi family group acted swiftly. Unexpectedly, Qin Haoze, who was on leave at home, received notification of his termination from the Human Resources Department. Confused, he inquired about the reason, only to be told to ask his son. This left him even more bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was met by a colleague from the legal department. As he was about to invite them in for a cup of tea, the colleague thrust a document into his arms and departed without uttering a word. Qin Haoze, perplexed, opened the document, and his expression turned pale upon realizing its contents. After wandering through the martial world for quite some time, Yilei finally found a suitable spirit beast for Han's father and mother. With an air of humility, he stood beside Tang Yunqing. "Mother, your martial spirit is rather unique, making it difficult to find an appropriate spirit beast in the martial world. I will assist you in searching tomorrow. Once uncle and aunt have absorbed their spirit rings, we shall return home," he stated. Tang Yunqing could only acquiesce, as her own martial spirit was, after all, a fish. Half an hour later, Han's father and mother each manifested a purple spirit ring around their waists. The two rings shimmered in succession, dazzlingly bright. A few minutes later, they opened their eyes one after the other, exchanged glances, smiled, and then walked over to stand beside Han Nuan. Han Kachin cast a glance at Yilei, a flicker of indistinct light passing through his eyes. "Is something the matter, uncle? Are you feeling unwell?" Yilei, sensing the gaze upon him, turned his head to meet Han Kachin's eyes, mistakenly assuming something had gone awry during Han Kachin's spirit ring absorption. "Rest assured, I have no issues with my health. Under your blue-silver domain, the absorption of spirit rings by your aunt and me was exceedingly smooth," Han Kachin replied, his voice steady. "I now believe that allowing you to be Xiao Nuan's boyfriend was indeed a wise decision. Having you by her side ensures she receives the best protection and is shielded from any danger." Yilei pondered. Is it truly safe, devoid of any peril? This assertion holds only partial truth. After all, his formidable prowess undeniably ensures the safety of those around him. However, he finds himself insidiously inscribed upon the Elders' Hall blacklist, regarded as a formidable adversary. It is indeed implausible that he has not laid a multitude of watchful eyes in his vicinity. Perhaps, at this very moment, individuals dispatched by the seventh elder are lurking nearby. Wait a moment, watchful eyes. Given the elders' proclivity for such tactics, it would not be out of character for them to deploy a spy. Drawing upon his domain skill, the spirit hunting ground, Yilei unleashed invisible threads that spread from beneath his feet, instantaneously flooding his mind with every life signature within a 100-meter radius. As he swiftly scanned the area, a shadow materialized in his consciousness. "Found you. This time, I shall impart a lesson." Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. Yilei's right hand quietly rested upon the ground, as 6 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, with the 4th soul ring glowing with an ethereal light. At that moment, a cloaked figure dispatched by the elder of the 7 abodes concealed himself atop a grand tree, meticulously observing every movement of Yilei and his companions. His codename was Shadow, a moniker bestowed upon him only after the awakening of his martial spirit. Prior to this, all his actions had been shrouded in utmost secrecy, earning him the title of Shadow. As he focused intently on monitoring Yilei's group, countless strands of blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring him in their grasp. What was happening? What is this? Shadow found himself bewildered, tugging at the vines with his hands in a futile attempt to break free, but his efforts proved in vain. Suddenly, 4 blue-silver emperor vines emerged from each direction, binding his limbs and suspending him in an X-shaped posture in midair. At that moment, Shadow was still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, when a faint sound echoed beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the source, and a chill raced down his spine. A spiral blunt spike, formed by 3 intertwined blue-silver emperor vines, burst forth from the ground, slowly ascending towards his vulnerable spot. Hey, what the— Shadow writhed in a desperate, yet futile struggle. Resistance was in vain, as the blunt spike continued its arduous ascent. Meanwhile, the onlookers were puzzled as they witnessed Yilei suddenly crouching down, his right hand pressed against the ground. With the 6 soul rings of the blue-silver emperor materializing beneath him, Yilei rose to his feet, gesturing to the crowd with a shake of his head to indicate that no danger was present. He then took Hanwan's hand and led the group away from the martial arts arena. Unbeknownst to the others, Yilei tightened his left hand's fingers, and in an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the arena. Chapter 47. Explosion. News. The moment the scream pierced the air, everyone except Yilei was startled. What was going on? Had someone been injured by a soul beast? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps the 5 individuals had merely received another beating. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Clearly, judging by their tone, those individuals had engaged in such behavior before, their familiarity suggesting that several groups had previously fallen victim to their thievery. Shadow, I thank you. As everyone present were soul masters, what would have ordinarily taken over an hour to traverse the martial arts arena was accomplished in less than half an hour. When passing the spot where the 5 individuals had been beaten, Yilei did not see them, but he did notice a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. A closer inspection revealed that all the prints were of varying sizes, unmistakably indicating they had been left by a single individual. Yilei paid no heed to the footprints as he exited the martial arts world alongside the others. At this moment, he could not have anticipated that those 5 individuals would later pose a significant threat. In the depths of the martial arts realm, a shadow lay despondently on the ground, mouth slightly ajar, emitting peculiar moans, with a tear in his trousers revealing a glimpse of vibrant red underwear. Beep, beep, beep. The military multifunctional communicator on the shadow's left wrist buzzed to life. Weakly, he raised his right hand and pressed a button, causing the visage of a middle-aged secretary to appear on the screen. ID 49043, report on the operational status and the movements of the target. He addressed the elder's assistant. The covert operation has failed. The target has exited the martial arts realm. I have suffered an unidentified attack and am gravely injured. There was a moment of silence from the other end before a voice responded, Failure? How could someone of your caliber fail? And how did you sustain an unidentified attack? ID 49043, provide a detailed account of the operation. The shadow shifted his left hand aside, laboriously lifted his neck, and shook his head before speaking. The target eliminated 3 tiger-type soul beasts, 1 avian soul beast, and 2 others of unknown species within the martial arts realm. While they were resting and recuperating, I was unexpectedly ambushed, resulting in the loss of surveillance over them. What type of attack did you endure? Physical or energy damage? The corners of the shadow's mouth twitched as he slowly uttered 3 words. Upon hearing this, the elder's assistant fell silent once more, remaining quiet for a considerable time. Given this, return at once. I will dispatch someone to take over your position. Beep, beep, beep. The call was terminated. The shadow feebly rolled over, and as soon as his backside touched the ground, he sprang up while clutching it, letting out another anguished scream. Ah! The wretched cry startled the birds into flight. Afternoon. After exiting the highway, Yilei and his companions parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Yi Junqing instinctively turned on the television to watch a variety show, and the three of them settled onto the sofa, enjoying a humorous segment when an urgent news bulletin interrupted. At 1:45 p.m. today, a sudden incident occurred at the large marine biology exhibition hall in Jianghe district of Rongqing, where all marine creatures underwent a mutation, elevating the danger level. Numerous innocent bystanders were injured, with current reports indicating 20 fatalities and countless others suffering from various degrees of injury. The exhibition hall has been sealed off, and the military has intervened. The public is advised to keep their distance from the venue. This concludes our special report. Yi Lei, who had been slumped on the sofa, instantly straightened up, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at Tang Yongqing. Chapter 48. The Soul Beast Transformation of Marine Creatures. Tang Yongqing felt uneasy under Yi Lei's intense stare. "Son, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Junqing abruptly sat up and turned to Tang Yongqing, speaking earnestly. "Darling, how could there be anything on your face? You look absolutely stunning." Yi Lei's lips curled slightly as he pondered how his father, known for his decisiveness outside, displayed a submissive demeanor at home, revealing just how fearful he was of his mother. "This is none of your concern. Go watch your television." Tang Yongqing firmly pressed Yi Junqing down while casting a glance at Yi Lei. "Mom, have you been paying attention to the reports?" "Yes. Why?" Tang Yongqing remained perplexed, unable to grasp Yi Lei's implication. "Mom, your second soul ring has been secured." At this moment, Yi Junqing finally grasped the situation, elevating herself slightly to gaze at Yi Lei. "Son, are you suggesting that these mutated creatures bear similarities to the wolf bandits?" Yi Lei remained silent, merely nodding to indicate that Yi Junqing was correct. Tang Yongqing listened to the conversation between the father and son, her brows furrowing in confusion. She could not comprehend their discourse. "What are you two talking about? What on earth is a wolf thief?" Without waiting for Yi Lei to explain, Yi Junqing began to elucidate this type of knowledge to Tang Yongqing. Yi Lei remained silent, continuing to lounge on the sofa while watching a variety show. 10 minutes later, Yi Junqing concluded her enlightening discussion with Tang Yongqing. Yi Lei finally spoke. "Mother, please prepare yourself. We shall soon head to the exhibition hall to find a suitable soul ring for you." Tang Yongqing nodded in acknowledgement, rising to return to her room to gather her belongings. Half an hour later, Tang Yongqing and Yi Lei exited the house. Initially, Yi Junqing intended to accompany them, but Yi Lei handed her a beast soul along with a perfectly 1,000-year soul ring, instructing her to absorb them at home. Before departing, Yi Lei established a blue-silver barrier within his home, imbued with a rich essence of blue-silver emperor energy, sufficient to ensure his safety during the soul ring age breakthrough. The Oceanic Biological Exhibition Hall was not far from Yi Lei's residence, allowing them to reach their destination in a short time. However, the exhibition hall was currently surrounded by military personnel, leaving no room for passage. As Yi Lei and Tang Yongqing approached, two uniformed soldiers brandishing rifles intercepted them. "The military is engaged in operations inside. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Kindly return whence you came," one of them stated. However, before the sentence could be completed, both soldiers simultaneously raised their heads. Upon recognizing the individuals before them, their hands quivered uncontrollably, their legs trembled like sifted chaff, and beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. In a sudden panic, they swiftly turned and fled towards the main force, shouting that the living Yama had arrived. The soldiers who had initially faced away from them turned to look, and upon recognizing Yi Lei's face, the previously stern expressions of the soldiers morphed into visages of terror, causing them to scatter in fright. The dark brand on the nape of their necks revealed their true identities. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yongqing was filled with confusion, pondering why those soldiers exhibited such fear upon seeing her son. Was he truly so formidable? "Yi Lei, I am uncertain as well. I have merely extinguished a few individuals from the Elder Hall." Upon entering the exhibition hall, it was already devoid of any presence. The further one ventured inside, the more water accumulated on the floor, intermingled with large patches of blood. In one corner lay several dismembered bodies, evidently the innocent lives lost in this tragic event. Just moments ago, on the path they had traversed, multiple bulletproof glass cases housing small marine life had shattered, and all the creatures within had vanished. As Yi Lei and Tang Yongqing surveyed their surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed above them. Chapter 49. The Ice Swordfish. Upon noticing the dark shadow above him, Yi Lei instinctively raised his head, his brow furrowed in concern as he swiftly maneuvered to the side, evading Tang Yongqing. It appeared that the shadow had detected their presence. With a swift turn, several piercing beams of ice blue sword energy effortlessly disregarded the bulletproof glass, pursuing Yi Lei relentlessly. The glass bore only a few minuscule fissures, a testament to the razor-sharp nature of these sword energies. As Yu Lei turned to witness the unfolding situation, he propelled himself backward alongside Tang Yunqing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blades of icy blue energy struck where Yu Lei had just stood, leaving extensive fissures on the ground. The solidified sword energy showed no signs of dissipating, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding water to freeze instantaneously. The once sweltering exhibition hall transformed into a frigid chamber. Yet, this chill was of little consequence to Yu Lei and Tang Yunqing. "Mother, shatter that glass for me." Tang Yunqing promptly nodded at the command, waving her right hand to summon a purple soul ring as a spiked, saw-like creature materialized behind her. Utilizing her first soul skill, Frostwind Ice Blade, she swung her arms, unleashing 2 serrated, icy blue blades that intersected and struck the bulletproof glass. In an instant, the glass shattered, unleashing a torrent of water. Observing this, Yu Lei gestured with his right hand, sending several strands of blue-silver emperor racing toward the shadow. Sensing the impending threat, the shadow swiftly turned, and an invisible blade of energy severed the blue-silver emperor entirely. Yu Lei furrowed his brow slightly as 6 soul rings emerged, with the 3rd ring illuminating. The 3rd soul skill, Web Binding. A violet orb materialized in Yu Lei's hand, which he promptly cast into the water tank while pursuing the elusive shadow. Beep. The scanning was complete. The soul beast was identified as the Ice Blade fish, aged 1 for 100 years. At this moment, Yu Lei's soul beast detector finalized its analysis of the shadow and reported its findings. The Ice Blade fish, an ice attribute creature of appropriate age, was indeed the ideal soul ring presented to him on a silver platter. Truly a fortuitous gift from the heavens. How splendid it would be to have you as my mother's 2nd soul ring. As the violet light neared the Ice Blade fish, it transformed into an enormous spider web, ensnaring the creature. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Spike Array. The 4th soul ring on Yu Lei's waist ignited, prompting him to suddenly crouch down, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards the ice swordfish ensnared in a web. Sensing imminent danger, the ice swordfish ceased to conceal its true power. A chilling sword aura surged forth, severing the blue-silver emperor bindings that restrained it. The shattered remnants of the blue-silver emperor were instantly frozen into shards of ice, cascading to the ground like delicate frost flowers. However, the ice swordfish's desperate counterattack could not evade the assault of Yu Lei's Millennium Soul skill, as it was mercilessly pierced, resembling a spiny fish. What Yu Lei did not anticipate was that the ice swordfish, clinging to its last breath, launched a final strike at him. An invisible sword aura sliced through the air, piercing directly into Yu Lei's lower abdomen. Yu Lei clutched his wound, staggering backwards several steps, blood spilling from his lips as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Son, are you all right? Is it serious? Why is there so much blood? Should we go to the hospital?" Tang Yunqing rushed over, her face filled with concern as she gazed at Yu Lei. Yu Lei shook his head gently and looked up at Tang Yunqing, saying, "Mother, rest assured. Your son is quite resilient. You should focus on absorbing the soul ring for now." Although Tang Yunqing wished to say more, she found herself at a loss for words under Yu Lei's insistence and proceeded to absorb the soul ring. Yu Lei had already transported the corpse of the ice swordfish to the ground. To prevent any possibility of a resurgence, he decisively extracted its beast soul, ensuring its passage to the underworld. As Tang Yunqing absorbed the soul ring, Yu Lei noticed that the sword energy that had wounded him was laced with an extreme icy element, causing the blood around the wound to begin coagulating. Yu Lei began to concentrate his soul power in his right hand, a flickering crimson light shimmering upon it. Gritting his teeth, Yu Lei pressed his hand directly against the wound. Yu Lei could no longer endure it. As he opened his mouth, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire marine biology exhibition hall. One might wonder how a soul emperor of the 6th ring could be harmed by a 1,000-year-old soul beast. I can only attribute this to the protagonist's blind confidence in his own abilities, overlooking the fact that soul beasts can retaliate fiercely when faced with death. Thus, he sustained injuries. However, there is no need to dwell on this, for the author, Lao Tzu, intends to prevent the protagonist from having an untroubled journey. A touch of adversity is essential, and so, that shall suffice. Respectfully from Lao Tzu, Chapter 50, Elemental Collision. A scream erupted, causing cracks to form in the surrounding bulletproof glass. Sweat trickled down Yu Lei's forehead as 3 distinct soul powers clashed within him. The blue-silver emperor, and the Flame Lord's soul energies were vehemently suppressing the soul power of the ice swordfish, gradually expelling it from his body. This agonizing process nearly drained Yi Lei of his strength. The unbearable sensation of two opposing elements colliding within him was excruciating. Once he managed to expel the ice swordfish's soul power, he activated the blue-silver domain, utilizing its energy alongside the blue-silver emperor's soul power to mend his injuries. However, unlike Tang San, who possessed the blue-silver emperor's soul bone and boasted extraordinary regenerative capabilities, Yi Lei could only repair the damaged meridians and blood vessels within him using his soul power. Despite his efforts, 2 wounds remained on his lower abdomen, yet not a single drop of blood flowed from them. After steadying himself against the wall, Yi Lei pressed his hand against his wounds and approached Tang Yuqing. He channeled a stream of soul power into her to expedite her absorption of the soul ring. 10 minutes later, upon completing her absorption, Tang Yuqing opened her eyes and, seeing Yi Lei seated beside her, hurriedly inquired, "Son, how are you? Are you feeling unwell?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Just take me to the hospital for stitches later." "I've already stopped the bleeding," Yi Lei replied, meeting her gaze. Shortly after they departed from the Marine Biology Exhibition Hall, a shadow emerged in the corner. Gradually taking on human form, it was none other than Shadow. He approached the spot where Yi Lei had been injured, where remnants of his blood still lingered. Crouching down, Shadow retrieved a test tube with a cotton swab from his pocket, collecting several drops of Yi Lei's blood before disappearing without a trace. Upon arriving at the hospital, 2 nurses swiftly stitched Yi Lei's wounds, completing the task in mere seconds. As they left, both nurses expressed interest in adding Yi Lei on WeChat, sweetly calling him little brother, but he politely declined. After settling the medical bill, he returned home with Tang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing, who had already absorbed her beast soul and soul ring, lay sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a variety show, laughing heartily. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she sat up. Moments later, Tang Yuqing and Yi Lei entered the living room. "Darling, did you find a suitable soul ring?" Yi Junqing asked. Tang Yuqing nodded, and without waiting for her to elaborate, she pulled Yi Lei down to sit on the couch. As Yi Junqing was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the vivid crimson stain at Yi Lei's waist, prompting her to exclaim, "My son, what has happened to your abdomen? How is there blood? And why is your clothing torn?" Yi Lei let out a sigh of relief and spoke slowly, "Father, I am quite fine. It was merely a minor mishap while assisting my mother in hunting a soul beast. I initially believed that the creature was completely vanquished, so I did not pay it much heed. However, it managed a last-ditch effort to strike back, but it is merely a trivial injury. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Yi Junqing cast a slightly skeptical glance at Tang Yuqing, who nodded in affirmation, thus instilling confidence in Yi Lei's statement. That evening, the couple prepared an array of nourishing dishes to replenish vitality and blood. Yi Lei consumed the meal to restore his strength, after which they urged him to retire early for the night. The night passed uneventfully. Chapter 51, The Soul Guide Amplifier. Awakening. Early the next morning, Yi Lei rose at the break of dawn. After gently probing the sutured wound on his abdomen, he immediately settled into a meditative posture to commence his practice. As time slipped away second by second, Yi Lei's wound gradually healed. The stitches began to fall away, revealing smooth, unblemished skin in their place. Morning dawned. Yi Lei ascended to the rooftop terrace, harnessing the gentle caress of the rising sun and the fleeting moment of auspicious purple energy to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. After 10 minutes, Yi Lei descended. Yi Lei once again ventured into the riverside forest, intending to acquire the 4th spirit ring for his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, while simultaneously assisting Yi and Han's parents, as well as Han Wan, in obtaining suitable 3rd spirit rings. Just as he stepped through the entrance of the riverside forest, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! The conditions for the 3rd task have been met. Task Condition 1. Suppress your own strength, limiting it to the Great Soul Master realm, sealing all spirit rings except the 1st and 2nd. The age of the 1st and 2nd spirit rings must be reduced to 500 years. Condition 2. Play the fool to catch the wise, concealing your true power. The seal cannot be lifted unless your life is in danger. The time limit for this task is 1 month. Upon the conclusion of the task announcement, Yi Lei furrowed his brow. This task was not particularly arduous. However, sealing his spirit rings would disrupt his plans for the day. After all, relying solely on 4 500-year spirit rings, how could he possibly contend with several thousand-year spirit beasts? It would be akin to seeking out cruelty. System. Are there any additional task conditions? Host, this task can be accepted at any time without time constraints. This system will also provide you with certain compensations. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Is it a celestial herb? Yulei was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. A random soul-guiding enhancer for the host. The system announced that the reward had been allocated to the system's space, urging the host to take notice. With a crisp sound, Yulei immediately entered the system space. Where a round elixir lay quietly. Without a doubt, this was Yulei's soul-guiding enhancer. Host, consume this elixir, and the enhancer will bind to you, granting you exclusive usage. The system then went offline. After contemplating for a moment, Yulei took out the round dan and grasped it in his hand. He swiftly made his way to a secluded spot and swallowed the round dan, commencing the process of absorption. Half an hour later, a bracelet composed of 9 luminous beads gradually materialized around Yulei's right wrist. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze shimmering with brilliance. At that instant, the system's voice resonated, congratulating the host for acquiring the soul-guiding enhancement device, the Elemental Pearl. What is the Elemental Pearl? Wait, could it possibly be this object adorning my wrist? Yulei gazed in bewilderment at the bracelet adorning his right hand. Indeed, host, this is your soul guide auxiliary device. The Pearl of Elements, capable of accommodating 9 elemental beast souls to provide assistance. As an auxiliary tool featuring enhancement across all elements, it does not seem trivial. In fact, it surpasses the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda in utility. This implies that by merely attaching a beast soul of ice, one of fire, and another of wind, he could facilitate elemental augmentation for Ba, Ma, and Han Yuan. Yulei gazed at the 9 translucent bracelets adorning his wrist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had acquired 2 martial souls and a soul guide enhancement device, providing him with a strategic advantage against the Elder Hall. At that moment, Yulei resolved to visit the Oceanic Biological Exhibition once more to procure an ice attribute beast soul, serving as the inaugural enhancement element for his soul guide amplification device. However, for now, he ventured deeper into the riverside forest in search of a suitable third soul ring for his parents. Chapter 52. The heart of the devastated forest. After a brief respite, Yulei pressed on into the depths of the forest. 10 minutes into his journey, he sensed something amiss. Despite traversing such a considerable distance, not a single soul beast had crossed his path. Even the 10-year-old ones were conspicuously absent. The trees along the way bore the scars of destruction, many broken or stained with copious amounts of blood. Sensing the anomaly, Yulei swiftly activated his mental hunting ground. Under its scrutiny, he discovered that the once abundant soul beasts had vanished entirely, leaving behind only the remnants of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Yulei surveyed his surroundings, pinpointed a direction, and swiftly set off. Upon arrival, he found himself before a vast, dark pit, within which lay the colossal carcass of a soul beast. This was indeed the very site where Yulei had vanquished the spider monarch. However, scattered around were several additional large pits. Yulei discovered a pit, within which lay the lifeless body of an adult male. A gaping, bloodied wound marred his abdomen, unmistakably revealing the cause of his demise. Yulei parted the collar of the corpse, revealing a striking mark upon the neck, a colossal black dragon entwined around his skull. Yulei recognized the insignia as belonging to the Poison Dragon Legion of the Elder Seven's residence, which heeded only the summons of Elder Shao-Chi. Their conduct was both audacious and exceedingly ferocious. Indeed, it was members of the Poison Dragon Legion who abducted Yulei that fateful day. Observing the current circumstances, it appeared that Elder Seven had dispatched them to the riverside forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. However, their losses were quite significant. Yet they had managed to secure their quarry, otherwise, it would be inconceivable to traverse the vast expanse of the riverside forest without encountering a single soul beast. Furthermore, their ability to capture even a 10,000-year soul beast alive suggested that the Elder Hall must possess advanced combat technology. Otherwise, even 100 rigorously trained soldiers would struggle to withstand the assault of a 10,000-year soul beast for even a minute. It stands to reason that the absence of the sea soul beast at yesterday's marine biology exhibition was also orchestrated by them. Yulei gradually rose to his feet and searched the corpse, finding nothing of value. It appeared that the members of the Poison Dragon Legion had taken all the equipment from those who perished during the operation as they retreated. A rustle emanated from the woods not far behind Yulei. Who goes there? Yulei swiftly pivoted, hurling a crimson stone sphere with his right hand. With a resounding thud, the sphere struck the tree, causing it to tremble violently. Yulei swiftly darted beneath the tree, scanning his surroundings with keen intent. After a brief moment of fruitless searching, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. Approaching the source, he discovered it to be a small silver nameplate, intricately engraved with a pitch-black silhouette and inscribed in the lower right corner with a sequence of numbers, 49043. Upon flipping it over, he was confronted with two distinct emblems. One, the crest of the Elder's 7th residence, and the other, the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion, which he had previously encountered. Just then, as Yi knelt in contemplation, several obsidian-hued daggers hurtled towards his back. Sensing the imminent danger, he propelled himself to the right, executing a swift roll. The daggers struck the ground where he had just been, sending up plumes of dust. Yi crouched on the ground, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding trees. After all, the enemy was concealed while he stood exposed. He was uncertain from where the next assault might originate and could only await the unfolding events. In an instant, Yi activated his mental hunting ground to detect all forms of life in the vicinity. Suddenly, from behind him, a dark figure emerged silently from a towering tree, for soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. With a leap, it propelled itself into the air, delivering a kick aimed directly at Yi's back. "I found you." Yi closed his eyes, a smile breaking across his face. With a swift turn, his left foot shot out, colliding directly with the shadow's foot. A resounding thud echoed, as Yi remained firmly planted in place, while the shadow was sent hurtling backward, gracefully landing upon a branch. "Members of the Poison Dragon Legion, are you? I have already issued my warning, yet why do you choose to ignore it?" Yi gazed at the shadow and spoke, "Surrender that nameplate, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall take it from you this very moment." The shadow replied, "What if I refuse? With the proclivities of your Elder Hall, do you truly believe you would grant me mercy? I have already issued my warning, yet you have chosen to disregard it. Thus, I am left with no alternative but to take matters into my own hands, ensuring a brief respite for your Elder Hall." Yi scoffed, "Tear it apart." The shadowy figure grasped his own shirt, yanking it forcefully until it was rent asunder, revealing a physique sculpted by strength and adorned with the tattoo of the Poison Dragon Legion emblazoned upon his chest. Prominently inked on his left shoulder was a singular character, Shadow. Chapter 53. A month later, upon gazing at the tattoo of Shadow, Yi experienced a moment of clarity. The individual who had been surveilling us in the martial world was indeed you, wasn't it? So, how does your stomach feel now? Shall I offer you another round? Damn it, you wretched brat. Go to hell. Upon hearing Yi's words, Shadow was consumed by fury, leaping down from the tree and launching a punch towards Yi. Yi, unwilling to back down, swung his right fist in retaliation. A resounding boom echoed as the shadow was sent flying, while Yi staggered backward a few steps. Observing this turn of events, the shadow resolved to abandon close combat, realizing that both of its previous attacks had been effortlessly deflected by Yi. Further attempts at melee would be futile. The first soul skill, Shadow Blade. The first soul ring beneath the shadow illuminated, and a pitch-black Tang Dao materialized in its grasp, unleashing a flurry of slashes towards Yi. The dark blade hurtled through the air, accompanied by the skill of the Spider King, Spider King's purple radiance slash. Yi grinned and swiftly kicked his left leg, unleashing several violet blades of light that collided with the first soul skill of Shadow. The pitch-black blades were instantly shattered. Yet Yi's assault showed no signs of abating, charging directly towards Shadow. With his second soul skill, Silent Shadow, Shadow sensed the impending danger and immediately plunged into his own shadow. The violet blade struck a tree behind him, severing it in an instant. Employing his third soul skill, Shadow of the Abyss, as Yi turned his head in search of the suddenly vanished shadow, a voice echoed unexpectedly. Numerous shadows surged from the ground, ensnaring Yi's hands and feet, immobilizing him in place. "Got you. Prepare to meet your demise." First soul skill, Shadow Blade. Shadow leapt from Yi's shadow and unleashed his first soul skill once more in midair. As the dark blades hurtled towards him, Yi stamped his right foot, causing 3 pitch-black soul rings to materialize beneath him, hovering at his waist. Third soul skill, Ember Armor. The third soul ring flared to life, and stones rapidly flew towards Yi, coalescing before him into a crimson armor that enveloped him. Clanging sounds resonated as Shadow's first soul skill struck Yi. Yet it felt as inconsequential as a mere breeze. After deflecting Shadow's first soul skill, flames erupted around Yi, incinerating the shadows that had ensnared him. Now liberated, Yi turned to face Shadow, suspended in midair. "Is the Elder Hall only capable of ambushes? Can't you face me openly in a fair match?" The provocation on Yi's face ignited Shadow's fury. "You brought this upon yourself. Prepare to perish." Fourth soul skill, Celestial Shadow Blade Slash. The fourth soul ring at Shadow's waist ignited, and he gripped his blade with both hands, raising it above his head, conjuring a pitch-black phantom blade nearly 10 meters in length. As he completed the charge, Shadow swung down the blade towards Yilei, with the blade's shadow descending upon him. Yilei showed no intention of evading. At the very moment the blade was about to strike, he raised his left hand and caught the blade with his bare hand. "This is impossible. How could you catch my fourth soul skill with one hand?" Yilei replied, "Allow me to impart a lesson. There is always a higher peak. Do not be too arrogant, for many are stronger than you." First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. In the midst of the air, a shadow found itself suspended, as cracks suddenly appeared in the ground below, unleashing a torrent of magma. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yilei summoned an immense column of magma that surged forth towards the shadow. Caught in midair, the shadow had no time to evade and, retracting his fourth soul skill that had been aimed at Yilei, he turned to unleash his own fourth soul skill against the oncoming column of magma. The clash of millennia against eons resulted in the latter's superiority. The magma column consumed the shadow's form entirely, leaving the world devoid of 49,043. A month later, September marked the return of university life. Chapter 54, New Students Registration on September 1st. The once quiet Rongsheng University erupted with activity as a wave of fresh faces flooded the campus. The expansive playground buzzed with seniors from various disciplines registering this year's newcomers at their respective booths. As the crowd thickened, the upperclassmen began to engage in light-hearted discussions about which freshers possessed striking looks and whose figures were most commendable. In kind, the newcomers partook in similar conversations. However, when they glanced at the registration forms, their brows furrowed in confusion, while the request for names, contact numbers, and hobbies seemed standard. The final two lines demanded the disclosure of their martial souls and spirit power levels. Many students found themselves at a loss. Having overlooked a significant report from a month prior, their expressions revealing their embarrassment as they sought assistance from the seniors before them. Half an hour passed. As time elapsed, excited gasps erupted from students near the edge of the playground, for a figure hovered gracefully in the air, descending toward them. "Wow, that beauty has an incredible figure. Is she one of our seniors or from our cohort? Oh my goodness, her physique is enviable even to women. I wish to be close to her." As Han Wan made her entrance at the playground, she instantly became the subject of fervent discussions among both male and female students. Paying them no heed, she soared above their heads and landed in front of a professional booth, whereupon several boys promptly approached her, eager to exchange WeChat information. One even dared to raise his hand, attempting to place it on her shoulder. Sensing his proximity, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings, effectively blocking the unwelcome advance. "Classmate, is it truly necessary to act this way for just a WeChat ad?" the thwarted boy remarked, adopting a cocky demeanor as he regarded Han Wan. Hearing his words, Han Wan slowly turned her head to face the young man. "Hey there, classmate, have you considered being my boyfriend? I promise to treat you well." A boy with a rogue demeanor froze momentarily upon catching sight of Han Wan's visage, before brazenly addressing her with lewd remarks. Instantly, Han Wan's brows knitted together, an icy aura emanating from her, as her once dark pupils transformed into a chilling azure. In an instant, the water inside the bottle held by the rogue boy crystallized rapidly, and the bottles in the hands of his companions underwent the same transformation. "Ah, what on earth? It's freezing." The boy, taken aback by the sudden cold, flung the bottle from his grasp and tucked his hands under his armpits to warm them. "I shall only say this once, leave." Han Wan's frigid voice echoed in the ears of the boys, making them feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cavern. "Well, I've never encountered a girl like you before. You pique my interest greatly. Do you know who I am? Become my woman, and you shall live in happiness for a lifetime." The boy, Ma Tianming, snarled at Han Wan. "I do not care who you are. I shall only say this once, leave." Han Wan retorted disdainfully. "How dare you speak to me, Ma Tianming, in such a manner? Don't expect to remain in this school. I'll have my father expel you," he threatened. "Is that so? The Ma family is but a minor clan. Your arrogance is quite misplaced," Han Wan mused to herself. Ignoring him, she turned to converse with a senior at the specialized booth. Ma Tianming, incensed by Han Wan's dismissive attitude, strode forward, raising his hand to seize her by the throat. At that moment, a vine ensnared his wrist. Before he could comprehend the situation, the vine forcefully yanked his right arm down to his thigh. As if responding to a command, Han Wan spun around, a purple soul ring illuminating her waist, while a magnificent pair of ice blue eyes appeared behind her, gazing directly into Ma Tianming's own. An ethereal ice blue imprint materialized within his eyes, and in that instant, he recoiled as if confronted by a specter. Clutching his head with both hands and stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably, Han Wan retracted her phoenix wings, paying no mind to the quaking Ma Tianming, and resumed her conversation with her senior. The ice blue eyes that had met Ma Tianming's gaze were, in fact, Han Wan's second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic Condensation, derived from the group control soul technique of the Ice Kite. The soul skill manifests as a pair of enormous eyes appearing behind Han Wan. This phenomenon instills an overwhelming sense of terror in those who meet its gaze, rendering them temporarily incapacitated in battle. As a boy following Ma Tianming attempted to assist him, an inadvertent turn brought him face to face with those distant eyes, instantly causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He abandoned his intent to help and fled with a swiftness that rivaled that of a hare. Those eyes, that penetrating gaze, would forever be etched in his memory. The haunting scene replayed vividly whenever he closed his eyes. It is worth noting that he had spent half a month bedridden before he could rise again, and even the slightest touch on his back now sent waves of pain coursing through him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the playground, Yilei's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned away and resumed his place in line for registration, standing at a towering height of 190 centimeters. Yilei undeniably captured the attention of the crowd. Numerous young women, upon catching sight of his chiseled profile, were utterly entranced, yearning to draw near yet deterred by an invisible barrier that held them at bay. Meanwhile, a figure seated on the ground drew curious glances from passers-by. After all, a tall young man crouched on the ground, his hands shielding his head, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, was hard to overlook. However, upon recognizing his identity, no one dared linger to gawk. Ma Tianming remained on the ground for a full 5 minutes before he managed to rise, his legs still quaking beneath him. Once upright, he shielded his head with one hand and approached the pavilion, addressing a fellow student. "You, hand over the information sheet for that girl from earlier, quickly." Startled, the boy looked up and promptly retrieved Han Wan's information sheet, extending it towards Ma Tianming. Grabbing the form, Ma Tianming glanced over it and declared, "Han Wan, is it? Well, if I cannot possess her, then neither shall anyone else." With that, he extracted his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo of the sheet, and, after fiddling with it briefly, commanded the device, "Find out who this woman is and where she comes from." After stowing his phone, he tossed the information sheet aside and turned to leave. The senior, witnessing Ma Tianming's departure, emerged from the pavilion to retrieve Han Wan's sheet. At that moment, a freshman approached the senior and inquired, "Senior, who is that guy?" Upon hearing this, the senior nudged the newcomer with his shoulder and replied, "Do not speak so lightly. That man is Ma Tianming. His father holds a 10% stake in our school and is a member of the board of trustees. The teachers fear him, and he is quite brazen. In the future, when you see him, you'd best steer clear. You wouldn't want to attract his attention, or you'll have a world of trouble." With that, the senior shook the information sheet and returned to the pavilion. Chapter 56, Serum. At that moment, Yilei, standing on the opposite side of the playground, furrowed his brow, having absorbed every word spoken by Ma Tianming, including the exchange between the freshman and the senior. Concerned that Ma Tianming would not relent, Yilei had conjured a blue silvergrass seedling beside the pavilion to eavesdrop on their conversation. Now that he had completed his registration and confirmed his direction, Yilei proceeded towards the dormitory building. Along the way, he took out his phone and, with one hand, typed a brief message and sent it. "Could we connect on WeChat and chat?" Yilei lifted his head, nearly retching his breakfast. Before him stood a four-eyed, steel-toothed dinosaur maiden, holding a mobile phone aloft, displaying her WeChat QR code business card. With a sense of revulsion, Yilei swiftly closed his eyes. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, the ground beneath him surged upward, elevating Yilei to a height of 10 meters above the earth. Yilei helplessly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, signaling for assistance. After all, with a dinosaur girl lurking below, escape was not an option. He had also noticed an increasing number of girls surrounding him, their phones illuminated, eyes glinting with predatory intent. Alas, it seemed that university life was not any easier. There were even more people than during high school. What a vexation. "Han Wan, please come to my rescue." In the depths of Rong City, within a clandestine research facility, the sound of footsteps echoed, steadily approaching before halting at a steel door at the end of the corridor. A man clad in a white lab coat removed the gloves from his right hand and pressed it against the center of the door. With a beep, Two beams of red light shot forth from the door, resting upon the man's eyes. With a click, the steel door swung open, and the man donned his gloves once more as he stepped inside. In the chamber, another man lay shackled to a metal bed, bound by chains, with his wrists marred by countless needle punctures. The man in the white coat approached the metal bed, and upon seeing the other man motionless, a barely perceptible smile flitted across his face. He extended his hand and pressed a button on the apparatus beside the bed. Instantly, electric current coursed along the chains, enveloping the man's body. With a sudden jolt, the man straightened, muffled groans escaping from his mouth, stifled by a towel. However, his body was ensnared by the chains, causing him to rise only 5 centimeters above the bed before collapsing back down, repeatedly struggling in this manner until the man in the white coat finally deactivated the power. The man lay on the bed, panting heavily, his eyes devoid of luster as they gazed at the ceiling. What shall I use today? Perhaps this one, or that. The man in the white coat busied himself, retrieving vials of serum from a metal cabinet in the corner of the room. The serums were an eclectic array of colors, filling the cabinet with an assortment of hues, each labeled with various animal motifs. How about this one for today? With a flourish. The man in the white coat produced a vial of serum from his sleeve, its color a striking yellow-red, adorned with the image of an elephant. He then took a syringe from a nearby workstation, extracted a portion of the serum, and approached the metal bed, addressing the man lying there. You know, your body is rather stubborn. It has been half a month, and yet you refuse to accept the serum. Wouldn't it be less painful to accept it sooner? Wouldn't you agree? As the words fell, the man in the white coat thrust the syringe downwards, aiming at the man's wrist, piercing it with a swift motion. The amber-hued serum slowly coursed into the man's body, eliciting a heart-wrenching groan from him. Chapter 57. The World in the Mirror in the Dormitory. Han Yuan was tidying up her belongings when she descended to the ground and picked up her phone from the table. It was then that she realized Yulei had sent her a message 5 minutes prior, stating he was surrounded by a group of girls and urging her to come to his rescue. Han Yuan felt quite helpless. After all, during high school, Yulei had always attracted the attention of girls, and he would never step outside the classroom unless it was to use the restroom or if a teacher summoned him. Han Yuan tucked her phone into her pocket and made her way to the balcony. In front of her 3 roommates, she leapt off the balcony. Her roommates were taken aback, fearing for her well-being, and rushed to the balcony, only to witness Han Yuan soaring into the air with icy blue wings, heading towards the boys' dormitory. As she passed by, the astonished gazes of her classmates followed her. Beneath the stone pillar where Yulei stood, a dozen girls gazed up, their eyes filled with an intense fervor. Yulei felt quite helpless, although the more than 10 girls below could easily run away. He certainly did not wish for a few of them to meander around the boys' dormitory. Yulei glanced at his phone, noticing that yet another minute had slipped by, letting out a sigh of impatience. Why hasn't she arrived yet? I'm nearly withering away from waiting. Suddenly, the sound of wings fluttering caught his attention. He turned in delight to see Han Yuan swiftly approaching him. As she drew near, Yulei flicked his right hand, sending forth a strand of blue silver grass that wrapped around Han Yuan's waist. With a powerful push from his feet, the stone pillar retracted back into the ground. The blue silver grass clung to Han Yuan, propelling her forward as Yulei infused her with bursts of soul power. The reason he utilized blue silver grass instead of blue silver emperor was due to the 3rd task issued by the system earlier that morning. Consequently, both of his martial souls had been reduced to merely their first 2 soul rings, all diminished to a mere 500 years. Thus, the blue silver emperor had naturally reverted to blue silver grass. His 2 soul bones were similarly restricted, leaving him with only the domain skill from the left leg bone of the spirit spider emperor, known as the mental hunting ground. Yulei found himself at a loss for words, fearful of incurring the displeasure of the system, which could sever their bond, leading to his ultimate demise. Nonetheless, possessing 4-century-old soul rings placed him among the elite of his peers. After soaring over 100 meters, Han Yuan gently descended to the ground, catching her breath, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Carrying a hefty male figure weighing 160 pounds through the air was no trivial task. Observing her weariness, Yulei felt a pang of sympathy. He raised his hand to soothe her back, channeling a modicum of soul energy into her to aid in her recovery. A minute later, he glanced toward the male dormitory in the distance and encouraged Han Yuan to return and rest, for tomorrow they were to endure military training, and he could not allow her to overexert herself. Han Yuan said nothing in reply, unfurling her wings and taking flight back home. After Yulei noticed the absence of any female presence around him, He finally felt at ease. Being pursued for his WeChat was undeniably uncomfortable. Upon entering the dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint odor of sweat, which, although not particularly pleasant, was bearable. To his astonishment, upon reaching his dormitory, Yilei discovered that his close friend from high school, Song Yang, was assigned to the same room. The two exuberant young men almost embraced each other in their excitement. They engaged in lively conversation for quite a while before settling into the dormitory routine. While it could not be classified as luxurious, it was certainly not lacking in amenities. The room accommodated 4 people, featuring bunk beds with desks underneath, a shared bathroom and shower, as well as a refrigerator and a washing machine. Not to mention, the essential air conditioning unit for the sweltering summer heat was also included. As the other 2 roommates had yet to arrive, Yilei hastily selected a bed for himself and made it his own. Fortunately, he had already transported his belongings to the dormitory. Otherwise, it would have been quite a disaster. Upon opening his wardrobe, Yilei discovered a black iron box quietly resting at the bottom. When he inquired about it, Song Yang revealed that he had an identical box in his own wardrobe. Upon inspecting the remaining 2 wardrobes, he found the same curious box within each. Yilei was equally perplexed, yet he proceeded to open the iron box. Inside, he found but a few items, a wristband emblazoned with the school emblem and a pair of headphones. Upon donning the headphones, a beep resonated, signifying their activation. The system initialization was completed, and an introduction commenced. The system is named the Mirror World, developed by the Elder Hall. In light of the nationwide Douluo transformation, portals connecting various regions to the Douluo world have emerged. To harness more talents for the nation, the Elder Hall has installed multi-person teleportation devices in universities across the land. With this wristband, users can be transported to the portals in different regions, aiding them in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Furthermore, the wristband allows the selection of the desired age of soul beasts. The instructional voice faded, leaving Yilei to gently furrow his brows. Once again, it was the Elder Hall. Given their nature, one could expect nothing benevolent. Nevertheless, this device appeared quite useful, sparing him the arduous task of venturing into the forest in search of soul beasts. Yilei pondered. Chapter 58, Trials. Buzz. Yilei and Song Yang's phones rang in unison. The two picked up their devices and discovered a message from their academic advisor, accompanied by a picture. The image featured the wristband and headphones developed by the Elder Hall. The advisor had added a note. Every student must carry these items at all times as per the school's arrangements. Our software majors are required to go for practical training every 3 weeks. However, students are encouraged to go in pairs for companionship. Please remember not to seek out soul beasts of excessively high age. If you encounter danger, promptly teleport back to the school. After reading the advisor's message, Yilei remained silent, as he felt no immediate need to engage in such training, being content without a soul ring. At that moment, Song Yang could no longer contain his curiosity and nudged Yilei's shoulder. Hey, shall we go take a look? It's perfect timing. I don't have a soul ring. And I believe you don't have one either. Song Yang regarded Yilei with an expression of eager intrigue. Yilei, though resigned, chose to remain silent. After all, in 3 weeks, he would have to showcase his abilities before the entire class. So keep a close watch. Yilei took a step to the side, raising his right hand, revealing a delicate blue-silver blade of grass in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Song Yang exclaimed, "Oh, why is your martial spirit blue-silver grass?" Before he could utter the words waste martial spirit, he was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly grazing the floor. For beneath Yilei's feet, 2 yellow soul rings gradually emerged. In the girls' dormitory, as Han flew back to her balcony, she was surrounded by 3 girls from her dormitory. "Sister Wan, where have you just been?" "Sister Wan, you were so impressive just now. How did you manage that?" It must be said that the girls at Rome University are indeed of high quality, with many beauties, particularly in Han finance major, where the majority of the class consists of stunning young women. Han dormitory was no exception. Each girl possessing fair skin, striking looks, and long legs. Among them was a petite girl, standing at just 1.55 meters, who, despite her height, had developed in all the right places. With a sigh of resignation, Han gently pushed away Luo Yun, who was eager to cling to her. It was impossible to resist the charm of this adorable little girl, who at 16 still bore the face of a middle schooler. Standing beside Han, those in the know recognized them as classmates. Those unaware might mistakenly think they were a young mother with her daughter. However, at just 16, having skipped 2 grades and completed only 1 year of high school before entering university, She truly exemplified a miniature university student, excelling academically, Han mused. After seating the three girls in chairs, Han recounted the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Song Yang, still reeling from the sight of the two soul rings at Yilei's waist, watched as Yilei flicked his right hand, causing the blue silver grass and soul rings to vanish. Thinking they had disappeared, Song Yang was taken aback when Yilei lifted his right foot and stomped it on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack open, from which the Fire Lord emerged, unmistakably adorned with two shining yellow soul rings at his waist. Yilei retracted his martial soul and gently patted Song Yang's shoulder. "Old Yang, how do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it? Now it's your turn." Noticing Song Yang's lack of response, Yilei vigorously shook his shoulder with one hand while raising the other to close his gaping mouth. With a snap, Song Yang's jaw was brought together. And at that moment, he regained his senses and excitedly inquired of Yilei how he had accomplished such a feat. "It wasn't overly difficult, just a bit of technique. And I managed to slay 4 soul beasts with relative ease." Yilei stroked his chin and remarked, "Is this not difficult? Lazy, you cannot be jesting with me." Song Yang exclaimed, shaking Yilei's shoulders, his face flushed with excitement. Yilei was completely taken aback by him, and could only utter, "All right, at worst we can teleport together later, and I can help you acquire a few soul rings. Will that suffice?" Although Yilei had several hundred soul rings suitable for Song Yang stored within his system space, he refrained from retrieving any, considering the tasks assigned by the system. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Song Yang finally paused, his flushed face quickly returning to its normal hue. Subsequently, the two of them simultaneously took out their phones to engage in a game together. Before long, the other two roommates arrived in succession. After a round of introductions among the 4 of them in the dormitory, they decided to head to the food street outside the campus for a delightful meal. In the girls' dormitory, upon hearing everything that Han had said, Luo Yun and the others insisted on meeting the brother-in-law. Han, unable to refuse, had no choice but to take the 3 of them out for a meal outside. In the cafeteria, "What have I done to deserve such disdain? Is our food truly so unpalatable?" At last, a world where only the cafeteria was left wounded was established. Chapter 59. Casual chat. Yilei and his 3 companions arrived at the bustling food street outside the school, selecting an authentic northeastern barbecue restaurant. They requested a private room and settled in comfortably. Within the confines of the room, the 4 began to engage in lively conversation. "By the way, what are your martial souls? Why don't we showcase them together?" suggested Chen Sitsai. Another boy, Jing Hang, eagerly echoed the sentiment. Chen Sitsai was the 3rd to arrive at the dormitory, standing at a height of 185 meters, possessing an innocuous visage and with a plump figure. When he smiled, the flesh on his face gathered, giving him an endearingly foolish appearance. Jing Hang was the last to join the dormitory, and he was also the shortest, measuring only 175 meters. However, he was recognized as the 2nd most intelligent among Yilei's dorm mates, having achieved an impressive score of 690 on the college entrance examination, just 5 points shy of Yilei. Undoubtedly, those who gained admission to Rongda were not merely ordinary individuals. Yilei remained silent, his expression one of curiosity as he observed the 3 of them. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the nature of their martial souls, particularly that of Song Yang. Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang shifted their gazes to Yilei, who immediately comprehended their unspoken inquiry. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ethereal figure of the Flame Lord manifested behind him, while the blue-silver grass appeared delicately upon his right hand. "My martial souls are the blue-silver grass and the Flame Lord, both at the century mark, with a soul power of level 28. What about you?" Yilei retracted his martial soul and turned his gaze towards Song Yang. "Well, at this moment, I am also unable to disclose my martial soul. Could you assist me in discerning it?" At that instant, Song Yang raked his fingers through his hair, and with a swift motion of his hand, a radiant azure light emanated from behind him, gradually revealing the form of an alligator. "What is this?" Both Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang exclaimed in unison, perplexed. Ding. Scan complete. Report as follows. Name, Song Yang. Martial Soul, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile. Soul Power, Level 12. Name, Jing Hang. Martial Soul, Thunder Roaring Mammoth. Soul Power, Level 13. Name, Chen Sitsai. Martial Soul, Wind God Pterodactyl. Soul Power, Level 15. At that moment, the Soul Beast detector on Yilei's left hand proclaimed, as if announcing a roster, the martial souls and soul power levels of the 3 individuals. "Wow!" exclaimed Song Yang and his companions simultaneously, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Lei. What was that sound just now? How did you ascertain our martial souls and soul power levels? They pressed, their voices laced with urgency. Resistance will lead to harsh consequences. Confession will lead to leniency. Yes, do tell us. The trio spoke in unison as they rose to their feet, encircling Yi Lei, their gazes fixed downward upon him. Yi Lei, with a sense of helplessness, placed his left hand upon the dining table, revealing the device adorning his wrist. This, he referred to as the Soul Beast Detector, an instrument with the remarkable ability to scan others, accurately discerning their martial spirits and levels. The report he had just shared was the result of its precise analysis. As he spoke, Yi Lei lifted his left hand, showcasing the device before the trio. Song Yang and the others were utterly captivated by the apparatus on Yi Lei's wrist, circling around it and occasionally expressing their admiration with exclamations of awe. Yi Lei felt a bit dizzy. He waved his left hand and said, "All right. No need to look anymore. I will prepare one for each of you three later. Each one is merely 1 million RMB, which translates to just 2 golden soul coins. For 4 people, that amounts to 8 golden soul coins, a mere 4 million. Yi Lei has never forgotten about Han Wan from his family, who also desires something. In the adjacent private room, Han Wan suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued dining with her friends. Chapter 60. Han Wan inexplicably sneezed within the private room. She rubbed her nose once more. Sister Wan, why did you sneeze? Are you catching a cold? Should you go back and take some medicine? Luo Yun asked, tilting her little head as she looked at Han Wan. Han Wan raised her hand and waved it dismissively. I'm fine. My nose just itched unexpectedly. Oh, that makes sense. We are in a barbecue restaurant, so the air must be filled with the aroma of cumin and chili powder. Yes, that must be it. As she spoke, Luo Yun raised her small fist confidently. The three of them smiled at Luo Yun's adorable demeanor. Han Wan reached out to pinch Luo Yun's chubby little cheek and said to the trio, "All right, let us order. Choose whatever you want. Today, I'm treating." Yay. Sister Wan is the best. Upon hearing Han Wan's words, Luo Yun excitedly grabbed the menu and ordered several dishes of grilled meat before joining Wang Yuning and Xiao Na to peruse the menu together. 10 minutes later, all the dishes ordered by Luo Yun and her friends were served at the table, and Han Wan updated her social media status. In the adjacent private room, Yi Lei's phone on the table emitted a sound, drawing the attention of Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang. "Oh, look at you. Has a girlfriend now?" Jing Hang remarked, raising an eyebrow at Yi Lei. The notably intimate ringtone resonated within the confines of the room occupied solely by the 4 young men, creating an unexpectedly jarring atmosphere. It was no wonder that Chen Sitsuan immediately deduced that Yi Lei was in a relationship. After all, one could easily surmise that a young man would reserve such a heartfelt tone for someone special. Yi Lei chuckled lightly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Which family's little cabbage has been uprooted by you, this swine?" This time, it was Jing Hang who spoke, the daughter of Han Kachin, the chairman of the Han Group. Yi Lei calmly stated. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Within the private room, aside from Song Yang's lack of reaction, Chen Sikong and Jing Heng gaped in disbelief at Yi Lei. The Han Group, the largest real estate company in Rongqing, virtually monopolizes the entire real estate industry of the city, establishing itself as a leading enterprise. Yi Lei, you cannot be serious. How could the princess of the Han Group possibly be your girlfriend? It seems utterly implausible. Indeed. Yi Lei, please don't jest with your brothers. Right, isn't that so? Song Yang? Song Yang remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders and continuing to eat meat. I'm not joking. If you still don't believe me, just take a look next door, and you will know the truth of my words. It's absurd. I have been with Mon Air for 3 years. How could this possibly be a jest? Yi Lei pondered. As for why he claimed Han Wan was next door, the moment Han Wan and her companions stepped into the barbecue restaurant, Yi Lei sensed the chilling aura emanating from her. In this vicinity, the only possessor of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, apart from her, could be none other than herself. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng remained skeptical, adjusting their drinks as they exited the private room. Upon reaching the adjacent room, Chen Sitsuan knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" With a whoosh, the door swung open, yet Chen Sitsuan was met with an empty threshold, leaving him puzzled as he turned to Jing Heng and asked, "How did it open by itself?" "There is no one here." Jing Heng, exasperated, pointed to the ground. Chen Sitsuan glanced down, growing even more bewildered. "What on earth? There is nothing here?" Jing Heng rolled his eyes and calmly remarked, "Brother, could you please turn around?" At last, Chen Sitsuan turned back. He discovered, to his astonishment, that nothing was visible before him. Remembering Jing Hang's words, he lowered his head, and to his surprise, he found a soft, adorable little girl standing before him, hands on her hips, glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Upon seeing Luo Yun's charming face, Chen Sitsuen's heart felt as though it had been struck by an unseen force, his pulse inexplicably quickening. In that moment, he felt a stir of emotions. Luo Yun. Who is she? Why has it taken so long? A frosty voice emanated from the private room. The chilling tone caused Chen Sitsuen and Jing Hang to shudder involuntarily. So, Luo Yun is her name? How delightful. At that moment, Chen Sitsuen's eyes sparkled with fascination. Luo Yun huffed, turning back into the room. Chen Sitsuen remained rooted at the door, while Jing Hang nudged him, and, seeing he was unresponsive, squeezed past him. He shot a glance at Chen Sitsuen, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What a pitiful fellow, utterly captivated by a little girl. Jing Hang, carrying the drinks, proceeded into the room. Upon reaching the table, he was struck dumb. What luck was this? There were 4 stunning beauties in one private room. He was utterly enchanted. Especially when he laid eyes on the girl sitting beside Luo Yun. His gaze became transfixed. Meanwhile, Han Wan noticed the 2 boys holding drinks, one loitering at the door and the other standing by their table, particularly the one at the door, who was shamelessly ogling their Yun Bao. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you in our private room? Han Wan coldly fired off 3 questions. Chen Sitsuen and Jing Hang stood frozen in place, motionless. Han Wan's temper flared, her eyes turning icy. Please leave. I do not wish to repeat myself. Han Wan issued an eviction order. As she spoke, the soda beside her froze into ice. Oh, dear young lady, what seems to be the matter? Are you upset? A resonant male voice echoed from the entrance of the private room, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The newcomer was Yilei. Upon arriving at the door, he noticed Chen Sitsuen standing there, motionless. Han Wan's voice emerged from within, prompting him to raise his hand and give Chen Sitsuen a gentle slap on the head, rousing him from his stupor before stepping into the room. What brings you here? Moreover, how did you know I was here? Han Wan's displeasure vanished instantly with Yilei's arrival. I knew the moment you entered this establishment, and, as fate would have it, I am just next door. Yilei spoke, raising his hand to gesture towards the wall behind him. Oh, and these 2 are my roommates, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Just now, they doubted my claim of having a girlfriend, so I mentioned you, and they both came over. You fool, wake up a bit. At this point, Yilei playfully struck Jing Hang on the head, causing him to immediately come to his senses, clutching his head and jumping slightly. Who hit me? Huh. Yilei, when did you arrive? Jing Hang, initially ready to curse, turned around only to discover Yilei standing behind him. I came to see my girlfriend. Do I really need to explain that to you? Are you out of your mind? Yilei delivered a swift kick to Jing Hang's posterior. Jing Hang, one hand clutching his head and the other protecting his behind, let out a yelp and leaped aside. At that moment, Chen Sitsai regained his composure and approached Yilei, draping an arm over his shoulder. Yilei, he inquired, didn't you mention that your girlfriend is the heiress of the Han group? Where is she? I wish to see her. Always wanting to gaze upon beautiful women, do you have no shame? Yilei extended his finger and playfully flicked Chen Sitsuen's forehead. Isn't that what you said? Am I mistaken? Chen Sitsuen retorted, nudging Yilei's shoulder. Are you talking about me? The daughter of the Han family? Isn't that simply me? Upon hearing Chen Sitsuen's words, Han Wan instinctively interjected. Are you certain that you are indeed the daughter of the Han family? Is your father Han Kachin? Chen Sitsuen pressed on. Indeed, there are photos online. Why not verify for yourself? Now, confusion filled Han Wan's eyes. Unfazed, Chen Sitsuen pulled out her phone and began searching diligently. After a few moments on Baidu, she exclaimed an expletive. No way. It truly is you. As she compared the images, she confirmed her findings. Once certain, Chen Sitsuen was completely convinced. All right, let us head back, otherwise, all the meat will end up in Song Yang's stomach. Yilei spoke up. Damn it. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang simultaneously slapped their foreheads and rushed out. As the 2 departed, Yilei approached Han Wan, reached for the icy cola beside her, bent down, and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Han Wan's face instantly flushed, and she gazed at Yilei with a bashful expression. Upon witnessing this, Yilei straightened his posture and smiled. Approaching the door, he turned around and remarked, By the way, your fire is about to die out. As he spoke, Yilei snapped his fingers, and a small flame flickered to life on the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his hand, the flame deftly found its way beneath the roasting pan, reigniting the nearly extinguished fire. That gaze, it could slay me. I yearn to be his girlfriend, yet alas, he is my brother-in-law, off limits. After Yilei exited the private room, Luo Yin mumbled a remark, then transformed her sorrow into appetite, shoving a generous portion of roasted meat into her mouth with chopsticks. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, the other three burst into hearty laughter. Wang Yuning chugged a large gulp of ice-cold cola, burped, and said to Luo Yun, "Did you not notice? That fellow Chen Sikong was utterly entranced upon seeing you. Even while conversing with your brother-in-law, he couldn't help but steal glances your way. His eyes were brimming with stars of affection." Indeed, Xiao Na chimed in. "You all continue to jest, but just moments ago, that fellow Jing Hang was similarly frozen in place at the sight of you." Luo Yin retorted defiantly. Xiao Na, closest to her, reached out with both hands and began to tickle her. Han Wan remained silent, engrossed in her roasted meat, occasionally sipping on her cola slush. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, since returning, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang appeared as if they had lost their souls, solely focused on their meal. Yilei glanced over and immediately understood the reason. "What? Have you two developed feelings for each other?" The two individuals, engrossed in their meal, nodded in unison. Yilei and Song Yang burst into laughter, while the two of them remained focused on their meal, occasionally glancing at the wall. Yilei, feeling somewhat helpless, stuffed a mouthful of meat into his mouth and said, "All right, you two, let's behave normally. We must hasten our meal. After we finish dining, we shall head to the mirror world. I will assist you both in acquiring a century-old soul ring each. Once we return, I will help you obtain each other's contact information." "Really?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Chen Sison and Jing Hang instantly perked up, speaking in unison. "Why would I deceive you? Of course, it is true. I am a man of my word." With that, Yilei patted his chest, offering his assurance. 10 minutes later, after the four of them, led by Yilei, resolved the battle, they returned to Rome University. After retrieving their equipment, the quartet set off together towards the teleportation array constructed in the heart of the campus. Upon stepping onto the array, they exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed their wristbands. For beams of light erupted, and Yilei and his companions vanished from their original location. Chapter 62. Soul Hunting Artillery. Yilei and the three others exchanged glances, simultaneously pressing a button on their wristbands. In an instant, for beams of light erupted, and moments later, Yilei and his companions vanished from their original location. In the wilderness, upon a vast magical array, a brilliant light shone forth. As the radiance dissipated, the silhouettes of four individuals emerged. Yilei and his companions descended from the teleportation array and took a few steps forward, revealing the world outside before their eyes. Beyond the array stood magnificent and grand structures, all predominantly adorned in a lustrous platinum hue, situated beside a colossal deep blue vortex. Yilei and his companions entered, their arrival capturing the attention of the soldiers patrolling within the structure. Soon, two armed soldiers approached them, wielding specialized weaponry. "How did you arrive here?" In that moment, an imposing aura emanated from the soldiers, enveloping Yilei and his three companions. Except for Yilei, the others instinctively took a step back. Yilei stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the two soldiers. The presence of two formidable soul masters suggested that the Elder Hall had established a defense here to prevent the soul beasts from emerging from the deep blue vortex. Yilei pondered. Yilei removed the wristband and handed it over. One of the soldiers accepted it, retrieving a device from his tactical vest and placing the wristband upon it. With a beep, the device activated, emitting a crimson glow as it scanned the wristband. A second later, a luminous screen projected from the device, revealing all pertinent information aside from the martial spirit and soul power. One soldier glanced at the image on the screen, then looked back at Yilei, returning the wristband with a nod, indicating that he was permitted to enter. The remaining three hurriedly presented their wristbands as well. In no time, all four individuals had successfully gained entry. Yilei discovered that they were situated within a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall, with the ceiling soaring approximately 50 meters above the ground. Upon the immense dome, the emblem of the Elder Seven abode was prominently displayed. As Yilei lowered his gaze, he noticed that the same emblem adorned the ground, albeit in the form of the Elder Hall's insignia. Yilei and his companions approached the deep blue vortex, halting a mere 10 meters away when a nearby building caught Yilei's attention. It was a shop. Noticing Yilei's pause, Song Yang and the others also came to a standstill, following his gaze towards the establishment. "How curious that there is a shop here," Jing Heng remarked, his brow furrowed in perplexity. "Let us go take a look." Yilei replied indifferently and took a step forward, entering the shop. Upon entering, He was met with an array of items that left him utterly perplexed. Unlike the snacks and beverages typically found in ordinary stores, this establishment showcased an assortment of intricate devices. As he ventured deeper, one particular item captured his attention. It was a hand cannon, resplendent in its platinum hue. Adorned on one side with the emblem of the Elder Hall, Yilei glanced at the description below. It stated that this item was known as the Soul Hunting Cannon, capable of loading various grades of beast souls to serve as ammunition. The higher the quality, the greater the power, with a durability rating of excellent. The Soul Hunting Cannon? The fact that this creation from the Elder Hall could be displayed here indicated that its formidable power was sufficient to slay soul beasts, thus attracting those seeking to hone their skills in this place. As Yilei contemplated, he glanced down and was pleasantly surprised to find the price quite reasonable. Merely 1 gold soul coin. Without further hesitation, he seized one, and then 3 more, cradling the 4 soul hunting cannons in his arms. Yilei surveyed his surroundings and approached Song Yang and the others. Lazy, what is it that you have? Chen Sikong, who was examining the merchandise, was the first to notice Yilei and inquired, lifting his head. Upon hearing this, both Song Yang and Jing Heng also turned their gazes toward Yilei. This is the Soul Hunting Cannon, a tool designed for hunting soul beasts, and it is quite affordable, merely 1 gold soul coin. When Yilei uttered these words, he did so with an air of nonchalance, while Song Yang and the other 2 stared at him in sheer astonishment. Lazy, you can't possibly be serious. Do you have any idea how precious a golden soul coin is? 1 golden soul coin is equivalent to 1 million RMB. You just acquired 4 of them, which amounts to a staggering 4 million RMB. We couldn't even afford it by selling all 4 of us. Song Yang said gravely to Yilei. I'm not mad. Yilei replied. Moreover, I'm not asking you to pay for it. Consider it a gift from me. And as for 4 million RMB, do you really think I lack the means? Yilei maintained an air of tranquility, casually raising a hand to grasp at the air. In an instant, a pouch of coins materialized in his palm, which he tossed to Song Yang, urging him to unveil its contents. With a solemn expression, Song Yang opened the pouch, and upon discerning its contents, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. La, where did you acquire such an abundance of gold soul coins? At that moment, Chen Sison and Jing Heng's gazes shifted towards the pouch in Song Yang's hands. The sight within left them utterly astonished, their mouths agape, yet no words escaped their lips. The provenance of this wealth is undoubtedly legitimate. Have you forgotten my identity, old Yang? Only then did Song Yang come to his senses, his previously stern demeanor softening instantly. However, Yilei's words piqued the curiosity of Chen Sison and Jing Heng. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must hasten to hunt soul beasts. We can discuss this later with old Yang. Noticing their inquisitive expressions, Yilei felt compelled to expedite their mission. For it was already 1:30 in the afternoon in the Imperial City. They needed to swiftly complete their hunt and return to school to rest, as military training awaited them the following day, necessitating the conservation of their energy. Once their expressions returned to normalcy, Yilei instructed Song Yang to retrieve 4 gold soul coins from the pouch, randomly settling the accounts with him. Each of them grasped a soul hunting cannon as they exited the shop. After Yilei explained the usage, the 4 of them approached the deep blue vortex, reaffirming their identities before finally standing before the swirling portal. Yilei took the lead, stepping into the vortex, and in the next instant, he was completely engulfed. Song Yang and the others followed suit, entering the swirling phenomenon one after another. A powerful sensation of being drawn and enveloped them, and the trio was swiftly transported to the other side of the vortex. With a rush, they were expelled from its grasp, standing behind Yilei, gazing at the enchanting forest before them. Is this truly the world within the mirror? It appears remarkably beautiful, judging by the forest's appearance. It must be the fabled Stardew forest. Without turning back, Yilei remarked, enough of the admiration. Let us first secure your soul rings. Come, let us proceed. Yilei lifted his foot and officially stepped into the starry forest. The 3 followed closely in his wake, traversing the depths of the woods. By the way, you 3 should reveal your martial spirits. See Kan, your martial spirit is the wind god winged dragon. You should be able to soar, shouldn't you? Yilei halted his steps and turned to gaze upon them. The 3 individuals remained silent, directly summoning their martial souls. Behind Song Yang, a colossal deep green crocodile materialized, adorned with a formidable carapace. Its maw, lined with menacing fangs, opened wide, emitting a resonant roar from deep within its throat. A massive purple mammoth emerged behind Jing Heng, its body intermittently crackling with arcs of violet electricity. The sheer presence of the beast caused Chen Sitsai, standing closest to Jing Hang, to feel his hair stand on end, each strand bristling with anticipation. Behind Chen Sitsai, an immense pterosaur soared into the sky, circling momentarily before diving headlong into Chen Sitsai's body. Gradually, he began to rise into the air. However, unlike traditional wings sprouting from his back, a vast flesh-colored membrane connected his arms to his torso, transforming his fingers into sharp, menacing claws. Yilei did not pause for a moment. The ground behind him split open, and the flame lord emerged from within, hovering behind him. The four individuals activated their martial souls, embarking into the depths of the forest. At the moment Yilei entered the forest, he activated the soul bone skill of the man-faced spider emperor, known as the spirit hunting ground. However, the range of this soul skill was diminished, reduced from a diameter of 800 meters to a mere 400 meters. The longevity of the soul bone had also been elevated to a millennium level. The four individuals strolled through the forest, on high alert, attentively observing their surroundings. Chapter 63. The hunt begins. Yilei and his companions cast vigilant glances around them, apprehensive of any soul beast that might unexpectedly emerge and catch them off guard. Although the domain skill of the spider emperor's left leg bone, known as the spirit hunting ground, could accurately detect all beings within its range, the originally formidable 80,000-year-old soul bone had been forcibly reduced to the level of 1,500 years, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of its skill. The buff that could initially precisely gauge the age of soul beasts had now become unreliable. One could easily misjudge a millennium for a century. By the way, Lazy, what exactly is a beast's soul? Chen Sitsui inquired, suspended in midair, his expression alert as he turned his back to Yilei. His question immediately piqued the curiosity of Song Yang and Jing Hang. A beast's soul, as the name implies, encapsulates the essence of a soul beast power. It can be absorbed to enhance soul rings, Yilei explained, flipping his left hand to reveal a golden orb. This is a beast soul, derived from a 900-year-old golden needle hedgehog. If used as ammunition for the soul hunting cannon, its penetrating power is formidable. You may wish to give it a try. With that, he tossed the beast soul to Song Yang, then flipped his right hand to produce a similar orb, which he threw to Jing Hang. This one is of the same species, albeit only 750 years old. Wait a moment, Lazy. Why do they each have one while I do not? Chen Sitsui protested, dissatisfied. Hold on. I'll find you a millennium-old one, Yilei declared, closing his eyes. Moments later, he abruptly opened them, grasping the air with his right hand, and a steel-gray beast soul materialized. He promptly threw it to Chen Sitsui. This is from a 2,000-year-old heavy-armored Xian turtle, immensely powerful. Handle it with care. The three, now in possession of their beast souls, quietly loaded them into the soul-hunting cannons. In an instant, the energy within the cannons was activated, and the previously transparent energy bars glowed with 2 yellow and 1 purple light. Song Yang and Jing Hang's cannons shone yellow, while Chen Sitsui's emitted a purple hue. Are you ready? The hunt begins now. Yilei's lips curled upwards. Meanwhile, Song Yang and the others silently gripped their soul-hunting cannons tightly. The first soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Yilei suddenly crouched down, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Beneath his fist lay a fissure resembling a spider's web, as a yellow soul ring illuminated at his waist. Instantly, magma erupted from a spot 10 meters away, saturating the surrounding ground. Columns of molten rock formed a circle, encasing them within. As the magma continued to spout, Song Yang and the others remained oblivious to Yilei's intentions. At that moment, Yilei made another move. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Another yellow soul ring glowed at his waist, and numerous stones ascended from the ground, floating in the air, over 100 in total. Yilei, with a forceful strike of his fist against the ground, caused the fissures beneath to crack and splinter outward. In an instant, over 100 stones plunged into the molten magma, subsequently hurtling towards the surrounding forest enveloped in a thick layer of lava. This technique was Yilei's recently conceived soul skill, Flame Falling Star. It was the second form of his self-created soul skill as the Flame Lord. Akin to the first form, the Four Flames Ascending Domain, both of which were forged through the fusion of his first and second soul rings. However, with Yilei's current soul power, he was entirely incapable of utilizing the Four Flames Ascending Domain, as its consumption was exceedingly vast. Had he employed it in his earlier days, when his soul power exceeded level 60, the expenditure would have been negligible. Furthermore, The flame-falling star differed from the four flames ascending domain in that the latter required the simultaneous activation of two soul rings, while the former necessitated a sequential application. Once the initial barrage of stones was exhausted, more stones emerged to take their place. This time, rather than being hurled horizontally, Yilei commanded the stones to ascend into the sky. A multitude of stones soared aloft, following a parabolic arc as they were launched toward more distant locales. With the stones once again depleted, Yilei ceased his assault, for he faintly discerned the enraged roar of a soul beast in the distance. Yilei straightened his posture. Taking a moment to steady his breath, the excessive consumption of his soul power had brought the force of his previous strike perilously close to a millennium's might. At the 6 o'clock direction, you three, heed my command. Song Yang and his companions swiftly adjusted their cannons aimed towards the direction indicated by Yilei. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now fire. Yilei shouted loudly. In an instant, Song Yang and the others decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. Two golden sharp needles and a light projectile, no larger than a basin, shot forth from the cannon's mouth. Due to Chen Sitsong's use of the most ancient beast soul, he took a step back before steadying himself. Not far away, a soul beast clad in glass armor charged forth, its tail whipping behind it, sending a glass-colored blade hurtling towards Song Yang and the others' attack. At the moment of the soul skill collision, the two golden needles vanished, leaving the basin-sized light projectile to contend with the blade. Observing this, the soul beast lashed its tail once more, unleashing another blade, which effortlessly shattered the light projectile. As Chen Sikong contemplated whether to fire again, the soul beast was suddenly ensnared by blue-silver grass, immobilizing it in place. Experience this technique. Soul hunting cannon, scorpion tail piercing armor. A thick purple scorpion tail shot forth from behind Song Yang and the others, charging directly at the soul beast. Despite the beast's desire to resist, its tail was bound and could not move, forcing it to endure the impact. Boom. The scorpion tail collided with the soul beast, producing a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the head of the soul beast had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome gaping hole in its neck, deep enough that the entire spine had been obliterated, creating a massive bloodied cavity from neck to tail. Song Yang and his companions were utterly astonished as they beheld the once-living soul beast now lying before them as a bloody carcass. They turned to see Yilei, with his right hand gripping the soul-hunting cannon and his left holding a dull beast soul. Lazy, did you do this? Your power is astounding, even surpassing my earlier heavy armor critical hit. Indeed, it is powerful, but it also cost me a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty scorpion beast soul, Yilei replied, shaking the beast soul in his left hand. For that strike, I set the soul-hunting cannon to its maximum power, draining the entire energy of the beast soul. What? You drained it completely? Jing Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Lazy, are you saying that strike was akin to a full-force attack from a 2,000-year-old soul beast? Song Yang gasped in astonishment. Yilei nodded, indicating that what he said was indeed correct. The beast soul, once drained of its energy, manifests in this manner. Yilei extended his hand, presenting the beast soul. The three individuals gathered around, scrutinizing the beast soul in Yilei's grasp. Enough of the chatter, Song Yang. Proceed to absorb that soul ring. The soul beast is the glazed beast with a soul ring of a millennium. The tail of the glazed beast possesses considerable strength. Upon absorption, it is likely to bestow upon you a soul ring that enables tail-based attacks. Song Yang swiftly approached the lifeless body, finding a suitable spot to sit. Behind him, a deep green crocodile materialized. With a single motion of his hand, a purple soul ring gradually separated from the remnants of the glazed beast, floating towards Song Yang and resting at his waist. Chapter 64. Bounty announcement. Seated before the corpse of the glazed beast, Song Yang commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The purple soul ring whirled around his waist, slowly integrating into Song Yang's being. Yilei stood beside him, flanked by two companions who provided him with protection. Alas, it is truly regrettable. The previous onslaught was so intense that it obliterated the spirit of the Lioli beast along with its head. However, one cannot deny that the soul-hunting cannon developed by the Elder Hall possesses formidable power. With such a device at their disposal, hunting soul beasts will undoubtedly become an effortless endeavor in the future. Yilei clasped his arms, resting his chin on one hand as he spoke. Indeed, it is quite formidable to achieve a single strike kill against a soul beast that has existed for a millennium. However, there is a drawback. The power of the soul-hunting cannon is determined by the age of the beast's soul it is loaded with. The older the soul, the greater the damage. Jing Hang concurred. Absolutely, that is indeed the case. However, the soul hunting cannon requires regular maintenance. And I noticed that at the repair shop next door, even replacing the simplest cannon barrel costs 500 copper soul coins. As ordinary university students, we hardly possess the means to afford such upkeep for the soul hunting cannon. After the nation underwent the Douluo transformation, 7 new currencies were introduced: gold soul coins, black soul coins, silver soul coins, jade soul coins, iron soul coins, copper soul coins, and fragments of soul hearts. The fragments of soul hearts are akin to a 1 yuan note in RMB, while copper soul coins equate to 10 yuan, and so forth. With each currency differing by a factor of 10, all cash at home automatically transformed into these new currencies. Some local wealthy individuals found their cash reserves in safes, amounting to tens of thousands, converted into exquisitely designed soul coins. Initially, a few unknowing tycoons nearly fainted from the shock of this change. Jing Hang and Chen Sikong, 2 financially struggling students, sat on the ground, their faces etched with worry as they sighed. 500 copper soul coins translate to 5,000 yuan, which indeed poses a burden for Song Yang and the others. Their family circumstances are not favorable, and their monthly allowance barely reaches 2,000 yuan. To afford a new barrel for the soul hunting cannon, they would need to forego food and drink for 3 months. Yilei furrowed his brow, his mind racing through countless images, and soon, one particular scene crystallized in his thoughts. I remember now, the bounty announcement. Yilei suddenly shouted, startling the 2 individuals beside him. A bounty notice? What on earth is that? Chen Sitsai was utterly perplexed. Jing Hang was equally bewildered. Do you both not recall the various types of meat sold in the special store, along with those bones? Oh, you mean that? What about it? Jing Hang replied. If my assumptions are correct, the meat and bones sold there are entirely those of soul beasts. Moreover, I have noticed that the store not only allows us to purchase equipment, but also acquires items from us. In our inventory, we possess soul beast meat and soul beast bones, and they command a handsome price. A piece of 100-year-old soul beast meat can be exchanged for 50 soul shards. And that is merely the base price. If the quality is superior, then the compensation will be even greater. Really? Echoed both Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang, their spirits instantly lifted by Yilei's words. Yilei nodded, deftly flipping his hands to reveal a dagger in each. He cast the blades before the 2 of them. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang exchanged knowing glances, seizing the daggers and approaching the corpse of the Lioli beast. They deftly carved a substantial piece of flesh from the beast's intact leg and extracted 3 bones from the gaping wound. Naturally, they did not forget about Song Yang's share. Are you too foolish? While I say this, dragging the carcass of this soul beast away would yield us a greater profit, Yi Li remarked. A hint of sarcasm in his tone. Knight, who had been observing, chimed in with a smirk. The 2, momentarily lost in their task, suddenly awakened to the reality of their situation. Once old Yang absorbed the soul ring, they would hunt 2 more soul beasts, then drag the 3 carcasses away for a handsome sum. The duo promptly agreed. Half an hour later, Song Yang successfully absorbed the soul ring. The 4 continued on their journey. Chapter 65, The First Bucket of Gold. As they traveled, Song Yang observed Yulei entangling the Lioli beast's corpse with blue-silver grass. Perplexed, Lei, what are you doing with the soul beast's body? Attempting to attract more soul beasts? You don't understand. This is our first bucket of gold. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang called out to Song Yang in unison. Yilei shared the bounty notice with Song Yang, who soon found himself filled with joy. In a moment, the 3 of you will each possess a soul beast carcass. We shall take these 3 corpses out and fetch a handsome price. A millennium-old soul beast should surely be valuable. Suddenly, Jing Hang interjected, Wait a moment, what about you, Yilei? While the 3 of us have a soul beast carcass to sell, you have none. Oh, fret not. Have you forgotten the soul spirits I just provided you? Yilei replied with a reassuring smile. I still have plenty in reserve. I can produce soul spirits over 2,000 years old. You need not worry. With Yilei's words, Jing Hang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 4 of them pressed forward for another kilometer. During a brief respite, Yilei leaned closer to Chen Sikong and Jing Hang, addressing them. Jing Hang, your martial soul is the thunderous mammoth, a pinnacle martial soul of the lightning attribute. In my opinion, your first soul skill would best be a defensive type, thus granting you formidable self-protection in the early stages and ensuring your life remains unthreatened in perilous situations. Sikong, your martial soul, the wind god pterodactyl, ruled the skies during the late Cretaceous period. You have 2 options for your first soul skill, The first allows you to acquire an attack-enhancing soul ring, enabling you to unleash wind attribute assaults. The second bestows a defensive soul ring, affording you self-preservation abilities. However, this choice must be yours, and I will respect your decision. Without hesitation, Qin Sikong opted for the defensive skill. Yilei nodded. All right, I understand now. For 2 defensive soul skills, the most common defensive soul beasts are merely. Before Yilei could finish his words, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, the sound of snapping trees resonating from a distance. Suddenly, 2 yellow-green armored beasts surged from different directions, charging toward Yilei and his companions. Ah, the armored beasts. Their arrival is indeed timely, presenting themselves willingly. Very well. I shall oblige you. Song Yang, intercept the one from behind. Leave the one in front to me. Upon hearing this, Song Yang swiftly moved to confront the armored beast ahead of him, a purple soul ring materializing beneath his feet, illuminating as it did so. The first soul skill, Serpent's Tail. A massive crocodilian tail erupted from Song Yang's back, the phantom of the Sea Emperor crocodile manifesting behind him. With a swift turn, he unleashed the tail forward, the spectral form mimicking his motion. With a resounding crack, the crocodilian tail collided with the spiraling body of the armored beast, sending its colossal frame crashing to the side, several spines on its back snapping off in the process. The armored beast facing Yilei fared no better. Yilei grasped at the air, summoning yet another beast soul into his hand, which he loaded into the soul hunting cannon. The previously translucent energy bar of the cannon ignited with a dark glow. Let us see if you can withstand this. Soul hunting cannon, Gale Blade. At the muzzle, a vibrant green light coalesced, morphing into a verdant blade that hurtled directly toward the armored beast. With a sickening thud, the sound of flesh splattering echoed as the massive body of the armored beast was cleaved in 2 by the emerald blade, its enormous carcass crashing down on either side of Yilei, blood gushing from the severed ends. Just then, the other armored beast, having regained its footing, let out a fierce roar before charging at Song Yang and the others, only to be met by searing magma. The beast was engulfed by the molten rock, its body thoroughly scorched before it collapsed, its life force dissipating entirely. As Song Yang and his companions turned to witness the spectacle, they saw white smoke swirling from Yilei's right fist, which had just been thrust forward. Yilei, what is this? Song Yang inquired. This is a mutated version of my first soul skill, Infernal Lava Burst. It requires no build-up. Ah, I see. 3. Given that the 2 spirit beasts were of comparable strength, Qin Sikong and Jing Heng casually selected one to begin absorbing the soul ring. Yilei was not idle either. Armed with a dagger, he pried open the skulls of the 2 soul beasts and extracted their soul cores. After half an hour, once both had absorbed their soul rings, Song Yang, with 3 hands clutching the blue-silver grass, dragged their respective soul beast carcasses, while Chen Sitsuan single-handedly managed 2 corpses. After all, he had chosen the armored beast that Yilei had split in half. Without the earlier hesitations, the quartet quickened their pace, returning to the deep blue vortex in merely 15 minutes. Together, they stepped into the swirling portal, feeling the familiar pull as, in the blink of an eye, Yilei and his companions found themselves back in the main world. The 2 soldiers stationed at the vortex glanced at the 4 of them as they emerged, scoffing in derision. To them, Yilei and his friends appeared to be nothing more than inexperienced youths, returning after barely an hour with no significant gains. However, the 2 soldiers soon felt a stinging defeat as they saw 3 of the boys dragging out the carcasses of soul beasts, each of considerable size, unmistakably belonging to the 1,000-year realm. Yilei completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the 2 soldiers and, accompanied by Song Yang and the other 2, made their way to the exchange counter of the special shop. They unceremoniously tossed the corpses of the soul beasts into the exchange apparatus. Beep, beep, beep. The scanning was complete. 3 Millennium soul beasts of exceptional quality. The exchange commences. The cold voice of the machine echoed throughout the entire hall, leaving the soldiers in a state of disbelief. The apparatus began to wildly dispense an abundance of soul coins, totaling no less than 100. Yilei seized the opportunity to dash into the specialized shop once more, acquiring yet another soul hunting cannon. Chapter 66, The School Opening Gift. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Yilei hurried back into the specialized shop and purchased another soul hunting cannon. He intended to present this high-tech weapon as a gift for Han Wan's school commencement. After all, the price of a single soul hunting cannon was a staggering 1 million, a sum far beyond the reach of an ordinary student, making it a truly unique gift. After completing the transaction, Yilei exited the store, carrying the soul-hunting cannon, having already stored his own in the system space. Approaching the trio who were still counting their money, Yilei remarked, "Fortunately, we have you. Otherwise, we would have suffered a significant loss." In unison, Song Yang and the others responded, "All right, let us gather the money and count it at school." With that, Yilei, as if performing a magic trick, produced 4 large plastic bags, handing one to each of them. The 4 of them then stuffed the money into the bags, each clutching a plastic bag and a soul-hunting cannon as they returned to the teleportation array. In the next moment, 4 beams of light illuminated the space, and Yilei and his companions vanished from sight. Beep, beep, beep. The AI monitor on the desk emitted a sound, catching the attention of the man in military attire. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the display, and in an instant, another man dressed in military uniform appeared on the screen. "Commander," the soldier began. The commander furrowed his brow slightly but continued to focus on the documents in his hands without looking up. "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, then say it." "Commander, that you fellow, the living devil, he just arrived in the mirror world under our jurisdiction, accompanied by 3 of his classmates, and hunted 3 soul beasts." "Oh, were only those 4 who entered?" "Yes, just the 4 of them." "Those 4 youngsters, what soul beasts could they possibly hunt in there?" "Perhaps merely 3 10-year-old soul beasts." "Not at all, Commander. They purchased our latest high-tech weapon, the soul-hunting cannon. They bought 5 in total. And within just 2 hours, they managed to slay a glazed beast and 2 scaled armored beasts, all of which were of the 1,000-year realm." "What did you say?" Hearing this, the commander slammed his hand on the table, leaving an imprint on the solid wood surface. "You mean to tell me that those 4 young lads hunted 3,000-year soul beasts in just 2 hours? Immediately send me the surveillance footage from the mirror world regarding them. I must personally witness what capabilities that Yilei possesses." "Understood, Commander. I will take care of it right away." After the soldier spoke, the image on the AI monitor vanished. At Rome University, in the originally dark campus, a brilliant white light flashed from a corner building, and shortly after, Yilei and his companions emerged from within. "Oh, by the way, you 3 should head back to the dormitory. I need to find Han Wan." Song Yang and the other 2 said nothing, merely nodded at Yilei, accepted the bag of money from his hands, and then proceeded to return to their dormitory. Yilei strolled through the nocturnal campus, clutching a soul-hunting cannon. Upon reaching the vicinity of the girls' dormitory, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, requesting her to come downstairs. Buzz. Han Wan's phone vibrated momentarily. She glanced at it, approached the balcony, and leapt down. In midair, Han Wan unfurled her icy blue wings. Chapter 67. The system store suspended in the air. Han Wan spread her ethereal wings. "What's the matter, Yilei? Why have you summoned me at such a late hour? Is something amiss?" she inquired upon landing, directing her gaze toward Yilei. Yilei shook his head, his phoenix eyes sparkling with brilliance. "I am perfectly fine. I merely prepared a gift for your new semester." As he spoke, Yilei handed the soul hunter cannon to Han Wan, accompanied by 10 beast souls. "What is this?" Han Wan inquired, perplexed as she accepted the items. "This is a high-tech weapon known as the Soul Hunter Cannon, which I procured from a specialized shop near the portal in the mirror world. It can accommodate beast souls of various qualities as ammunition, each possessing a unique skill. I dare say that no more than 5 individuals within the school will possess such a weapon. These 10 beast souls are all sourced from soul beasts over 2,000 years old, with each soul capable of sustaining the cannon's attacks for more than 5 rounds, thereby granting you an unparalleled ability for self-preservation." "Yilei, thank you so much," Han Wan exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with excitement, as she leapt into Yilei's embrace with enthusiasm. Yilei cradled Han Wan's thigh with both hands, gazing at her delicate face, which was but a breath away. "All right. You may descend now. The girls from your dormitory are observing." Yilei's gaze signaled, and Han Wan followed his eyes to see 3 fluffy heads peeking out from her dormitory balcony, all wearing a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. "Oh dear." Han Wan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly covered her face with both hands and, clutching the gift given by Yilei, hurriedly scurried into the dormitory building. Yilei smiled as he gazed at Han Wan, and only after she was out of sight did he turn and return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, every moment of their interaction had been captured by a girl nearby using her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Jing Hang expressed his fatigue, exclaiming, "Oh, I am so tired today." To which another replied, "Are you the only one who feels tired? Shouldn't Yilei be the most exhausted of us all?" "Indeed," echoed Song Yang and Chen Sikong in unison. "Without him, How could we have acquired such a splendid Millennium Soul Ring? What are you all talking about? Yilei's voice emanated from the doorway. Yilei pushed open the door, holding a plastic bag from a certain fast food restaurant, and glanced at the three individuals in the dormitory. Come on down, I've brought some late-night snacks for us to share. Upon seeing the plastic bag in Yilei's hands, the three hungry souls leapt down from their upper bunks and rushed towards him. Hey, there's enough for everyone, don't snatch. The following morning, upperclassmen went from door to door, distributing specially designed military training uniforms to each student. Why does this military uniform look so peculiar? Indeed, it's quite unique. The students who received their uniforms began to engage in lively discussions. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Yilei's mind. Beep. Detection complete. You have reached the binding time limit. Conditions for achievement fulfilled, and the system store has been unlocked. Congratulations. Is the system store what I think it is? With this thought, Yilei promptly closed his eyes and delved into the system store. As he beheld the myriad of products before him, he scrutinized the prices and fell into contemplation. Dear system, could you elucidate the meaning of these points? Host, these points are calculated based on the age of the soul beasts you have hunted. A 10-year soul beast equals 1 point, a 100-year soul beast equals 10 points, a 1,000-year soul beast equals 50 points, a 10,000-year soul beast equals 100 points, and a 100,000-year soul beast equals 1,000 points. Dear system, then how many points do I possess at this moment? Yilei inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. Host, perhaps it is best for you to observe for yourself. The system responded with a beep. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm emitted a sound, prompting him to raise his hand for a glance. He was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was approaching 10,000 already. How many soul beasts had he slain? He couldn't quite recall. Yilei shook his head and plunged once more into the system shop. Yilei glided his right hand over the soul beast detector, deftly maneuvering through pages of merchandise that alternated before his eyes. Originally designed to scan the age of soul beasts, Yilei had ingeniously repurposed the detector. It now served to access system information, control the system store, and more. There was nothing the detector could not accomplish, as long as Yilei desired it. Yilei's gaze was captivated by the two characters' soul bone displayed on the merchandise shelf. He raised his hand and tapped on it, resulting in a line of subtitles appearing before his eyes. Please complete the soul bone collection achievement. Yilei glanced at the line of subtitles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Achieving this milestone meant he was on the path to collecting 2 soul bones. Did it not? There was no rush. He could wait until the seal was lifted and then venture into the mirror world to hunt down soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Surely, he would not be disappointed in his quest for 2 soul bones. With this thought in mind, Yilei exited the system shop. Reality. Upon donning the military training uniform, Yilei wasted no time and slipped it on without hesitation. To his surprise, the uniform crafted from elastic materials proved to be quite comfortable, albeit. Why was it so form-fitting? As he cinched the waist belt, it accentuated Yilei's slender waist even further. Once the remaining 3 companions adorned their military uniforms, their demeanor elevated significantly. Dressed impeccably, the quartet departed from their dormitory and made their way to the dining hall. During their journey, they were subjected to incessant candid photography, though they paid it no mind. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they beheld a corner filled with over 100 men and women clad in military attire. It was evident that these individuals were to be their instructors for the ensuing 5 days. However, Yilei noticed that some of the instructors bore a familiar insignia emblazoned on their backs, the emblem of the Elders' 7 residents. The number of instructors appeared considerable, seemingly proportional to the others present. Yilei did not ponder for long and, together with Song Yang and the others, found a spot to sit and enjoy their breakfast. Half an hour later, they arrived at the large playground of Rome University. The expansive field was now filled with people. Yilei's cohort comprised 20 classes, each exceeding 50 students. At this moment, every class stood in formation, arranged by their instructors, awaiting the arrival of the drill sergeants. 10 minutes later, the instructors took their positions. Each class was assigned 2 instructors, differing from one another. Greetings, I am your chief instructor for the next 5 days, Huang Tianwei. The gentleman beside me is your assistant instructor, Zhuang Yan. Huang Tianwei addressed the line where Yilei stood, saying, We shall now formally commence military training. However, this year's training will differ from previous years. At this juncture, I ask those who have yet to absorb a soul ring to step forward. Huang Tianwei's commanding voice resonated among the students of the software major. The students exchanged glances, and ultimately, Aside from 4 individuals who remained stationary, the rest stepped forward. Huang Tianwei's gaze traversed the students who had stepped out and landed upon Yilei and his 3 companions. Oh, in a class of 56. It seems only you 4 have acquired a soul ring? Yilei and his companions found themselves the focus of 52 scrutinizing gazes. Since it is so, let us commence with you. Declare your martial soul and your first spirit ring aloud. Huang Tianwei's gaze fixed intently upon Song Yang. Song Yang. Martial soul. Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile. Spirit power level. 18. First ring. Millennium. As Song Yang's voice resonated, he forcefully stepped forward, and in the next instant, a colossal crocodile apparition manifested behind him, a purple spirit ring hovering at his waist. Chapter 69. Old acquaintances. As Song Yang's declaration concluded, he stepped forward with vigor, and the mighty crocodile apparition gradually materialized into a tangible form. The enormous creature opened its formidable jaws, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the assembly. Shinsitsai. Martial soul. Wind God Winged Dragon. Spirit power level. 17. First ring. Millennium. As he spoke, Shinsitsai began to levitate, flesh-colored membranes extending from his arms, his fingernails elongating dramatically. A purple spirit ring flickered at his waist. Jing Hang. Martial soul. Thunderous Mammoth. Spirit power level. 18. First ring. Millennium. Upon completing his proclamation, a gigantic purple mammoth appeared behind him, crackling with electricity, accompanied by a purple spirit ring that materialized at his waist. Once the trio had finished their introductions, the 2 instructors and the remaining students turned their attention toward Yilei. The earlier revelations had left them astounded. All 3 possessed Millennium First Rings, a fact that warranted their astonishment. Now, they fixated their gaze upon Yilei, eager to ascertain whether he too would reveal something extraordinary. Yilei, Dual Martial Souls. Spirit Power Level. 28. Grand Soul Master with Dual Rings. When Yilei's words reached the ears of the crowd, including Huang Tianwei, an overwhelming shock ensued. How is this possible? The 3 of them with Millennium First Rings are merely Soul Masters. How could you, who have yet to demonstrate your martial soul, claim to be a Grand Soul Master, boasting of dual martial souls and dual spirit rings? Pray, do not exaggerate, exclaimed a classmate with a face full of acne. The other students began to murmur amongst themselves. Then please observe closely, for this is my first martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. As Yilei uttered the words Blue Silvergrass, many classmates erupted into fits of laughter, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha, Blue Silvergrass, merely a worthless entity, claiming to possess a twin spirit. How utterly laughable! They jeered. Indeed, pretending to be something grand. However, the mocking laughter quickly faded as they beheld 2 yellow soul rings gradually ascending beneath Yilei's feet, quietly hovering at his waist. So what if you have 2 century-old soul rings? Show us your other spirit if you truly possess a twin spirit. One of the jeerers, sporting a pockmarked face, retorted defiantly. It's easy to speak boldly when you're standing. Just wait for the moment of reckoning, he added. Standing beside Yilei, Jing Hang wore an expression of disdain. This is my second spirit, Lord of Flames, Yilei declared, waving his right hand. The 2 soul rings vanished, and with a powerful step of his left foot, the ground behind him cracked open. A pair of enormous red hands emerged, followed by a colossal figure rising from the fissure, hovering behind Yilei. With 2 soul rings reappearing at his waist, yet another pair of century-old rings. Witnessing this spectacle, the pockmarked face fell silent, and the surrounding classmates were rendered utterly speechless. Remarkable. Indeed, who would have thought that among your class of 56, 3 soul masters would emerge, one of them a great soul master? Now, your vice instructor will guide you to the assembly point to commence your first day of specialized training. Yilei and the other 3 responded in unison. And under the guidance of Zhuang Yin, they approached the podium where several individuals were already assembled, including Yilei's old acquaintance, Qin Song. Upon seeing Yilei, Qin Song's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, and an inexplicable pain surged through his face, burning fiercely. As for why Qin Song was still attending school, it was because he had not participated in that bullying incident, merely remaining a bystander. However, the price he paid was extraordinarily high. His father's job was sacrificed, and the family had provided a substantial compensation to the girl who had been bullied, which ultimately quelled the matter. Chapter 70. The first lesson of military training. Qin Song slightly raised his head and caught a glimpse of Yilei, just as Yilei, at that moment, directed his gaze towards him. Yilei's gaze briefly passed over Qin Song and settled on Han Nuan beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Yilei then abandoned his comrades and moved to stand next to Han Nuan. Only 15 individuals were present at the podium, with just Yilei and Han Yuan having reached the realm of great soul masters. Among the others, the first soul rings of the remaining individuals did not exceed a century in age. Soon, a figure, resembling a chief instructor, was escorted to the podium by the head instructors of various classes. Oh, out of over 1,000 individuals, only these 15 have achieved their goals? Is this the extent of the prowess of the top-ranking university in Rome City? The chief instructor remarked. Following him were 20 head instructors, who dared not utter a word. Their heads bowed and hands clasped behind their waists. Huang Tianwei, your class boasts 4, does it not? Who would have thought that a software major could yield 4 soul masters, 3 of whom possess first soul rings of a millennium's age? Impressive, indeed. I find this talent quite appealing, said Fan Tianyin, addressing the 15 individuals, including Yilei. Now, Huang Tianwei will guide you through your first military training lesson. You are dismissed. With that, Fan Tianyin turned and departed, while the 19 instructors, excluding Huang Tianwei, returned to their respective ranks. All right. I will now lead you to complete your first military training lesson. I trust you have all brought the wristbands and headphones provided by the school? Huang Tianwei inquired. The 15 students exchanged glances before finally nodding in unison at Huang Tianwei. Very well. Next, we shall venture into the mirror world. Your first military training lesson will be to hunt a soul beast independently, with no restrictions on its age. Once there, you will choose the age of the soul beast you wish to hunt. Regardless of your ability to defeat it, you must successfully capture it. Should any of you fail to complete this first lesson, you might as well not remain at Rome University. Do you understand? Now, let us depart. With that, Huang Tianwei turned towards the school's teleportation array, and the group promptly followed in his footsteps. 5 minutes later, the 16 individuals stood in formation at the teleportation array. A brilliant light enveloped them as they vanished from their original location. At Rome University, on the playground, Luo Yun stood among the ranks, his thoughts drifting away from the instructor's speech. He slightly turned his head to his companion, Xiao Na, and said, Sister Na, military training is so dull. I wish I could join Sister Nuan. However, even if we went, we would only be a burden to Han Yuan. We don't possess a single soul ring. What assistance could we possibly offer her, right? Joa responded without turning her head, due to Luo Yun's height advantage. The instructor was unable to see what she was doing while standing in the line, but he could see Joa. Thus, when she replied to Luo Yun, she did so without glancing back. On the other hand, Wang Yunling, upon overhearing their exchange, dared not utter a word, as she stood directly opposite the instructor. She certainly did not wish to be dragged out for a lap around the playground in front of the entire class for merely chatting. After all, it was the height of summer, and running the track would surely be the end of her. Chapter 71. Run fast, do not look back in the wilderness. A colossal magic array illuminated with a brilliant light. As the radiance dissipated, 16 figures emerged. Huang Tianwei glanced at the group and led the way inside. While only Yilei and his 3 companions had previously visited this place, it was a first for the others. Wow, this place is extravagantly luxurious, exclaimed one student. My goodness, the level of opulence here is comparable to Huarnvientian. I assenti it? What do you mean comparable? This is undoubtedly even more lavish than Huarnvientian. Several students began to bicker amongst themselves, engaging in a fervent discussion. Upon hearing their chatter, Huang Tianwei furrowed his brow in annoyance and turned to them. Can you not be quiet for a moment? What are you all making such a fuss about? If you keep this up, do you believe I won't fail you in your first military training lesson? At Huang Tianwei's words, the students who had been debating immediately fell silent. Cautiously trailing behind him, Song Yang, Chen Sikong, and Jing Hang, sensing the mood, discreetly positioned themselves ahead of Yilei and Han Yuan, who lingered behind. Engrossed in their own intimate conversation, Yilei skillfully took Han Yuan's small hand, his gaze filled with affection. Yuaner, when we hunt the soul beasts later, use the soul hunter cannon I gifted you. Among the 10 beast souls I provided, one possesses an age exceeding 2,000 years. It is derived from the ice attribute, specifically the frost snow demon. When you wield it in your attack, you can infuse your own ice phoenix power into the soul hunter cannon, thereby amplifying the potency of that strike. Yilei deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a purple soul ring that materialized within his grasp. He then handed it to Han Yuan, stating, the soul ring is intrinsically linked to that beast's soul, and its age is sufficient to serve as your 3rd soul skill. Take it, and once your soul power reaches level 30, absorb it. For your 4th soul skill, you will utilize the 50,000. Year Mimicry Soul Ring I provided, which seems to offer the most suitable fourth soul skill for you. Furthermore, by feeding it 50,000 Year Ice Attribute Soul Rings, you can continuously enhance its age to elevate from 50,000 years to 60,000 years requires one ring, from 60,000 years to 70,000 years, 2 rings. From 70,000 years to 80,000 years, 3 rings. From 80,000 years to 90,000 years, 4 rings. And from 90,000 years to 100,000 years, 5 rings. Hanwhan listened with a hint of astonishment. Yilei, is this truly possible? Can I genuinely acquire a 100,000 year soul ring? Indeed. Yilei affirmed with a nod. Leave the acquisition of those 50,000 your ice attribute soul rings to me. When you advance by 3 levels, you can contemplate breaking through the soul ring age by 10,000 years. Provided that your soul power reaches the rank of Soul King and you possess a soul ring around 70,000 years. Hanwhan nodded eagerly, her heart elated at the prospect of possessing a 100,000 year soul ring akin to Yilei's, and promptly secured the soul ring he had handed her into her pouch. 15 individuals followed Huang Tianwei's lead, arriving at the vortex. Now, I will reiterate the task. Your objective is to select a soul beast within your capabilities to defeat. Upon vanquishing it, you may keep the soul ring and beast soul for yourselves, or sell them at our shop for a handsome reward. Alternatively, as stated in the announcement, you can bring the entire soul beast carcass back or carve out a piece of its flesh or bone. The choice is entirely yours. Huang Tianwei turned to face Yulei and the others. Did you all hear that? Yes. The 15 responded in unison. Good, since you are all aware. Proceed to select the age of the soul beast on your respective wristbands. With this, Huang Tianwei approached the 2 soldiers, accepting a cigarette from one. The other soldier, understanding his intent, lit it for him. Huang Tianwei took a deep drag and exhaled a plume of smoke, engaging in casual conversation with the 2 soldiers. At that moment, Song Yang and his companions drew closer to Yilei, engaging him in discussion. Yilei, what do you think we should choose as our free soul beast? Song Yang, if I were in your position, I would opt for a canine soul beast. There is a saying about canines: copperhead, iron-tail, tofu waist. Regardless of how high their age may be, their waist remains their Achilles heel, which is immutable. Trust my advice and select a 500-year-old spectral wolf. Song Yang nodded and began to operate the device on his wrist. Ariwo, like Qin Sitsuan, the sky is your domain. My advice is to select a spirit beast that is cumbersome on the ground and lacks formidable attacks, such as the forest python or the bishi. Nuanyuan. Your martial spirit is the king of birds, and you are the nemesis of serpents. Thus, I recommend you choose the forest python. Hanwhan and Qin Sitsuan nodded in agreement and began making their selections on the wrist device. Jinghang, your martial spirit is the thunder mammoth. Simply choose a fish spirit beast that is no older than 100 years. The method of hunting is straightforward. Once you reach the designated location, embody your martial spirit and leap into the water. This will enable you to complete the task with ease. After finishing his words, Yilei also commenced his selection of the spirit beast to hunt. Nearby, a nonconformist young man with long hair and ear piercings impatiently scrolled through the wrist device, his gaze landing on a crimson spirit beast, which he selected without hesitation. Have you all made your selections? Huang Tianwei, having finished 2 cigarettes, tossed the butt aside and approached Yulei and the others. All right, since you have completed your choices, let us enter the mirror world. You will be ranked according to the age of the spirit beast you selected. The younger the spirit beast, the earlier your assessment will commence. With that, Huang Tianwei stepped into the swirling vortex and vanished from sight. Yilei and Hanwhan exchanged a glance, hand in hand as they stepped into the vortex. One by one, the remaining individuals followed suit, arriving in the Stardow forest. I wonder how Sister Nwan is doing. Military training is so tedious. All right, with your brother-in-law around, Sister Nwan will be just fine, so rest assured. The instructor is coming. Stand at attention. Whoosh. Several individuals entered the Stardow forest in succession. Soon, among the 15 of them, a boy of average height had his bracelet begin to flicker. 5 seconds later, he and the others were transported to another location, where a small, blue-furred cat awaited them. A 10-year-old colorful cat. It seems this student is quite prudent, aware of his limited strength, and thus he chose the weakest feline spirit beast as his examination target. Time passed swiftly, The 15 had completed 14 assessments, leaving only the final one. The last boy's bracelet illuminated, and in the next moment, everyone was transported to an open space. The temperature in this area was inexplicably high, and the surrounding plants emanated a scorching aura. Fire attribute. This boy had chosen a fire attribute spirit beast as his target. However, could someone possessing a 10-year spirit ring truly prevail? It is worth noting that among the previous 14, Yilei had selected a 400-year-old mandala snake, while Song Yang and Han Wan opted for 1,000-year spirit beasts. Could a 10-year spirit ring stand against a 1,000-year spirit beast? Roar. A commanding roar echoed closer. Whoosh. A crimson light blade hurtled towards the boy, who was obliviously fiddling with his phone, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Watch out. A purple figure rushed forward, forcefully pushing the boy aside, and confronted the crimson light blade. Boom. The purple figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Jing Hang. Song Yang shouted, hastening to support Jing Hang and assess his injuries. The fabric of Jing Hang's shirt was torn at the chest, revealing a blood-red wound on his exposed skin. Just as Yilei and the others reached Jing Hang, the spirit beast detector on Yilei's left hand began to vibrate uncontrollably. Beep. Skin complete. The spirit beast, Hellfire Side Manus, age 60,000 years. Upon hearing the age of the spirit beast, terror washed over the faces of all present. What is happening? How could it be a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? And of the fire attribute? What have you done? Why did you choose a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? Are you insane? At that moment, Yilei's furious voice rang out. Yilei grasped the collar of the non-mainstream individual with both hands, lifting him off the ground, and roared into his face. Tell me, you, a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings, have the audacity to select a soul beast of 60,000 years. Do you wish for us to accompany you to your grave? Look at him. He's currently in a perilous state, risking his life to save you. And you still have the leisure to play on your phone? The non-mainstream figure, with an air of disdain, glanced at Yilei and retorted. What does the duration of my choice have to do with you? Besides, it wasn't my request for him to rescue me. His injuries are of no concern to me. That's his own misfortune. He shrugged nonchalantly and added, even if I were to falter against this soul beast, I have the esteemed instructor Huang Tianwei to assist me in vanquishing it. Yilei, filled with fury, raised his fist. Just as his clenched hand was about to descend upon the face of the non-mainstream individual, another crimson blade of light surged forth, this time targeting the individuals surrounding Jing Hang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yilei cast aside the unconventional and swiftly advanced to stand before the crowd. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, was unleashed. The second soul ring at Yilei's waist shimmered, and several stone walls rose before the crowd, resolutely intercepting the crimson blade of light. Yilei's second soul skill was effortlessly sliced to pieces before the radiant blade, like tofu yielding to a sharp knife. The stone wall offered no resistance against the luminous weapon. Witnessing this, Yilei unleashed a powerful punch. First soul skill, Hellish Magma Break. The crimson magma clashed with the scarlet blade, merely managing to slightly impede its advance. At that moment, Yilei silently turned to Han Wan and urged, run quickly, and do not look back. Chapter 72, Breaking the Seal. Run quickly, and do not look back. However, Han Wan straightened her posture and took a slight step forward, declaring, I wish to stay and assist you. There is no however. By not remaining behind, you are already aiding me. Furthermore, even if your martial soul is of the highest caliber among ice attributes, your attacks would be utterly ineffective against the infernal scythe mantis. You would only find yourself suppressed in its presence. If you truly wish to assist me, then help me teach that nonconformist a lesson. Yilei exerted all his strength, channeling the soul power within him to sustain his soul skill. Observing this, Han Wan refrained from further commentary and, along with Song Yang and the others, began to flee in the opposite direction. However, they had scarcely covered any distance when a multitude of crimson light blades suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. These blades ascended into the air, only to crash down heavily, forming a wall of scarlet light that encircled them. What? Song Yang unleashed a powerful punch. But the moment his fist collided with the luminous wall, he cried out in pain and retracted his hand. Damn, this wall is scalding. I refuse to believe it. First soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. A massive crocodile tail materialized behind Song Yang, and with a swift turn, he swung it towards the light wall. Boom. As the tail struck the wall, It erupted in a dazzling red glow, sending Song Yang hurtling backward, while the acrid scent of something charred filled the air. The others turned to see that the crocodile tail behind Song Yang bore a scorched mark. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Yuan furrowed her brow as ice blue wings unfurled from her back. With a vigorous flap, countless ice blue feathers shot forth, hurtling towards the light wall. Yet, just a centimeter from the wall, the feathers were instantaneously melted away. Realizing the futility of her attack, Han Yuan ceased her efforts against the wall. "Did any of you see Instructor Huang?" A boy glanced around and suddenly spoke up. At his words, the group collectively recognized the absence of their leading instructor, Huang. On the other side, as Yilei observed the absence of any presence behind him, he swiftly rolled to the side. The crimson energy blade, freed from its constraints, continued on its trajectory, landing upon a nearby massive boulder. In an instant, as the blade penetrated the stone, a charred mark appeared, and the boulder was cleaved in two. Soon after, a colossal red mantis emerged from the depths of the forest. This formidable creature was unusually large, its body displaying a bizarre black and red hue, crowned with a pair of enormous compound eyes. One of its massive claws resembled a razor-sharp scythe, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread against the dark red backdrop. How infuriating. My soul power is depleting too rapidly. Should it strike again, I would be unable to evade. No matter how I ponder, with my current strength, I cannot withstand another of its attacks. What to do? What to do? In light of this, it seems my only option is... Yilei summoned all his soul power to shatter the seals within his body, the chest, left leg, dantian, and so forth. Just as Han Yuan and the others heard Yilei's cry and turned to look, they noticed the 2-century-old soul rings beneath his feet beginning to crack, while fractures appeared on the body of the flame lord behind him, accompanied by a snapping sound from his left calf. "Yilei!" Both Song Yang and Shen Sikong exclaimed in unison. However, this cry also drew the attention of the Hellfire Scythe Mantis. Its pair of compound eyes turned towards Song Yang, and then its colossal claws erupted with a crimson glow. In the next moment, 2 scarlet light blades formed an X in midair and hurtled towards Song Yang. Without hesitation, Han Yuan produced her Soul Hunter cannon and pulled the trigger. Blizzard. A snow-white vortex surged forth to collide with the light blade. Song Yang and Shen Sikong followed suit, drawing their own Soul Hunter cannons, though Song Yang held in his other hand the cannon belonging to Jing Hang. Heavy armor explosion. Golden needle piercing. 2 golden spikes and a light orb the size of a basin raced to catch up with Han Yuan's blizzard. The 4 beams of light clashed with the light blade, dissipating in an instant, while the light blade continued its trajectory towards Song Yang and the others, just as they thought their demise was imminent. The light blade did not strike them. Upon raising their heads, they beheld a massive crimson stone wall that had intercepted the blow, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. Turning to the side, they saw a figure suspended in midair, wielding a blue-gold spear, with 6 soul rings floating at his waist. As the crowd recognized his visage, shock registered on all faces except Han Yuan's. It was none other than Yilei. In that pivotal moment, he had forcibly shattered all the seals within his body, restoring his soul power to level 63 and regaining access to all his soul rings, soul bones, and skills. Yilei hung in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I shall not spare anyone who seeks to harm Han Yuan." 5th soul skill. Blue-silver tyrant spear. The 5th red soul ring around Yilei's waist illuminated, and with a swift turn to gather strength, he hurled the spear in his hand, striking directly at the infernal fire scythe. Chapter 73. Yilei's Moment of Glory. 5th soul skill. Blue-silver emperor spear. The crimson soul ring, positioned 5th around Yilei's waist, ignited with a brilliant glow. With a swift turn and a surge of energy, he hurled the long spear in his grasp towards the infernal fire mantis. The infernal fire mantis, not to be underestimated, exerted its powerful hind legs, leaping backward to evade the attack, while simultaneously unleashing its massive claws, which struck the blue-silver overlord spear, causing it to veer off course. A thunderous crash echoed as the blue-silver overlord spear struck the ground, creating a significant crater and raising a cloud of dust. The infernal fire mantis landed nearby, its menacing compound eyes fixed intently on Yilei, its formidable claws twitching in anticipation. Beep. The soul beast scanning was complete. Infernal fire mantis, fire attribute, 60. 000 years old, skill, twin blade flash, the soul beast detector announced, relaying the detailed information into Yilei's ears. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly declared, "Since you have come, do not think of leaving." With that, Yilei waved his right hand and stepped forward with his left foot. The 6 soul rings around his waist vanished in an instant, along with the blue-silver Overlord spear, now replaced by the Flame Lord behind him and 3 10,000-year soul rings at his waist. With a mere thought, Yilei activated the first and second soul rings adorning his waist. A vast expanse of molten lava began to surge from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping the surrounding ground. A crimson energy shield ascended, enveloping Yilei, the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, and the others within its protective embrace. This was one of Yilei's original soul techniques, the 4 Flames Ascending Domain. The other students, witnessing the transformation of their environment, were overcome with panic, their agitation palpable. Seeing this, Hanwhan hastily reassured them. Do not be afraid, everyone. This is merely a soul technique of Yilei's and poses no threat to you. As she spoke, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, yet she was powerless against the immense pressure exerted by Yilei's 4 Flames Ascending Domain. She had to expend her soul power to maintain her physical form, otherwise, she would inevitably succumb to the fate of becoming a mere husk. At that moment, Yilei's focus was entirely on the Hellfire Scythe Mantis before him, oblivious to the situation concerning Hanwhan. The Hellfire Scythe Mantis appeared to struggle slightly in its movements, its crimson glow dimming considerably. Nevertheless, its compound eyes remained fierce as they bore down on Yilei. It raised one of its claws, unleashing another blade of light towards him. This was the 3rd soul technique, the 1,000-pound flame armor. Yilei summoned his 3rd soul skill, enveloping himself in a suit of armor. With determination, he advanced directly towards the Hellfire Scythe. As the radiant blade approached, Yilei raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the luminous weapon into fragments. It is futile, within my domain of 4 flames reaching heaven. Any fire-based assault is rendered ineffective against me. Furthermore, the fire elements within you will be entirely absorbed by my realm, leaving you with nothing but the remnants of your once formidable strength. Yilei spoke softly. A soul bone quietly manifested at his left calf. The skill of the soul bone from the left leg, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Yilei kicked out with his left leg, sending forth a swift, violet blade of light. This strike was a retribution for Jing Hang, who was injured because of you. The violet blade hurtled towards the infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, landing squarely on one of its legs, accompanied by a resounding crack as it severed the limb cleanly. This blow was delivered to those who sought to harm me. With that, Yilei sprang into the air, descending with force as his right fist became enveloped in molten lava. The infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. However, its leg unexpectedly sank into the ground, trapped beneath a heavy stone, leaving it with no option but to raise its claws in defense. Chapter 74. Erasing Memories. The infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, realizing the precariousness of its predicament, endeavored to escape but found itself ensnared. Its leg immobilized by the weight of the earth. With no alternative, it could only lift its claws to counter the impending assault. Swiftly, the monstrous claws of the infernal Fire Scythe Mantis sliced through the air, unleashing a barrage of crimson blades aimed directly at Yilei. Yilei remained utterly unfazed by the onslaught of the infernal Scythe Mantis. The crimson blades, striking against the 3rd soul skill of the Flame Lord, merely left behind faint scratches, as Yilei's fist was about to descend upon the head of the infernal Fire Scythe Mantis. The creature's compound eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce light. Simultaneously, its formidable pincers burst into flames, and it raised them to directly intercept Yilei's blow. The Mantis employed its signature defensive technique, a specialized skill of the Mandate Soul, effortlessly deflecting the force with the grace of a feather, demonstrating how a mere ounce of strength can counter 1,000 pounds. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, delivering several powerful punches in vain against the defenses of the infernal Fire Scythe Mantis. Utilizing the force of its massive claws, he propelled himself backward and landed steadily atop the corporeal Flame Lord. Intriguing indeed. Let us see if you can withstand this technique. 1,000-ton body soul bone skill. 1,000-ton falling flame. As the words left his lips, the 1,000-ton and Emperor's body soul bone materialized on Yilei's chest. A flash of crimson light illuminating the air. The elemental forces of fire and earth began to coalesce, and in an instant, a colossal flaming meteorite took shape in the sky. The onlookers were struck with expressions of astonishment, with the exception of Hanwhan. Goodness! Is this still the Yilei I know? My word, is he even human? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a war god? I never anticipated that within our cohort there existed such an extraordinary being. My perspective has truly diminished. As the massive meteorite formed in the air, Yilei waved his right hand, sending the meteor hurtling toward the infernal fire-scythe mantis. Sensing the impending danger, the mantis summoned the elemental power within, breaking free from its previous restraints. With a swift movement, it evaded the meteorite. However, Yilei would not allow it to escape so easily. Upon witnessing the mantis shake off its bindings, he clenched his right fist, causing the suspended meteorite to shatter instantly into numerous fiery fragments, which then pursued the infernal fire-scythe mantis as if guided by an unseen force. Within the confines of Yilei's domain of blazing fire, the mantis faced immense energy depletion. Having just expended considerable fire attribute energy to free itself, it possessed little strength left to counter. After deflecting several fragments, it succumbed to Yilei's relentless assault, its life force gradually fading. Once Yilei confirmed the complete demise of the infernal fire-scythe mantis, he approached its lifeless body and commanded the corporeal flame lord to crush the mantis's head with a single palm, leaving only its beast soul behind. Yilei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and directly extracted the soul ring of the infernal fire-scythe mantis. After completing this task, he dismissed the 4-fire celestial domain. Approaching the others, Yilei noticed beads of cold sweat forming on Han Wan's forehead. It then dawned on him that during the fierce battle, in his fervor, he had momentarily forgotten that Han Wan's martial soul would be suppressed by his own domain. Hastily, Yilei switched his martial soul and infused Han Wan's body with the gentle soul power of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Observing her complexion improve significantly, he furrowed his brows and knelt beside Jing Hang. He raised his right hand and placed it over Jing Hang's wound, where a shimmering blue-golden light flickered. As the soothing soul power coursed into Jing Hang's body, mending his damaged meridians, Yilei rose, and the voice of the system resonated in his ears. It detected that the duration of the host's third task was insufficient, thereby breaking the seal and revealing the host's true strength to the majority. Now, the host faces a choice. Should all memories related to this matter be erased from the individuals involved? Chapter 75. Keep it confidential. May I inquire, host, do you choose to eliminate the memories of the individuals concerning this segment? Should you opt not to erase them, it will be deemed a failure of the host's third task, and no rewards shall be granted by the system. Yilei, with unwavering resolve, opted for the erasure. Yet a flicker of doubt prompted him to inquire of the system. Dear system, if I choose to erase, what becomes of Han Wan? Will her memories be obliterated as well? The system reassured him. Rest assured, host, this memory purge will not affect Miss Han. After all, she is fully aware of your true capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yilei's anxious heart found solace. The memory erasure commences now. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A resonant hum enveloped the ears of those present, and apart from Yilei and Han Wan, the eyes of the others instantaneously dulled into a vacant stare. What on earth is happening? Han Wan exclaimed, bewildered. Do not worry, Nwaner. It is merely that I wish to keep my true strength hidden from so many. I have chosen to erase this portion of their memories. You will keep my secret, won't you? With that, Yilei gestured to his lips, mimicking a zipper motion, and continued, my prowess is exceedingly conspicuous, and I remain under the scrutiny of the Elder Hall. I cannot ascertain whether they might exploit my combat data for experimentation, so it is prudent to remain discreet and conceal my true power. However, there is a minor task at hand. Understanding immediately, Han Wan mirrored Yilei's gesture in response. Seeing her adorable appearance, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle. He then commanded the Flame Lord behind him, plunging a hand into the ground to unearth a stone sphere the size of a roadside boulder. Weighing it in his hand, he turned to Han Wan and said, Nwaner, add some enhancements to it. Let us present a grand gift to Instructor Huang. With a beaming smile, Yilei elicited an instant understanding from Han Wan, for she was all too familiar with that particular expression. Whenever Yilei wore such a smile, it signified that someone was about to face misfortune. Han Wan silently mourned for Instructor Huang for a brief moment. Returning to the matter at hand, without uttering a word, Han Wan summoned her martial soul and, utilizing her first soul skill, transformed the stone sphere into a veritable hedgehog. With a smile, Yilei raised his left hand, infusing the sphere with a surge of fire energy, serving as a form of explosive. Let me see where our dear Instructor Huang is. Ah, found it. The peculiar tone in Yilei's voice caused Han Wan's body to shudder uncontrollably. This is utterly ridiculous. It gives me goosebumps. Target acquired. Yilei forcefully hurled the stone sphere. At the opportune moment, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a tremendous explosion echoed through the forest, accompanied by a faint scream that seemed to blend with the chaos. Yilei smiled lightly and glanced at Han Wan. Han Wan returned his gaze, and in a sudden playful gesture, Yilei reached out with both hands and gently pinched her cherubic face several times. Instantly, Han Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully retaliated by delivering a few light punches to Yilei. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice echoed in Yilei's ears, and subsequently, his powers were once again sealed, returning him to the realm of a dual martial soul, dual ring great soul master. However, a notable change occurred. At the moment he broke through the soul power seal, he successfully elevated his soul power by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, inching closer to the coveted 70th level soul sage. Chapter 76. Give him a glare. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice echoed in Yilei's ears, and subsequently, his powers were once again sealed, returning him to the realm of a dual martial soul, dual ring great soul master. However, a notable change occurred. At the moment he broke through the soul power seal, he successfully elevated his soul power by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, inching closer to the coveted 70th level soul sage. Yilei's gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed that their previously vacant expressions gradually regained their luster. Song Yang shook his head and looked towards Yilei, inquiring about the current situation and the whereabouts of Instructor Huang. Others shared the same curiosity, and upon hearing Song Yang's question, they all turned their eyes towards Yilei. Yilei explained that Instructor Huang had just engaged in a fierce battle with the infernal fireside manas to protect them, expending his last vestiges of soul power to defeat it. In the process, he had been thrown into the forest by the creature's overwhelming force, and his current condition was unknown. Nevertheless, Instructor Huang had instructed them to return to school. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with confusion, and their gazes shifted to Han Wan, who stood beside Yilei. Han Wan, acknowledging their scrutiny, nodded in affirmation of Yilei's words. The others, seeing this, began to trust the information provided. They then assisted the injured Jing Hang and departed from the scene. As they passed by the so-called alternative individual, each of them instinctively delivered a kick, their eyes filled with disdain. This alternative figure, infuriated by their actions, summoned his martial spirit to confront them. It was at this moment that Yilei became aware of the identity of this alternative's martial spirit. Beep. Hostile data detected. Initiating scan. Scan complete. Name, Chu Ci. Martial spirit. Thunder Phantom Whale. Soul power. Level 11. First ring soul master. The Thunder Phantom Whale? A water-based martial spirit with lightning attributes. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. It turned out he was a scion of the Chu family. His demeanor mirrored that of his despicable father, as the saying goes, like father, like son. It was only the 2nd day of school, and my brother Jing Hang had sustained such severe injuries merely for saving you, Chu Ci. Yet, you stand there with an air of indifference. Just wait until I deal with you. Wan, give him a fierce glare. Yilei seethed with rage and immediately spoke to Han Wan. Understanding his intent, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings from her back, and 2 violet soul rings appeared alongside them. The 2nd soul ring ignited, and a frosty blue apparition gradually materialized behind her. How dare you glare at me like that? Do you believe I could have my father pluck your eyes out? Before Chu Ci could finish his words, a chilling blue mark was deeply imprinted in his gaze. In an instant, he clutched his head in despair, his body drenched in a cold sweat. With a gentle flap of her wings, 3 razor-sharp feathers were thrust directly into the ground before Chu Ci. His already panicked form was further terrified, causing him to kneel. The color around his groin darkening gradually as the scent of urine permeated the air. The onlookers instinctively pinched their noses, casting not a single glance at Chu Ci as they hastened towards the swirling entrance of the Stardow Forest. Deep within the forest, Huang Tianwei found himself pinned beneath a heap of broken branches, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Slowly, he opened his eyes, bewildered as he crawled out from beneath the debris, his clothes in tatters. He was unclear about the events that transpired. When the infernal fire scythe mantis had emerged, he had fled without a backward glance. After running a distance, he paused to rest, preparing to use military equipment to signal for help, when suddenly, a tree branch overhead exploded. His garments were slashed by countless ice-blue knife-like objects, some fragments even striking his face. He was then propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Just as he hit the ground, before he could rise again, a flying branch struck the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 77. This is impossible. Upon awakening, he sluggishly glanced at the time. A full 15 minutes had elapsed since his escape. Huang Tianwei reflected. Surely that little brat, he has been torn asunder by that soul beast by now. I must thank that boy Chu Ci for choosing a soul beast over 60,000 years old. This time, when I return, Elder 7 will undoubtedly regard me with newfound respect, and I might even become one of the 7 leaders within the Poison Dragon Legion. Haha. Huang Tianwei threw his head back in laughter, then hastily made his way towards the exit. However, when he returned to the place from which he had fled, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Before his eyes lay the colossal corpse of a soul beast. One of its legs severed and lying on the ground a short distance away, the wound's edge remarkably smooth. The massive cranium of the soul beast had been dislodged and cast aside. How could this be possible? How could a 60,000-year-old soul beast be slain so effortlessly? Among the 15 of them, only 2 were great soul masters. The rest possessed merely the first ring of cultivation. Who could it be? Who had aided them? Huang Tianwei's fury ignited. Damn it, the duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away. Yulei and his companions, bearing the injured Jing Hang, returned to the vortex. Without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves once again within the splendid platinum edifice of the Elder Hall, under the bewildered gazes of the patrolling soldiers. They proceeded to enter the teleportation array to return to the academy. In the starry forest, Huang Tianwei, on his journey back, caught sight of a boy squatting on the road ahead. As he approached, he realized it was none other than Chu Ci. Observing Chu Ci trembling uncontrollably, drenched in his own clothes and emanating an unpleasant odor, Huang Tianwei felt perplexed. He could not fathom why a young man like Chu Ci would separate from the group and sit there, quaking, on such a warm day. Confounded by Chu Ci's silence, he reluctantly lifted him and brought him back to the Platinum Building. Have you seen those students return? Huang Tianwei inquired. Reporting to Vice Captain Huang, those students have indeed come back, but they are accompanied by an unconscious one, seemingly injured in the chest. He appears to be one of the 4 who came here last time. Oh, is that so? Take this student back. I will check the surveillance. Huang Tianwei commanded. Understood. Vice Captain Huang. With that, he unceremoniously handed the still trembling Chu Ci to a soldier before following another soldier to the monitoring room. As he reviewed the surveillance footage, disbelief washed over Huang Tianwei. This is impossible, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The soldier beside him was startled by his outburst, causing his water cup to fall to the ground. Captain Huang, are you all right? The soldier timidly inquired. Of course I am not, Huang Tianwei roared, slamming his fist into the platinum control panel. The expensive apparatus shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. Soon, several soldiers arrived to clear away the debris of the destroyed control panel, while 2 others brought in a brand new one to replace it. Enraged yet powerless, Huang Tianwei exited the monitoring room with his arms crossed. The soldiers inside the room exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by their captain's unusual outburst. They had never seen him so furious over a mere surveillance check, particularly to the extent of demolishing the specially designed control panel. After a moment, they shrugged and returned to their respective duties. At Rome University, on the playground, as Yulei and his companions returned to school, they promptly carried Jing Hang back to the dormitory, assisting him in requesting a leave of absence from Vice Instructor Shuang Ming. Subsequently, the 3 of them made their way directly to the playground. At that moment, the playground was filled with 20 classes standing in orderly lines, all facing the platform. Upon their return to the class lineup, Yilei and his companions found Huang Tianwei standing at the forefront alongside Zhuang Ming. Upon noticing their arrival, Huang scrutinized Yilei with a peculiar gaze before nodding for them to rejoin the ranks. Ahem. The commanding voice of Fan Tianyin resonated through the campus loudspeakers. Capturing the attention of all present, I would like to address a few matters. The national Douluo transformation has bestowed the entire population of our great nation, encompassing billions, with martial souls. As students of the esteemed Rong City Academy, your martial souls possess potential, some more than others. However, in the eyes of our Elder Hall, each of you radiates a unique brilliance. Throughout your 4-year academic journey, you will be guided by specialized instructors in martial arts. I am confident that, upon completion of your studies, you will wield powers surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Each of you possesses distinct strengths that can be cultivated and excelled in various fields. Yet, we, the Elder Hall, do not wish to see any rabble arise among you, nor do we desire the presence of arrogant individuals. Unfortunately, within this cohort, one such arrogant individual has emerged. At this point, Fan Tianyin waved his hand, and a soldier, akin to a farmer lifting a chick, brought forth a person and unceremoniously tossed him at Fan Tianyin's feet. This individual was none other than Chu Xi. He epitomizes the disarray among you. Among the over 1,000 soul masters, he stands out as one of the few first-ring soul masters. During the rigorous first lesson of military training, his hubris led him to select a 60,000-year-old soul beast as his target, a choice far beyond his capabilities, endangering the 14 companions accompanying him. One of them, named Jing Hang, suffered grave injuries while attempting to rescue him and now lies unconscious in the dormitory. The soul beast he recklessly pursued inflicted severe harm upon one of our instructors before it was barely subdued. To this day, he remains oblivious to his folly. Thus, I trust you would prefer not to associate with such a person. Consequently, after deliberation by the Board of Trustees, it has been decided that this student shall be expelled, and no university in Rome City shall accept him henceforth. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The classmates of Chu Xi began to murmur among themselves, for they had not anticipated that the seemingly eccentric youth they knew possessed such a character. In unison, those from his dormitory exclaimed that they would toss his belongings out. Moments later, their respective instructors interrupted their idle chatter and escorted them to their designated training grounds, marking the commencement of their first day of military training. During the training, Yilei pondered whether such a punishment was excessively harsh for Chu Xi. However, he quickly reasoned that expelling him from Rome University might lead him to other institutions, potentially causing further harm to others. By ensuring he could not attend any school, it would safeguard the well-being of students elsewhere. With this thought, Yilei ceased his musings and devoted himself to the military drills. Meanwhile, Chu Xi found himself unceremoniously ejected by the school security, along with all his belongings. At that moment, he was still in a daze, unable to recall the events that had transpired. He vaguely remembered being captivated by a pair of icy blue eyes, which made him feel as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, followed by a manifestation of his deepest fears crawling upon him. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself at the school gate. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he stood up and noticed his luggage beside him. What is going on? Why is my luggage here? He mused, confusion evident in his voice. With determination, he brushed off the dust from his pants and approached one of the security guards with an air of defiance. What is happening? Why have you discarded my belongings? What kind of attitude is this? Who on earth authorized you to do this? Chu Xi unleashed a torrent of expletives at the guard. I'm sorry, but you have been expelled from Rome University. Please refrain from causing a disturbance at the school gate and leave immediately. A physical education teacher on duty at the entrance addressed him sternly. Expelled? You must be joking. This is impossible. Chu Xi retorted incredulously. You are all jesting. There is no way I could be expelled. Move aside. I demand to see the principal. Ignoring the teacher's words, Chu Xi attempted to bypass the guard and scale the gate. Hey, what are you doing? The guards swiftly intervened, pulling him down. He stumbled and fell onto the ground, only to spring back up in a frenzy, shoving against the guards. In a moment of chaos, whether by accident or design, Chu Xi inadvertently collided with one of the guards with his shoulder, causing the man to stumble backward with a cry of dismay. Why are you so rough with us elderly folks? Oh no, I think I've broken a bone. In a state of bewilderment, Chu Xi was taken aback when the elderly security guard fell, prompting him to exclaim, Hey, don't create a scene, old man. I have not laid a hand on you. You know well that I did not push you. Do not attempt to extort me here. A few other security personnel and the on-duty physical education teacher were equally astonished. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure and rushed over to assist the elderly guard, who was moaning on the ground. Observing this, Chu Xi discreetly circumvented them and dashed through a small door adjacent to the duty room. Alas, that little rascal has escaped. Someone shouted. Two young security guards swiftly ran after him, armed with riot control batons. However, they were no match for the trained guards. Once they caught up, the two guards swiftly subdued them with their batons. The physical education teacher promptly made a call to the police. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived. Upon seeing the officers, Chu Xi remained exceedingly agitated until he was handcuffed with a pair of gleaming silver bracelets for the charge of intentional harm, at which point he finally calmed down, bewildered by the turn of events. The police car, sirens wailing, took Chu Xi away, while the two young security guards followed in another vehicle to provide their statements at the station. Once the police car departed, the school gate returned to its tranquil state. Later that evening, after a day of military training, Yilei and his companions returned to their dormitory. As they stepped inside, a blast of icy air from the air conditioning sent a shiver down their spines. Exhausted, Song Yang and Chun Saisen collapsed onto their beds. Yulei also yearned to lie down, but suddenly recalled that Jing Hang was still in a state of unconsciousness. With this thought, Yulei hurriedly descended the ladder and approached Jing Hang's bedside, climbing up once more. Upon observing Jing Hang's face, which bore a hint of color, Yulei finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was out of danger. Fortunately, earlier that afternoon, before the onslaught of the infernal Scythe Mantis, he had activated his first soul skill in time, which mitigated the attack. Otherwise, he would now be gazing upon Jing Hang's lifeless body. Yulei thought to himself. It was indeed fortunate that he had chosen the Scaled Beast as his first soul skill. As expected, adding a defensive soul skill to the first soul ring is the true path to success. Yulei felt an immense sense of gratitude for his choices. Just as he descended the ladder, he was greeted by the harmonious sound of two distinct snores, perfectly intertwined like a symphony. These two individuals, truly remarkable. Yulei sighed helplessly. The girls' dormitory. At last, my soul power has finally broken through to level 30, entering the realm of soul respect. Han Wan, meditating on her bed, opened her beautiful eyes and stretched lazily. Chapter 80. Soul Bone Collection Progress. 80? What? Nuan Jia, you've reached level 30 in soul power? Luo Yun peeked her small head out from under the covers, her bright eyes wide as she gazed at Han Wan. Han Wan nodded in affirmation. What? Who has broken through to level 30 in soul power? Wang Yuning, brushing her teeth, poked her head out from the washroom. A delicate toothbrush in her mouth and a mouthful of foamy toothpaste. Who else could it be? Among our cohort of over 1,000, only 15 possess soul rings. And only Nuan Jie and her brother-in-law have reached the realm of the Great Soul Master. Besides, isn't it natural for Nuan Jie to reach level 30? It has been over a month since the National Douluo competition, and as a Great Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings, her cultivation speed is naturally swifter than that of ordinary soul masters, Luo Yun explained, leaning over the edge of the bed towards Wang Yuning. Congratulations, Nuan Jie. However, the gap between us has grown significantly, considering we do not have any soul rings, Chiaona chimed in. Soul rings are not a problem. I will go and procure a few for you tomorrow, Han Wan declared confidently. Nuan Jie, are you certain? Luo Yin asked timidly. Of course, I'm certain. Your brother-in-law likely has several hundred soul rings. Acquiring a few for you should be no trouble at all. What? Are you saying your brother-in-law has hundreds of soul rings? Wang Yuning nearly spat out the foam in her mouth. Yes, come over here, let me tell you. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory. Ding. The phone placed on the bedside rang. A pair of large hands emerged from under the covers and grasped the phone. What the heck? Yulei emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his tousled hair a testament to his slumber, as he gazed at the messages on his phone. Has Han Wan's soul power truly surpassed level 30? Such rapid progress. As for the soul ring, it may be time to contemplate the absorption of that 50,000-year mimic soul ring. Yulei pondered as the phone in his hand chimed once more. Upon noticing, Yulei couldn't help but chuckle. He replied with a message. It's merely a few soul rings, a trivial matter. Just let me know their martial souls, and I shall assist them in selecting 2 soul rings each. I will deliver them to you by tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, your soul power has reached level 30. It is time for you to absorb your 3rd soul ring. He sent off the 2 messages. System, the 50,000, your simulated soul ring you previously provided. Is it suitable for Han Wan's strength to absorb? Will there be any adverse effects on her body if she does? These 2 inquiries were hurled forth, startling the system from its rest. Rest assured, host. Anything given by this system comes without side effects, and its efficacy is absolutely remarkable. That's reassuring. Wanner, you should utilize the 50,000, your simulated soul ring I previously gifted you for your 3rd soul skill. After a brief pause, Han Wan responded with another message. Will there be any side effects? There are no side effects. You can absorb it with confidence. Excellent. After Yulei finished replying to the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and buried his head deep into the covers. In the girls' dormitory, Han Wan put away her phone, climbed down from her bunk, and settled in the center of the room. The other 3 girls, observing her, were filled with confusion. Sister Nuan, what on earth are you doing? Luo Yun inquired with curiosity. The other 2 remained silent, yet their eyes revealed their intrigue. I'm about to absorb the 3rd soul ring. You 3. Hurry and put on an extra layer before returning to your beds, and wrap yourselves up tightly. The night ahead will be rather cold. The 3 girls promptly jumped off their beds, retrieved thicker jackets from the wardrobe, and swiftly climbed back, cocooning themselves snugly in their blankets. As Han once summoned her martial spirit, a pair of ice-blue phoenix wings unfurled from her back, causing the temperature in the dormitory to plummet. She glanced around, then stood up to fling open the balcony door to its fullest extent, simultaneously swinging the dormitory door wide open. Returning to the center of the room, she produced the 50,000-year mimic soul ring she had brought with her, crushing it in her hand. An inky black energy instantly permeated the room, coalescing around her waist into a remarkably dark soul ring. "Wow!" exclaimed the three girls in unison. In the boys' dormitory, a notification chimed. Ding. Host's Soulbone collection progress at 80. Only 20 remains to complete the achievement. 80% Soulbone collection progress? Yilei appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 81. Another task awaits. The progress of Soulbone collection stands at 80. Yilei was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief, and then he fell back again, mumbling to himself. Isn't it just that the Soulbone collection progress has reached 80? It's nothing significant. Wait a moment. The Soulbone collection progress is at 80? Yilei suddenly sat up straight and hurriedly inquired of the system. Great system, you cannot be jesting, can you? When did I acquire a Soulbone? Images flashed through Yilei's mind, ultimately settling on one particular scene. Surely not. Great system, the Soulbone you mentioned is not derived from the infernal fire scythe mantis. Is it? Yilei abruptly smacked his thigh and addressed the system. Correct. The system replied. Let me take a guess. This Soulbone must belong to either the left or right arm, and its skill is akin to the dual blade flash of the Purgatory Fire Scythe, is it not? Correct. The system confirmed. Host, this Soulbone is known as the right arm bone of the Purgatory Fire Scythe, with an age of 60,000 years. Though its skill remains unspecified. Oh, esteemed system, what about this particular Soulbone? Is it in your possession? Yilei was immensely excited. After a prolonged silence, the system remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a synthetic voice belonging to the system pierced through the quiet, rousing Yilei from the brink of slumber. However, the subsequent announcement from the system elicited a loud lament from him. The conditions for the side mission have been met. The task is now being issued. On this dark and windy night, the host is required to venture into the mirror world, evade the surveillance of the Elder Hall soldiers, and retrieve the Soulbone. Yilei was on the verge of tears. He had yet to complete the third task of playing the fool while devouring the tiger. And now another side quest had emerged. Was there no respite? He lamented softly, oh dear. Must the task be completed tonight? Is it possible to postpone until tomorrow? Yilei implored. Master, the deadline for the task is merely tonight. Should I fail to accomplish it, this invaluable Soulbone, aged 60,000 years, will fall into the hands of the Elder Hall. At that point, I accept. He interrupted the system before it could finish its statement. After all, Yilei was unwilling to allow such a powerful Soulbone to be seized by the Elder Hall. That would be too advantageous for them. The Soulbone, obtained through the arduous defeat of a soul beast, should not be handed over to the Elder Hall without recompense. With this thought in mind, he resolutely accepted the task. However, he contemplated that while the system had no objection to his journey to the mirror world, the whirlpool connecting to it was heavily guarded by the Elder Hall. Entering so conspicuously would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, the members of the Elder Hall, particularly those from the 7th residence, would surely recognize him. If he approached them openly, he would likely be beset by a throng of adversaries, and given that much of his strength was currently sealed, facing them would only lead to his defeat. Yilei opened his mouth once more, chattering away at the system for quite some time. The system fell into a momentary silence. Host. I have yet to finish my statement. What I intended to convey was that the system will bestow upon you a potent invisibility potion, effective for a duration of 2 hours. Yilei, you wretched system, why didn't you speak sooner? System, who prevented me from finishing my words? You were the one who rushed me, acting all frantic, yet you still blame me. Reality, enough of this argument. Hasten and provide me with the invisibility potion, for I am off to complete my task. Yilei spoke. Oh, The invisibility potion has been stored in the system space. Please check it, host. After delivering the potion to Yilei, the system promptly went offline. Chapter 82. The escape. Once the system was offline, Yilei retrieved the powerful invisibility potion bestowed by the system from the space. With a swift grasp of his left hand, 2 test tubes of elixirs materialized in his palm. One was a pale blue, while the other was colorless. As Yilei picked up the colorless vial, its effects flashed before his mind. This potion is for internal use, lasting for 2 hours. Upon consumption, It renders the entire body invisible, making the user undetectable by any thermal imaging devices. He then lifted the pale blue vial, and the method of its application also revealed itself. This potion is for external use and can render clothing invisible. To utilize it, simply pour it onto the garments that require invisibility. Any fabric that comes into contact with the potion will automatically become invisible. Its sole drawback is its sensitivity to high temperatures. Under such conditions, the potion will decompose spontaneously. After reviewing the usage instructions, Yilei descended from the bed with 2 vials of potion in hand, ensuring that Song Yang and the others were sound asleep. He moved with deliberate caution to retrieve a pitch-black garment from the wardrobe, which he donned with ease. This dark attire was crafted during the summer break, utilizing materials sourced through his connections, resulting in a unique night suit. Its singular feature was its remarkable resistance to high temperatures, rendering it impervious to flames. Moreover, the fabric boasted exceptional flexibility, being fashioned from vanillablack, the darkest material in existence. Clad in this nocturnal ensemble, Yilei could navigate through the darkest environments with absolute freedom, evading detection even by the keenest of eyes. Remarkably, this night suit was one of a kind, with an astonishing cost that reached into the millions of dollars. After Yilei donned his night attire, he uncorked the vial of the colorless potion and drank it in one swift motion. The elixir, sweet and smooth, coursed down his esophagus and settled in his abdomen, subsequently permeating his bloodstream. A full 10 seconds passed before Yilei's body gradually became translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Yilei placed the empty test tube into the system's space, then retrieved a ghostly mask from a corner of the wardrobe. After donning the mask, he opened the remaining vial of potion and poured it over himself. In an instant, the clothes saturated with the potion became entirely transparent, including the ghostly mask adorning Yilei's face. Yilei slowed his pace as he approached the balcony, casually tossing a strand of blue-silver grass over the railing before leaping down. Upon landing, he hurriedly made his way toward the teleportation array. In the girls' dormitory, Han Wan's absorption of the soul ring emanated a chilling aura that plummeted the temperature within the room to below freezing. Luo Yun and the others found it unbearable to remain in bed, so they all got up, donned their thickest coats, yet still felt uncomfortably cold. The 3 huddled together in a corner to keep warm. During this time, Xiaona felt a bit parched and attempted to retrieve her water cup. But as soon as her hand touched it, she recoiled. It was not a matter of reluctance. Her cup felt as if it had just emerged from the depths of Antarctic ice, far too cold to touch. Soon, she realized that every water container in the dormitory had frozen solid, with a thick layer of frost coating the glass surfaces. Goodness! The temperature released from Sister Nwan's absorption of the soul ring is excessively frigid. It's summer, yet at this moment, I feel as though we are clad in nothing and have been tossed into the Arctic Ocean. A sneeze escaped from Wang Yuning, her teeth chattering as she spoke slowly. I feel the same way, replied the youngest, Luo Yun, her words faltering as she wrapped her coat tighter around herself, shrinking further into the corner. Xiaona was too cold to articulate much, merely nodding weakly in agreement. Perhaps we should sit by the door. It's far too cold in here, suggested Luo Yun softly, prompting immediate agreement from the others. The 3 quickly bundled up in their clothing and dashed past Han Wan to exit the room. In the corridor of the dormitory, they were met with a newfound comfort. Oh my, I feel alive again. Luo Yun sighed in relief. I've just realized something. If Sister Nwan releases such an icy aura when she lies, what about her brother-in-law? I recall Sister Nwan mentioning that one of his martial spirits is fire-based. The temperature he releases during soul ring absorption must be extremely high. What would the room be like if they practiced together? Wang Yuning suddenly posed this question. Wouldn't it be like one side being in Africa and the other in Antarctica? Xiao Na exclaimed. I certainly don't want to practice with them. I'd end up half frozen and half roasted. Both Xiao Na and Luo Yun voiced their thoughts aloud. Wang Yuning found their reasoning quite valid. Sister Nwan and her brother-in-law are already so powerful. We must strive to catch up to them. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, both individuals were stirred by a desire to cultivate their own strength. The 3 of them collectively shed their cumbersome outer garments, forming a circle, and commenced their meditation in tranquil contemplation. Yilei swiftly arrived within the confines of the platinum edifice via the teleportation array, unnoticed by the station soldiers. With a heart unburdened, he propelled himself forward and leaped into the swirling vortex. Upon reaching the starry forest, he wasted no time and hastened toward the location where he had hunted the purgatory fireside mantis earlier that morning, intent on retrieving the soul bone. However, to his astonishment, before the gigantic carcass of the purgatory fireside mantis, he encountered the very individuals he had least wished to see that evening. Feng Tianyin stood with 20 instructors before the soul beast remains, seemingly engaged in conversation. To discern their words clearly, Yi Lei approached cautiously, his steps light to avoid disturbing them. As he drew nearer, he could finally comprehend the nature of their dialogue. Feng Tianyin, Tianwei. Are you certain that it was not you who hunted this soul beast this morning? Huang Tianwei. Absolutely, undoubtedly, and assuredly. I swear that after the soul beast emerged, I fled. Given my strength, defeating a 20,000-year-old soul beast is already a formidable challenge, let alone one that is 60,000 years old. Instructor A, Old Feng. Do you think it could have been that person named Yi who intervened? Huang Tianwei. It is impossible for it to be him. I witnessed the quality of his soul rings this morning. All of the rings attached to his 2 martial souls are merely of the 100-year variety. Feng Tianyan. Oh? This situation is becoming intriguing. Could it be that an undocumented powerhouse has emerged to assist those impetuous youngsters? Uncertain, the 20 instructors nodded in agreement. Feng Tianyan. Our immediate priority is to retrieve this soul bone. However, we have all attempted to approach it. The energy emanating from the bone of the emperor has repelled us. It appears it has a strong aversion to us, and we will likely require the presence of the one who defeated it. Otherwise, no matter our efforts, this soul bone shall not leave this place. Noticing their fervent discussion, Yi Lei glanced at the remaining duration of the potion's effect, 1.5 hours left. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he thought. Since so many of you refused to depart, do not blame me for resorting to force. With determination, he unleashed his self-created soul skill, the second form. Flames of the falling star. The ground beneath Yi Lei began to fracture, and countless massive stones rose into the air, accompanied by streams of molten lava. The 2 elements converged mid-air, transforming into colossal flaming meteors. Under Yi Lei's command, these fiery meteors hurtled toward the direction of Wen Tianyin and his group. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was already too late. The 21 individuals hastily sought refuge from the meteors. But the expansive area of attack during the night made it nearly impossible to evade entirely, even if they managed to dodge. They were still scorched by the searing flames that accompanied the onslaught. While they frantically dodged the meteor strikes, a blue-silver vine swiftly coiled around a soul bone, drawing it into the depths of the forest. Elder One, the soul bone, an instructor, utilizing the advantage of the 5 rings to evade in the air, was the first to notice that the soul bone had been taken. He promptly reported to Wen Tianyin, then skillfully dodged the meteors while pursuing the direction Yi Lei had fled. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Attack! Carpet bombardment on that forest. Wen Tianyin bellowed in fury, releasing his soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, revealing himself as a 5-ring soul king. With swift movements, he unleashed numerous fiery slashes toward the forest ahead. Other instructors, witnessing this, emulated him by releasing their own martial souls and soul rings to launch various attacks into the woods. Damn it, have they lost their minds? Fortunately, I am currently invisible. Otherwise, I would become their living target. Yi Lei fumed at their indiscriminate bombardment. With a surge of power in his left leg, he quickened his pace toward the exit. Seeing that such indiscriminate attacks failed to draw the thief out, Wen Tianyin's fury escalated. 4th soul skill, Fiery Charge. 5th soul skill, 6 Flames of Fury. Wen Tianyin simultaneously activated his 4th and 5th soul skills, and a massive fiery lion's phantom charged toward Yi Lei, incinerating the surrounding trees in an instant, turning them to ash. Are you kidding me? Are the instructors sent by the Elder Hall for military training this formidable? A 5-ring soul king, no less. If this continues, I will inevitably be exposed. If only my strength had fully returned, I would never be this passive. To Yi Lei, tonight's ordeal was not merely a task. It was a brutal survival game. Chapter 83, A Toast Rejected, a punishment accepted. The colossal fiery lion's phantom leaped into the air, descending toward Yi Lei. Its 2 pairs of front paws slashing through the air, unleashing countless fiery light slashes. This rhythm is destined to cost me my life. As Yi Lei sprinted forward, he turned his head to behold the myriad of fiery light slashes hurtling towards him, a curse escaping his lips involuntarily. In the very instant the light slashes descended, Yi Lei flicked his right hand, sending a vine of blue-silver grass soaring ahead, entwining itself around a distant tree. With a surge of strength, he pulled himself towards it. As Yi Lei departed, the fiery light slashes and the colossal phantom of the flame lion descended, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The immense flames surged outward, propelled by the shockwave of the blast. Regardless of how swiftly Yi Lei vacated the premises, he was nonetheless caught in the aftermath of the explosion, being hurled away as the invisibility potion on his garments lost its efficacy at that very moment. Yi Lei was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Due to inertia, his body continued to slide forward after the fall. Yi Lei's right hand forcefully plunged into the ground, leaving 5 deep imprints as it skidded several meters before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Yi Lei coughed several times, a stream of fresh blood splattering within his mask. How infuriating. The shockwave from earlier has injured me tonight. Were it not for the fact that my 3rd mission remains unfulfilled, and my powers still sealed, how could a mere 5-soul king possibly harm me? Yi Lei pressed his right hand against his chest, while his left hand struck the ground with force, expressing his indignation. Feng Lao, I see him, he is right ahead. Huang Tianwei's voice pierced through the haze and reached Yi Lei's ears. Who do you think you are? Possessing such audacity to seize what our elder hall has set its sights upon? Speak, who are you, and who sent you? Feng Tianyan's mocking tone echoed alongside the footsteps of the crowd, reaching Yi Lei's ears. I am simply myself, accompanied by no one. Yi Lei pressed his hand against his chest, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke coldly. Oh, how ambitious you are. I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender that soul bone and join our elder hall. If you agree, I shall spare your life. Feng Tianyan, with arms crossed, addressed Yi Lei from a position of superiority, declaring, Come to our elder hall and be a subservient dog. Upon hearing this, the instructors flanking him erupted into laughter. Huh? How could I relinquish what belongs to me to you ruthless murderers? If you wish to obtain it, then have the prowess to kill me. I can assure you. With your condescending attitude and cold-hearted nature, you are unworthy of possessing this soul bone. Yi Lei calmly remarked, How audacious of you to defy Elder Fun. He has already granted you a chance, yet you have chosen to disregard it. Do not blame us for being ungracious. Brothers, let us join forces and eliminate this brat. Huang Tianwei pointed menacingly at Yi Lei and bellowed, then charged towards him. The other instructors, witnessing this, leaped into action as well. All 20 instructors unleashed their respective soul rings, a dazzling display of yellow and purple. It was evident that all 20 were 4-ring soul masters. Very well. Let us see if you can indeed vanquish me. Prepare yourselves. Inferno Dragon. Yi Lei smiled wryly, grasping the soul-hunting cannon in his right hand as he adjusted the gear to its maximum setting before pulling the trigger. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, surging towards Huang Tianwei and his companions. Brothers, form up, shouted an unknown instructor, prompting 4 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, with the rest of the group following suit. A formidable energy shield materialized out of thin air, withstanding the onslaught of the enormous fire dragon. Ah, a joint technique of 20 unified martial souls, quite intriguing. Since you can withstand this Millennium-level Beast Soul's attack, let us see how long you can endure. Yi Lei flipped his left hand, revealing a dark red Beast Soul in his palm. Yi Lei, with a crooked smile resembling that of a dragon king, proclaimed, Now, let us see if you can withstand this move. Twin blades flash. Yi Lei inserted the beast spirit into the cannon's chamber and pulled the trigger. A colossal X-shaped beam of red light erupted from the muzzle, striking heavily against the combined spirit skill shield of 20 warriors. With a resounding crack, the energy shield shattered, fracturing into countless luminous particles that dissipated into the air. Chapter 84. The Bone of the Human-Faced Spider Emperor, seal released. With another crack, the energy shield fragmented, transforming into myriad scintillating motes that vanished into the atmosphere. The 20 instructors, positioned within the formation, suffered a backlash, each simultaneously spitting forth blood. You bunch of useless fools. Unable to withstand even this. Is the training you received merely for show? In the end, I must intervene myself. Witnessing this, Fen Tianyan abandoned his previous condescension, directly manifesting his martial spirit as he approached Yi Lei. His originally jet-black hair gradually transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, while his fingernails elongated into razor-sharp claws. Behind him, a lion enveloped in flames materialized, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding air. Ding. Scan complete. Fen Tianyan, Martial Spirit, Fiery Spirit Lion, Soul Power Level 54. The Soul Beast Detector suddenly announced, delivering the completed report to Yi Lei. Since you refused to surrender the Soul Bone, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. First Soul Skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Fen Tianyan remained exceedingly arrogant as the first soul ring coiled around his waist illuminated. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 5 colossal claw blades surged forth towards Yilei, moving with unparalleled speed. Damn it. Yilei gritted his teeth and spoke. Suddenly, a voice echoed, announcing the detection of a grave threat to the host's life. At this moment, the seal on 20 of the host's power would be lifted, releasing the left leg bone of the spider monarch. The voice of the system rang out like a timely downpour, resonating at a critical juncture. A warm current surged through Yulei's left leg, and a wicked smile graced his lips. Just in time. I wonder if I can still act with bravado later. With the skill of the left leg bone, he unleashed the spider monarch's violet slash. A dark purple soul bone adhered to his left calf. And with a swift spinning kick, a blade of violet light sliced through the air, meeting the 5 fiery claws head-on. Yilei stood with his back to the direction of the blazing inferno, as a violent explosion erupted behind him. The immense blast illuminated the darkened forest once more, revealing Yilei's figure to the gathered elders for the first time. Before their eyes stood a tall figure clad in black, his face concealed behind a ghostly mask. Reminiscent of ancient assassins, exuding an icy aura of lethal intent amidst the night. His entire being radiates a sharp, menacing energy. Was the first impression that surged through Fontainen's mind as he discerned Yilei's silhouette. I care not who you are, but today, you shall not escape from my presence. He invoked his third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. The third soul ring at his waist glimmered to life, and the fiery spirit lion that had been looming behind him unleashed a deafening roar. He then called upon his first soul skill, Purgatory Magma Burst. Yilei clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike. A colossal column of magma shot forth from thin air. Yilei disregarded the third soul skill of Fontainen, the Lion King's Roar, and unleashed his first soul skill aimed directly at Fontainen's position. Fan Lao, in a state of weakness, Huang Tianwei, witnessing Fontainen's inability to evade the crimson magma column, shouted in desperation. He then activated his most formidable soul skill, positioning himself directly in front of Fontainen. The other instructors quickly followed suit, shielding Fontainen as well. Ha 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 ha, you have fallen into my trap. Yilei let out a hearty laugh and subsequently abandoned the use of his first soul skill. The immense column of magma abruptly vanished, prompting Huang Tianwei to unleash his most powerful strike against Yilei. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a smile, Yilei summoned 3 violet spirit rings that appeared around his waist, the second ring glowing brightly. Just as Huang Tianwei and the others were still regaining their composure, dozens of stone walls surged upward, encircling them completely. This is bad. It's a trap. We must escape. Fan Tianen reacted immediately, urgently directing everyone to break free into the sky. However, when he looked up and saw Yilei suspended in midair, his heart jolted with fear as he sensed an overwhelming threat. First spirit skill, Infernal Magma Surge. First spirit skill, Infernal Magma Burst. Yilei unleashed both soul abilities of his first soul ring simultaneously. In an instant, 2 colossal pillars of magma encircled the members of the burning heaven, subjecting them to the purifying embrace of the molten earth. With the plan successfully executed, Yilei landed and swiftly turned towards the vortex, sprinting with determination. This time, he harnessed the primordial force within him. As he approached the vortex, an explosion resonated behind him. Hearing the sound, Yilei leaped powerfully just a few meters away from the vortex, plunging directly into its depths. Who goes there? Halt! Yilei suddenly emerged from the vortex, startling the soldiers stationed at the Platinum Building. They immediately raised their weapons, ordering him to halt. 2 of the soldiers even attempted to intercept him directly, with predictable consequences. As they advanced toward Yilei, he swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending both soldiers sprawling. Yilei swiftly dashed into the teleportation array, raising his right hand to press a button on his wristband, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Just as Yilei was being teleported away, Fan Tianyen emerged from the vortex, accompanied by 20 instructors. What greeted them was the flicker of a white light from the teleportation array and 2 soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Damn it, he escaped. Fan Tianyen seethed with rage, stamping his foot violently on the ground, causing the platinum-colored tiles beneath him to shatter with a resounding crash. Chapter 85. Soul Ring Absorption Successful. Fuming at Yilei's departure, Fan Tianyen's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he unleashed his fury into the air. You insolent brat, how dare you? If I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall tear you to shreds. Fan Tianyen's roar echoed throughout the opulent building, lingering in the air. Rome University, Teleportation Array. Yilei, panting heavily, perched himself on the railing of the dormitory balcony. Fortunately, it was not solely our agricultural university's teleportation array that could reach that location. A dozen other institutions possessed similar arrays. Even if that old scoundrel, Feng Tianyan, attempted to pursue me, he might not catch up immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest and retrieved the soul bone of the Hellfire Side's right arm. The previously lifted seal on your soul power will now be reinstated. Please prepare yourself mentally. Sealing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commencing seal. The system's cold voice resonated in Yi Lei's ears as 3 purple soul rings manifested around his waist. Gradually, the third soul ring began to vanish, while the colors of the remaining 2 rings shifted, ultimately transforming into yellow. Observing the resealing of his soul power, Yi Lei smiled. Thank you, dear system, for your timely intervention. You allowed me to unleash 20% of my soul power, enabling me to deliver a surprise attack. Otherwise, I would have perished at their hands long ago, and there would have been no one to assist you in completing the task. It is my duty to serve the host, to aid you in times of peril. After all, I am bound to you. Should you perish, I too shall fade from existence. Thus, it brings me great joy to provide you with maximum assistance in times of danger. The system articulated in a frigid synthetic tone. Wait, fade from existence? Can't you systems bind to anyone at will? Why do you say such things? Yi Lei was profoundly perplexed. After a prolonged silence, the system finally resumed its discourse. Host, unlike those sweet pet systems, I am unique within the realm of systems. The Douluo continent system is solely mine. Since I have bound myself to you, there shall not be another individual able to form a bond with the Douluo system. This system is singular, in other words. I can only bind to one person throughout my existence, and that person is you. Henceforth, having bound myself to you, I will become a part of your very being, accompanying you through the entirety of your life. After that, the Douluo continent system shall cease to exist in this world. Yi Lei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the binding of the system to him would culminate in such an outcome. He had believed that once a person endowed with a system perished, the system would sever its ties and seek a suitable new host in the world, continuing to serve the new recipient. However, from this moment forward, a fervent thought ignited within him. Oh, esteemed system, since you have spoken thus, I shall not disappoint you. I will fulfill your tasks with unwavering commitment, even unto my demise. Rest assured, dear host, in this era of Douluo, human lifespans have increased manifold. With your prowess, you are destined to become the most venerable and formidable individual across the nation. The system replied, instilling a sense of reassurance within Yi Lei. Thus, the duo, one person and one system, sat leisurely upon the balcony railing, engaging in delightful conversation. After a considerable time, the surrounding air suddenly plummeted several degrees, and a brilliant ice-blue luminescence soared from the nearby girls' dormitory, transforming mid-air into a colossal ice-blue phoenix. Wonderful! Wana has successfully absorbed her third spirit ring. Yi Lei let out an excited scream. In mid-air, within the colossal illusion of an ice phoenix, a woman with an impressive figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to remain suspended in the air. That person could only be Han Nuan. Chapter 86. The Murder of a Husband. How wonderful! Nuaner has successfully absorbed her third soul ring. Yi Lei let out an excited scream. In mid-air, within the vast illusion of a colossal ice phoenix, a woman with an exquisite figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to hover gracefully in the sky. Who could that be but Han Nuan? At that moment, Han Nuan still had her eyes closed. In the following instant, she enveloped herself with the wings behind her, and after a few seconds, the ice-blue wings unfurled once more, revealing her striking figure anew. Suspended in the air, Han Nuan opened her eyes, and a glimmer of cold light flashed within them, accompanied by the emergence of 2 pale purple soul rings and a massive black soul ring, arranged sequentially. As soon as Han Nuan opened her eyes, she spotted a shadowy figure seated on the balcony of one of the male dormitories directly in front of her. Observing as the figure transitioned from sitting on the railing to standing upon it, raising a hand, Han Nuan's heart raced with alarm. Instinctively, she raised her hand and hurled 5 ice blades towards the shadowy figure. Upon witnessing Han Nuan open her eyes, Yi Lei, who had just been standing at the railing, reached out in an attempt to greet her. To his astonishment, however, he was met with 5 glistening, razor-sharp ice blades. In a moment of bewilderment, Yi Lei quickly bent down to evade the impending danger. Although he successfully dodged the blade, his foot slipped, causing his waist to collide forcefully against the iron railing. Yilei let out a pained cry, then slipped through the iron railing and into the balcony. Yilei lay on the balcony floor. His right hand pressed against his waist, emitting a series of moans. Upon witnessing the shadow collapse, Han Wan let out a chilling laugh and swiftly took to the air. As Han Wan discerned the figure on the ground groaning in distress, her lips twitched in response. "Waner, what is it that you are doing? This is an act of attempting to murder your own husband." Yilei lay on the ground, clutching his waist as he gazed at Han Wan. "How could I possibly know it was you? In such dim surroundings, having just emerged after absorbing the soul ring, I instinctively perceived you as a lecherous man seated there. That is why I threw my ice blade," he explained. Han Wan lowered her head, unable to meet Yilei's gaze, her voice dwindling to a whisper, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. All right, do not blame yourself. Please help me up. My back feels as though it is on fire." As Yilei gazed at Han Wan, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. He then clutched his waist and gradually sat up. Observing this, Han Wan hurriedly stepped forward to lend a hand. Once Yilei rose to his feet, Han Wan finally discerned the attire he wore. "Yilei, are you truly dressed like this at such a late hour? Are you, perchance, up to some mischief again?" Han Wan inquired with a hint of confusion. "Oh, I assure you, Miss Han, why must you always assume I'm engaged in wrongdoing? I am merely embracing the challenge, venturing into the unknown. My late-night excursion is solely to reclaim this." Yilei wore an expression of innocence, and then, as if conjured from thin air, he extracted the bone of the infernal fire scythe from his right arm. The moment the soul bone materialized, the waves of heat it radiated swiftly overwhelmed the chill emanating from Han Wan. "This is the soul bone of the infernal fire scythe mantis from this morning?" Observing the soul bone before her, which emitted a torrent of heat and resembled a scythe, Han Wan seemed to recall something and blurted out, "Indeed." Yilei responded, "Indeed. It was that soul beast. While I was resting earlier, I suddenly sensed an inexplicable warmth emanating from the infernal fire scythe mantis soul ring and the beast's soul, as if something was resonating with them. This led me to believe that the soul bone belonging to the infernal fire scythe mantis had manifested at that moment. Consequently, I donned this night attire and ventured into the mirror realm to retrieve the soul bone. However, I had not anticipated that the Elders faction had also discovered its presence. Seizing the opportunity, I incited chaos and stealthily reclaimed the soul bone, only to find myself pursued by the fiery Heaven Flames faction. It took tremendous effort on my part to escape. Yilei, with an air of nonchalance, recounted his perilous experience from the previous night. Han Wan listened in astonishment, taking a moment to comprehend the gravity of his words. Chapter 87. A feast. Are you telling me that you ventured into the lion's den alone at night to confront our instructor for the soul bone, and they pursued you? Han Wan exclaimed, unable to restrain her rising tone as she grasped Yilei's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Han Wan, please be gentle. Yilei winced in pain. All right. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I merely sustained a minor shock, and truth be told, the injuries sustained by that group, led by Fan Tianyin, might be more severe than mine. How could that be? Han Wan, upon hearing Yilei's words, was filled with bewilderment, her mind akin to a CPU that had overheated. When I arrived, I intentionally released 20 seals on myself, allowing both of my martial spirits to possess 3,000-year soul rings each. Moreover, I completely unsealed the left leg bone of my human-faced spider emperor. This strategy not only concealed my identity but also afforded me a fleeting moment to escape. Among them, only Fan Tianyin had reached the 5th ring Soul King realm, while the remaining 20 instructors were all at the 4th ring Soul Master level. They should consider themselves fortunate that I did not fully unseal my other soul bone, the 85,000-year-old body bone of the Titan Ant Emperor. Otherwise, tomorrow's military training would have transformed into a banquet for our entire year cohort, bidding farewell to those 21 individuals. Seeing Yilei's audacious arrogance, Han Wan felt utterly helpless. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized the truth in his words. If Yilei had unleashed the skill of the 85,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperor's body bone, the Titan's fall flame, it was highly likely that Fan Tianyin and his companions would have been reduced to mere dust within the Stardow forest. At this thought, Han Wan involuntarily shivered. As a sudden realization struck her this morning, the way Yilei gazed at the purgatory fire scythe man's spirit beast was reminiscent of a harbinger of death, exuding an aura of countless killings that swept through the surroundings. Ding, ding, ding. It was precisely 1 o'clock a.m. in the imperial capital. The electronic clock on the dormitory balcony chimed, momentarily startling both Yilei and Han Wan. My goodness, has it grown so late? All right, Nwaner, let's return to rest. Tomorrow, we still have military training. With a gaze full of affection, Yilei said to Han Nuan, raising his hand to gently ruffle her hair. All right, I understand. You've completely disheveled my hair. Han Nuan rolled her eyes at Yilei, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Just as she turned to take flight, Yilei suddenly recalled the favor she had entrusted to him. Oh, wait, Nwaner, you haven't collected the items I promised you. With that, he raised his hand and presented her with 3 pale purple soul rings. Here are 3 soul rings, each with a lifespan of 1,000 years. You can give them to your 3 roommates. They will be able to absorb them effortlessly. Yilei instructed. All right. Han Nuan smiled sweetly, extending her hand to gather the 3 soul rings before turning and soaring towards the dormitory balcony. Watching Han Nuan disappear into the dormitory, Yilei finally left the balcony and returned to his room. After removing his night attire, he chose not to place it back into the wardrobe. Instead, he stored it, along with the ghost mask, in the system's space. Having completed these tasks, he climbed back into bed to rest. As soon as Yilei's head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Han Nuan sensed an oddity. The other 3 beds were entirely unoccupied. With a puzzled expression, she noticed a faint glow of 3 distinct colors seeping through the crack beneath the door. Curiosity piqued, she opened the dormitory door, revealing Luo Yun and her companion seated at the entrance, engrossed in their cultivation, their thick clothing piled beside them. With a sigh of resignation, Han Nuan thought to herself, practicing out here, I suppose they find the chill emanating from my soul ring during absorption too frigid to endure. Yet, this is beyond my control, after all. My martial soul is the ice phoenix, embodying the essence of ultimate frost. Shaking her head, she called the 3 practitioners back to consciousness. Luo Yun was the first to awaken from her meditative state, and upon seeing Han Nuan, she inquired, Sister Nuan, have you finished absorbing the soul ring? The other 2 slowly stirred, their attention drawn to Luo Yun's words. In unison, they opened their eyes wide, gazing at Han Nuan with expressions of delight. Really? Sister Nuan? Where is it? Let us see your soul ring. They implored eagerly. Among them, Han Nuan found it hardest to resist Luo Yun's adorable antics, and with a serious tone, she replied, all right, if you wish to see, I shall show you. But I must warn you, do not catch a chill or get too cold. Seeing the 3 nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at grains, Han Nuan wasted no time and promptly released her martial soul and soul rings. Luo Yun gazed at the 3 soul rings suspended at Han Nuan's waist and then at the gently fluttering wings behind her. After a moment of contemplation, she could not help but exclaim, Sister Nuan, why do I feel as though your wings have grown even larger? Or is it merely my imagination? Upon hearing this, Qiao Na and Wang Yuling shifted their attention to Han Nuan's wings as well. I think so too. They chimed in unison. Han Nuan brought her wings before her and scrutinized them closely before responding, listening to you all, it does seem that way. It is likely a result of absorbing this 50,000, your soul ring. I recall Yilei mentioning that, under normal circumstances, my wings might not have expanded to this size during the soul ring absorption. Normal soul ring absorption? What does that mean, Sister Nuan? Isn't your soul ring absorption considered normal? Luo Yun questioned with a perplexed expression. As a 16-year-old girl, she had little interest in the fantasy realm of Douluo continent during her middle and high school years. Had it not been for the nationwide fascination with Douluo, she would have remained wholly immersed in her studies, oblivious to such fantastical tales. When I refer to normal soul ring absorption, I mean that every soul master, upon reaching the 10th level, must absorb a soul ring. According to the novel's premise, their first soul ring is typically chosen from 10 or 100 years, rather than my first soul ring, which is a millennium. In alignment with their soul ring absorption ratios, the sequence of soul rings is generally yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Of course, they might also opt for a powerful 100,000-year soul beast for their 9th soul ring. My first 2 soul rings, however, were derived from a 1,000-year steel-winged blue-headed eagle and a 1,300-year magic-eyed ice kite. Under normal circumstances, my first and second soul skills should have been from 100-year soul rings. However, Yilei assisted me in selecting soul beasts that are relatively gentle and lack significant lethality, which is why my absorption was so effortless. Well, it's getting late, so let us get some rest. Oh, by the way, I've managed to procure the soul rings you wanted. With that, Han Nuan retrieved the 3,000-year soul rings previously given to her by Yilei from her pocket. After distributing the 3 soul rings among Luo Yun and her companions, Han Nuan instructed them, In a moment, you will proceed to absorb the soul rings. Simply crush them when absorbing, and it will be sufficient. Thank you, Sister Nguyen, exclaimed Luo Yun and her friends, filled with excitement. No, 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 you shouldn't thank me, Han Wan corrected them. Oh, right. Thank you, brother-in-law, they chorused. That night was indeed fulfilling. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they gathered on the playground. When Han Wan caught sight of their chief instructor, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Yulei had been right. Their instructor, who had sported a dashing steel-haired crew cut yesterday, had today transformed into a bald figure, with his bare forehead bearing traces of scorching marks. Who, other than Yulei, could achieve such a transformation in this school? Han Wan stifled a chuckle and continued with the military training. Half an hour later, Fan Tianyin reappeared on the podium, addressing the students of the entire grade, instructing the instructors of each class to lead those who had yet to acquire their first spirit ring into the mirror world to hunt for spirit rings. Upon hearing Fan Tianyin's announcement, the students without spirit rings began to murmur amongst themselves. 10 minutes later, 20 instructors guided their respective students, who had yet to obtain a spirit ring, towards the school's teleportation array. As the instructor for Han Wan's class prepared to lead the group, he noticed that Luo Yun and her two companions showed no intention of leaving, prompting him to inquire, "What's the matter? Are you three young ladies not interested in acquiring your first spirit ring?" "Apologies, instructor, but we don't need it," they replied in unison. A moment of silence enveloped the air. "Don't need it? What sort of jest is this? Do you realize how crucial your first spirit skill is? Surely, you aren't considering absorbing a spirit ring that has not even reached a century in age, for that would utterly ruin the trajectory of your martial spirits. However, instructor, we truly do not require spirit rings," Luo Yun meekly asserted. "Very well, since you insist you do not want a spirit ring, then let us see it. Show us your spirit ring," the instructor retorted, visibly agitated. "Fine, I will," Luo Yun murmured softly, placing her hands together at her chest. In the next moment, a cascade of multicolored light emanated from between her hands, and a 7-layered pagoda gradually materialized behind her, accompanied by a pale purple spirit ring. The world's foremost support-type martial spirit, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Before long, a fellow student exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Yun's martial spirit. The instructor felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. After Luo Yun revealed her martial spirit, Xiao Na and Wang Yuning simultaneously showcased their own spirits, which were a deep blue flower and a dark purple deer, respectively. What is this? The instructor stared at their martial spirits, momentarily at a loss, as he could not recognize what these two spirits were. "Instructor, my martial spirit is the Songhai flower, and her martial spirit is the Mo Ming deer." Jonah addressed the instructor, who, with a resigned nod and a hand pressed against his forehead, replied, "All right, I understand. You four should head over to the podium and wait. Soon, Instructor Fan will personally guide you through your military training course." With that, the instructor led the class toward the school's teleportation array. Along the way, he touched his slightly flushed cheek, regretting the incident that had left him with a stinging sensation from 3 slaps. "All right, you 3, retract your martial spirits. Let's first find Yulei and then gather at the podium," Han Wan suggested, turning to reveal her wings and soaring toward Yulei's class formation. Since her martial spirit granted her the ability to fly, why expend energy walking? Every step saved was a testament to conserving strength. As Han Wan took flight, she left the 3 girls staring blankly at one another. Jonah and Luo Yun exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their attention to Wang Yuning. "Oh dear, what do you want to see me do?" A few minutes later, the 4 reunited with Yulei and the others. Upon spotting Luo Yun and Jonah, Chen Sison and Jing Hang's gazes immediately fixated upon them, captivated. Luo Yun felt uncomfortable under Chen Sison's unwavering stare and shifted her feet, retreating behind Han Wan. Noticing this, Chen Sison quickly averted his gaze, realizing that continuing to stare would only lead to trouble. His beloved was now hiding behind a friend's wife. Persisting in his gaze would surely invite a beating from Yulei, and he could already envision himself becoming a roasted dragon meat dish. The thought sent shivers down his spine, as he could only imagine how futile his resistance would be in such a scenario. Subsequently, Chen Sison redirected his attention, approaching Jing Hang and delivering a hearty slap to his back. Cough. Jing Hang, startled by the forceful gesture, nearly coughed up blood. "What the hell, old Chen? What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble?" He grumbled through clenched teeth. "P.S. I don't know why. but I'm feeling incredibly exhausted today and lack the motivation to write. There are still 2 chapters to go. I'll take a short break first. Chapter 90. When did they get together? What the hell, old Chen? What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble? Jing Hang gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Are you blind? You know I just got injured yesterday, and I only began to recover this morning. Yet you still come at me like this. Hoping to make me lie in the dormitory for another day? If you have the guts, let us duel. Do you believe I can singe every hair off your body? As Jing Hang unleashed his tirade at Chen Sikong, a surge of electricity crackled in the air around him, causing Chen Sitsong's hair to stand on end from static. Hey, are you out of your mind? Look at yourself. Your gaze is so blatant, fixated on Xiao Na, making her shy away. Chen Sikong retorted defiantly. At that moment, Xiao Na discreetly moved closer to Han Wan, feeling that until she and Jing Hang had established their relationship, it was rather awkward to be scrutinized by him. And what about you? Just now, weren't you staring at that little girl, causing her to hide behind Yu Lei's wife out of embarrassment? How can you have the audacity to call me out? Jing Hang shot back. The tension between them escalated, their martial spirits manifesting as ethereal shadows behind them, radiating purple and green light in a display of power. It seemed they were on the verge of unleashing their soul skills against each other when suddenly, a stone wall materialized between them. All right, is it really necessary for you two to act this way? If you like the girl, then pursue her. Why waste your time staring at her? It only makes you look like a pervert. Furthermore, do we really need to clash our martial spirits over a few words? We still have military training ahead, and if you two exhaust your spirit power, I wonder how you will defend yourselves. Just so you know, I want TB covering for you. Yi Lei approached and delivered a swift kick to Chen Sitsong's rear, initiating a scolding directed at the two. After a lengthy admonition, Yi Lei finally returned to Han Wan's side. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang reconciled, their bond seemingly restored. However, when their gazes met, an unmistakable spirit of rivalry sparkled in their eyes. By the way, have you seen Lao Yang? Have you spotted Wang Yuning? She seems to have vanished. After a brief silence, Jing Hang and Xiao Na spoke in unison. Yi Lei turned to look at Han Wan, their gazes meeting perfectly. The two exchanged a smile and simultaneously spoke. They are heading to the playground. Suddenly, the air fell silent. What? What on earth? Lazy, what did you say? Yi Lei and Han Wan burst into laughter upon witnessing the reactions of the four. Sure can. Jing Hang, have you two not realized yet? Song Yang is no longer a singleton. He has been in a relationship for quite some time. Without wishing to prolong the teasing, Yi Lei pointedly disclosed the truth. What? Song Yang has a girlfriend? Chen Si Kan and Jing Hang exclaimed in astonishment. How is it that he moved faster than both of us? They inquired again, their surprise palpable. Who is his girlfriend? Jing Hang pressed on. Who else could it be but the elusive Wang Yuning, who vanished alongside him? This time, Luo Yun also caught on, peeking out from behind Han Wan with a puffed-up face, exclaiming, What? They are together? When did this happen? Chen Sikan, captivated by Luo Yun's adorable demeanor, felt his heart soften, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stood there in silence. After a considerable pause, Chen Sikan finally asked, How long have they been together? This time, he approached the question with a sense of curiosity. They have been neighbors since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. Their mothers are close friends, and thus, they were betrothed in a playful sense. Wang Yuning was like a little shadow, always clinging to Song Yang, addressing him as brother. They attended the same classes from elementary through high school, sharing desks and nurturing feelings over time. They promised to officially date once they both gained admission to Rome University. Hence, they began their relationship the very day they received their acceptance letters, which should make it a little over a month now. I dare say they behave like newlyweds in their daily interactions. Moreover, Yi Lei added with a smile, it was during their second year of high school that they played matchmaker for Han Wan and me. With that, he affectionately wrapped his arms around Han Wan's waist. His gaze towards her filled with tenderness, leaving the four present engulfed in a wave of romantic sentiment. Suddenly, the announcement echoed throughout the school. All new students with soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. At the sound of the announcement, the 10 or so individuals on the playground promptly made their way to the podium. P.S. Another chapter completed. The novel is on the brink of surpassing 100 chapters. Let us celebrate in advance. Keep going. Just one more to go. Chapter 91. The second military training lesson. The sound of the broadcast suddenly reverberated throughout the school, prompting over 10 individuals on the playground to make their way towards the podium. Upon reaching the stage, Yulei and his companions spotted Song Yang and Wang Yuning walking hand in hand from afar. As they drew closer, Song Yang noticed a murderous glint in the eyes of Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang. Confused as he approached, Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang flanked him, regardless of his struggles, seizing his arms and pulling him aside. As they departed, Jing Hang turned back to Wang Yuning and assured her, "Rest assured, we will not harm your boyfriend in the slightest. We shall return him to you unscathed." With that, they left, leaving Wang Yuning alone, bewildered in the wind. After a few moments of dazed silence, she walked over to Han Nuan and timidly inquired of Yilei, "Yilei, your two brothers won't do anything to Song Yang, will they?" "Oh, you need not worry. They wouldn't dare." Han Nuan comforted her. "Oh, that's good." Wang Yuning sighed in relief, placing a hand over her heart. Once the 17 stood before the podium, they awaited the arrival of Fan Tianyin in silence. "Ah, we have 3 new faces today. Excellent. Now, I shall announce the content of today's military training. This marks your second lesson, and for some of you, your very first. Today's lesson is comparatively simpler than yesterday's, focusing on teamwork. You 17 may form teams freely, however. The difficulty of today's assessment will hinge upon your group dynamics. You are tasked with assisting 10 third-year seniors in hunting for their first soul ring. The higher the age of the hunted soul rings, the greater the rewards bestowed by our elder hall. With a clap of his hands, Fan Tianyin summoned 10 male and female seniors to the podium. Now, you 17 may begin to form your teams, with no restrictions on the number of members per group. No sooner had Fan Tianyin finished speaking than the group swiftly took shape, dividing into 2 teams, one comprised of 9 members, the other of 8. After Yilei and his companions concluded their conversation, the 8 of them instantly gathered together, exhibiting no intention of separating or accepting the group request from the other 9. Consequently, the remaining 9 individuals were compelled to form their own team. It appears that the allocation of these 17 students was rather swift. Now, let us invite the senior students from the 3rd year to select a pair to join. Each team may only consist of 5 members. A few male seniors exchanged glances between the 2 teams and unhesitatingly opted for the 9-member group, reasoning that the absence of females in their ranks was advantageous, whereas the 8-member group included 4 girls, which they perceived as a potential hindrance. Thus, they decisively aligned themselves with the all-male 9-member team. Observing the seniors' choice, the countenance of the 9-member group soured considerably. Their collective strength would struggle to bring down a century-old soul beast, whereas the 8-member team could easily handle a millennium-old one. The 9-member group soon reached its limit, leaving the remaining 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors with no choice but to join Yilei's 8-member team. With the senior selections concluded, it was time for the members of both groups to reveal their martial souls and levels. Under the eager gaze of the 5 male seniors, the 9-member group displayed their martial souls, all showcasing uniformly white soul rings, with their soul power barely reaching level 15. The expressions of the 5 male seniors darkened considerably. They then turned their attention to Yilei's 8-member group. A dazzling array of lights flashed, and even the least impressive soul ring among the 8 was of the century mark, while the others sported purple millennium rings. As Han Wan's first and second soul rings shimmered in succession, her third soul ring made its appearance. When the crowd discerned the color of the third soul ring, including Fan Tianyin, they were all taken aback. P.S. Phew. Time to clock out. Let us strive harder tomorrow. Chapter 92. Great figure. Hurry and latch on. Upon witnessing the color of the third soul ring, including Fan Tianyin, they were all utterly astonished. A 10,000-year third ring? How could this be possible? Fan Tianyin exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Among the strong in the Elders' Hall, most possess only 2,000-year third soul rings, with only a select few achieving 6,000-year rings. To think such talent could emerge from this modest school. I must find a way to recruit her into our Elders' Hall. With this thought, Fan Tianyin beckoned, and immediately a soldier approached his side. He whispered a few instructions into the soldier's ear, who then promptly set about executing the task. On the podium, every action of Fan Tianyin was observed by Yilei. What scheme is this old man concocting? Judging by his recent behavior, does he intend to recruit Han Wan into the Elders' Hall? If that is indeed the case, they must not be allowed to succeed. Yilei murmured softly. What did you just say, Yilei? Han Wan inquired sweetly, leaning closer. It was nothing. Yilei opened his mouth and uttered 3 perfunctory words. He refrained from sharing his thoughts with Han Wan, fearing it might frighten her. He resolved that if that day were to truly arrive, he would resolutely thwart the Elder Hall's intentions. In the eyes of the Elder Hall, those deemed beneficial could be welcomed in, while those unwilling to join would face the grim fate of vanishing from this world. Yilei was acutely aware of this outcome, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for the Elder Hall, an entity that professed to serve the people and promote their welfare, yet secretly pursued its own interests by feasting on the lifeblood of others. As Yilei turned his head, he was met with the exceedingly perverse gaze of Fan Tian'an. It was utterly lecherous. Clearly, he harbored such intentions. Indeed, he was an old pervert. The murderous intent in Yilei's eyes intensified. At that moment, when Han Wan's martial spirit manifested, the group of 9 erupted in excitement. The 5 senior students from their 3rd year unleashed a torrent of insults upon the group of 9, invoking their ancestors in their tirades. Damn it. You 9 boys can't even compete with those 8 over there. At the very least, you should have a yellow soul ring among you. But look at you, all 10-year soul rings. Tell me, how many 100-year soul beasts can you possibly slay? After one boy finished his tirade, he strode directly to the front of Yilei's group, addressing the 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors who had chosen Yilei's team. You 5, let us switch. You go to the group of 9, and we will remain in this group of 8. Ma, that's not right. After all, you chose this leader yourself. And you look down upon these newcomers. The one referred to as Ma was none other than Ma Tianming. What, do you look down on me? If I demand you to switch, you must comply. If you refuse, you have 2 options, either leave voluntarily, or I will escort you out. Ma Tianming forcefully shoved one of the male seniors, and the other senior, intimidated by Ma Tianming's authority at the school, dared not utter a word. Instructor Fan, is it permissible for our 2 teams to harm one another? At that moment, a sudden voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to its source, Yilei. Fan Tian'an paused for a moment before responding. The examination regulations do not prohibit mutual harm between the 2 teams, so it is indeed allowed. Having received his answer, Yilei nodded and signaled to Song Yang. Song Yang understood immediately, and a colossal crocodile materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Song Yang lashed out with its tail, sending the 5 individuals flying several meters away. Subsequently, Yilei and the others escorted their seniors directly to the teleportation array. Along the way, one of the male seniors could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Who among you 8 is the leader?" The 7 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward Yilei. "What are you all looking at me for?" Yilei was taken aback by their gaze and inquired, "Although your soul ring configuration is the lowest among us 8, you possess an advantage none of us have, your twin martial souls. Moreover, all 7 of our soul rings were obtained through your efforts in hunting, and your understanding of soul beasts surpasses ours. You can accurately determine which soul skills should be added to each of our martial souls, with your combat intelligence. It is only fitting that you lead our group of 8. Han Wan asserted confidently. "What? You have twin martial souls?" "Indeed. And I am a dual martial soul Grand Soul Master." The senior male student was astounded. "I must hold on to this leg tightly." 5 minutes later, the group traversed the teleportation array and entered the Platinum Building. "Wow, this place is so lavish. It's beautiful." 2 female seniors gasped in astonishment upon stepping into the Platinum Building, eagerly snapping photos with their phones. "I'm sorry, miss, but photography is prohibited here due to military confidentiality." A soldier quickly approached to intervene upon noticing their actions. Reluctantly, the 2 female seniors deleted the photos they had just taken. "All right, seniors, let us proceed inside." Yilei took the lead, stepping directly into the vortex. 13 individuals swiftly entered the Stardow Forest. "Seniors, reveal your martial spirits after witnessing your abilities. I shall assist you in selecting the most suitable soul beasts for you." Agreed. The 5 seniors immediately unleashed their martial spirits, causing subtle transformations in their physiques. Scanning complete. Chun Tian, martial spirit. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, soul power level, 15. Wang Bo, martial spirit. Kuanpeng, soul power level, 14. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm revealed the martial souls of all 5 senior students. As for the 3 senior sisters, "There is no need for you to hunt soul beasts. I possess the soul rings you require. I shall provide them to you directly, and you may absorb them as you wish." Yilei retrieved 3 purple soul rings from the system space and presented them to the 3 senior sisters for absorption. Would you prefer your first soul skill to be defensive, enhancement, or offensive?" he inquired. "I shall opt for offense," he declared. "I too." Wang Bo and Chun Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I comprehend your choices. Please wait for me a moment." Yilei nodded. He unleashed his unique soul skill, Flame Meteor. Yilei simultaneously unleashed the first and second soul skills of the Flame Lord. As hundreds of massive fire stones began to rain down around them, The initial wave of assault swiftly attracted a soul beast. Beep, scan complete. Soul beast, Thunder Bear. Age 1,200 years. Chen Tian, prepare yourself. Your soul ring is approaching. Yilei smiled at Chen Tian. Nuaner, it is time to test your third soul skill. Very well. Han Nuan nodded, then manifested her martial spirit, soaring into the air. A resounding roar erupted from the forest, and in the next moment, a towering bear, covered in a coat of light purple fur, emerged from the thicket. The Thunder Bear possessed remarkably strong limbs, crackling with electrical energy around its massive form. A distinct charred mark marked its left foreleg, evidently the result of Yilei's earlier soul skill striking it, which explained its current state of fury. Yilei skillfully molded a colossal stone sphere with his bare hands, infusing it with the power of fire elements before hurling it into the sky. At the moment the stone sphere began to descend, Yilei struck it with a powerful punch, directing it towards the Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear roared fiercely, swiping its massive paw, unleashing 5 blades of crackling lightning that cleaved the stone sphere into fragments. With a flourish, Han Wan activated her third soul skill, Frost Flash Stab. Suspended in midair, she gathered her soul power, and a magnificent ice-blue phoenix apparition materialized behind her. With a graceful gesture of her right hand, the ethereal phoenix surged toward the Thunder Bear. In an instant, the apparition penetrated into the Thunder Bear's body. With a chilling crack, the creature was encased in ice. And within moments, it erupted violently, its form disintegrating into a cascade of icy shards. Astounded, Chen Tian gasped in disbelief, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Stammering as he struggled to comprehend the feat before him. In a mere single strike, the ancient soul beast was obliterated. The pale purple soul ring began to coalesce in the air. Senior Chen Tian, you may now absorb the soul ring. Feel free to do so here. No soul beasts will approach for the time being, so you can absorb it without concern. Yilei remarked, Oh, splendid. Chen Tian regained his composure, positioning himself directly beneath the soul ring, and seated himself upon the ground. The majestic figure of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus enveloped him as the soft lavender hues gradually melded into his being. Ah, how tiring it is. I must compose yet another piece to successfully complete my task. Alas, this is quite challenging for me. By the way, with Teacher's Day approaching, I wish all educators across the globe a joyous celebration. Chapter 94. Song Yang's second soul ring once more. Chen Tian regained his focus, taking his place beneath the soul ring and settling onto the earth, encircled by the formidable presence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, as the gentle purples and yellows intertwined with his essence. Now that Senior Chen has commenced the absorption of the soul ring, we too must persist in fulfilling our tasks. Wang Bo, your martial soul is the Kuanping, one of the ancient divine beasts of Huaxia, characterized by its robust and resilient nature, akin to a sandbag in its capacity to endure. Thus, your first soul skill presents 2 potential avenues, offensive or defensive. Given that your Kuanping martial soul lacks any elemental enhancements, the choice of your first soul skill holds great significance, determining the trajectory of your future 8 soul skills. Should you pursue a defensive approach, acquiring your initial soul ring becomes exceedingly straightforward. Formidable soul beasts such as the armored beast, the 1,000-ton ant, or the ironclad tortoise would serve as optimal selections for your first soul ring. Conversely, should you opt for an offensive path, the most harmonious attribute to complement your Kuanping martial soul would be the water element, though other attributes are also viable. The paramount advantage of the Kuanping martial soul lies in its proficiency in underwater combat within the depths. You may navigate freely and will harbor no fear of water-based offensive soul skills. To the Kuanping, water attributes are the finest resources, and places abundant in water elements shall be your battlefield. Yilei spoke at length to Wang Bo, leaving him utterly bewildered. In the end, he could only nod in agreement. It was quite simple, Yilei thought. He just needed to find a soul beast devoid of any attributes, or perhaps one with a water attribute. Yilei raised his hand, manipulating the device on his wrist, selecting the most suitable spirit beast for Senior Wang Bo. The Kuanping, classified as a type of fish, suggested that the selection of spirit rings could be confined to aquatic creatures. The sole weakness of the Kuanping lies in its sluggish speed. Hence it would be prudent to choose an aquatic spirit beast characterized by high aggression and agility. If such a selection were to be made, the arrow-shaped fish would undoubtedly meet the criteria. With this thought in mind, Yilei informed everyone and promptly transported them to the coastal forest. Coinciding with their arrival was Chen Tian, who was in the process of absorbing his spirit ring. Senior Wang Bo, Your first spirit ring must be acquired here. The spirit beast I have chosen for you is the arrow-shaped fish. This creature is distinguished by its exceptional speed and formidable penetrating power. In addition to its impressive offensive capabilities, it will also compensate for the inherent deficiencies of your martial soul. Now, the next steps are up to you, Jingheng. Yi Lei proclaimed. Very well, then behold my prowess. First soul skill, the body of the mammoth. Jingheng immediately activated his initial soul skill, and a colossal purple mammoth materialized behind him, emitting a thunderous roar. The creature seamlessly merged with Jingheng, enveloping his form in a vibrant purple shield, which shimmered with countless bolts of lightning. As the arrow-shaped fish was about to leap out of the water, Jingheng plunged into the depths, and in an instant, the half-submerged creature fell back into the water, thrashing wildly. The surface around him began to teem with an abundance of small fish and shrimp. Moments later, the arrow-shaped fish ceased its struggles, flipped over, and floated on the water's surface. All done, Jingheng exclaimed as he climbed ashore, dispelling his body of the mammoth. Yi Lei flicked his right hand, sending forth a vine of blue-silver grass that directly dragged the arrow-shaped fish to the shore. Senior Wang Bo, you may now absorb the soul ring. Yi Lei cast the soul beast before Wang Bo, who nodded in acknowledgement, settled onto the ground, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Well then, our second military training lesson has concluded, and all 5 senior students have successfully acquired their initial soul skills. Once they complete the absorption of their soul rings, we shall return to the school and await their arrival, perhaps indulging in a hearty meal at the canteen as well. This afternoon appears to hold little else in store for us. Yi Lei stretched lazily and settled beside Han Wan, cheerfully exclaiming. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of light descended upon the ground before everyone, leaving profound marks in the earth. Yi Lei was taken aback. As he raised his head, he spotted a monkey adorned with azure blue fur perched on a nearby tree. Beep. Scan complete. Soul Beast, Blade Water Monkey, year 1800. Upon hearing this, Yi Lei felt a surge of excitement and turned to Song Yang, saying, Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in your soul power yet? I just reached level 20 this morning. What's the matter? Your second soul skill is within reach. Lazy, are you referring to this monkey attacking us? Indeed. It is a water element soul beast that complements your Sea Emperor Crocodile martial spirit. By absorbing its soul ring, you should acquire a powerful cutting soul skill. It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. You need not intervene. Leave it to me and prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, Yi Lei stepped forward, charging directly at the Blade Water Monkey while simultaneously summoning the Flame Lord. In truth, Yi Lei intended to utilize his blue silvergrass, but the control effects of his first 2 soul skills were insufficient. He required at least the 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding, or the 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Prison, both of which are renowned for their superior control among his initial 4 soul skills. The Flame Lord was abundant in explosive power, making it ideal for combat against water attribute soul beasts. Its supreme flames would effectively suppress the Blade Water Monkey, whose offensive skills consisted solely of water blades, which would be evaporated in the face of Yi Lei's searing magma. Warmer, assist me in controlling it. Yi Lei bellowed loudly, unleashing his first soul skill against the Blade Edge Water Monkey. The inaugural soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Yi Lei struck the ground with a powerful fist, and immediately, a colossal column of molten lava erupted from beneath the tree where the Blade Edge Water Monkey resided. The scalding magma instantaneously reduced the tree to ashes, prompting the Blade Edge Water Monkey to emit a shrill cry as it propelled itself toward another tree with great force. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Lei swiftly transformed his martial spirit. His first soul skill, Entanglement, manifested as a sturdy blue-silver vine that instantly ensnared the hind leg of the Blade Water Monkey. With a powerful tug, Yi Lei brought the creature crashing to the ground. As the Blade Water Monkey hit the ground, it immediately sprang back to its feet, its claws poised to strike. However, Yi Lei activated his second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, countless blue-silver vines erupted from various parts of his body, binding the Blade Water Monkey tightly, effectively stifling its impending soul skill. Then came the second soul skill of Han Wan, Ice Phoenix Congeal. Noticing the Blade Water Monkey was restrained, she summoned her power, and a pair of massive ice blue eyes materialized from the void, locking onto the monkey's gaze. Upon encountering the ethereal ice blue eyes, the once defiant Blade Water Monkey ceased its struggle, and an ice blue emblem appeared in its eyes. A thin layer of frost rapidly enveloped its surface, rendering the blue-silver vines that bound it rigid and unyielding. Song Yang, I entrust the final task to you. Yilei swiftly appeared behind the blade water monkey and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature hurtling towards Song Yang. Song Yang exchanged a glance with Wang Yunning and simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls, their first soul rings illuminating in unison. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. The first soul skill, Stag Horn Heavy Spear. A colossal crocodile tail manifested behind Song Yang, striking forcefully at the blade water monkey, while the ethereal demon Twilight Stag emerged behind Wang Yunning, conjuring a purple long spear from its antlers, which was launched directly at the blade water monkey. The two Millennium Soul skills landed heavily upon the blade water monkey, puncturing its body with a significant wound, leading to its demise. Goodness, is the attack of the demon Twilight Stag truly that formidable? The power of this Stag Horn Heavy Spear is comparable to the fourth soul skill of the 49043, the Annihilation Shadow Blade Strike. Yilei stroked his chin, scrutinizing the corpse of the knife-edge water monkey, which bore a gaping wound at its neck. It is no wonder that Tang Sen opted for the Demon Mist Deer as the third soul skill for his Haoyan hammer. It truly possesses remarkable strength. As for today, I returned to school, which has undergone significant changes. I find myself somewhat yearning for the commencement of classes, yet I must wait until October 8th. How dull it is to be at home. The novel has begun to gain traction, and the data is improving steadily. I must strive to complete all tasks in September to secure perfect attendance. Song Yang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident that it will bestow upon you an unexpectedly powerful ability. Yilei remarked upon absorbing this soul ring. You will become the third among us 8 to attain the rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 96, Support. Song Yang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unexpectedly remarkable ability. Yilei remarked upon absorbing this soul ring. You will become the third among us 8 to attain the Great Soul Master realm. I understand, and I shall strive to keep pace with you and Han Yuan, as we together aspire to become formidable forces in this world. Indeed, then put forth your utmost effort. I have faith that you will undoubtedly ascend to the status of the title Douluo, known as the Sea Howler. Yilei smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Song Yang reciprocated with a grin and subsequently seated himself on the ground, as a colossal shadow of a crocodile materialized behind him, quietly resting at his side. With a mere thought, Song Yang summoned the soul ring of the blade water throat, initiating the process of absorption. Noticing Song Yang enter a meditative state, he addressed the others, who possessed only a single soul ring. Now, while we have this brief interlude, take the opportunity to meditate and cultivate your skills. After all, we have already surpassed many from the 9-member group, but we must not grow complacent. Our goal is to elevate your soul power to level 20 within these 7 days of military training. Today marks only the second day of training, leaving us with 5 days ahead. I can assure you that Instructor Fun and his team will subject us to rigorous training. And with Instructor Fan being a 5-ring Soul King, while each of our class instructors is a 4-ring Soul Master, it is likely that on the final day, each of us will face them in one-on-one battles. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance your soul power levels to 20 within these 2 days, after which we can hunt for soul rings, significantly augmenting our strength. Moreover, your first soul skills are all at the Millennium level. Should you all advance to Grand Soul Master and attach a second soul ring of the same caliber, your soul skills would be akin to our instructor's third and fourth skills. Of course, achieving the rank of Soul Zune during military training is not impossible, but it heavily relies on individual effort. Among us 8, the strong attack-type Soul Masters are Han Yuan, Jing Heng, Chen Sitsai, Wang Yuning, and myself, Song Yang. The only support type among us is the youngest Luo Yun. The control type comprises myself and Xiao Na, and I can also be regarded as a strong attack-type Soul Master, considering I am a dual martial soul possessor. Let me inform you in advance about Instructor Fentian's martial soul. It is a fire attribute, the Fiery Lion Spirit. His first soul skill is the Fiery Claw Strike. I am currently unaware of his second and third skills, but his fourth skill is named Fiery Leap, and the fifth is called 6 Paths of Flames. What? You mean Instructor Fun is actually a fire attribute 5-ring Soul King? Jing Heng inquired. Indeed, a Soul King possesses formidable strength. Even if all 8 of us were to unite, we would stand no chance against him. Moreover, he has 2 additional abilities yet to be revealed, and I am uncertain whether he possesses soul bones. If he does, it would place us at an even greater disadvantage. I must forewarn you about the Elder Hall organization. While it presents itself as serving the people, it thrives on the exploitation of the innocent. Once someone draws the attention of the Elder Hall, there are only two possible outcomes. Either they comply and join the Elder Hall, or they are discreetly eliminated. The method of elimination is not simple. It involves severing all connections that person has in this world. When the Huaxia was newly transformed into Douluo, Elder Shaoqi, stationed in our Rong city, sent someone to find me. They sought to draw me into their organization as an advisor, but I declined their offer. Elder Qi immediately contemplated eliminating me, and that day, I made them pay a price to escape. Over the past 2 months, they have tested me on numerous occasions, and I have successfully vanquished all those they sent to probe me. Among these encounters, the one that left the deepest impression was with the 6th elder stationed in Shuqing, who happens to be Elder Qi's brother, Xiaozhe. He dispatched 6 individuals, one of whom possessed the highest soul power, if I recall correctly, around level 30. He was an evil soul master, and his 3rd soul skill required the sacrifice of human blood. At that time, he invoked this ability before my eyes, draining the blood of 3 police officers present at the scene. Yilei spoke with a tone of resentment. Aside from Han Nuan and Song Yang, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, the other 5 individuals were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that the Elder Hall, which ostensibly served the people of the nation and had made numerous contributions, harbored such secrets in the shadows. The unwavering trust they had placed in the Elder Hall began to waver at this moment. Let us set these matters aside for now. Yilei shook his head, striving to dismiss those thoughts from his mind. He then spoke once more. You should focus on your cultivation for now. In due time, I shall disclose the entirety of this matter to you. Once Song Yang and the seniors have absorbed their soul rings, we will support the 9-man team. After all, we are classmates and must lend them our assistance. Given their strength, it is likely that they will face considerable challenges from Ma Tianming and his 5 companions. And there is a strong possibility that some may sustain serious injuries. After Yilei finished speaking, he sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The others, witnessing this, remained silent but cast inquiring glances towards Han Nuan. Yilei's assertion was not unfounded. Indeed, when the 7th elder issued a severe warning regarding Yilei, he had also stated that eliminating Yilei would necessitate eliminating me as well. Han Nuan addressed their doubts, her eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent as she spoke. Chen Sitsai, has Yilei not revealed his true strength to you? His genuine prowess? Is he not a twin martial spirit wielder, a dual-ring great soul master? Chen Sitsai inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Jing Hang stood silently beside him. Indeed, Yilei possesses twin martial spirits, but his martial spirits are far beyond what they currently appear. His soul power has reached an astonishing level 64, transforming his blue-silver grass into blue-silver emperor, augmented by 6 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, including one that is 100,000 years old. 100,000-year soul ring. Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang were left astounded. They glanced at the reactions of the other 3 girls, only to find their response surprisingly calm, as if they had been privy to this information beforehand. Furthermore, his Flame Lord martial spirit was accompanied by 3 10,000-year soul rings and possessed 2 soul bones. No, wait, 3. The first was derived from an 80,000-year old human face spider emperor, known as the human face left leg. Featuring 2 skills, the attacking skill Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash and the accompanying domain skill called Mental Hunting Ground. The second was obtained from an 85,000-year old mutated Thousand Force Ant Emperor, named the Thousand Force Torso Bone, with the skill Thousand Force Falling Flame Break. And the third, this is one you have all seen, was the 60,000-year old Soul Beast, the Infernal Fireside Manus, which entered Jing Hang yesterday. Han Nuan no longer concealed the truth, openly confessing all of Yilei's capabilities to the group. Sister Nuan, are you certain of what you say? It has only been 2 months since the Douluo transformation. How could Yilei's strength be so monstrous? This surpasses the normal pace of cultivation, does it not? Jing Hang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I am uncertain myself. However, on the very day of the Douluo transformation, Yilei's power was already at this level, and his second martial spirit, the Flame Lord, officially awakened the following day. By the 3rd day, he had acquired those 2 soul bones. Enough, Nuaner, do not speak further. Han Nuan was about to speak, when suddenly, Yilei's voice resonated from behind her. Yilei, who had been in a meditative state, had awakened without her noticing. Indeed, I have concealed certain truths from you. But it is unavoidable. There exists a profound animosity between the Elder Hall and myself. They are eager to eliminate me. Do you recall my mention of yesterday? When Huang Tianwei purportedly vanquished the Soul Beast. In truth, it was he who abandoned us the moment the Soul Beast appeared, fleeing alone. His intent was to use the Soul Beast to orchestrate my demise, showing little regard for your lives. He had already devised an explanation, claiming that the infernal scythe mantis had appeared unexpectedly, catching us off guard. He would assert that our feeble strength rendered us vulnerable, and he barely managed to escape. With this narrative, he would absolve himself of all responsibility. Once the announcement is made, the Elder Hall will dispatch individuals to eliminate that soul beast, and this matter will be swiftly forgotten. Yilei stood up and brushed off his trousers, addressing the crowd. I hope my actions do not bring any trouble to you. On the very first day of school, I sealed away the majority of my own strength, reducing my capabilities to what you see now. My soul power is merely at level 28, and both of my martial souls have only absorbed 200-year soul rings. Moreover, I suspect that after the military training ends, the Elders Hall will take action. It is inconceivable that they would dispatch a large number of people to pursue me. If they succeed, the entire student body of Rome University would be affected. To prevent such an occurrence, I have resolved that from this moment forth, I shall no longer conceal my true strength. As for the Elders Hall, let them come forth, Yilei resolutely declared just a minute ago. As Yilei sat on the ground, he had not truly entered a meditative state. Rather, he chose to engage in a conversation with the system. System, I wish to inquire. If I fail to complete this cunning third task, what penalties might I incur? Host, should you choose to abandon the third task, this system will impose a penalty, the system responded. Whatever the punishment may be, let it come forth. The Elder Council may soon take action. So I have resolved to no longer conceal my strength. I shall expose myself and confront the Elder Council head-on, since the host has made a choice. From this moment forth, the third task issued by the system shall be deemed a failure. The penalties are as follows. Your soul force will be unsealed, with each of your 2 martial souls drawing upon 1 lineage of soul force. As your first awakened martial soul is Blue Silvergrass. Its power will be established at level 64, while the Flame Lord, awakened later and having previously shared soul force with Blue Silvergrass, will now have its strength set at level 40. Host, please decide whether to abandon the third task. I choose to abandon it. Beep. Detection confirms the host's failure of the third task, commencing unsealing of soul force. With a crack, a shattering sound echoed within Yilei's body, and he instantly felt his once abundant soul force split into 2 streams, one gentle, the other fierce and raging. The unsealing of soul force is complete. Please proceed to break through the soul force seal, the system instructed. After the system's statement, Yilei finally opened his eyes and stood up, leading to the recent events. Lazy, is what you said true? Are you truly a level 64 Soul Emperor? Until now, Shin Sikong still struggled to believe everything that Yilei and Han Wan had declared. Of course, I speak the truth. During the nationwide Douluo awakening, I too was curious about what martial soul I would manifest. With a mere thought, the blue silver grass appeared before me. I believed I had awakened merely the most ordinary blue silver grass, yet to my astonishment, 6 10,000-year soul rings manifested at my feet. At that moment, I found it quite peculiar. I had no idea why I had transformed in such a way, becoming a figure that stood out among the crowd. I initially thought it might be an illusion, but upon experiencing the sensation of personally slaying a soul beast that day, I realized that everything was indeed real. Consequently, I contemplated that since heaven had chosen me to possess such formidable strength, there must be a profound purpose behind it. Later, upon discovering the malevolent nature of the Elder Hall, I realized that it was my divine purpose to eradicate evil from this world. Furthermore, I learned, through covert means, the reason the Elder Hall managed to elevate all their subordinates to realms beyond the 3rd level in a mere month. They employed a particularly insidious method of cultivation. Each of the 10 elders would coerce their subordinates into binding their own family members, utilizing their corporeal forms to enhance their own cultivation, in their eyes. This was a means of merging their families with themselves. Moreover, they had subjected all individuals beneath the 10 elders to intense brainwashing. This explains why Yilei possessed such extensive knowledge. When he was taken by the 7th elder and later escaped, he stumbled upon numerous laboratories where soldiers were seated before enormous incubation tanks, each containing a living person. These individuals were connected to myriad tubes, with their very essence siphoned to nourish the soldiers, dramatically accelerating their soul power growth. enabling them to break through 5 levels in a single day. Once these individuals surpassed the rank of Great Soul Master, they would no longer utilize this method for their advancement. Moreover, upon their demise, the Elder Hall would issue orders to eliminate all remaining family members, disguising the sudden disappearances as cases of international fraud. The narrative they presented to the public was entirely convincing, often producing corpses of the missing, claiming them to be the remains of those who had been deceived abroad. As a result, the masses would remain oblivious to the true nature of the Elder Hall's actions, instead applauding their deeds. Yilei divulged everything he knew, serving as a morale booster for his companions. Lazy, regardless of the choices you make, we will unconditionally support you and offer you our utmost assistance. Sai no longer harbored doubts and chose to place his trust in Yilei. After all, his brother and his partner had expressed their faith, leaving no room for skepticism. Moreover, it is generally understood that a soul master's first soul ring must not exceed the limit of 500 years. Should one absorb a soul ring older than 500 years, the outcome could be dire. While fortunate individuals may face no repercussions, those less fortunate could meet instant demise. Yet Yilei defied this rule, allowing them to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, and remarkably, they experienced no adverse effects. Instead, their physical prowess increased exponentially. Having said so much, it was time to showcase his abilities. With that, Yilei unleashed his 2 martial spirits. The blue silver grass and the flame lord materialized behind him, each adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The 4 yellow soul rings developed fissures, and in an instant, they shattered, dissipating into golden motes of light. Subsequently, beneath the flame lord's martial spirit, 3 purple soul rings gradually emerged, transforming in hue to black. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure radiated from the Flame Lord. As the oppressive force washed over her, Han Nuan instinctively crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Sister Nuan, are you all right?" Luo Yun inquired with concern, noticing Han Nuan's distress. "I'm fine. My martial spirit is Ice attribute, which is suppressed by the soul power released by Yilei's Flame Lord." The color of the blue-silver grass began to shift as well, the original silver patterns gradually transforming into a resplendent gold. Dark red and yellow hues emerged beneath the blue-silver grass, and the moment the 5th red flower manifested, Han Nuan's earlier assertions, though convincing, still evoked astonishment upon witnessing the phenomenon firsthand. The appearance of the blood-red soul ring unleashed a pressure far more terrifying than that of the Flame Lord. At the instant the 100,000-year soul ring emerged, Long Qi Qiaona felt an overwhelming dread engulf her, as her martial spirit, the hidden sea flower, trembled in fear. It also instilled in her bloodline a sensation of suppression. Why is my own lineage subjected to such intense oppression? This is due to the fact that my martial soul is the blue-silver emperor, the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of overpowering all others within this category. Its unique characteristic lies in the fact that once you absorb the soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, the corresponding soul skills will be rendered ineffective before my blue-silver emperor. Another black soul ring materialized, lingering at the periphery of the 100,000-year soul ring. The skill from the soul bone of the Spider Emperor's left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Just as Yilei's soul power broke through its seal, an immense surge of energy flooded his left leg in an instant. This colossal energy enveloped his entire left leg, imparting upon him a sensation that it was on the verge of shattering at any moment. Yilei could only unleash his soul bone skill towards the empty space. Yilei swiftly kicked his left leg, unleashing a tremendous purple light blade that instantaneously severed all the trees in the clearing. In that fleeting moment, several soul beasts met their demise. "This is utterly extraordinary," Jing Heng marveled as he gazed at the fallen trees, beneath which lay the bisected corpses of the soul beasts. "If you desire, I can assist you in hunting one right now." Yilei flashed a dazzling smile, showcasing his bright white teeth, and addressed Jing Heng. "Lazy, can we refrain from jesting?" Jing Heng's words stumbled as he scratched his head, replying, "Moreover, my abilities are not that formidable." "Isn't it a bit premature to absorb a soul bone at this stage?" "Premature? Is it truly so?" Han Nuan's mother, my future mother-in-law, absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone from a blue-silver wide-eyed tiger before she even assimilated her 2nd soul ring. Thus, it is by no means too early for you to absorb a 10,000-year-old soul bone. I dare say that in 5 days, the Elder Hall will undoubtedly deploy one of their trump cards to wreak havoc at our school. With a soul bone skill now at your disposal, It is akin to possessing 3 defensive soul techniques. Moreover, there lies a soul beast suited for you in that direction, its age reaching an impressive 50,000 years. As he spoke, Yilei activated the domain skill of his human face Spider King's left leg bone, the spiritual haunt, allowing him to detect the soul beasts surrounding the forest with clarity. Lazy, are you certain? Jing Heng questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. He found it hard to believe that Yilei could pinpoint a suitable 50,000-year-old soul beast without prior investigation. He seemed to have forgotten that Han Wan had previously mentioned that one of Yilei's soul bones possessed the ability for extensive life detection, thus making Yilei acutely aware of the soul beasts in the vicinity. I am indeed certain. If you doubt me, feel free to wait here for a moment. Yilei flashed a grin. Exerting a gentle force with his legs, he landed directly atop the head of the Flame Lord. Give me 5 minutes, and I shall return with that beast. With those words, Yilei soared toward the designated spot without a backward glance. Warm sister, do you truly believe brother-in-law can bring back a soul beast that has existed for 50 millennia? He must have confidence, right? Rest assured. Yilei has single-handedly vanquished soul beasts exceeding 80,000 years. How could he possibly fear a mere 50,000-year-old soul beast? Just wait and witness the spectacle. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Lo Yun, with keen eyesight, discerned a figure gradually approaching from across the way. P.S. The battle concludes at 11:30. Chapter 100. Soulbone Collection Progress at 100. Look, is that not brother-in-law? Lo Yun exclaimed. By heavens, it truly has been 5 minutes, not a second more. Chun Sikong glanced at the time and uttered an expletive. Wait, do I see something enormous behind brother-in-law? Could it be an illusion? Xiao Na squinted and inquired. Upon hearing this, the crowd focused their gaze and indeed confirmed that Yilei was dragging a blue-silver emperor, carrying something extraordinary as he flew towards them. As Yilei approached the shore, he leapt down from atop the Flame Lord. Upon landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow, then, with a vigorous motion of his right hand, he hurled the objects ensnared by the blue-silver grass onto the land. A thunderous noise erupted as several massive bodies were cast ashore by Yilei, stirring up a great cloud of dust. When the dust settled, all present beheld at the center of the haze 4 spirit beasts, their limbs severed. Jing Heng, come, finish it. Yilei manipulated the blue-silver emperor, dragging the largest of the 4 soul beasts before Jing Heng. This is the soul beast I mentioned, a 50,000-year-old entity known as the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. Its attributes are exceptionally suited to your Thunder Mammoth martial spirit, and you can absorb it once you reach the 30th or 40th level. Having spoken, Yilei flipped his right hand, revealing a sharp dagger, which he presented to Jing Heng before stepping aside. He promptly retrieved a soul ring collector from the system space, preparing to capture the soul ring the moment it materialized from the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. Jing Heng closed his eyes and plunged the dagger into the creature's neck. As he withdrew the blade, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, swiftly staining the ground. Suddenly, an inky darkness surged from the soul beast's body, coalescing in midair into a black soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Yilei promptly activated the device in his possession. Instantly, a powerful suction drew the soul ring from midair, and when it reemerged, it had been compressed into a palm-sized circular band. The blue-silver domain. Yilei unleashed his innate domain ability, enveloping the surroundings in a vast expanse of azure and golden energy. This radiant energy transformed into a gentle soul force, flowing into the meridians of the 7 individuals present. Wow, this feels wonderful. Brother-in-law, what is this golden blue light? Luo Yun inquired with delight. The blue-silver emperor's innate domain skill, the blue-silver domain, provides a gentle soul force to those within its confines. With my strength, your cultivation speed within the blue-silver domain will be doubled, Yilei replied, subsequently urging everyone to hasten their cultivation. Beep. The detection of soul bones has been registered. The collection progress of soul bones stands at 100, and the achievement is complete. The system's cold, synthetic voice echoed in Yilei's ears, announcing the unlocking of the soulbone shop. Yilei gazed in the direction of Jing Heng and beheld a soulbone shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, severed from the head of the Thunderclap Magic Tiger. With a chime, the soulbone materialized, its age recorded at 50,000 years, known as the Thunderclap Head Soulbone, possessing the skill of Violet Lightning Explosion. The voice of the system resonated once more in Yilei's ears. Jing Heng, this soulbone is the Thunderclap Head Soulbone. Now is your moment to absorb it. I firmly believe this soul bone will undoubtedly grant you a formidable soul skill. Yilei spoke to Jing Heng, Very well, I understand. I shall commence the absorption immediately. Jing Hang smiled and promptly seated himself on the ground, drawing the soul bone closer and placing it upon his forehead, initiating the absorption process. Observing that Jing Hang and his companions had begun their cultivation, Yilei decided to do likewise. He sat down, retrieving the infernal fire scythe right arm bone from his system space, and subsequently summoned the Flame Lord Martial Spirit, affixing the soul bone to the right arm of the Flame Lord. Half an hour later, while Han Wan was in a meditative state, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble. Alert, she opened her eyes. Aside from the damaged trees caused by Yilei's soul bone ability, everything else appeared normal. Just as she was about to close her eyes again to resume her meditation, a tree several meters away snapped, and a massive fireball soared from the forest towards them. Han Wan glanced at her companions who were still in meditation, and without hesitation, she activated her martial spirit. Her first soul skill, Ice Feather. The purple soul ring shimmered as the wings on her back flapped rapidly. In an instant, dozens of ice blue feathers transformed into blades, hurtling towards the fireball. With a whoosh, the blades made contact with the fireball, extinguishing it instantly, leaving only swirling white smoke in its wake. Run. What on earth are you doing? The instructor explicitly stated that today was designated for you to hunt soul rings for us. How can you not even defeat a single soul beast? Brother Ma. It's not that we don't want to. It's because the soul beast you chose is beyond our capability. The disparity in strength is too great. I don't care. If you don't slay that soul beast and procure a soul ring for me today, just wait until I get out to deal with your families. The location from which the fireball had been launched began to emit intermittent sounds. Han Wan quickly recognized the source of the noise. Was it not the 9-person team? However, upon hearing their words, she furrowed her brow. Brother Ma, the 9-person team cannot defeat the soul beast? The gap in strength is too vast? Goodness. This is akin to a modern-day version of the Chusi. Han Wan, filled with exasperation, realized that in such a vast school, there truly existed a plethora of foolish individuals. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and promptly roused Yilei, having just absorbed his soul bone. Yilei was in the midst of consolidating his cultivation when he suddenly felt a chill coursing through his body, an icy sensation piercing towards the crown of his head, abruptly interrupting his meditation. What is the matter, Nwano? Yilei opened his eyes to find Han Wan standing before him, her wings gently fluttering behind her. Why are you up? Aren't you cultivating? Let us put cultivation aside for now. The 9-member team is in trouble. They are currently being pursued by a high-aged soul beast. Oh, given their strength, they surely wouldn't choose a soul beast of such an advanced age. A 500-year-old soul beast would pose a significant threat to them. They would make such a foolish mistake. Alas, who else could it be? I overheard their conversation earlier. It must be that scoundrel Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming, the one who attempted to make advances on you on the day of the new student orientation? Yilei inquired with a look of confusion, as he could hardly recall who this figure, Ma Tianming, was. Indeed, it was he. He seemed like a mere replica of the poetic essence of the Chusi. Very well, let us proceed and assist them in resolving their safety concerns. With that, Yilei rose to his feet, summoning the Flame Lord, and directed it towards their destination. Han Wan immediately flapped her wings and followed Yilei as they soared towards that location. Upon entering the forest, they could distinctly observe 14 individuals narrowly evading the pursuit of the soul beast behind them. The 5 individuals at the front were sprinting with remarkable speed, while the 9 trailing behind struggled to escape the relentless onslaught of the soul beasts. It became evident that the fastest among them was none other than Ma Tianming himself. As the 9 managed to catch up, one of Ma Tianming's subordinates unceremoniously kicked a fellow runner backward, ignoring him entirely as he continued to flee alongside his leader. Alas, such individuals exemplify the quintessential cowardice, only demonstrating bravado when danger is far removed. Yet, when peril approaches, they flee with the swiftness of an ostrich. Nevertheless, it is time to employ the new skill I have recently acquired. Yilei's tone was remarkably flat, laced with a hint of derision. Subsequently, a soul bone resembling a scythe materialized upon his right arm. Yilei raised it aloft and then closed his eyes. The skill of the soul bone from the infernal fire lotus on his right arm activated. Infernal scythe flash. As Yilei opened his eyes, he instinctively clenched his right fist and swung his right arm, unleashing a massive flame slash that soared forth in an instant. The strike sped towards the soul beast, swiftly decapitating it in the blink of an eye. Although the soul beast lay lifeless, Yilei remained vigilant. For the pursuers of the nine-man team were not just one soul beast, but a whole pack. The soul beast scanner beeped, indicating completion. The soul beast identified was the frenzied rhinoceros, known for its gregarious nature. The detector quickly relayed detailed information about the group of soul beasts. Hearing this, Yi Lei smirked, remarking on Ma Tianming's folly in provoking such a communal species. It seemed he had unwittingly stirred the young of the frenzied rhinoceros. It was no wonder they were relentlessly pursuing him. Han Wan nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, the frenzied rhinoceros was quite suitable for his uncle, being of the same lineage. Absorbing the frenzied rhinoceros soul ring could enhance his uncle's martial spirit strength, and given that the soul skills of the frenzied rhinoceros typically involve explosive amplification, they would indeed be fitting for both him and his uncle. Yi Lei swiftly pondered in his mind, and soon articulated the most significant utility of the frenzied rhino. If the frenzied rhinos are social creatures, then among them, there must undoubtedly exist one that possesses unparalleled strength, Yi Lei proclaimed, subsequently activating the wide-range scanning capability of the soul beast detector. A hum resonated as the skin concluded, revealing the target, the frenzied rhino king, aged 12, 600 years, possessing the skill frenzied rampage. Upon receiving the report, Yi Lei exchanged a knowing glance with Han Wan, and they both smiled before descending to stand resolutely amidst the group of 9, confronting the throng of frenzied rhinos. You all should flee quickly. The riverbank is quite safe, Yi Lei asserted. I shall not retreat either. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. The black soul ring around Yi Lei's waist shimmered as he unleashed a powerful right punch, which subsequently erupted into a colossal column of magma. In the blink of an eye, several frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise beneath the molten torrent. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Wan, undeterred, released her own first soul skill against the throng of raging rhinoceroses. Instantly, countless ice blue, feather-like blades soared into the herd, swiftly claiming the lives of several younger frenzied rhinoceroses. Enough of this. Now for my sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Binding. Rain from the heavens. Yi Lei no longer exerted himself unnecessarily, swiftly transitioning his martial soul, and unleashed the sixth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor against the frenzied herd of rhinos. A sphere of azure golden light ascended into the night sky under his command, subsequently transforming into countless tendrils of the Blue-Silver Emperor that plunged downwards toward the ground. Under the relentless assault of these densely packed vines, innumerable frenzied rhinos met their demise. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. Yi Lei tirelessly unleashed his fourth soul skill, ensnaring the frenzied rhinoceros that had evaded the vine's assault within its grasp. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Piercing Formation. With a swift grip of his right hand, Yi Lei summoned forth an array of sharp spikes from within the blue-silver prison, piercing the frenzied rhinoceros trapped inside into a multitude of skewered forms. Now, only you remain. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. With the unleashing of Yi Lei's 3 soul abilities, the previously formidable horde of soul beasts was utterly routed, leaving only a handful of survivors. Observing this, Yi Lei directed his focus towards the frenzied rhinoceros king and summoned the fifth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor. A brilliant blue spear coalesced in his grasp. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear forth. Sensing the imminent threat, the frenzied rhinoceros king activated its own ability, Frenzied Fury. In an instant, a colossal fireball formed atop its horn and hurtled toward Yi Lei. However, this action proved futile. The fireball was as ineffectual against the Blue-Silver Sovereign Spear as a mere block of tofu, easily pierced through. The spear then penetrated the rhinoceros king's mouth and emerged from its rear, nailing it firmly against a massive tree that would require several individuals to encircle. The frenzied rhinoceros king met its demise. It had been ages since Yi Lei experienced such exhilaration. Exhaling a breath of relief, he stretched and remarked. Reflecting on the last time he felt this invigorated, it was during his battle with the Spider Emperor. Now, with Wen Lixia lifted, he could finally unleash his true power, no longer constrained like a timid turtle, suppressing his soul energy and settling for the role of a mere great soul master. Yi Lei approached the lifeless body of the fervent rhinoceros king, impaled upon a tree. With a decisive motion, he extracted the blue-silver overlord spear from its mouth. The corpse, bereft of support, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, blood gushing forth from its mouth and hindquarters, the intestines spilling out, filling the air with a foul stench. I wonder if the flesh of this fervent rhinoceros is palatable. If memory serves me right, the school cafeteria does offer dishes made from soul beast meat. Ah, never mind. I shall leave this carcass here. After all, I have no particular fondness for such fare. It's not as delectable as what my wife would prepare. Yi Lei mused, subsequently dispelling his martial spirit, causing the spear in his hand to vanish. Approaching the stunned group of 9, he patted one on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just a bunch of corpses. There's nothing of interest here. Come, let us go assist you." As Qin Song snapped out of his daze, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him considerably. Upon recognizing the owner of the hand, his legs grew weak, and he hurriedly followed in Yi Lei's wake, calling out Brother Yi with each step. Yi Lei did not intervene, for he was well aware of Qin Song's character. A month prior, he had been the one to send Qin Song flying with a mere slap in the martial arts arena. It appeared that fear had taken hold of him. Willingly relegating himself to the role of Yi Lei's subordinate, Qin Song lamented, "Could I have acted otherwise?" Initially, Brother Yi's seemingly gentle slap was far more forceful than one could imagine. It sent me hurtling several dozen meters away. And even the 2 luxury vans my family had dispatched that day were rendered inoperable. I can no longer afford to provoke this individual, at least by being a subordinate. I can safeguard my own existence. As for Ma Tianming, he can step aside. The Ma family is nothing but a trivial matter in the face of the Yi family and Rongqing. Yi Lei and Han Nuan returned to their temporary domain by the seaside within the forest, accompanied by 9 others. As they approached, they observed Ma Tianming, resembling a pompous lord, leading his 4 subordinates directly into the blue-silver territory he had vacated. Without a hint of remorse, he settled himself within, voraciously consuming the energy of Yi Lei's domain. Yi Lei chuckled softly, and with a subtle motion of his right index finger, he caused the 5 individuals who had just seated themselves to leap from the ground, yelping as they clutched their posteriors. Subsequently, Yi Lei led the group of 9 into his domain. Wow, what is this? Why do I feel as though my lost soul power has been instantly restored to its peak state? Qin Song questioned, extending his hands in confusion. All right, you 9 can find a place to sit and meditate, recovering your soul power. Each of you will absorb these. As he spoke, Yi Lei waved his right hand gently, and instantly, 18 white soul rings soared towards the group, 2 for each individual. Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have not yet reached the stage where we need to absorb a second soul ring. What purpose do 2 rings serve us? Qin Song inquired, gazing at the 2 soul rings in his hands with puzzlement. These 2 rose rings are intended to enhance the duration of your first soul ring. While you are cultivating, merge these 2 rings with your first soul ring, and thus, the duration of your soul ring will reach a century. Yi Lei offered an explanation, then cast a piercing glare at the 5 individuals, including Ma Tianming, who were still clutching their backsides. What are you staring at? Have you never seen an elder before? Ma Tianming, sensing the scrutiny, turned to face Yi Lei and retorted, I am indeed your elder. Throughout my life, I have held nothing but contempt for individuals like you, those who, in the face of peril, flee swifter than an ostrich, displaying sheer cowardice. Yi Lei showed no hesitation and retorted directly. Chapter 104. What do you mean? I am your superior. In my lifetime, I have held the utmost disdain for those like you, cowards who flee faster than ostriches at the slightest hint of danger. Yi Lei, undeterred, retorted directly. You, Ma Tianming, taken aback by the sharp response, paused momentarily before fixing an even more furious gaze upon Yi Lei. What do you mean by you? Hurry up and roll out of my domain. You are not welcome here. How audacious of you. This is the first time in my life that someone has spoken to me in such a manner. I believe you are simply asking for trouble. Today, I, Ma Tianming, will break one of your legs. I refuse to believe you can withstand that. Upon finishing his declaration, Ma Tianming's 4 henchmen swiftly drew glimmering daggers from behind and charged toward Yi Lei, brandishing the blades threateningly. I have already extended an opportunity. It is you who failed to appreciate it. Do not blame me for being ungracious, Yi Lei declared, invoking his second soul skill, parasitism. Just as the 4 daggers were about to pierce Yi Lei's chest, a multitude of blue-silver royal vines erupted from the henchmen's lower backs, swiftly ensnaring their entire bodies. First soul skill, bind. With a swift flick of his right hand, Yi Lei ensnared the waists of 4 of his subordinates with robust blue-silver royal vines. He then hurled them into the depths of the forest. Their anguished cries reverberated through the trees, igniting Ma Tianming's fury even further. What have you done to my subordinates? And this is the place for my new hairstyle. How dare you claim it as yours? How dare you, merely based on my strength? With that, Yi Lei stomped his foot, unleashing a formidable wave of pressure that surged towards Ma Tianming. The force knocked him heavily to the ground. Just as he contemplated cursing, he beheld 6 soul rings materializing beneath Yi Lei's feet, 5 black and 1 red, emanating an overwhelming aura. Ma Tianming dismissed it as inconsequential, brushing off the dust from his backside. Oh please, it's just a little rookie with 6 soul rings. With such garish colors, your strength surely cannot be formidable. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I have suffered and restore my honor for my subordinates. With that proclamation, Ma Tianming reached behind him, drawing a gleaming watermelon knife. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh, disregarding Ma Tianming's actions, and turned to leave. Ma Tianming, thoroughly enraged, summoned his martial spirit, and a dog with black and red fur materialized behind him. In an instant, the watermelon knife in his hand erupted in flames. Watch as I sever your leg today, Ma Tianming declared, striding towards Yi Lei with the knife raised. Just as he approached, he swung the knife down towards Yi Lei's shoulder. Alas, what an arrogant fellow! At that moment, Ma Tianming realized that his blade did not strike Yi Lei's shoulder as he had anticipated. Instead, it was caught firmly in a large hand. This is impossible, he gasped. If my blade cannot harm you, then let you experience this technique. First soul skill, Fire of the Hyena. The fiery hyena behind him opened its jaws and hurled a fireball towards Yi Lei. Let us see how long you can survive. The fireball, the size of a soccer ball, struck Yi Lei as if it were a drop of water falling into the ocean, leaving no trace upon his garments. Using a fire attribute martial spirit to attack me? How utterly foolish. As he spoke, the ground beneath Yi Lei and Ma Tianming transformed into molten lava. A wave of searing pressure surging towards Ma Tianming. The ground behind Yi Lei gradually fissured, and a pair of crimson hands emerged from the crevice. In the next moment, a colossal crimson giant fully manifested from the chasm. The 6 soul rings that had once adorned Yi Lei's feet vanished entirely, replaced by 3 ebony rings. Ma Tianming, still yearning to resist and unleash his first soul skill, found his martial spirit, the fire wolf, stubbornly refusing to materialize, no matter how fervently he summoned it. How dare such a mere fire wolf martial spirit provoke the flame sovereign? Truly, one must possess the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard. In my eyes, your Ma family is utterly insignificant. Do you think yourselves formidable? You are nothing more than a second-rate family. Allowing you to survive in Yong City is already a favor. Suddenly, countless flames enveloped Ma Tianming's form. You dare to lay a hand on me? I can have my father annihilate you. I will ensure you find no resting place in Yong City. Oh, is that so? Before you consider such threats, perhaps you should manage your own affairs. The soul rings painstakingly obtained by the 9 of us are not meant to be squandered in this manner. However, out of respect for you as our senior, I shall spare your soul rings this time. But I implore you to conduct yourself properly in school henceforth. Or how you might meet your end remains a mystery to me. As he spoke, Yi Lei tightened his grip on the flaming watermelon knife, which instantly crumbled under the pressure, disintegrating into a shower of fragments, only to be devoured by the encroaching magma. Yi Lei's right hand swung once more, and a robust blue-silver emperor vine ensnared Ma Tianming's waist. As the oppressive force dissipated from him, Ma Tianming had merely unleashed his martial soul, the Fire Lion Hound, and had no time to activate his soul skills before being forcefully hurled away by Yi Lei. Soaring through the air, Ma Tianming boldly declared, I shall return, before vanishing into a secluded part of the forest. Yi Lei did not exhibit any ruthless intent towards the 5 individuals. Rather, he merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation with these fellow students from his cohort, as he sought to broaden his network at Rome University. The presence of these individuals possessing soul rings was indispensable. P.S. Keep up the good work. Just 2 more chapters until the end of the day. Chapter 105. Soul Bones? Who possesses soul bones? Yi Lei did not harbor any malice towards the 5 of them. He merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he focused on cultivating alongside these fellow students from his cohort, for he sought to expand his network at Rome University. These individuals, possessing soul rings, were indispensable to his endeavors. As Yi Lei settled down in the vicinity, he retrieved the soul ring of the infernal scythe managed from the system's capabilities, contemplating whether to absorb it. At that moment, the long-silent system spoke up once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's soul bone armor has reached 50 completion. The manifestation of the armor is still pending, requiring an additional 50. Is this the armor referred to by the master in Douluo? With the soul bone armor at 50 completion, does this not imply that the 3 soul bones currently on me are involved? Judging by the soul bones I have absorbed thus far, it seems that 2 sets of soul bone armor could emerge. One set requires the Flame Lord to absorb 4 soul bones, and I must additionally absorb a right leg bone to activate it. The other set necessitates the addition of 5 soul bones to my being: a head soul bone, a torso soul bone, a left arm soul bone, a right arm soul bone, and a right leg soul bone. However, I need not attach those 5 soul bones to myself just yet. I merely need to acquire 2 fire attribute soul bones for the head and left arm. Once I obtain a right leg bone, I shall be able to activate the soul bone armor. Wait a moment, if I were to acquire a 3rd beast martial soul, would that not grant me yet another set of soul bone armor? Dear system, I wish to inquire how I might obtain my 3rd martial soul. As Yilei contemplated this, he promptly inquired about the system. Ding. To acquire a 3rd martial soul, the host must complete a series of system tasks and trigger the opportunity for the martial soul to awaken. However, considering the limits of the host world, the maximum number of martial souls one can possess is 5. Only 5? Does that mean I can awaken only 3 martial souls? Rest assured, dear host, when you approach the opportunity for foretelling and awakening martial souls, you may choose whether to activate this particular martial soul. Of course, should you encounter a more formidable martial soul, you have the option to abandon your current 2. As Yilei's spirits began to wane, the system opened a window of possibilities for him, yet ultimately doused him with a bucket of cold water. Abandoning the 2 current martial souls? Well, that's that then. I've grown accustomed to these 2. The remaining 3 shall rely on fortune. If fate has brought me this far, I shall embrace it. Yilei made a resolute decision, subsequently shattering the infernal fire scythe soul ring in his grasp, summoning forth the flame lord from behind him. He extracted the beast soul belonging to the infernal fire scythe from the system's spatial realm, commencing the simultaneous absorption of both the beast soul and the soul ring. The jet black soul ring relentlessly compressed Yilei's body, while the beast soul, suspended at his chest, continuously channeled energy into the constricting soul ring and the right arm of the flame lord. The right arm of the flame lord grew increasingly robust, a testament to the effects of absorbing the soul bone. In other words, when Yilei switched to combat mode with the flame lord, his right arm's strength would surpass that of when he wielded the blue-silver emperor by several folds. Gradually, the dark soul ring integrated into Yilei's body, and the beast soul hovering at his chest began to turn translucent as the essence of the 60,000 your soul beast slowly fused with the soul bone and soul ring. 5 minutes later, Yilei has thoroughly absorbed the soul rings and beast souls of the infernal fireside Manus, elevating the soul power of the flame lord to level 43. Yilei simultaneously unleashed the 1000-gene torso soul bone and the infernal fireside right arm bone. The moment these 2 soul bones manifested, it became apparent that they were beginning to connect. The 1000-gene torso soul bone gradually extended a portion of its armor from the shoulder, merging with the armor that emerged from the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. As Yilei glanced down, he noticed that the 1000-gene torso soul bone had also extended armor onto his left leg, which was complemented by the armor extending from the human-faced left leg bone. The armor from the human-faced left leg bone fused with that of the 1000-gene torso soul bone, resulting in a stunning array of patterns where they merged. The armor at the shoulder connection glowed a vibrant crimson, while the junction at the waist displayed a striking contrast of red and deep purple. Ah, splendid! I have fully absorbed the soul bone, and my soul power has consequently surged to the rank of level 20, exclaimed Jing Hang, who was seated on the ground, his eyes alight with joy as he turned to Yilei. Soul bone? Who possesses a soul bone? Queried Song Yang, who had just completed the absorption of his soul ring, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at them. I do. Old Yang, look. This soul bone was procured for me by Yilei. It is derived from a 50,000-year-old thunderclap demon tiger. Jing Hang replied with exuberance. Ah, congratulations. You have acquired a 50,000-year-old soul bone. At this moment, Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he grasped Jing Hang's shoulders, asking, What did you say? A soul bone, and a 50,000-year one at that? Yes, but, Old Yang, could you please stop shaking me? I'm about to be ill. Jing Hang managed to say as Song Yang finally ceased his vigorous shaking. Are you saying that Yilei helped you obtain it? Song Yang inquired once more. Indeed. What of it? Isn't he a powerful soul master? As Song Yang spoke, he turned his head towards Yilei, only to discover that 4 pitch-black soul rings hovered beneath his feet, shimmering with an ominous glow. Yangzi, what is wrong? Is there an issue? Yilei noticed Song Yang staring at him in bewilderment. Who could have anticipated that in the next moment, Song Yang would roll his eyes, kick his legs, and collapse straight to the ground? The onlookers were all momentarily stunned, failing to react instantly. Ayang. A few seconds later, Wang Yunling, disregarding her shyness, dashed to Song Yang's side and helped him up. "Are you all right? Please don't frighten me." Seeing Song Yang faint before her, Wang Yunling was on the verge of tears. "Yunling, it's all right," Han Nuan interjected, gently patting Wang Yunling's shoulder in a bid to comfort her. I believe Song Yang was simply overwhelmed by the 4 soul rings beneath Yilei's feet. In the next instant, she shot a glare at Yilei. The intensity of Han Nuan's gaze startled Yilei, causing even the high temperature radiating from the flame lord behind him to diminish. Yilei hurriedly stepped forward, summoning his blue-silver emperor martial spirit, and gently infused a wave of soul power into Song Yang's body. "There, Yangzi, he is fine now. It seems he was merely startled earlier, and his heart hasn't yet calmed down. A good night's rest will set him right. And he will be as lively as ever by tomorrow," Song Yang retorted. "Yilei, we have been brothers for 2 years. How can you act so unscrupulously?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Wang Yuning finally relaxed her previously tense heart. Yilei cast a glance at Jing Hang, perhaps understanding the situation, and immediately summoned his martial spirit. The long trunk of the elephant entwined around Song Yang's form, lifting him onto the back of the mammoth. Yilei, concerned that Song Yang might accidentally fall from the ice island, swiftly extended a blue-silver royal vine to secure him gently onto the back of the thunder mammoth. The group awaited a moment until the 5 senior students and the team of 9 concluded their meditation before returning to the school together. As they made their way back, Yilei utilized the blue-silver royal vine to drag the corpses of the ice bear, arrowfish, and frenzied rhinoceros. Observing the multitude of soul beast corpses being towed behind Yilei, Chen Tian and the other seniors were left astonished, as they had never anticipated such an operation could be executed in acquiring soul rings here. "Seniors, you can take a portion of these soul beasts with you later. They say the corpses can be sold for money at the base." The 5 of Chen Tian could only nod in stunned agreement, as they had not expected their junior to possess such formidable prowess. In merely one morning, he had hunted down hundreds of soul beasts and even annihilated a branch of the frenzied rhinoceros species. If the professional army from the Elder Hall were to come, they might not even achieve such overwhelming dominance over 100 soul beasts. The group was teleported back to the vicinity of the vortex. However, Yilei did not see any trace of Ma Tianming and his companions. It seemed they had likely returned to the school. Yilei instructed the others to proceed through the vortex first, while he himself, utilizing the blue-silver emperor's vines, slowly dragged the corpse of the white-headed soul beast into the swirling depths. Upon witnessing Han Nuan and the others emerge one after another, the 2 soldiers stationed at the vortex's edge felt no astonishment. However, the moment they beheld Yilei emerging, dragging the body of the 100-headed soul beast, they nearly succumbed to faintness. Yilei, oblivious to the world beyond his window, dragged the corpses of over 100 soul beasts to the soul beast exchange device. He skillfully manipulated the blue-silver emperor vines, casting in all the words of the white taro. Beep, beep, beep. The soul beast exchange device sprang into frenetic action, the coin slot below spewing forth an array of colorful soul coins, yet conspicuously absent were the coveted 1 million essence coins and the 10,000 black soul coins. Nevertheless, a multitude of other soul coins flowed forth. Yilei grasped a substantial handful of coins from the large pile and approached the 5 senior students, Chen Tian among them. "Seniors, these spirit coins are rightfully yours. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Accept them." Without waiting for Chen Tian's response, Yilei divided the large handful of soul coins into 5 portions, placing them into the hands of 5 senior students. Having completed this task, he turned away without a glance and returned to the pile of soul coins, directly storing them in the system space. "All right, let us depart. We shall return to school," he proclaimed. With that, Yilei and the others utilized the teleportation array to return to the school. After bidding farewell to Yilei, Chen Tian and his companions returned to their respective classrooms to continue their studies. Seeing that none of the students who had obtained their spirit rings in the forest had yet returned, Yilei and his companions settled down to rest in the open space before the podium. Seeing that there was ample time, Yilei called a few individuals to gather around him, initiating a meditative practice. He activated his blue-silver domain, channeling its energy to facilitate their cultivation. However, concerned that the brilliance of his blue-silver domain might be overly dazzling, he concealed its radiance, ensuring that onlookers would perceive them merely as a group engaged in meditation. Yilei closed his eyes, embarking on the cultivation of the soul power inherent to the Flame Lord. His ambition was to swiftly elevate his abilities to the same realm as that of the blue-silver emperor, striving at the very least to reach the level of a soul king. Currently, The soul skill he lacked pertained to enhancing his own capabilities. While the Blue-Silver Emperor excelled in control, his Flame Lord martial soul was characterized by explosive power. His first soul skills, Inferno Magma Break and Inferno Magma Charge, could be categorized as explosive techniques, while his second skill, Crimson Rock, served dual purposes of offense and defense, along with some degree of control. Together with his first skill, he had already acquired two distinct soul techniques. Though the Four Flames Heaven domain possessed a certain amplifying ability, it relied on absorbing the soul power of adversaries for enhancement. However, utilizing this skill incurred significant costs, potentially leading to a situation where the energy absorbed from enemies did not compensate for the consumption during combat, resulting only in a limited suppressive effect. Conversely, the Flame Meteor expansion multiplied his attack range several times, yet its effectiveness in battle remained minimal. In his confrontation with the Burning Sky Flame, this skill only served to delay rather than inflict substantial damage. However, this was not the true reason at that time. The combined technique had barely reached 1,000 years in age, equating to merely the average third soul skill attack against 20 Soul Masters and 1 Soul King. Now, however, the situation was markedly different. His strength had fully recovered, and should he employ the Flame Meteor expansion once more, the damage output from two 10,000-year soul skills would far surpass what he had previously unleashed, potentially exceeding fivefold. In a secluded laboratory nestled within the mountains, a man clad in a white coat plunged a needle into the bare torso of a man lying on an iron bed. As an unknown serum coursed into his body, the man suddenly let out a thunderous roar, shattering the iron chains that bound him with his bulging muscles. The flicker of clarity in his eyes faded, replaced by a blood-red gaze. Dark gray hair erupted from his body, and the bones at his fingertips elongated instantaneously, piercing through his skin to transform into sharp claws. From his back sprouted several unknown tails, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, replaced by a singular purple scorpion tail. Splendid. The task entrusted to me by Elder 7 has finally been accomplished. The Soul Beast Blood Serum transformation plan has been realized, he exclaimed, echoing malevolently through the vast corridors of the research facility. P.S. Tomorrow I shall return to school as a volunteer. I must retire early tonight. Chapter 108. The Extraordinary Energy. Splendid. The task assigned by the 7th Elder has finally been accomplished. The Soul Beast Serum Transformation Project is a success. The smile of the man in the white lab coat echoed ominously through the vast corridors of the Research Institute. As time elapsed, over 2 hours passed, and the students who ventured into the mirror world to acquire their soul rings gradually returned to the schoolyard. Oh, look at those individuals on the podium. They appear rather peculiar. Is it not obvious? Those individuals are engaged in cultivation. If my memory serves me correctly, they are the earliest in this cohort to possess soul rings, are they not? Oh, it's them. Well, that's reassuring. Their strength is indeed formidable. I have heard whispers that among them is a soul master with 3 rings, and their soul ring configuration is a striking purple-black. Goodness, that's astonishing. Their third soul skill is a Millennium Grade 1. A Millennium? Is that truly powerful? A delicate voice inquired. Dear sister, a Millennium Grade soul skill. It could annihilate everyone present in an instant, much like harvesting wheat. A young man retorted. Several students began to discuss fervently upon spotting Yi Lei and his companions. At that moment, Fan Tianyin and over 20 instructors returned to the playground. Upon their arrival at the podium, they beheld Yi Lei and the other 16 individuals seated neatly in the empty space before them, adopting meditative postures. These little ones are quite self-disciplined. They are mindful enough to engage in cultivation. Not bad at all. That group of 8 comprises promising talents, especially the girl wielding the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Find a way to recruit her. I wish to personally train her, Fan Tianyin remarked, tilting his head towards the 20 instructors behind him. Yes, sir. They chorused in unison. Wait a moment, their cultivation seems entirely different from that of those other immature brats. I must see what they are actually up to. With that, Fan Tianyin strode directly to the periphery of Yi Lei's blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to reach forward. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the barrier of the domain, a peculiar energy repelled his outstretched palm. Impossible. This cannot be. The pressure emanating from this energy has instilled fear in my Flame Spirit Lion martial soul. As a 5-ring Soul King, I am threatened by this energy. Such positive energy is indeed extraordinary. Fan Tianyin remarked, shaking his throbbing right hand slowly. Elder Fan, what is the matter? Huang Tianwei stepped forward to observe the burning heaven flame and inquired. It was merely the peculiar energy that had shocked his hand, but it was of no consequence. By the way, how's the serum project progressing? Report to Elder Fun. The serum project was successfully completed at 8:30 this morning and is ready for immediate action. Excellent. Once we conclude our affairs here, we shall execute the plan. It is high time we forced him out, and when the moment arrives, we will annihilate him and claim his head. Understood. Meanwhile, as Huang Tianwei conversed with Fan Tianyin, Yilei, who was enveloped in the domain, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with cold, fierce brilliance. Those who dare to strike against me will find no resting place for their remains. With this thought, Yilei closed his eyes once more, yet he did not cease his actions. With a mere thought, the original blue-silver domain vanished in an instant, and a wave of scorching pressure surged directly towards Fan Tianyin. Poof! Fan Tianyin, who had been casually exhaling smoke, suddenly coughed up a mist of blood and then crouched down while clutching his chest. Elder Fan, what is wrong? Huang Tianwei hurriedly approached him, while the other instructors, alerted by the commotion, dropped their half-smoked cigarettes and gathered around. I am uncertain. Just moments ago, a wave of intense pressure struck me, and I sense that its master possesses strength surpassing my own. What? You are a five-ring soul king, and yet the master of that pressure is even stronger than you? Could it be him? At present, we cannot ascertain, but the possibility cannot be dismissed. However, do not his two martial souls each possess only 100-year soul ring? Indeed. That remains one of the greatest doubts. Enough of this for now. Let us prepare for the briefing. Understood. At this moment, Yilei quietly awakened, and he directly transmitted a message into the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your meditation for now. Rise. The group swiftly concluded their contemplation and stood, returning promptly to their respective ranks. P.S. There is one more chapter. Let us strive diligently once more. September 12th, Chapter 109. The conclusion of military training. Yilei quietly awakened at this moment, directly transmitting a message to the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your meditation for now. Rise. The group promptly concluded their contemplation and stood up, returning to their respective ranks. The 20 instructors also returned to their designated squads, standing alongside the assistant instructors of the respective classes. Fan Tianyin ascended the podium and commenced his address. Following the conclusion of his speech, the military training for the day came to a close. In the subsequent days, Yilei and his companions devoted their time primarily to training, with the remainder spent in their dormitory practicing their skills. During this period, Song Yang implored Yilei, expressing his desire for a soul bone. Yilei, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that he had intended to procure a high-quality soul bone for each member of their group of 8. However, he informed Song Yang that while he would indeed assist him in obtaining one, it could not be immediately fulfilled. Due to the unique nature of his Xiao-Hai-Di crocodile martial spirit, the most compatible soul bones could only be found in the ocean, as the soul bones produced by sea soul beasts were the most suited for his martial spirit. Of course, there existed an alternative method to acquire soul bones, namely through the soul bone shop opened by the system. However, the soul bones available there were not as potent as those obtained through hunting soul beasts in reality. He could easily hunt sea soul beasts, thus significantly enhancing the quality of the soul rings and bones they produced. This was a feat that the system's soul bone shop could never surpass. It was not that Yilei was unable to make purchases, but rather that he could not afford them. The cost for a single soul bone there was as high as several 100,000 points, and he currently possessed only a little over 10,000 points. He would need to slay tens of thousands of soul beasts to afford just one soul bone. Given that time, it would be more prudent to seek out high-age soul beasts to hunt, as this would similarly yield high-quality soul bones. The soul bones in the system shop could wait for another time. System, you cannot dismiss me like this. I kindly opened the shop, and you disdain the soul bones I offer. Boo-hoo, I am heartbroken. 5 days later, the military training officially concluded, and Yilei and his companions embarked on their first university class. Time always seems to pass swiftly, and soon it was the annual Teacher's Day. Yilei, Han Wan, Song Yang, and Wang Yunling agreed to return to their school to visit their teachers. On the afternoon of September 10th, with no classes scheduled, the four took a taxi to their high school, Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. Upon returning to the gates of their alma mater, Yilei felt a deep sense of gratitude. After all, it was here that he encountered a remarkable teacher, the very individual who had pulled him from the shadows of bullying he faced in middle school, and it was also where he met someone who stirred his heart. With such cherished memories, how could Yilei not feel thankful? Yilei turned his head and gently took Han Wan's soft, fair hand with his left hand, suddenly feeling the warmth of a large hand grasping hers. Han looked up at the boy standing before her, bathed in sunlight. His face appeared even more radiant and his features more defined. What's wrong? Han lifted her fluffy little head to gaze at Yilei. It's nothing. Returning to campus has merely brought back some fond memories. Yilei said softly. The workday has come to an end. Tomorrow I shall serve as a volunteer. I am quite fatigued. Enough of that. I am off now. September 12th, Chapter 110, The Elders' Assembly in Action. What is it? Han raised her fluffy little head and gazed at Yilei. It's nothing. I have merely returned to campus and reminisced about some cherished memories. Yilei spoke softly. Well, didn't we agree to return to see our teacher? Teacher Huang should be finishing class in about half an hour. Let us wait a bit longer. How about we have dinner together tonight? Just the four of us from high school. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement. Song Yang chimed in from the side. I wholeheartedly support that. All right, I will notify our former classmates right away. The four of them quickly reached a consensus. Yilei then took out his phone and sent a message about the gathering in their previous class group, also sharing the location for the evening's dinner. The moment Yilei and his companions stepped onto the campus, several first-year students, already released from their classes, recognized him at once. Look. Isn't he the legendary figure of our school, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Senior Yilei? Be confident, just remove the knot. If he is indeed Senior Yi, then the person standing beside him must be Senior Han, right? Indeed. The first-year students gazed in admiration at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman entering through the school gates. Yilei, you wander around here for a while. I will head up to surprise Teacher Huang, Han said, wrapping her arm around Yilei's right arm and lifting her delicate face to him. All right, you go ahead. I shall take a stroll around the playground. Yilei reached out to gently caress Han fluffy head, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Han released her grip on Yilei's arm and dashed towards the 6th floor of the teaching building. Yilei gazed at her departing figure and smiled softly. He then slipped his hands into his pockets and made his way toward the school's rooftop playground. As he ascended to the rooftop, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Recalling the moments spent there during his senior year, engaged in spirited games of badminton and various athletic competitions with classmates. Though merely 2 months had passed, those days felt blissfully vibrant in retrospect. Amidst the intense academic atmosphere, the act of playing sports provided a delightful release from stress, a feeling that was simply exquisite. Just as Yilei was lost in these cherished memories, the rooftop playground suddenly began to tremble violently beneath his feet. What was happening? As Yilei reminisced, he was abruptly interrupted by an inexplicable tremor. He steadied himself and cast a vigilant glance around his surroundings. Just then, the mysterious disturbance ceased. And Yilei no longer surveyed the area with watchful eyes. Instead, he closed them once more, savoring the beauty of time. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the expanse of the playground. Yilei abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the anguished cries. A stranger. A male figure had suddenly appeared on the playground. Had it not been for the enormous pit behind him, Yilei might have suspected him of materializing from thin air. The man was bare-chested, his muscular physique accentuated, while his lower limbs, exposed beneath his shorts, were remarkably robust, rendering him a striking figure. However, his towering height reached an astonishing 3 meters. Could this be the Elders' Council's scheme? Observing the emblem tattooed upon the man's back, Yilei spoke coolly. The mark was unmistakably that of a dark green 5-clawed black dragon, the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion under the 7th Elder. It was astounding that the Elder's plan had commenced so swiftly and with precise knowledge of his whereabouts. Clearly, he could not underestimate them this time. With that thought, Yilei began to stride towards the enigmatic man. At that moment, the stranger had his back turned to Yilei, preventing him from witnessing the grotesque countenance that had startled the girl into her earlier shriek. For that face was far from human. It bore fangs, large patches of scaled armor on its cheeks, and eyes of an unnatural blood-red hue. Its hands were adorned with sharp claws. What manner of monster are you? The utterance of monster prompted the stranger to lower his head, directing his bizarre gaze towards the girl seated on the ground. Indeed, it wasn't it, for this man was no longer considered human, but rather a being genetically engineered with the essence of soul beast coursing through its veins. From its tailbone, a dark purple scorpion tail emerged slowly, lifted high above its body, and lunged straight towards the girl's heart. In that instant, the air around them fell into a profound silence. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the purple tail aimed directly at the girl's heart. Terrified, she shut her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain did not come. Gradually, she opened her eyes to behold a wall of crimson stone standing before her, intercepting the scorpion tail's deadly strike. Is it your duty as a man to prey on the weak? A chilling male voice resonated from a distance. The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing Yi Lei with his right hand raised, a surge of crimson energy pulsating within his palm. Observing the purple scorpion tail behind the stranger, Yi Lei displayed a look of intrigue. The Elders' Council is indeed peculiar. Have they engineered such a creature merely to instill fear? Yi Lei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Keep it up. Just 2 more chapters, and you can call it a day. September 13th, Chapter 111, The Annihilation of Humanity in the Elder Hall. Observing the strange man's purple scorpion tail, Yi Lei revealed a curious expression. The Elder Hall truly is a peculiar place. It has crafted such an oddity as you. Could it be that your purpose is merely to frighten others? With a hint of sarcasm, Yi Lei remarked, Senior Yi, this creature appears quite formidable. Shall we not flee? At least we might preserve our lives. A member of the badminton club hastily approached Yi Lei from behind. No need for concern. Allow me to confront it. I am curious to discern whether it is indeed a human or a monster. Yi Lei stamped his right foot with great force, causing the ground beneath him to crack open instantaneously. The Flame Lord's spirit surged forth, while 4 soul rings beneath his feet shimmered with an ominous black glow. At the moment Yi Lei unleashed the soul rings, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Now, I implore you all to vacate the playground at once and gather in the small square beneath the teaching building, where safety will be assured by those present. Yi Lei's voice resonated in the minds of all present on the playground. Upon hearing his words, none of the students dared to disobey. The physical education teacher promptly organized the students to exit the playground in an orderly fashion, leaving the area for Yi Lei and the unfamiliar man. However, not all individuals exhibited the same compliance as the students. A few delinquents from the school remained defiant, hiding in a corner of the playground, ready to record the unfolding events with their phones. Since you have arrived, as a creature that brings calamity to the world, do not think of leaving this place. Allow me the pleasure of dismantling you myself. Yi Lei's gaze gradually turned frigid, and then he pressed down with his right hand, causing the first and second soul rings to illuminate simultaneously. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, the 4 flames of the celestial domain. In an instant, searing magma began to spread from beneath Yi Lei's feet, rapidly engulfing the entire playground, and subsequently, a crimson barrier encased the area within. When the few ruffians realized the peril they were in and attempted to flee, it was already too late. They found themselves ensnared within Yi Lei's domain, utterly immobilized. A feral roar escaped the lips of a stranger, resembling that of a beast, as he summoned his leg muscles to launch himself forcefully against the ground, charging directly at Yi Lei. As he lunged towards Yi Lei, the unfamiliar man raised his clawed hand, unleashing a jade-green wind blade. The wind blade surged swiftly towards Yi Lei, and sensing the tumultuous air elements, Yi Lei furrowed his brow. He recognized this wind blade all too well. The wind blade. The wind element. Could it be the azure white-striped tiger? How could this be possible? Could a human harbor the energy of a 50,000-year-old azure white-striped tiger? This man seemed to possess more than just this one skill. The scorpion tail he had previously released was not merely a manifestation of his martial soul. Considering that he was dispatched from the Poison Dragon Legion under the Elder 7 residents, could it be that the Elder 7 residents had employed human modification techniques, implanting various soul beast serums into the bodies of ordinary humans, resulting in genetic mutations that bestowed this man with soul beast skills associated with the serums? How absurd. Elder Hall, it appears your humanity has been extinguished far sooner than one might have anticipated. Yi Lei did not underestimate his opponent before him. He immediately unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the 1000 June Flame Armor. A crimson stone rose into the air, transforming into the shape of armor that affixed itself to Yi Lei's body, allowing him to withstand the assault of the unfamiliar man's wind blade. The wind blade struck heavily against the armor-clad right arm of Yi Lei, leaving a faint incision upon its surface. To my astonishment, it managed to leave a mark on my 3rd soul skill, the 1000 June Flame Armor. It appears that the Elder Hall has indeed exerted considerable effort to enhance the potency of your serum. Given this, it is now my turn. The soulbone skill of my left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. In an instant, a purplish-black soulbone materialized on Yi Lei's left calf. With swift motion, he kicked his left leg, sending forth countless purple light slashes directly towards the unfamiliar man. The unfamiliar man, undeterred, exhibited a glint of peculiar light in his eyes. Instantly, a surge of earthy energy coalesced around his right leg, He forcefully lifted his foot and stomped it down upon the ground. A resounding boom echoed as the earth beneath him cracked open, with fissures rapidly spreading outward. In that moment, numerous earthen spikes erupted from the ground, soaring into the air, encasing him within. Yilei's soul bone skill could only strike these spikes, producing a cacophony of sounds as they shattered, leaving a scattering of soil. While the earthen spikes continuously emerged, maintaining the unfamiliar man's protective barrier. Since my soul bone skill could not penetrate your defenses, allow me to present you with this technique, my first soul skill, the infernal magma surge. Yilei let out a cold snort, then swiftly struck the ground with a powerful punch, causing the first soul ring beneath his feet to illuminate. In an instant, a colossal column of magma erupted from beneath the feet of the unfamiliar man. As the eruption along the riverside occurred, the man leaped sideways, his entire form shimmering with silver light, vanishing into thin air. The man had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the Elder's Hall had administered a serum from a soul beast possessing cloaking abilities to him? Indeed, it was a remarkable tactic, capable of catching ordinary individuals off guard. However, against me, it would prove futile. The skill from the soul bone of the Spider Emperor, mental hunting ground, was at my disposal. As he stepped forward with his left leg, the entire scene of the playground surged into his mind. Aha, I found you. Prepare to experience this move. Fourth soul skill, Infernal Twin Blades. Yilei let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the fourth soul ring in the sequence illuminated. The ground beneath him erupted into a seething mass of magma. With a fierce stamp of his right foot, the earth beneath him fractured, and a peculiar greatsword adorned with black and red patterns sprang forth from the ground. Yilei grasped it firmly in his hand, then swiftly crouched down, his left hand plunging into the earth to forcibly extract another greatsword bearing the same intricate designs. At that moment, Yilei was clad in a striking crimson armor, wielding two black and red greatswords, and he flashed towards a corner of the training ground. The skill of the armored soulbone, Purgatory Scythe, was unleashed. In an instant, a scythe-shaped soulbone manifested on Yilei's right arm. As the radiant light of the soulbone flickered, it swiftly transferred to the large blade held in his hand. Immediately, both blades ignited with a brilliant crimson glow. Yilei swung his great sword decisively in the direction he had locked onto. In the next moment, two crimson beams of light intertwined, forming an X as they soared forward. There was no time to contemplate invisibility. It was time to embrace the judgment from the abyss. As Yilei's words resonated, the magma-laden ground of the four-fire heaven realm erupted in a tumultuous boil, causing the previously concealed figure of the stranger to materialize once more. A fierce roar, akin to that of a wild beast, reverberated through the air as vibrant hues illuminated the stranger's form, coalescing into a kaleidoscopic barrier that boldly withstood the assault launched by Yilei. With the might of the Thousand June skeletal prowess, he unleashed the devastating Thousand June meteoric flame. With a flicker in his gaze, Yilei's chest manifested a fragment of a soul bone, as a colossal meteorite coalesced in the air and descended heavily upon the unfamiliar man. A resounding crash echoed, sending dust and debris swirling around, while the flames forcefully struck the ground, creating a profound pit. The stranger lay within, yet intriguingly, his original height of 3 meters diminished instantaneously, reverting to that of an ordinary man, as the swollen muscles returned to their initial state. As Yilei discerned the figure lying motionless in the pit, a tremor coursed through his gaze. How could this be? Were you not one of the notorious quintet that terrorized the martial world? What on earth has transpired? Why have you been reduced to this state? After a brief silence enveloped the air, a hoarse voice emerged. Quicken my suffering. It was Elder 7 who abducted us 5, subjecting us to grotesque experiments of bodily modification, injecting us with the serums of various soul beasts. Among us, the 4th has already succumbed to their hands, leaving only the eldest and the remaining 3. The serum administered to our leader is derived from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. He has now become a mere pawn of the Elder Hall. Within the depths of the pit, the man who had regained his consciousness responded to Yilei's inquiry with his rasping voice. Yet, before he could finish his lament, he gasped his last breath, his form dissolving into dust, merging with the soil beneath him. Standing at the edge of the pit, Yilei's countenance darkened as he gazed at the particles blending with the earth, lost in contemplation. The serum modification scheme, as he had described, indicated that 3 similar soul beast hybrids still remained. It seemed evident that the recent disappearance of numerous beings from the riverside forest in the marine biological exhibition was orchestrated by the Elder Hall, who had likely captured them. If I surmise correctly, this man had at least 4 different soul beast serums implanted within him, including that of the azure-striped white forehead tiger I had slain, as well as the bloodthirsty scorpion and the mighty mammoth from the arthropod class. As for the rest, I remain oblivious. Perhaps it is for the best that he met his end, a form of liberation. As for the remaining 3, their emergence is uncertain, but I suspect they too bear similar serums. Moreover, he mentioned that their leader received the most potent serum. My current strength should suffice to confront him, yet, given the Elder Hall's disposition, it is unlikely they would release the remaining soul beast hybrids. Each will likely be stronger than the last. The fact that they dispatched him here suggests their intent to extract my combat data, and I fear they may already possess a portion of it. The impending encounters with the 3 hybrids will undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. Upon contemplation, Yilei shook his head and promptly concluded his soul technique. In an instant, the crimson barrier dissipated, and the ground beneath him returned to its original state, with the deep pit vanishing as well. Having completed his tasks, Yilei descended from the playground and awaited at the base of the classroom building. As the class concluded, the teacher and students exhaled a collective sigh of relief. It is worth noting that the duration of Yilei's battle was neither excessively long nor short. As he reached the foot of the teaching building, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Immediately, a throng of students poured forth from the classrooms on the 5th and 6th floors, stretching and relaxing in the corridor, while some took advantage of the 10-minute break to review their textbooks nearby. Senior Yi, how did it go with that man on the playground? Inquired a student from the badminton club, unable to restrain his curiosity as he approached Yilei. Rest assured, that man was merely a mutated soul awakening, and I have dealt with him accordingly, Yilei reassured. Yilei remarked casually, withholding the man's origins to avoid inciting panic within the school. After all, in his perspective, as soon as the remaining 3 modified individuals made their appearance, he would eradicate them without hesitation, one by one, or 2 for 1. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yilei's eyes, sending a chill down the spine of the junior behind him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Here, take this. Absorb it tonight. Suddenly, with a wave of his right hand, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air and landed in the junior's grasp. Senior Yi. What is this? The junior inquired, bewildered. This is a gift for you. There are 4 more, also meant for you. Before your soul power reaches level 60. These 5 soul rings will endow you with the finest soul skills. Once you achieve that milestone, we can discuss the 6th soul ring together. As he spoke, Yilei waved his right hand once more, and 4 additional soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, flew into the junior's hands. Senior Yi, is it really appropriate? The junior furrowed his brow in concern. What could possibly be inappropriate about this? These soul rings are not difficult to obtain. I have over 100 of them. Yilei smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders, then turned his gaze towards the staircase, watching his students emerge one by one, searching for that familiar figure. After a few seconds, 2 silhouettes stepped out of the teaching building side by side. Upon seeing this, Yilei took a step forward and approached them. Happy Teacher's Day. Teacher Huang. Yilei approached the 2 individuals, addressing one of the women. Huang Xiaoshu, noticing the tall boy walking towards her, smiled and inquired, Yilei, how have you been lately? I'm doing quite well, Teacher Huang. I recall that you are not on duty tonight, correct? Not at all, why do you ask? If that is the case, my high school classmates and I would like to gather for dinner this evening. Would that be acceptable, Teacher Huang? Of course. It is absolutely no problem. In fact, I have been longing to see students from your cohort, as you are the very first class I had the privilege to teach. Huang Xiaoshu replied, beaming as she regarded the 2 students before her with pride. Then, Teacher Huang, shall we be on our way? Yilei has already made the restaurant reservation, Han Nuan said cheerfully, linking her arm with Huang Xiaoshu's as they strolled towards the school gate. Yilei walked behind, observing Han Nuan, who was strolling alongside Huang Xiaoshu with a gentle smile. He then retrieved his phone and sent a message to Song Yang. Old Yang. Han Nuan and I are heading to the restaurant with Teacher Huang now. Would you like to bring Wang Yuning along so the 4 of us can ride together? No need. You 2 can go ahead with Teacher Huang, Wang Yuning, and I will linger around the school for a bit before joining you. All right, just remember, we're in room 381 on the 3rd floor of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Okay. Yilei put away his phone and stepped forward to follow. Yilei escorted the 2 of them into a spacious Mercedes-Benz S-Class business vehicle, which had been dispatched by Yi Junqing. After promptly informing the accompanying driver of the dining location, he settled into the luxurious 9D floating seats in the rear alongside Han Nuan. The trio engaged in light conversation about their recent experiences in the pleasantly cool interior of the car. How has your university life been, Yilei? I trust it is going well. Indeed, it has been quite enjoyable, Teacher Huang. By the way, Teacher Huang, what is your martial soul? Han Wan suddenly inquired. My martial soul? I have yet to summon it, Wang Xiaoshu pondered before responding. Then, teacher, why not give it a try? Han Wan coaxed playfully. Very well. I shall attempt it, Wang Xiaoshu agreed, raising his hands. He began to channel the faint soul power within him, and soon, a soft blue light emerged from his chest, transforming into a deep blue flower before him. The Nine Hearts Begonia, a rare gem among support-type martial souls. Yilei exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Huang, please take good care of these 5 soul rings. This evening, you shall be able to absorb this soul ring. Yilei pointed to a soul ring suspended in midair and addressed Huang Xiaoshu. Teacher, it seems rather inappropriate for you to accept these 5 soul rings without reason. Doesn't he? Rest assured, Teacher Huang, Yilei possesses an abundance of soul rings, came the reply. If you doubt it, just take a look. Han Wan reached out to open the car window, then stood up and unleashed her martial spirit. A deep purple-black hue enveloped her, and 3 soul rings manifested around her waist. The moment Han Wan's martial spirit materialized, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. Fortunately, she had opened the window in advance, otherwise, the confined space would have descended to sub-zero temperatures in an instant. Teacher Huang, behold, these are the soul rings Yilei helped me acquire, significantly enhancing my strength. With that, Han Wan released her martial spirit, and the temperature within the car promptly returned to normal. Yilei then closed the window once more. At this point, Huang Xiaoshu had no further objections and accepted all 5 soul rings. The trio then resumed their casual conversation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the base of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Yilei offered a few words of instruction to the driver before leading Han Wan and Huang Xiaoshu into the hotel. Welcome, young master, greeted the front desk manager upon noticing Yilei's arrival, promptly bowing and inquiring about the number of the private room. Room 381 on the 3rd floor. Certainly. Please follow me. The front desk manager hastily produced a walkie-talkie and issued a command. Attention, attention, the young master has arrived. The message echoed through the hotel, prompting the entire staff to adopt an elevated level of service, as if bracing for a formidable challenge, presenting their utmost professionalism to all patrons dining at the establishment. The sudden shift in the demeanor of the Jinrong Grand Hotel staff left all diners present in a state of astonishment. What is happening here? Why has the attitude of the staff changed so drastically? It wasn't like this just a moment ago. Indeed, the waitstaff were indifferent, fully aware that today marked the high school reunion of their future employer, the young master of the Yi family. To secure their positions, they endeavored to present their most commendable selves, hoping to impress the heir of the Yi family with their dedication. In their minds, a commendable service attitude today could lead to promotions and salary increases. It is noteworthy that a mere front desk attendant at the prestigious 5-star hotel in Rongqing earns nearly 10,000, not to mention those in higher positions. Once settled in the private room, Yilei waved his hand grandly and ordered the hotel's signature dishes without hesitation. After all, this meal would not cost him a dime. He felt free to indulge in whatever he desired, as it was his family's establishment. The revenue was of little concern to them, for the Yi family's enterprises were numerous and money was not an issue. Half an hour later, the remaining students arrived at the hotel suite. Upon entering, they eagerly greeted Huang Xiaoshu, with several girls presenting him with freshly purchased gifts. Yilei couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as the gifts were nothing more than red pens, notebooks, or flowers, reminiscent of the traditional gifts given on Teacher's Day. Yilei recalled his own experiences of gifting, though he had opted for more refined red pens accompanied by an array of refills. When faced with teachers he did not particularly favor, he would simply present a handful of red pens and refills, leaving everything else aside. Surely, the current students' Teacher's Day gifts were not dissimilar. 10 minutes later, Song Yang and Wang Yunning arrived, bearing an array of items far superior to those presented by the female students, exquisite and valuable in nature. Fortunately, during military training, Song Yang had amassed a considerable amount of soul coins, placing him among the wealthier students at school, especially given that there were few items that teachers truly needed. As Yilei sensed the atmosphere had reached its peak, he gestured for everyone to quiet down. Taking a seat, he clapped his hands, and soon, 2 waiters entered in succession. The first waiter wheeled in a large box and announced, "This is the intelligent office chair commissioned by the young master, designed by a renowned foreign master." It possesses the luxurious texture of a sofa and is equipped with a massage function, offering exceptional comfort, making it ideal for Miss Huang's office needs. After completing his introduction, the first waiter bowed and exited, while the second waiter entered with a small cart laden with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. These are specially customized health tea bags prepared by the young master for our hotel. Made entirely from top-quality medicinal ingredients. They are beneficial for beauty enhancement, heat clearing, and fat reduction, perfectly suited to Ms. Huang's office requirements. Once he finished, the second waiter also withdrew from the private room. Huang Xiaoshu gazed at the luxurious office chair and the mountain-like pile of health tea bags, smiling slightly. Yilei, you need not bestow such lavish gifts upon your teacher. As an educator, I have no need for such extravagance. Oh, Teacher Huang, what are you saying? As your very first student, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of gratitude for the 3 years of your nurturing guidance. Please do not decline. Accept these 2 gifts. At the moment Yilei was speaking, the previously closed door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An unexpected visitor appeared at the threshold. Everyone present was startled and turned their gazes toward the entrance, where they beheld a young man of average height and build, sporting a mane of dyed blonde hair. Qintao, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilei's tone immediately turned frigid. P.S. Off work. September 14th, Chapter 116. Where did this dog come from? As Yilei was articulating his thoughts, the previously closed door of the private room was abruptly kicked open with a resounding crash. An unexpected visitor materialized at the threshold. Everyone present was startled, turning their gaze towards the entrance, where they beheld a young man of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair. Qintao, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yilei's tone instantly turned frosty. What? Am I not allowed to attend our high school classmates' first reunion? Qintao remarked with disdain. Yet, how could I forget that someone once voluntarily declared he would never set foot in Class 10 again? He even proclaimed that if he were to go back on his word, he would perform the act of consuming excrement before the entire class. Without lifting his head, Yilei casually picked up a few peanuts with his chopsticks and placed them into his mouth, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Instantly, his words provoked a chorus of laughter from the classmates present. You know what, Yilei? I have long been displeased with your attitude. I am here today solely for my high school diploma. Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not hand it over to me today, do not blame me for being impolite. Qintao exclaimed, his anger flaring as he raised his finger to point accusingly at Huang Xiaoshu. Oh, what a nuisance. So much idle chatter. I am eager to see how you intend to confront Teacher Huang today. Yilei slammed his palm onto the table, causing the entire surface to shudder. Ah, Yilei. I am a formidable soul master from the second ring. Today, I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with your girlfriend, Qintao declared. His voice filled with righteous indignation as he conjured a crimson axe into his right hand. In the next moment, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, materialized beneath his feet. Instantly, everyone in the private room, except for Yilei, Song Yang, and Huang Xiaoshu, was struck with astonishment. Huang Xiaoshu, however, exhibited no surprise upon witnessing Qintao's white and yellow soul rings. Just half an hour earlier, she had observed a far superior soul ring configuration in the van. In comparison, Qintao seemed utterly insignificant before Han Nuan. Yet, she had an unwavering conviction that Yilei's soul ring configuration would undoubtedly surpass Han Nuan's in sheer terror. Alas, yet another reckless individual, with a mere white and yellow soul ring configuration, dares to make a ruckus on my territory. I fear you may not leave this hotel alive. Yilei exerted force with his legs, pushing the chair back and reclining against the chair's backrest, crossing his legs in a relaxed posture while squinting at Qintao, who brandished his axe like martial spirit. You have forced my hand, Yilei. I shall sever your head, he declared. And you, Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not return my diploma today, I shall do the same to you. With that, Qintao charged forward, axe in hand. Witnesses to the unfolding scene dared not intervene, fearful of being caught in Qintao's wrath. In stark contrast, Yilei leisurely sipped from his goblet, appearing utterly unfazed by the menace of the axe. The axe descended with a thunderous sound, slicing through the air, prompting the onlookers to shut their eyes, bracing for a gruesome spectacle. However, after a prolonged silence, Yilei's anguished cries never came. Instead, it was Qintao who yelped in pain. Perplexed, the spectators cautiously opened their eyes to glimpse Yilei, effortlessly pinching Qintao's axe between 2 fingers. No, this is impossible. How can you so easily catch my axe? Qintao exclaimed, bewilderment flooding his expression. He attempted to wrest his weapon from Yi Lei's grasp, but despite summoning all his strength, he found it impossible to free the axe. Why is that? Yi Lei replied, you ought to reflect on your own actions. As for your inability to obtain your diploma, do not expect our teacher Huang to clean up your mess. If you wish to secure your diploma, you must diligently complete and submit your ideological report to the academic office. Otherwise, your diploma shall forever remain at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. Yi Lei held Qintao's axe in one hand while leisurely sipping a beverage with the other, never once sparing a glance in Qintao's direction. This is infuriating. Yi Lei, you have forced my hand. With a surge of frustration, Qintao unleashed his first soul skill, the Magma Blade. The white soul ring shimmered as the axe blade, pinched between Yi Lei's fingers, erupted with a crimson glow, hurtling towards Yi Lei's palm. Just as the light was about to graze Yi Lei's skin, a wave of searing pressure emanated from within him, dispersing the crimson radiance and sending Qintao reeling backwards. With only 2 hours remaining, the day's task must be accomplished. September 15th, Chapter 117. Incoherence. This is intolerable. Yi Lei, you have compelled me. First soul skill, the Magma Blade. Qintao, unable to contain himself any longer, activated his soul power, and the white soul ring flickered once more. The axe blade, still grasped between Yi Lei's fingers, burst forth with a scarlet brilliance, aimed directly at Yi Lei's hand. Just as the light was about to make contact with Yi Lei's skin, an intense pressure erupted from him, shattering the crimson glow and sending Qintao hurtling backwards. This is impossible. How can you? After Qintao stumbled and fell, his axe dissipated, and he pointed a finger at Yi Lei. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the slow emergence of 4 soul rings beneath Yi Lei's feet. The moment Yi Lei's soul rings manifested in the room, even Huang Xiaoshu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She had believed that Han Wan's combination of 3 soul rings, purple, and black, was formidable, yet she was unprepared for the sight of Yi Lei's 4 soul rings, each a deep black signifying 10,000 years. This indicated that with Yi Lei's prowess, even several Qintaos would be no match for him. So, Qintao, what do you intend to do? Decapitate me? I had already afforded you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. Now it is my turn. Someone, take him away. At this command, Yi Lei's voice swiftly reached the ears of the security personnel on the 3rd floor. The guards shuddered, and upon realizing it was their young master's voice, they rushed to the private room 381 where Yi Lei resided. You lot, swiftly remove him from my presence and summon Manager Zhang to see me. Yi Lei languidly reclined in his chair, sipping on his beverage as he spoke. Yes, young master. 2 security guards swiftly approached, one on each side, escorting Qintao out. Regardless of his struggles, they unceremoniously hurled him to the entrance of the Jinrong Hotel. Qintao landed heavily at the hotel's doorstep, grimacing as he rubbed his backside before rising to his feet. He extended a finger toward the 2 guards, unleashing a torrent of curses, even invoking the names of their ancestors. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions darkened, yet they restrained themselves from succumbing to the urge to retaliate against Qintao. After a few moments, the front desk manager emerged, whispering a few words into the ears of the 2 guards. Upon hearing this, they promptly stepped forward, dragging Qintao into the hotel's underground parking garage, where his piercing cries soon echoed through the dimly lit space. You called for me. Is there something you need? 5 minutes later, a distinguished man clad in a bespoke white suit appeared at the entrance of box 381. Manager Zhang, I summoned you here to discuss that man who appeared in our box today, Qintao. You know what needs to be done, don't you? Yi Lei indulged in exquisite delicacies, scarcely glancing at the entrance. Zhang, the manager stationed there, promptly grasped the underlying significance of Yi Lei's words and quietly exited the private room, gently closing the door behind him. Once outside, Zhang retrieved his mobile device and composed a message, dispatching it forthwith. The young master has decreed that from this day forth, the gentleman depicted in the photograph, along with his relatives, are prohibited from entering any hotel within Rongqing. Should any establishment dare to admit them for dining, it would be tantamount to declaring enmity against our Jinrong Grand Hotel and the Yi family. After sending the message, Zhang returned his phone to his pocket and resumed his duties. Xiaowu, instruct the kitchen to expedite a new dish we developed today to room 381. Also, ensure that each guest in room 381 receives a portion of our dessert. Remember, it must be done swiftly. Zhang then made his way to the kitchen entrance, summoning a rotund chef with a beer belly and issuing his commands. The chef, well aware of the significance of room 381, nodded vigorously in agreement and hurried back to his station, directing his team of cooks. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. After the gathering concluded, Yilei dispatched a driver to safely escort Huang Xiaoshu to the foot of her building. Taking into account Qin Tao's earlier behavior, Yilei also assigned 5 personnel from the Yi family security company to vigilantly guard Huang Xiaoshu's residence overnight. Even during her attendance at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School, 2 security guards would remain discreetly stationed to protect her, though those details would unfold later. As he watched the business vehicle disappear into the distance, Yilei remarked with a hint of disappointment, "Alas, today's delightful gathering has been marred. Even the finest ingredients failed to yield their expected flavors. How about we venture to the nearby food street by the school for a bite?" Han Wan affectionately clung to Yilei's arm, gently shaking it while gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Well, how could I possibly be unaware of the thoughts of this little foodie? Wouldn't you agree?" Yilei extended another hand, gently rubbing the soft flesh on Han Wanqiao's abdomen with his fingers. "Hiki, lazy, are Yuning and I going or not? We had quite a hearty meal last night, so we'll head back to school first." As she spoke, Song Yang took hold of Wang Yuning's small hand and smiled. "All right, I won't disturb the two of you strolling down the road. See you in the dormitory tonight." With that, the 4 of them parted ways, heading in different directions. "Yilei, did you know? My soul power has already reached level 36. I believe it's because you absorbed that 50,000-year-old mimic soul ring. And over the past couple of days, you have absorbed a substantial amount of energy within my blue-silver domain." "Hiki, you guessed it right." As Yilei and Han Wan strolled hand in hand down the street, their interaction was tender and intimate. Observing Han Wan, who appeared as cold as ice in front of others yet revealed a cute and delicate side when with him, Yilei couldn't help but flash a radiant smile. His eyes filled with adoration. Under the moonlight, they walked side by side, surrounded by a flurry of pink bubbles. In Rong City, within a vast office, an elderly man with silver hair sat at an ornate wooden desk, perusing the documents in his hand. "Elder 7, he addressed. "We have received news from the Burning Sky Flame." "Oh, do tell," he replied. A few days prior, their project on soul beast modifications had been successfully completed, with 4 out of 5 experimental subjects thriving. The one that failed had been discreetly eliminated. This afternoon, they dispatched the 4th experimental subject to acquire combat data on the young man with the surname Yi. The combat data has been transmitted to your exclusive mobile device. Elder 7, please check it." The senior assistant opened the office door and approached Elder 7's desk, presenting another document. Now that the combat data has returned, what of the 4th experimental subject? Elder 7 continued to focus on his papers without lifting his head. The 4th experimental subject has perished, leaving no trace behind. "Dead, you say? No matter, our experiment has succeeded. We can simply capture a few homeless individuals off the streets for further modifications." "Yes, Elder 7. I shall instruct immediately to find 10 homeless individuals for the soul beast modification project. I believe that one day, your modified army will become magnificent." "Very well. You may leave now." "Understood." At Rome University, outside the school gates, someone asked, "Wanner, would you like to maximize the attack strength of your second soul skill?" As Yilei and Han Wan just crossed the school gate, Yilei suddenly turned his head and inquired, "Isn't it true that to enhance the attack strength of my second soul skill, I would need to absorb soul rings of corresponding ages?" Han Wan raised her delicate face, puzzled by the question. "Well, that could be one way to look at it, but your second soul skill is derived from the Millennium Magic Pupil Ice Kite, a spirit beast of the mental attribute. Furthermore, your second soul skill has inherited the attack methods of the Magic Pupil Ice Kite. However, mental attribute spirit beasts are quite rare. I happen to possess a unique technique that can significantly enhance the attack power of your second soul skill. Would you be interested in learning it?" At this moment, Yilei created a sense of suspense, gazing at Han Wan with a cheerful smile. "Really? I want to go. I want to learn." Upon hearing that there was a secret skill to enhance her second soul skill, Han Wan looked at Yilei with eager, starry eyes. "Rest assured, I will definitely teach you this. Now, listen carefully. This secret skill is called the Purple Extreme Demon Eye." "The Purple Extreme Demon Eye? What is that?" "It sounds incredibly powerful. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is one of the top secret techniques from a sect known as the Tang Clan. When you master the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, you will gain an additional skill that allows you to attack with your eyes, wielding formidable power." Yilei tilted his head slightly, smiling as he spoke. He then continued to recite verbatim the secret technique recorded in the Tang sect's sacred texts, the Purple Extreme Demonic Eyes. This method of eye training known as the purple extreme demonic eyes, involves cultivation during the fleeting moment when the sun rises and the purple aura flows eastward, greatly enhancing one's visual acuity. It bestows unparalleled observational prowess, enabling the practitioner to inflict mental harm upon adversaries. One can perceive distant landscapes and scrutinize minute details. The purple extreme demonic eyes are categorized into 4 levels: the comprehensive view, the subtle insight, the mustard seed, and the vast horizon. The effects are as follows. Comprehensive view significantly enhances vision, allowing for a clear grasp of every existing detail. Subtle insight provides even clearer vision, with a richer understanding of details, enabling the practitioner to process everything before them at a slowed pace, allowing for rapid responses. Mustard seed, externally. One's eyes emit a purple golden radiance. From the practitioner's perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can unveil faint traces of dust. Long passages of text drifted through the air into Han Nuan's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned and unable to respond. Yilei, could you please repeat that secret technique? I didn't quite understand it. Han Nuan tilted her head, gazing at Yilei with eager anticipation. Of course, no problem at all. Here, I'll lend you this Tang sect sacred text. You can meticulously study all the secret techniques it contains. It will be immensely beneficial for your future battles. As he spoke, Yilei flipped his right hand, retrieving the Tang sect's sacred text stored in the system space, and handed it to Han Nuan. Nuaner, I must emphasize that this Tang sect sacred text must not be seen by outsiders. The techniques recorded within are unparalleled in this world, originating from the Douluo continent. If outsiders were to learn these secrets, it could have significant repercussions for us, Yilei said with a serious expression after Han Nuan accepted the sacred text. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I won't let anyone, including Wang Yunling and the others, discover this book, Han Nuan replied, smiling as she stored the ancient tome away, her gaze fixed on Yilei. P.S. Keep it up. Just 2 more chapters to go. September 16th, Chapter 120. Not bullying you. Warm-hearted, let me make this clear. The secrets contained within the Tang sect's ultimate teachings must not be exposed to outsiders. After all, the esoteric methods recorded within are unparalleled in this world, originating from the Douluo continent. Should outsiders acquire knowledge of these clandestine techniques, it could have a profound impact on us. Upon receiving the ancient text from Yilei, he continued with a grave expression, All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure that this book remains undiscovered by outsiders, including Wang Yunling and the others. With a smile, Han Nuan tucked the tome away and gazed at Yilei. Now, it's getting late. Let's return to the dormitory and rest. Oh, by the way, within the Tang sect's ultimate teachings, you only need to master the purple extreme magic eye, the ghost shadow steps, and the 100 techniques of hidden weapons. Ghost shadow steps? 100 techniques of hidden weapons? What are those? Han Nuan inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Yilei. The ghost shadow steps are a peculiar form of movement encapsulated within the Tang sect's teachings. Once you perfect this secret method, you will possess an agile form in battle, which will greatly aid you. As for the 100 techniques of hidden weapons, you can utilize the feather-like ice blades released by your first soul skill, Ice Feather, as hidden weapons, allowing you to inflict silent harm upon your foes. Yilei elucidated the matter, and Han Nuan finally displayed an expression of realization. Subsequently, she adorably nodded her head and obediently remarked, I understand now. Yilei felt a soft pang in his heart upon hearing her response, and guilt extended its hands, gently grasping Han Nuan's delicate face, beginning to playfully torment it. Yilei, what are you doing? Han Nuan's soft visage bore faint red marks from Yilei's playful grip, and she raised her tiny fist to rain down blows on his solid chest. Observing Han Nuan's little fist falling upon him, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle. After all, her playful attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. With the absorption of his third soul ring, his physical strength had surged to several times that of an ordinary person. Han Nuan was well aware of this, which is why she infused a hint of her feeble soul power into her punches. However, upon making contact with Yilei's chest, that slight energy dissipated like a drop in the ocean. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Nuaner. It's getting late, you should head back. I'm angry. I don't want to talk to you. Han Nuan pouted, turning her back to Yilei, her voice filled with indignation. Her sulky demeanor tempted Yilei to extend his mischievous hand once more, but a sense of conscience restrained him from succumbing to that impulse. Instead, He gently placed his large hand on her fluffy head, affectionately giving it a little ruffle. Come now, don't be upset. It's late. Let's return to the dormitory. We have class in the morning. Yilei's eyes were filled with tenderness. Humph, seeing your sincere attitude towards admitting your mistakes, I suppose I shall reluctantly forgive you, she said. Turning away, Hanwhan faced Yulei, flashed a bright smile, and then, cradling the Tongman's ultimate skills, skipped joyfully towards the girls' dormitory. Yilei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she hopped joyfully, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. He recalled Hanwhan's expressions from earlier, and an overwhelming urge to grasp her head and trace the outline of her lips surged within him. The mere thought made him hastily shake his head, attempting to dislodge the inappropriate thoughts cluttering his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? One is still so young, perhaps in a few more years. Hebehe. Just as he managed to regain his composure, Yulei found himself spiraling back into those thoughts, prompting him to vigorously shake his head once more. P.S. Keep going, just one more chapter. Let us wrap this up within half an hour. September 16th, Chapter 121. Campus Forum. Yilei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she hopped away, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. Reflecting on Hanwhan's expressions from earlier, he felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her head and playfully outline the shape of her lips. Just the thought of it made him hastily shake his head, trying to dispel the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? Nwaner is still so young. Perhaps I should wait a few more years before. Just as he managed to regain his composure, his mind wandered again, prompting him to shake his head vigorously in a bid to clear it. Not far away, within a teaching building, a faint glimmer of light flickered behind a window. September 11th. Early morning. Yilei was roused by his 3 roommates. What are you all doing? It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Can't you allow me to sleep a little longer? Yilei sat on his bed, bleary-eyed as he gazed at the 3 individuals standing on the floor. Lazy, quickly check the campus forum, Song Yang said, holding his phone and not lifting his head. Yilei, bewildered, glanced at his phone, but after a moment of contemplation, he returned to bed, yearning to indulge in a brief slumber. Alas, I pondered, Yilei, how can you remain indifferent to the fact that you and Hanwhan have made headlines on the campus forum? Do you truly care so little for your own reputation? The truth is, Hanwhan and I are already in a romantic relationship, and since I have yet to officially announce it within the university, his actions have inadvertently aided my cause. Enough of this. Let me steal a bit more rest. Yilei, feeling exasperated, turned over in bed and spoke with a hint of morning irritation. Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals beneath the bed displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, it seemed there was no reason for their haste. It was truly perplexing how that group of individuals perceived the situation, after all. Yilei was merely engaging in a normal romantic relationship, yet they accused him of usurping their girlfriends. Such absurdity. Moreover, those girls were particularly vicious in their tirades, mercilessly berating Yilei's partner, calling her derogatory names. It was baffling how they justified their claims, insisting they were the true undisclosed girlfriends of Yilei, as if he would ever be interested in them. Having expressed their grievances, the 3 continued to unleash their frustrations on their phones, launching into a heated exchange with the trolls on the campus forum. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Hanwhan posted several photographs chronicling her relationship with Yilei on the forum. Instantly, the more unhinged students, upon viewing Hanwhan's photos, spiraled into a frenzy. Several girls flocked to her account, hurling insults, while a few rational voices emerged among them, wishing happiness for Yilei and Hanwhan. Hey, guys, that Yilei lives right next door in my dorm. Let us go give him a beating, shouted one. Count me in, added another. That Yilei is in room 408. Before long, dozens of boys from different grades congregated outside Yilei's dormitory. One particularly aggressive athlete kicked down the door, storming inside. The 3, still battling with the trolls on their phones, were startled by the loud crash of the door against the wall. Turning stiffly, they were met with a throng of boys at the entrance. Which one of you is Yilei, the one who stole my girl? Come out, or I swear I'll make your life miserable at this school, demanded the ringleader, brimming with arrogance. In that moment, Song Yang and his friends felt a chill run down their spines. That was quick, remarked Jing Hang. Huh. It seems you're the one who won to survive here, retorted Song Yang. Now we have just cause to retaliate, added Chen Sitsuan. Honestly, what does their relationship have to do with you? Do you wish to play the role of a love rival? They've been together for over 2 years. How could that be considered stealing your girlfriend? You've barely met our sister-in-law a few times, yet you dare claim her as your friend. How ridiculous. Perhaps you should seek help. It might improve your future. Song Yang and his companions took turns berating the athletic student, rendering him utterly speechless. Regardless, I, Wang Ba, have set my sights on a woman, and she is mine, regardless of whether she has a boyfriend. You three should swiftly remove yourselves from my presence. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences of my fists, for it would be unfortunate if you were harmed. With a confident shake of his wrist, Wang Ba declared, a towering figure of a 2-meter-tall gorilla materializing behind him. However, at the moment his martial spirit appeared, no soul rings manifested. Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that someone without even a single soul ring can best the three of us? The expressions of Song Yan and his companions turned icy as they unleashed their own martial spirits, causing 3 massive beast spirits to emerge within the room, accompanied by 6 faintly purple soul rings. Indeed, 6 purple soul rings. During the midpoint of military training, both Jing Heng and Chun Si had successfully elevated their soul power to level 20, with Yilei assisting them in selecting the most suitable soul beasts. Furthermore, after absorbing a 50,000-year-old soul bone, Jing Heng's soul power surged dramatically, making him the 3rd strongest among the 8-member group, surpassed only by Yilei and Han Yuan. Thus, at the moment his martial spirit was revealed, the room was instantly filled with visible sparks of electricity. In stark contrast, Wang Ba and his companions, who had not released their martial spirits, were left yelping from the electric shocks in the air. Huh, you 3 merely possess 2 purple soul rings. Regardless, I care not. That fellow named Yilei must be separated from the school flower Han Yuan until I tire of her, and then I shall return her, ha ha. Dare to say that again. As Wang Ba pondered those disturbing images, a sudden voice echoed, accompanied by a wave of dread that pressed ominously towards the dormitory door. Startled by this unexpected force, Wang Ba found himself collapsing onto the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he raised his hand to wipe away the perspiration and attempted to rise, a shimmering silver spear plunged abruptly between his legs. Faced with the sudden appearance of the spear, Wang Ba was nearly overwhelmed with terror, causing another wave of cold sweat to break forth upon his brow. Weren't you so bold just a moment ago? Why do you falter now? Yilei's figure suddenly emerged behind Song Yang and the others, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Ba and his companions standing at the dormitory entrance. Ah, so you're the one they call Yilei. Are you? From this day forth, you shall relinquish Han, the campus beauty, to me for a week. How does that sound? He taunted. You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Do you think you have the right to meddle with my woman? It seems you are intent on making your stay at this school unbearable. As Wang Ba's words resonated, the ferocity in Yilei's eyes intensified. You dare suggest that I, Wang Ba, should find it difficult to navigate this school because of you? You, a mere pretty boy, are you even worthy of such a claim? One should draft their words before speaking. Do you not understand that? At this moment, Wang Ba also rose to his feet, a smug expression adorning his face as he regarded Yilei. If I am unworthy, then what of you? Yilei pushed aside the trio of Song Yang, taking a decisive step forward. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blue-silver tyrant spear, previously embedded in the ground, instantly returned to his grasp. Gripping the spear tightly, Yilei thrust it forward, the gleaming silver tip now aimed menacingly at Wang Ba's throat. You despicable wretch. No one in this world is worthy of honor but me. I implore you to leave this instant. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to add another's blood to the blue-silver tyrant spear. As he spoke, a surge of energy coursed through him, and 6 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, hovering around his waist. 6 rings of a soul emperor? How is this possible? You are merely an 18-year-old youth. Why do you possess 5 10,000-year rings and 100,000-year ring? This defies all logic. Wang Ba was utterly panicked, gazing at Yilei in disbelief. How can it not be possible? In this vast world, wonders abound. What of it if I am a soul emperor with 6 rings? And you, heed my warning, depart swiftly, lest I have to repeat myself. When Yilei responded to Wang Ba, he shouted directly at the group of boys behind him, causing them to scatter immediately, leaving only Wang Ba alone in the scene. After the boys fled in all directions, Wang Ba attempted to turn and escape as well. But Yilei's haunting voice rang out once more. What? After humiliating someone, you wish to flee? If I do not make you pay a price today, I shall not bear the surname Yi. As he spoke, countless blue-silver royal vines emerged, replacing the damaged dormitory door and blocking the entrance. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. We gentlemen settle disputes with words, not fists. Today, you are in the wrong, so please, do not hold it against me, all right? Not hold it against you. Very well, then today I shall take something of yours, and I shall not hold it against you. Seeing his plan succeed, Yilei's lips curled into a broad grin. What? What is this? At this moment, Wang Ba had abandoned his previous arrogance. Casting a look of ingratiation towards Yilei. Your lifeline. You claim to have a penchant for women. So I shall confiscate your instruments of seduction and observe how you intend to proceed. Yilei's words left Wang Ba and Song Yang utterly astounded. In that moment, Song Yang and his companions realized that the senior before them had truly touched Yilei's Achilles heel. However, they refrained from speaking, recognizing that a scoundrel who revels in womanizing deserved to have his tools of mischief confiscated. What do you mean by wanting my vital essence? What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba erupted in fury. After all, during his time at Rome University, he had changed friends as frequently as weekly and had engaged in countless escapades. To have his vital essence seized meant he could no longer indulge in his pursuits. Thus, Wang Ba decided to stand his ground, believing that within the confines of the school, Yilei was of no consequence to him. Very well, if you are unwilling to comply, I shall resort to different means. Yilei scoffed. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. With that, Yilei activated the blue-silver domain and struck Wang Ba squarely across his ample face. As Yilei made his move, the other three hesitated but soon joined in. Song Yang wielded a crocodile tail, striking Wang Ba in the abdomen, causing him to crash against the blue-silver emperor that Yilei had employed to barricade the door, only to be rebounded by its remarkable resilience and tumble heavily to the ground. Jing Hang was equally unrelenting, unleashing a net imbued with faint lightning that ensnared Wang Ba, eliciting cries of distress from him. Meanwhile, the neighboring dormitory was filled with confusion over the source of such agonizing screams. I was uncertain myself. It seemed a group of upperclassmen had come to confront someone named Yilei, and shortly thereafter, the throng had dispersed, leaving only one named Wang Ba behind. The anguished cries undoubtedly belonged to him. I had long heard whispers that this Wang Ba changed girlfriends weekly and had lured numerous young women into his schemes, including some from our own cohort. Such a person was undoubtedly a cad. After dalliance, he would sever ties, and when the jilted girls sought to reason with him, he would threaten them with secretly recorded videos and images, leaving them no choice but to let matters rest for the sake of their dignity. Now, that scoundrel Wang Ba had crossed paths with the mightiest warrior of our year, Yilei, and it seemed his fate was to face dire consequences. The individuals in the surrounding dormitories listened with a mixture of astonishment and concern to the anguished cries emanating from Yilei's room. After a span of several minutes, the cacophony of screams finally subsided. Yilei then removed the blue-silver emperor vine that had served as a makeshift door, and the three of them, having donned their attire, emerged together. Behind them, the formidable Wang Ba Bei, devoid of any bruises or marks, was being dragged out by Yilei, who held onto his ankle with a blue-silver emperor vine. Yilei was also quite straightforward, unceremoniously tossing Wang Ba at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, before heading to the cafeteria with Song Yang and the others without a backward glance. Sigh, Yilei, when you were thrashing that scoundrel Wang Ba, why did you activate your blue-silver domain? Activating my blue-silver domain was a concession to him. My blue-silver emperor martial soul possesses a unique skill, known as wildfire that cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings it back to life. In other words, this skill grants me the power of self-healing. As long as there are any wounds on my body, within the confines of my blue-silver domain, they will heal over time. Oh, I see now. Yilei, you activated the blue-silver domain to prevent that scoundrel from reporting you afterward? Wouldn't that mean that within your domain, any injuries he sustains would be restored to their optimal state under the influence of its energy? Thus, giving him a beating actually benefited him. He would absorb the energy of my domain, greatly enhancing his own cultivation. However, I have left my blue-silver emperor mark within him. Should he continue to wreak havoc on those girls as he did before, the mark will instantaneously lead to his demise. As Yilei spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. However, I granted him 3 opportunities. Should he attempt to deceive any girl, the mark would render him instantly unconscious. After 3 chances, his demise would be inevitable. P.S. There is one more chapter. I must rise early tomorrow. September 17th, Chapter 124, Official Announcement. Yilei's explosive demise. Would that not be excessively cruel? Songyang inquired with a hint of anxiety. Cruel? It suffices that I have not left the Flame Lord's mark within his body. Had I done so, With his guerrilla martial spirit, he would scarcely endure 5 hours. Once the time elapsed, his body would commence spontaneous combustion, and within 10 seconds, he would be reduced to ashes. Yilei spoke expressionlessly. Immediately, the 3 individuals beside him were taken aback, as they too felt that leaving the blue-silver emperor's mark within that despicable creature was a rather lenient fate. If he cherished the opportunity, he would survive. However, neglecting it would only lead to his demise. With this thought, Song Yang and the others ceased to ponder the matter further. After dining with Yilei at the cafeteria, they hastily made their way to the classroom for their lessons. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the boys' dormitory, Wang Ba lay on the ground, appearing quite unwell. At that moment, a classmate happened to exit the dormitory and rushed over to assist him. "Hey, what's going on, Ba Ge? Why are you lying here? Didn't you just say you were going to teach that junior who stole your potential girlfriend a lesson? Did he beat you up? Don't even mention it." That junior turned out to be a soul emperor with 6 rings, and to make matters worse, he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. I just asked him about it, and he gave me a thorough beating in his dormitory. Oh my, it truly felt like I was dying from the pain. Just then, as Wang Ba attempted to move his painfully bruised neck, he realized there was no sensation of pain whatsoever. Skeptically, he touched his abdomen, where Song Yang's tail had struck him, only to find the same absence of discomfort. How is this possible? Why am I devoid of any pain? This defies logic. Wang Ba let out an anguished cry to the heavens, for he had anticipated leveraging the scars of his life to extort from Yilei. Yet now he found not a single mark on his body, not even the slightest ache from where he had been struck. It was enough to incite his fury. "Ah, Yilei, since the campus forum is buzzing with news about the 2 of you, how will you handle it? What else can be done?" "It will undoubtedly be the simplest and most direct approach. Since Nuanyuan has already made an official announcement, I shall follow suit. I can simply declare it on the campus forum. After all, I am the only one yet to respond." "True enough. I am certain there are quite a few extreme girls on your sister-in-law's side as well, but they would never dare approach within 5 meters of her. After all, the cold aura she emanates is intolerable, even for us. Haha, not just you all, even I, possessing a fire element soul, could only endure a minute beneath her extreme ice. The elemental clash between fire and ice is not something I am unfamiliar with. Just a month ago, while assisting my mother in hunting for a second soul ring, I was injured due to my overconfidence by a dying soul beast. It was an exquisite ice-type soul beast, and fortunately, I still possess the blue-silver emperor soul. Otherwise, I might still be nursing those old wounds." Yilei chuckled softly. Rongchen, in the ancestral home of the Yi family, Tang Yuqing, sitting on the sofa indulging in fruit while watching a television drama, inexplicably sneezed. With a puzzled expression, she rubbed her nose and remarked, "What is going on? Why did I suddenly sneeze? Wait a minute, it must be Yi Junqing playing tricks on me again. He can forget about sharing my bed tonight." After voicing her thoughts, Tang Yuqing resumed her enjoyment of the fruit and the show. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing, toiling relentlessly at the Yi group, faced the consequences of his playful antics. P.S. Off work. September 16th, Chapter 125, A Lawless Place. Yi Junqing exclaimed, "Yilei, you wretched boy, after I have nurtured you for 18 years. Is this how you choose to repay me? Because of you, I am unable to sleep tonight. Just wait until your holiday. I shall see how I deal with you." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Yilei's left hand moved frantically over his phone, while Song Yang and the others seated beside him remained utterly oblivious to his actions. Yet, they refrained from inquiring, as they could surmise that Yilei was likely contemplating the official announcement for the campus forum. As expected, once Yilei completed his task and set down his phone, the devices of Song Yang and the others chimed in unison. "Let me take a wild guess. Yilei, have you just posted the official announcement on the campus forum? Is there any need for guessing, Jinghang? The impact of this situation is monumental. Just look at how many boys caused a ruckus in our dormitory this morning." Yilei surely did not wish to keep it under wraps any longer, so he seized this moment to make the announcement. "Indeed. Yilei, do you believe we are correct in our assessment?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. Given that someone has surreptitiously snapped photos of Nuanyuan and me, inadvertently igniting our popularity on campus, I thought it prudent to fan the flames further by making the announcement now. It serves to extinguish the misguided aspirations of those with ulterior motives." Yilei sipped his salty porridge and spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Song Yang and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, then simultaneously reached for their phones, opening the campus forum. At the top of the forum was a freshly updated post that, within mere 2 minutes, garnered thousands of views, with the comments section filled with several hundred responses. Song Yang casually clicked on one to take a glance, but was immediately incensed by the remarks within. How could this Han Wan possibly be worthy of our campus heartthrob you? Her face is undoubtedly artificial. Agreed. Ladies, I have her information. I'll send each of you a copy later. Let us track her down. Oh, Yilei, the situation here isn't looking good. There are numerous extreme comments from girls beneath your post, disparaging your girlfriend. What can we do? Are we supposed to crawl through the internet and give them a beating? Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Since they dare to insult my girlfriend, they should be aware that the internet is not a lawless realm. Do they think they can slander others online without facing legal consequences? In half an hour, they will receive a letter from Yi's family's attorney. I intend for them to face the law. With that, Yilei calmly finished his last spoonful of porridge, standing up straight. Instantly, Song Yang and his friends felt the temperature around them rise several degrees. Although they had been in an air-conditioned room, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Seeing this, they hurriedly finished their breakfast and followed Yilei out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Sai Nguanjie, he has posted a status. He officially announced your relationship on the campus forum. Luo Yun exclaimed, glancing at her phone. I say, Xiao Luo Yun. Isn't it great that my brother-in-law has declared his love? Exactly. In my view, this is just a matter of everything being in place, waiting for the right moment. I believe Nguanjie and my brother-in-law are just waiting for the person who took the photos to release them. By announcing it now, they can put an end to those boys' hopes. I heard from the boys in our class group that this morning, a senior from the third year barged into my brother-in-law's dorm and got a good beating for his trouble. All right, you three need to drop this topic. Let it go. Focusing on our studies is what matters most right now, Han Wan said, poking her head out from the restroom, addressing the chattering trio. Nguanjie is right. We came to university to learn skills diligently, but it seems to me that Nguanjie could do just fine without attending university, Luo Yun said, shaking her small fist and flashing a cute smile. That makes sense. Xiao Na and Wing Yuning chimed in unison after pondering for a moment. What do you mean it makes sense? You three shouldn't say such things. Han Wan peeked out of the restroom once more, her face adorned with a blush as she addressed the three individuals present. The sight of her crimson cheeks sparked uncontrollable laughter among them. Retreating back into the restroom, she continued to wash her face, yet the flush on her cheeks lingered. Although her roommates were merely jesting, the underlying question they posed was indeed worthy of contemplation. After all, the financial prowess behind her and Yilei rendered any future worries about sustenance utterly unfounded. Yilei, in particular, hailed from the esteemed Yi family, one of the most prominent clans in Longcheng, with assets that ranked among the highest in the nation. Should all their ventures be converted to monetary value, they could easily sustain several generations without concern for their basic needs. Furthermore, Yilei possessed a substantial amount of golden soul coins, which, when converted to RMB, would likely surpass the total wealth of the Han family. Yet, what purpose did it serve to dwell on such thoughts? After all, I am not the type of individual who relies on familial wealth to lead a life of idleness. I aspire to forge my own path and create a meaningful existence. With a determined shake of her head, Han Wan resolved to focus on addressing the unexpected blemishes that had appeared on her face overnight. Uncle Wang, I will send you a list shortly. Please assist me in identifying the individuals behind those IP addresses and send them each a legal letter. I will provide the content of the letter in an image afterward. Seated in the classroom, Yilei typed rapidly on his device. And after dispatching the message to his lawyer, he turned to his companions beside him. Brothers, I implore you to help me track down those IDs that have slandered both me and Han Wan on the forum. Remember, leave no stone unturned. Any who have insulted us must be accounted for. Compile a list of names, one by one. As he spoke, Yilei produced 8 sheets of A4 paper, distributing 2 sheets each to Song Yang and the others. The group exchanged knowing nods, and in unison, they retrieved their smartphones and black pens, commencing their search. Before long, half a page was filled with densely packed ID accounts. Yilei remained diligent, lowering his head to glance at his phone before diligently inscribing yet another ID account on the paper. Since this issue had escalated from the previous night to the morning, the derogatory comments alone numbered in the thousands. It took the quartet 2 class periods to compile a list of the qualifying ID accounts, followed by a statistical summary, which they promptly photographed and sent to lawyer Wang. Then, to the astonishment of Song Yang and the others, Yilei executed an astonishing act. He transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. Greetings, esteemed seniors and newly enrolled students of Rongda. I'm Yilei, the individual who gained notoriety on the campus forum last night. I am certain many of you wish to find ways to obstruct my relationship with my girlfriend, Han Wan. However, I fail to comprehend why, as we have been together for over 2 years, and our romance is not a matter for your concern. Therefore, should anyone continue to slander or defame me and Han Wan on the campus forum, I shall treat all offenders equally. Regardless of whether you hail from a humble background or a prosperous one, you will receive a warning letter from my lawyer. I am also aware that among you, some senior males may be discontented. However, your discontent matters not. If anyone wishes to confront me, you are welcome to approach me in person. As long as you can endure my presence for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall grant you a moment to speak. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with that senior named Wang Ba. With that, the transmission concluded, and Yilei maintained a nonchalant demeanor. After all, no one in the entire school could withstand his presence for even half a stick of incense, let alone a full one. Thus, he suggested that only those shameless enough to seek him out should refrain from resorting to force to resolve their issues. Well done, Lei. Your spiritual voice transmission is sufficiently intimidating. Indeed, and with your prowess, even the Elders' Hall may struggle to endure your presence for half a stick of incense. Ah, please remove the word struggle. Yilei chuckled softly and spoke. P.S. There's one chapter left until the end of the workday. Let us keep pushing. September 18th, Chapter 127. Another challenger approaches. Sister Nuan, your words to your brother-in-law are so commanding, reminiscent of the domineering CEOs in novels. Previously, when Yilei communicated, he addressed all the students in the school, and thus, Han Wan heard those words clearly. Instantly, warmth enveloped her heart. With a boyfriend like Yilei, her sense of security soared. Hey, brother, isn't that Yilei a bit too arrogant? How can he be so audacious without fearing a beating? In a corner of the playground, a subordinate surrounded his boss, asking with confusion. It seems he is unaware of who truly holds the power in the school. Let us go and confront this Yilei. I'm curious to see how he makes me endure less than a stick of incense. With that, the school bully rose, flanked by his subordinates. A striking yellow soul ring visible beneath his feet. Lazy, do you think we should go out for lunch? Chen Sitsai inquired. Sure, order whatever you wish. It's on me. Can we? Jing Heng hesitated to speak, appearing as though he had something unsaid. Can we invite Xiaona and the others? Of course, that is no problem. However, you and Lao Chun will have to seize the opportunity yourselves. Yilei smiled and directly revealed Jing Heng's innermost thoughts. Hey, Warm, would you like to go out for lunch? Sure, what shall we eat? You decide. It matters not to me. Wherever you choose, that's where we'll dine. All right then. By the way, Jing Heng wanted to ask if your other 2 roommates would like to join us for lunch. Oh, you mean Luo Yun and Xiaona? Just a moment, let me check. 30 seconds later, they said they can come. Then it's settled. We'll meet at the school gate at 11:30. How did it go? Did they agree? As Jing Heng saw Yilei put down her phone, he hurriedly leaned in to inquire. Look at you, all anxious. Rest assured. They agreed. We'll gather at the school gate at 11:30. Yilei couldn't help but chuckle at Jing Heng's anxious demeanor. Look at Old Chin. He isn't as impatient as you are. Wouldn't you agree, Old Chin? With that, Yilei reached out and patted Chen Sitsuen's shoulder, inquiring further. Ah, what happened? Chen Sitsuen, taken aback, lifted his head to gaze at Yilei, his expression filled with confusion. I fear the sudden onset of silence. Yilei and Jing Heng exchanged glances, both surprised to discover that Chen Sison was not merely anxious, but rather preoccupied with thoughts of the petite figure of Luo Yun. It was no wonder he had unconsciously tuned out their conversation. Bro, I meant to suggest we dine off campus at noon with Han Wan and the others. Really? Is Luo Yun coming too? Upon hearing this, Chen Sison's spirit soared, and he adopted an expression strikingly similar to Jing Heng's. Ha ha. At that moment, Yilei and the others could no longer contain their mirth, bursting into hearty laughter, leaving Chen Sison bewildered and alone, utterly unable to grasp the source of their amusement. His face a mask of confusion. Bro, the one ahead is Yilei. Suddenly, a remark shattered the jovial atmosphere among the 4. Upon hearing his name being called, Yilei slowly straightened up and glanced in the direction of the voice. With a nonchalant demeanor, he patted the shoulders of the other 3 companions and prepared to head towards the school gate. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you Yilei? So what if I am? He retorted. Well, you seemed rather arrogant just now. Here I am, not satisfied, seeking you out. I'm curious to see how you plan to make me unable to endure even a single incense stick's worth of time. The leader, surrounded by his followers, spoke with an air of brazen confidence. Another one looking for a beating. Yilei let out a resigned smile and coldly remarked, "You dare to say that again?" After hearing Yilei's words, Yi Chi Shui, the leader surrounded by his subordinates, bellowed in response, "Pray tell, senior, do you have trouble hearing? Must I repeat myself?" Yilei spoke with an impassive expression, his tone laced with profound sarcasm. "You, with the surname Yi, I, Yi Chi Shui, have never endured such a profound humiliation. It seems you are no longer keen on maintaining your standing in school. If you are willing to relinquish the Hanshao flower, I might spare you the loss of a limb." Yi Chi Shui's fury ignited, and his pupils instantly transformed into a vivid scarlet. Wait, the change in pupil color, could it be that his martial soul is a true manifestation? Upon witnessing the shift in Yi Chi Shui's gaze, Yilei pondered for a moment. "Yilei, what are you all doing here? Did we not agree to dine off campus?" At that moment, Han Wan and her companions arrived. Observing the individuals standing before Yilei, "Nwaner, you arrived just in time. This senior has openly declared his intentions to pursue you. What do you propose we do about it?" Yilei, with a facade of a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, "What? Is there truly someone bold enough to confront me in person?" Upon hearing this, Han Wan's fury ignited. "Yilei, where's that person? I wish to freeze him into an ice sculpture at this very moment. Ah, he is right there, watching you with utterly unmasked scrutiny. I yearn to exact retribution upon him." As he spoke, Yilei clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Following his gaze, Han Wan quickly spotted the individual, Yi Chi Shui, who was brazenly assessing her from head to toe. "I must ask, senior, are you unwell? It is broad daylight. And yet you were staring at a girl? Has your mind gone awry?" Without hesitation, Han Wan launched a retort. "Excellent, excellent. I adore such headstrong and untamed young women. Humph. I had no intention of taking action against you, but now, things have changed. I shall administer double the retribution." Yilei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You have arrived just in time. The opposing side is entirely composed of first-ring soul masters. Let us engage them together, all 8 of us." After Yilei spoke, he leaped backward, landing firmly atop the head of the Flame Lord emerging from the ground, an intense heat radiating from him in an instant. Witnessing this, the remaining 7 individuals shed their restraint, simultaneously awakening their martial spirits. Han Wan, previously uncomfortable under Yi Chi Shui's unabashed gaze, finally felt liberated, unleashing her martial soul's rings. A magnificent pair of wings unfurled from her back, while 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, manifested in succession. In that moment, the surrounding atmosphere shifted. The scorching energy erupting from Yilei clashing with the coolness, creating a peculiar balance of warmth and chill in the arena. Without exception, each of the others bore 2,000-year soul rings beneath their feet. Night Brother, the opposing side all possesses 1,000-year first rings. "Are we truly certain we wish to engage them?" inquired one of Yi Chi Shui's closest subordinates, stepping closer to him. "Of course we fight. Why wouldn't we? However, we must temper that you fellows' arrogance," Yi Chi Shui replied, his blood-red pupils darkening ominously. "If we do not engage now, how can I maintain my title of Azrael, the Angel of Death, at school?" He rallied his comrades. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Whoever breaks one of Ye's legs first will earn 3 iron soul coins from me." Yi Chi Shui generously brandished 3 iron soul coins high above, glimmering with a unique metallic sheen under the sunlight. The moment he revealed these coins, his entourage ignited with enthusiasm, activating their martial spirits, and the ground beneath them sparkled with a golden radiance. Observing the fervor of his followers, Yi Chi Shui couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Thanks to the Knight family's connections with the military, we are able to amass such a multitude of soul rings. I refuse to believe that with this many people, we cannot overpower you 8. Yi Chi Shui remarked suddenly. Regardless of how softly he spoke, the formidable Yilei caught every word. With the Knight family's dealings with the military, it was unlikely that all of his subordinates' soul rings had been sourced from the Elder's Hall. Yet, given the Elder's disposition, they would not bestow upon him so many 100-year soul rings. If they did, they would likely be of merely 1 or 200 years quality. As he pondered, Yilei discreetly activated his soul beast detector, scanning Yi Chi Shui's group. As expected, the quality of the soul rings among that cohort was uniformly between 1 and 200 years, with not a single 300-year ring in sight. Do you truly believe that your numbers alone can intimidate us 8? We could easily subdue all of you without even resorting to our soul techniques. Yilei let out a cold laugh and spoke. In the distance, some individuals were already gazing in this direction, even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. However, how could Yilei allow their petty actions to succeed? Without hesitation, he activated the domain of the four-fire heaven, enveloping both parties within its confines. The molten lava instantly covered the ground, and a crimson energy shield subsequently rose, encasing Yilei and others along with Yi Qixue and his group. What is this? What is happening? What have you done? Yi Qixue inquired hastily upon witnessing the transformation of the ground beneath his feet and the sky above. I haven't done anything. You wanted to gang up on me, didn't you? Very well, let us have a brawl. Yilei retorted. Damn it. Enough talk. You lot. Attack. Break one of his legs. Yi Qixue gritted his teeth, pointing at Yilei, and his underlings charged towards him with a fierce roar. Utterly foolish. Han Yuan observed the scene, her aura growing colder. With a swift flap of her wings, she unleashed her second soul skill. Enormous ice-blue eyes materialized in midair, causing several of Yi Qixue's subordinates to scream in shock, clutch their eyes, and collapse to the ground in agony. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. Song Yang suddenly turned, and a massive crocodile tail lashed out, sending 3 of the underlings flying. Those unfortunate souls were propelled out of Yilei's domain, crashing heavily to the ground outside the four-fire heaven domain, unconscious. Onlookers outside, witnessing the inexplicable rise of the red barrier, reached out to touch it, only to retract their hands with a yelp as they saw 3 figures suddenly emerge from within. The sound of their landing reverberated like thunder, and they collapsed, rendered senseless. The spectators, now neglecting any further analysis, rushed over to inspect the fallen individuals. Jing Heng also made his move, invoking the skill of the Thunderbolt bone associated with the 50,000-year-old soul beast, the Thunder Magic Tiger. He deliberately tempered the skill's power, wary of reducing the assailants to mere ash. A purple beam shot from Jing Heng's forehead, striking the ground and summoning an electrifying net of lightning across the surface. Several of the younger brothers, caught off guard, found themselves firmly trampled upon, instantly propelled into a spirited tap dance by the electric shock. Merely 3 individuals unleashed their prowess, effortlessly overpowering more than a dozen of Yi Qixue's subordinates, leaving them utterly defenseless. This is impossible. How could my underlings? Yi Qixue exclaimed in astonishment, observing the 2 groups of his men who were either clutching their heads and wailing or dancing frantically in place. How could it be impossible? Wasn't it you who claimed you wanted to engage in a brawl? Now that we have risen to the challenge, are you still reluctant to accept the outcome? Yilei observed that all of Yi Qixue's subordinates had been subdued before he spoke. However, while his voice resonated warmly among the remaining 7, it transformed into a chilling tone imbued with murderous intent in Yi Qixue's ears. This frightened Yi Qixue so much that he scrambled away towards the edge of the barrier. Just as he believed he could escape through the barrier, his head collided forcefully against it with a resounding thud, causing him to fall to the ground. He quickly sprang back up, for the ground beneath him was molten lava, a consequence of Yilei's domain skill, the 4 fire worlds. Consequently, when Yi Qixue sat down, he burned 2 large holes in his pants, revealing his pale flesh beneath. Did I ever say you could leave? You instigated this trouble and wished to flee before resolving it. Your temperament is quite similar to that of Ma Tianming. Yilei floated gracefully above the Flame Lord, drifting slowly towards Yi Qixue. What, after provoking someone, do you intend to escape without consequence? Is there anyone of your ilk who lacks even a shred of masculinity? Yi Qixue turned around, covering his rear, and when he beheld the scene before him, terror seized him, and he could no longer contain himself, resulting in a most unfortunate accident. For he beheld the 4 soul rings at Yilei's waist, shimmering with a dark glow. Hey, what do you mean by this? Please do not sully my domain. The stench is overpowering. Yilei pinched his nose in distaste. Without the strength to back your words, you cannot merely rely on bravado. Senior, life is not as simplistic as you perceive. Do not assume that wealth equates to supremacy, for there are many far wealthier than you. Now, be gone and cease to disturb my existence. Otherwise, I shall sever your 2 legs. Yilei delivered a resounding slap, sending Yi Qixue sprawling outside, and subsequently dismantled the fiery barrier of the 4 fire heaven domain. As the crimson shield dissipated, onlookers peered curiously within, only to witness a few individuals, their hair standing on end from electric shock, while others knelt, clutching their heads and trembling. Their astonishment peaked upon spotting another figure, prompting a collective gasp. Was he that the school's notorious bully, who referred to himself as Azrael? Indeed, it was. Keep it up. Just one more chapter to go, finish before 11:30. September 19th, Chapter 130, Achieving Renown. Those 8 individuals couldn't possibly be this year's freshmen, could they? My goodness, won't they be in for a rough time? I doubt it. Observe how those 8 managed to contend with the 10 or so of Yichishue's group, sending them reeling. That alone is the best testament. Amidst the crowd, 2 contrasting voices emerged, one expressing concern for Yi Lei and his companion's future at school, while the other relished the turn of events. Given that Yi Qishue and Ma Tianming had previously run rampant due to their affluent backgrounds, and now faced consequences, how could they not feel elated? Yi Lei, was our earlier conduct truly appropriate? I've heard that individual is supposedly the eldest son of the Yi family, Han Wan inquired gently, gazing up at him. The Yi family? You mean the clan involved in the arms trade? Yes, and from what I understand, all the heirs of the Yi bloodline possess the blood-red eyes martial spirit. Blood-red eyes? What kind of martial spirit is that? Han Wan pondered, recalling details with effort. I remember that to cultivate their soul power, they must consume the blood of soul beasts, thus enhancing their abilities. It's of no consequence. As long as they refrain from consuming human blood, their nature isn't inherently malevolent. However, should their family resort to human blood to augment their strength, they should not expect mercy. The last individual who relied on human blood to fuel their soul techniques was reduced to cinders by my flames. Yi Lei spoke with bitterness, recalling a month ago when a group of 6 sent by the 6th elder included a pair of twin brothers, both wielding the martial spirit of the blood demon falcon. One of them possessed a 3rd soul skill that required the absorption of human blood to activate, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 police officers that fateful night. Now that it has been revealed that the Yi family's cultivation of soul power necessitates the consumption of blood, even if they currently draw from the blood of soul beasts, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone could be clandestinely committing murder to feed their dark desires. Should they also resort to human blood for their cultivation, the entire Yi family, young and old alike, would be branded as evil soul masters. However, this does not concern me. If their soul rituals demand human blood for their activation, I shall not hesitate to stain my infernal twin blades and blue-silver tyrant spear with the blood of these detestable individuals. Yi Lei spoke in a calm tone, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. The recent overwhelming dominance we displayed would undoubtedly make our names known throughout the school. But such notoriety would also serve to deter any further harassment directed towards us. This was indeed a relief. As I found the way that Senior gazed at me to be excessively blatant, I could hardly suppress the desire to gouge out his eyes. Upon mentioning this, Han Wan raised her petite fist and swung it through the air a few times. All right, if such a moment were to arise, I would never allow your hands to be stained with their filthy blood. Allow me, as a gentleman, to handle such matters. Yi Lei affectionately stroked Han Wan's hair and softly spoke. Among the 8 individuals, 2 couples in the front were indulging in their affection, displaying their love and showering others with the sweetness of their relationship, which left the remaining 4 feeling somewhat forlorn. This was particularly true for Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang, who found themselves captivated by the very girls they admired, yet lacked the courage to approach them. They could only follow quietly from behind, observing the playful antics of Luo Yun and Xiao Na, their eyes brimming with longing. Yi Lei inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of the gazes exchanged between 2 boys. Alas, Nwaner, I have come to realize that the way Chen Sison and Jing Heng look at those 2 girls is rather inappropriate. Yi Lei smiled as he spoke to Han Wan, casually taking her small hand in his. He inquired, I am curious about the attitudes of your 2 roommates. Do they harbor any feelings for each other? Han Wan replied, I cannot divulge that information, but I believe Xiao Na would likely accept Jing Heng. However, our little Luo Yun is only 16 years old, and it seems her family opposes early romantic relationships. What? Only 16? Yi Lei gasped in surprise, instinctively turning to look behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Yi Lei, you big oaf, why are you staring at that little girl? Han Wan, noticing Yi Lei's prolonged silence, playfully chided him while pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Before striding ahead, as he felt the sting at his side, Yi Lei snapped back to reality, catching sight of Han Wan, arms crossed, hastily moving forward. He reached out to touch the spot where Han Wan had pinched him. To Yi Lei, her grip was not particularly painful, akin to a mosquito bite, leaving a slight tingling sensation. Amused by this, Yilei chuckled and quickened his pace to catch up with Han Yuan. However, as he approached her, intending to drape his arm over her shoulder, she defiantly shrugged off his hand and quickened her steps. "Nuaner, all right, I admit my mistake," Yilei exclaimed, a resigned smile on his face. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a slender vine of blue-silver sprang forth silently, winding delicately around Han Yuan's waist. Yilei gently tugged, effortlessly drawing Han Yuan into his embrace, securing her in a princess carry. Initially filled with indignation, Han Yuan suddenly felt something wrap around her waist. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was unexpectedly pulled backward, landing softly in a warm embrace. This sudden turn startled Han Yuan to the brink of invoking her martial soul. However, once she discerned the identity of the one cradling her, the thought vanished instantly. Nonetheless, she turned her face away, letting out a soft, playful hum. Yilei gazed at the delicate girl nestled in his arms, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Yet, almost immediately, he suppressed this burning sensation. "Nuaner, I was wrong. Will you ever forgive me?" With that, Yilei lowered his head, burying it in Han Yuan's neck, inhaling her unique fragrance. In that moment, he noticed something peculiar. The passion he had just quelled surged anew, flooding his mind with an insatiable desire, one that was. Yilei harnessed his soul power once more, suppressing the intense heat that surged within him. This time, he utilized the abilities of the blue-silver emperor to firmly confine that searing sensation within his dantian. Yet, Yilei's actions remained unchanged as he cradled Han Yuan in his arms, making his way toward the barbecue restaurant. "Yilei, there are so many people here. Please put me down," Han Yuan exclaimed, noticing the gazes of those around her fixated upon her. "Why should I? So what if there are many people? I've already made our relationship official, and our families have met. So what is there to fear?" Yilei replied calmly. "After all, as long as I am not embarrassed. The awkwardness falls upon others. Oh, come on, just put me down. I've already forgiven you. Can't you let me go? Just a little longer in my embrace." Yilei insisted resolutely. At this moment, regardless of what Han Yuan said, Yilei refused to set her down. Observing this, Han Yuan ceased her resistance and merely encircled his neck with her arms, resting her head upon his shoulder, her eyes closing gently. At that instant, a new thought crossed Han Yuan's mind. Since she was being held in this manner, she might as well forego walking. After all, she was feeling quite peckish. And once they reached the barbecue restaurant, she intended to treat Yilei to a hearty meal to satisfy her hunger. Thus, they remained in this embrace for several minutes, during which Han Yuan felt drowsy in Yilei's warm embrace. However, a sudden remark from him jolted her awake. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing here?" P.S. Only 2 chapters remain until the end of the workday. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 132. Awkwardness, 3 rooms, and a hall. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing here?" With a sudden remark from Yilei, Han Yuan was nearly sent away on the spot. She abruptly opened her eyes and beheld Yi Junqing and his spouse standing at the entrance of the barbecue shop, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. At this moment, Han Yuan no longer wished to remain in Yilei's embrace. She struggled a few times, yet Yilei showed no inclination to release her. Rather, he tightened his hold, rendering her attempts to escape futile. Realizing her protests were in vain, Han Yuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. She closed her eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, began to feign tears.